There's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that's not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody bras us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know me. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know me. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, gotta pay the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby, she agrees, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a f about me. You don't even know nothing about me, tryna force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing.
Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know me. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
Been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show where she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a fall, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale, yeah. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit shit from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She been curving you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run around with it. Run around with that. Run around with that.
wanna put it on your nose, but it's clear how my baby's running this the block cause she fear what you do to you if you get dirty hands in veneer. What you do, what she is, little boy, I tell you this. If baby wants sit, she can sit. If baby says lit, it's lit. Got your bank account and that cute. If she said it loud, it's the truth. If baby wanna ride, she can ride. If baby needs some time, she got time. Got your bank account and that cute. She can make it count, how about you? She would put you in the bag, yeah. Wouldn't even need a planet.
Ribbon through! Titan down for three! A double cover stop!
Splice are going to be your season 5 world champions! This is their moment!
Untouched, unscathed, bow down to your kings, the Camelot Kings, champions of the world!
Welcome in, SMITE fans, and we're back with another day of the Season of Celebration Kickoff LAN event, SMITE LAN Tournament. The correct nomenclature, neither here nor there. Today I'm joined by a very special guest, a very handsome guest. That is young Bobbert, a.k.a. Inbound, previous support for the Good Gladiators. Bobby, how's it feel to be out here, man?
It feels great. I'm ready for some good games. I'm really excited to analyze this side, the actual really
that never
good...
happens over there.
No, yeah. We haven't had good analyzing over here in years, but I'm excited to see some good games today. Exciting to be here. Let's go.
Yeah. So, fans at home, I asked my lead producer, "What's the flow for the desk today?" You know, I don't normally do the hosting thing. What's going on? And he said, "Just go ahead and play it by ear." So that's generally my plan. Usually we have some sort of bracket, something along those lines, so I can explain the stakes of the tournament to you, winners advance, something like that. So we're just going to go ahead and jump straight into that bracket and take a look at how this one's going to pan out. For those of you that missed yesterday, it was a day of 3-0s. Six Ferryman versus the Gilded Gladiators, a 3-0, as well as the Oni Warriors and the Camelot Kings, a surprise 3-0 there. Really expected that set to go a little bit further. Today we will finish out the quarterfinals. That's the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens. But before that, it's the Eldritch Hounds and the Atlantis Leviathans. Bobby, are any of these two sets today something that you're looking forward to in particular?
I think this first set has got to kind of be the standout set. We have the new ADC for the Levi's, Panda Cat, jumping in, his first set back, and then we have Coast, one of our rookies this year. He had a very good first phase, and now he's playing up against Panda Cat. I'm just excited to see how both these duo lanes play, how both the late games for these teams transpire, especially with Neil back in support for the Hounds. A lot of shifts, honestly. I think duo means a lot in this current meta, so I'm excited to see how these teams look now. I'm excited to see how they play.
Yeah, me as well. There's a lot of really, really high-stakes games coming up today, so make sure you stick around. And if you didn't catch yesterday, it's all best of fives. We're doing best of fives all the way through, so we could potentially have a 10-game day. I really hope we see one at least go for. 3-0s are nice, but I'd really like to see a little bit more. But let's get right into the nitty-gritty with the Eldritch Hounds. This is a team that I've really loved watching. They're a very scrappy team, but now having, and you've got some unique insight on this, Neilma in support. They had to replace their support. Quig moves over to the Camelot Kings. Now with Neil there, what do you think he brings to the team?
I mean, Neil's just the mental giant of, like, the entire SPL.
Such a big brain.
There's no way you're ever, like, tilting Neil. You could be down 2-0, 40,000 gold down in Game 3. Neil still believing you got a chance. And it's just really good to have that on just any team. Having a strong mental and just somebody that always believes you can win, doesn't really tilt, will always be there. And I think, obviously, we got to touch on the points at Worlds. He's got that clutch factor, so you can always kind of rely on Neil to play well at all points in the game, even if he does, kind of has the inbound syndrome also where he just dies sometimes or he falls a little bit behind sometimes, just like I did. Neil's still a great player, and I'm expecting some good plays out of him today.
Yeah, good leadership as well for a team that I think was primarily lacking in leadership in phases of the past. So Neilma, now out of that coach role and into play on field through support, might be able to get a little bit more hands-on, surrounded by a lot of rookie talent here on the Hounds. I'll be very excited to see how well they're able to transition having that new frontliner. It's a difficult thing to do. I think frontline is generally your identity on the team, so having that switch up coming into this event could be something they struggle along with. Otherwise, it's a team that plays through aggression. It's a duo lane that I'll be very excited to watch. I mean, you talked about him a little bit earlier, Vaporish Coast. First year in the SPL, but has been dominating the SPL level for a good long while, even during the SEC run, made his way to Worlds, and made a great name for himself. So keep your eyes on him. But he's got some stiff competition on the other side, and a fan favorite in the Atlantis Leviathans. Panda Cat is back in the studio, back in Atlanta, and back in the SPL. I'm very excited to see what he's bringing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was a little worried for like how long it was going to take him to ramp up, but he has been slamming the ranked queues. He's been getting a ton of games in, and you know, you have two really big ego players that play for that 1v1 a lot of the times, Coast and Panda. I mean, it's just not going to be an exciting minute 10 to minute 20 game just to see what happens in that 1v1. I mean, how many solos are we going to see today? At least one, right?
At least one.
At least one.
There's a lot of best of fives coming up, and there are definitely two ADCs in that duo lane that love to get aggressive. The Atlantis Leviathans have been maybe a team that have been under the radar a little bit. I feel like they haven't quite met the expectations of the analysts at the beginning of the year. I believe most of us had them top 3 for the majority of it, as well as the fans at home, of course, have always been a massive fan of this brand in particular. What kind of team do you envision as the Atlantis Leviathans? What's their MO? What do they do well?
I mean, I think they had this weakness in the early portion of the game when it was Zapman there. A lot of their players like to play for that late game. Adapting has always kind of been that farm-oriented player. Shinto, back when he played with Panatom, would take a lot of Panatom's farm. And I think a lot of the problems with this team kind of came from that mid-jungle and then a little bit in the solo lane. They just didn't mesh all too well. And then they also couldn't look towards dual lane as a winning lane a lot of the times because they had just Zapman who wants to kind of play for that late game also. I think now that you have an aggressive player in dual lane and you have somebody that likes the game playing through them and likes to pressure his side of the map, I think it gives this Levi's team an opportunity to play that early game instead of just defaulting late. And I think it opens up the doors to them being an early game team, a mid game team, a late game team, but it does rely a lot on how Ronnie and Panda do play together.
Yeah, Ronnie, of course, one of the most talented support players in the world. I mean, top 8, you got to be in the SPL for a reason, right? But even then, has got a very diverse god pool. Has had games where he likes to play that early aggression. I'm going back to Rongyu, Circuit support, just AFK stealth in the mid lane for 6 minutes just to catch that one kill, and then able to turn it around and play that front-to-back style, be that traditional support on picks like Kepri or Geb or any of these counter-engaged style picks like Terra as well. So this is a matchup that I think has a lot riding on it. Interesting storylines, new players to the league against returning players to the league as well. There is so much you need to keep your eyes on in this one. If you had to say, Bobby, give me one rough guess, who's getting first blood? Who's getting game 1?
Game 1, I'll give game 1 to the Levi's. I think they're going to come out swinging, and I think first blood will be happening around mid lane. I think that with this rejuvenated dual lane, I actually think there's going to be a lot of pressure kind of taken off of adapting and off of Shinto, and I think they're going to look a lot better in their 2v2 because of it.
Well, we'll get an insider look on how this match is going to go down. I think we have Gormizer standing by with one of the players.
That's right. I got Panda Cat standing by with me. And we got to talk to you after the swap had happened, but now you've had time to spend with the team, practicing all that. And so how's it been meshing with Ronghu in the dual lane and meshing with the rest of the Leviathans?
It's been going pretty smoothly. I've been inting some scrims, unfortunately, but that's how it is. For some reason, you take a break for 6 months and you're still getting camped every game, your first day back. But past that, it's gone pretty well. I think Ronnie and I have got our synergies, down to where we need them to be, and Shinto and I are getting better at communicating in the back line and helping each other when we're getting dove and all that good stuff. So yeah, it's overall been great.
And I know one of the biggest things that stood out during that interview from you was that you'd kind of looked at it. You said you were looking up where the team was, how things had gone. And I think your exact phrasing was like, 6th place, guys, that's not going to do. Do you feel like this team has elevated since you've joined?
I mean, I don't want to take any shots at the prior member, but I think we're in a good spot for sure. I don't think we're a 6th place team anymore. So, yeah.
And now today you're going to be going best of 5s to jump back in, so a relatively big set, but also taking on the Hounds, who've had a lot of, I would say, surprising success, right? They took the Ferryman to 5 during Masters, and you're going to be laning against Coast, who likes to play aggressive. What kind of things are you expecting against this team?
Listen, the name of the game when it's come to dueling is it's always been camp duo when you have a player like that. So, I'll play my game. I'll sit back, let them try to carry me, do whatever they want to do, and then I'll have the rest of the boys carry me.
You know what? That's an easy plan to work with. Well, good luck in the games. I guess good luck to the team for carrying. We'll send it back to the desk.
I got a two-pronged question for you, Bobby. I want to glean some information from that interview.
I love questions.
He said, and I quote, when you got a player like that, in reference to Vapor's Coast, you got to camp them. What do you think that means? And I got to give you props. You said they'd be willing to play through the duo lane, clearly alluding to that as well.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just the meta kind of, you want to play through duo. Playing through solo doesn't really give you as much. But I do think he's kind of just giving his flowers to Coast. I think that's kind of just what he was saying. He was saying this is a good player. They respect what Coast can do for that team, and they can respect what duo just means in general. And I think he was just kind of giving him his flowers. Like, he had a good phase 1, but, you know, daddy's home, Panda's back, and, you know, he's going to make it his duo lane again.
Yeah, and if Panda Cat's giving you props, if you guys have been following the scene for a good long while, you know that just does not happen super often. Panda Cat's got eyes on numero uno, and self-reported, he is numero uno. So giving any form of congratulations, flowers, or props to his opposition, of course, the highest praise Panda Cat can afford to them. I'm so excited to see this matchup, Bobby. I really do think there's going to be sparks flying in that lane. But knowing adapting, and I've had opportunities to play against him, you have as well, he doesn't really strike me as a duo camper. Adapting is more so farm it up, maybe around level 10, level 12, then he starts to get involved. Do you think maybe Panda Cat's taking the reins a little bit and say, hey man, Kenneth, get in my lane?
I mean, you kind of got to expect it. Panda's going to be that player that says, guys, I'm going for this purple buff. Be there, or I'm going to 1v3 at this buff.
I will die for it.
Yeah, so be here. And I think that's kind of what the team needed. I think adapting is willing to adapt. I mean,
nice.
Adapting, willing to adapt. I think he's going to be going to that duo lane if he needs to go. I think he's going to be wherever he needs to be on the map. I mean, he's the king for a reason. He'll do what he needs to win.
Yeah, you couldn't make it one death segment without dropping some sort of
Honestly,
player upon Hunt.
It didn't even happen. Like, I wasn't even thinking about it. Just
His
what other
name's
word do I use to
adapting,
adapt?
he's
Like,
I don't know. What else is there? I don't know. I'm not a thesaurus, man. That's not on me.
yeah, we need like just a thesaurus up here, somebody that we can talk to. Like,
Yeah, or like, you know, we've got so many screens. Like, give us some synonyms. We use the same
Well,
words a little too much.
yeah, I could do that. I'm down.
Oh, you got
No. I'm down to use the synonyms.
All right, we're going to waffle no more on the desk and instead get straight into P's and B's, get an idea of how these teams are going to address each other. I am very much so keeping my eyes on the bans. You had said to me there's been one god that's been prioritized over just about everything else.
Bog. Chernobog has not seen a single play. He's been banned all 6 games. I mean, the spicy changes he got, he now is good enough early game to live, and then he's incredible mid game, incredible late game. He's the only god that we have not seen played that's also been banned all 6 games, so I expect another Chernobog ban. I think he just does way too much. I think he's too safe, too strong, scales too well. I wouldn't want to play against him.
And he's got that adaptable build, can either go straight into auto attack. We've seen kin size, executioner, dominant style builds. The crit build seems to be back as well for hunters, with a distinct lack of some spectral armors in some of these sets. So I'll keep my eyes on those bans as they start to roll through. Across the board, we've got Pele and Sun Wukong taken away by the Leviathans, the Eldritch Hounds. Eyes on Charon and Hebo already. Yamoja will join them in the ban column. What do you think about Charon, Bobby? That god seems to me just to be maybe the most annoying support in the game.
I think that just says it right there. He is very annoying. I think he's still strong, but I think a lot of his factors just come from that annoyance. Kind of like Ganesh. A lot of people just do not like playing against him because, I mean, you get your long channel timer getting interrupted by a CC or the silence, and then you also have his just ult that you get slowed and your procs get shredded, and then you get one shot. He's just annoying. I do think he's very strong, though, and I expect to see him banned at a higher rate. I mean, we already see Chernobog banned again. No Chernobog for us. And then Raijin first pick.
Yeah, Raijin's been a quickly resurgent pick as well. Some of those changes to Raiju having that initial burst of damage, his damage overall going up, some of the itemization changes affording him additional CDR seem to have brought him back into the meta. But it is already yelling to me, and you can speak to this yourself, an aggressive composition. You don't lock in Raijin to farm to mid to late game. That's the god that wants to set the pace.
I mean, we saw it yesterday. Raijin was dashing in 4 times prior 5 minutes. And also, I mean, you think of Shinto, Raijin is one of those gods that comes to mind. Yorm, another really strong pick. Other than Wukong, I think he's got to be the best solo in the game currently. And Hachi, which is weird. We saw one Hachi yesterday, not a ton of prio on it. I mean, it's a safe pick. Maybe Coast is a little worried about Panda Cat, and he's picking something a little safer just to farm it up.
One of the safer hunters in the game, to be sure. One of the safer soul laners as well. The Eldritch Hounds clearly have eyes to take this game a bit longer. You can leave Jormungandr on an island. You can do the same with Hachiman and trust so long as they have their relics, so long as that ultimate is available. They should be able to survive throughout the early. The Leviathans, though, I mean, this is antithetical to the Eldritch Hounds composition. I'm seeing aggression, aggression, aggression.
Yeah, I mean, they're not farming this one up. As soon as they get their ultimates, I would expect some blinks being used, some jumps being used aggressively. We saw the On-Her yesterday also, jumping in almost off cooldown. Every time we would pan over to solo lane, there'd be a fight happening in duo lane. I mean, On-Her, though, that's kind of Panic Hat's like bread and butter type of style. He wants to play through his lane, he wants to play aggressive, and he wants to be the reason that this team is, you know, snowballing.
How do you feel about the duo lane matchup already that's developed? We've only got the entire duo lane for the Leviathans, but On-Her and Ares together, do they have enough threat to actually maybe connect some kills onto Hachiman? As Kuzenbo hover, we might have the full duo lane matchup.
I mean, On-Her Ares is one of the scariest duos because they just pair well together. On-Her is a really good fighting god. Ares fights, I mean, pretty well once he gets another point into his shackles. 1 point into his shackles, he doesn't really threaten all that much, but he's got really good clear, so they just match up. Their styles match up very, very strong. And then you look at the opposite way, Maui Hachi. Their styles, I mean, it's okay. It's mostly just good at everything is their style. They clear okay.
It's a good style.
They fight okay. They farm okay. I mean, if they can farm this game up and they get to late game, Hachi Maui is a lot more threatening than On-Her Ares. At this point, maybe depending on what the rest of the Levi's comp comes out to, if they don't have a ton of late game, there might be a theoretical timer on this game for the Levi's.
Fair enough. The Eldritch Hounds would also have the timer, just in the inverse. Need that game to go a little bit longer to see the full value of their composition. Maui does round out the top 3. Tons of CC lockdown, great threat on relics, which should be able to force out maybe some of those ultimates, some of those heavy committal ultimates from the Atlantis Leviathans early, just to maintain their lives. Ban's starting to roll through. Eldritch Hounds take a shot towards the king. It's going to happen every time he plays. Thor taken off the table. And Bakasura as a response ban on the other side. Both teams' eyes for junglers. I mean, Thor does have some of that flexibility. Could be a ban towards a soul laner as well. Is there any picks that are standing out to you immediately as Bracken does join the bans?
I think Mercury's in a very strong spot right now. Either
Really?
side, I think he builds really well right now. I also think giving you that little extra objective damage on EFG, FG, Pyro, you can just walk to it. It really helps just to allow you to play the type of pressure and tempo type of style that you like. And what did Panda say? Games play through duo. What does Mercury do best? He likes to gank duo lane. And is he too worried about the Hachi ulting away from him? No, he's kind of just chasing him down in the ult. So I expect some Mercury contention here. I don't know if either team wants to show jungle too early. A lot of teams like to hold their jungle and solo to last pick just for that counter pick. They want to know what they're diving. So maybe we see a Mercury here. Maybe we just see a solo laner that can just kind of live lane like an Amma picked by the Hounds just to default that lane and just have a lane that farms. I guess we actually already did Yorm from over there. So
And it does default the lane and farm.
it does
you got
default the lane and farm. They're going to pick their mid laner here. They're going to give the last pick to Coast. Actually, this is one of the few teams that does like to last pick their mid laner because Benny has those funky picks. Like, honestly, this Yorm might be a flex for solo and mid for Benny. Like, he just likes playing these funky things.
Yeah, Benny is a little bit different. Has always been willing to break the mold a bit coming to the mid lane. Arachne will round out the bans, though, for the Atlantis Leviathans. A pick that has been very resurgent as well. New Arachne. It's just gross. Make contact, you're stunned, you're bleeding, she's healing, and if you're surviving it, maybe she'll chase you with the ult. If you aren't, she's getting out with her ult. So there is just a whole lot of difficulty dealing with that god right now. Has seen a lot of respect here in the SPL as of recent.
I love her build too. I think her build is so hard to play against. Like the Sekhmets.
Sekhmets is just a gnarly item.
So good.
Talk about how different Benny can be. He can also go to the standard. That Merlin is one of his favorites and it's locked in immediately. Doesn't really have any poor matchups as far as I'm concerned. Good on siege, good on siege defense, really good on objectives. The only thing he's lacking is that secure. No secure whatsoever for the Eldritch Hounds. Maybe that does force your ADC into slightly crit builds so you can actually DPS or perhaps get that stray 600 damage auto attack to grab the objective for yourself. This is a pick that was right back in the meta last time we'd seen the SPL, and since then it's quieted down a bit. The tier hover, and it's only a hover, just to switch to an even more eclectic warrior, the Atlantis Leviathans. I mean, both of those picks kind of yell mid-game to me, not exactly fully into the early, but certainly not that late-game bridge that you were calling for. How do you feel about the decision-making of the Leviathans right now?
I mean, until we actually see the God locked in, it could just be something trying to throw off the hounds.
Oh, they threw me off.
Athena.
Okay.
Now we have something that can kind of match Yorm's ability to kind of proxy. And do you ever want to rotate to an Athena that's proxying? 99% of the time you're saying no, because if you do, she's ulting over to Gold Fury. Gold Fury is then going to be a 5v3 on that side of the map. So Athena does kind of do what Yorm does. However, the early game is just a lot worse. Okay, that's just a troll hover. Because they're not jungling Maui or anything.
You're not putting Maui anywhere else.
Yeah.
That god's just so lacking in damage. The Eldritch Hound's maybe just surprised that Ganesh has made it as far through the
That could be
as it is. Just, hey guys, how do we forget about this pick? Now that we've got eyes on the full Leviathan's core, what do you think about this team? What's the phase of the game that they're playing? Is it good? Is it bad? Just walk me through it.
It is actually such a perfectly crafted comp. Everything that their comp, this comp is so good. Susanoo, playing Merlin Hachiman into Susanoo, that's a field day for him. There's no instant hard CC, even with the Maui. What is Maui going to do? He's going to go jump into the air and then land half a second later, and Susanoo's already halfway across the map because he's just so quick. He's also got bursts to deal with them. The Athena, if Susanoo for some reason does get locked down, can just ult onto the Susanoo, and Susanoo's now, what does she give? Movement speed, mitigation,
a big burst of damage.
Yeah, big burst of damage.
A yellow circle on the ground.
She joins them, taunts then after. They have a ton
right.
of CC. Their early game is crafted really well. Their duo lane wins. And, I mean, Raijin mid, could there be a god that just kind of fits 90% of comps better than Raijin in mid lane? Do you want to play for CC out of your mid laner? Raijin. Do you want some damage? Raijin. Do you want some low cooldowns? Raijin. Poke. Raijin. Like, this comp is beautiful. I don't see, like, any weakness with their comp.
Well, maybe some issues could arise now that the Eldritch Hounds have also finished out their draft. Thanatos to round this one out. That's a very aggressive pick, and I think personally as a jungler, has a pretty decent matchup in a Raijin. Raijin's primary weakness in my mind is that delay and Thunder Crash. Just takes a little while to get in the air. So often the damage will come out, but you're not teleporting with it. I mean, Hovering Death can catch him. The Silence can catch it as well. What do you think about Thanatos as an answer to this comp?
I mean, as you said, it's a good matchup, or at least a pretty good matchup into Raijin. It's also something where this Yorm could become a problem. Yorm is just going to outfarm Athena. He's going to get ahead. If Athena falls behind a little bit, the Thanatos can just visit every blue buff. Maybe the Athena becomes just genuinely in a useless spot. I think this is a good pick from the Hounds. It gives them a chance to play early. They can play through solo lane now. I mean, the Ducky Yorm, it's one of his favorite characters, I'd assume, because he plays it all the time. Maybe he just thinks it's OP and he plays it all the time. But this at least gives that Hounds team an opportunity to play the game through solo lane. And I think it helps their comp a lot. Their comp obviously scales really well. Thana, even in his early game strength, he's got an execute late game, 40%, he just kills you. And then resets his cooldowns and kills everyone else. I mean, the Hounds, they picked a good comp into the Levi's comp. I still think this Levi's comp just has a lot less weaknesses, but, I mean, you're fighting fire with fire. They both kind of do everything pretty well, at least.
So we're obviously pretty big on the Leviathans draft here on the desk, but when you talk about the Eldritch Hounds, what's WinCon? Earlier it was, maybe we got to take this game a little bit later, aim for that 20-some-odd minute mark. Are you still of that mind, or has the draft development changed that at all?
I mean, late game, I don't even know if I'd want to play against the late game Levi's comp.
Oh, you're big on the Levi's
I think
draft.
that, like I said, it's crafted perfectly. I think you'd want to play through solo lane if I was the Hounds. I'd want to win that solo lane. I mean, if Yorm gets ahead, he can kind of run a game. He's unkillable. He does a lot of damage. He uses E-Staff better than any other god in the game, and it's 6% health trade from then to you. So, really, I would play through the Yorm.
So, Bobby thinks it's time to play through the Hounds solo laner. The Leviathan's clearly a great draft. Let's get it over to the casters and see how it goes down.
So much Mifflin and inbound. So we jump into game one here. It's Gore, it's Trelly, and it's going to be Doug giving us the view in. And Trelly, very importantly, the Leviathan's draft seems to be the one that everyone latched onto. And admittedly, you know, if you're looking at any piece of this, the one that stands out the most to me is the Raijin. And it's because the last time he was in the meta very significantly, and Shinto picked it, every chance he got, he went like 24-1 win-loss. Like, he lost a single game on this pick.
Yep, the Shinto Raijin is a tale that's feared across the lands. There's no doubt about it. Now this Raijin is just blanket statement better than the previous one because of the buffs, because of the addition of recipes. Shinto's going to be cooking with some Bountiful Bow. Those cooldowns are going to be insane. But I like that Mifflin did highlight that Raijin still does have his weakness. He's relatively easy to dive. This Thanatos can do it quite well. If BennyQ's able to force out that Thunder Crash, then Oath should be able to have a field day. Top of that with the amount of dive that Ducky and possibly Neil could even provide. Should be very interesting. It's all just going to be about, can Shinto use these beefy frontliners in the Athena and the Ares to just sort of protect him, because there's not much peel from Rongyu, right? He's going to chain, he's going to do damage, yes, but he's not going to be able to CC that much. It's all really on FineOK, and since he's over in solo, how often is he going to be able to make that rotation? Until late game, not so much, but once late game comes, he should always be around in the fights.
And I'm really excited to watch Panda Cat versus Coast over here. In the first few levels, the supports are probably going to ruin things and you know, make it the true 2v2. Keep it a fun duo lane, but that is why I'm excited for Panda Cat to be back in this lane, jumping in onto Coast. And not for anything other than maybe intimidation factor at this point. But Hachi, maybe safer clear, right, with the Heavenly Banner. It's going to create an interesting dynamic. Maui as well. I mean, you were making fun of me even earlier today because Maui's the guy I've been going to. But he hasn't been super popular in the SBL, and I, you know what? I'm okay to own that. We'll have to see what Neil's able to kind of bring this with. Because the last time Neil was playing, Maui was still relatively relevant. And so we'll have to see what he's going to be cooking up, you know, both him and Panda Cat after a pretty long break. Going to be jumping in to maybe admittedly some big shoes to fill. And Charlie says Oath isn't going for a gank just yet. I guess we can talk about how, you know, the dual lane was the big topic of conversation, not just for myself, but the desk was talking about it. Panda Cat had even said you got to play through the duo lane, maybe camp that guy. Do you think that's the play here? Or do you like what Adapting's been doing, where he typically sits over towards FineOK?
Yeah, no, I don't see Coast getting camped too hard just because he's Hachiman, right? And it's very difficult to try and find a gank onto this character. As long as he has his ultimate, that mounted archery is going to get him out of trouble 9 times out of 10. It's not easy for a Susano to find that gank. Of course, Adapting has a pretty easy play. If he can blink in and actually get that slipstream onto Coast, he can follow him and try and finish him off with that ultimate, but as long as Coast isn't getting overly aggressive, as long as he isn't getting baited in, which I would not be surprised if this does happen. Both Panda Cat and Coast love to get aggressive. They love to look for 1v1s, and they love to taunt each other. I would not be surprised if Panda Cat just starts taunting, staying back near the tower line, just enough to get Coast at that halfway point where Adapting can blink in. If he does have a solid item and a half and gets that slipstream onto him, then yeah, he could chase down Coast, he could find that kill. But if Coast keeps his ego in check and doesn't take those trades when he knows that Adapting could be nearby, he should be relatively safe.
Man, it feels like a duo lane that could have a lot of fun. So naturally, it's just been a little bit of poke here and there, nothing too crazy. Same thing goes for mid, though. Right now, realistically, it feels like Shinto, at least in my mind, I have such vivid memories of what he is capable of doing on Raijin from, I mean, at this point, what, 2 years ago? It was season 8, yeah, that it was really popping off. And so what he can do, what his opportunities are going to be, admittedly, all of them were towards late game. And part of me wants to know, and should look up later, how many of those were in conjunction with Rongyu on Yamoja, so we can try to splice down whose fault it was they were winning so much. But it does feel, again, just something that can be oppressive, Adapting on Susano. And so that brings us over towards the, I guess not necessarily unusual, Jormungandr in solo lane, right? He's been there a while. And Ducky, the last time we saw him, was trying to lock him in any opportunity. Athena, though, recently had some shifts throughout the kit, right? Nothing that was necessarily a huge buff or nerf, really moving things around to make them make more sense. Do you like FineOK taking it over into the short lane?
Yeah, I tend to agree with what Bobby was saying on the desk. I think Athena is a great look up against the Yorm. You can always just taunt out that consuming bellow. You don't have to worry about the damage too much. If someone does rotate over to try and stop your farm, you can ult away. You have that level of safety. And, of course, the changes to shield wall, adding that extra slow, can be impactful up against something like a Yorm who does not really appreciate being slowed down because of his passive, the way that he can't really be displaced, but the slows do start to add up. He's a big target. So I think that FineOK, definitely a smart look here. Also fearing that he's up against the magical and physical jungle solo combo, so doesn't just want to go in for a Genji's guard or any sort of damage at him. Goes for the Manticore spikes, recognizing health might be just a little bit more important.
Well, Coast shows exactly what you were talking about earlier, which is get on your ult, get out of jail free. Though notably, used it to avoid getting just chained, just flamed, and shot by Panda Cat. Ult for Wrong Hue is still there. Beads for Coast are still there. And so there's maybe some opportunities for a stun from Panda Cat on the On Her. Maybe engage from Wrong Hue. And I will say, it feels really nice, the Athena. You were talking about the slow on the shield wall now. Feels nice not having to dash and hit somebody, use the one thing you can to either engage or escape, just to make sure that they're going to slow down. It also feels good watching the Leviathans again. This is a methodical team, though a lot has changed, Trelly. If you think about what this team was when they won their championship and what they have now, although a lot of them still have the world champion tag, Panda Cat included. The Hounds, though, most recently, I mean, a massive 5-game set against the Ferrymen and Masters. And right now, about 600 gold in their favor. We're going to hit the 6-minute mark here in a second. And nobody's really gone. It's not even like a, oh, hey, they've missed first blood, somebody narrowly got out. They have not been looking for fights. I mean, a couple of pokes, a little bit over in the long lane, but nothing substantial from these teams. And is that more or less what you expect when you see these drafts?
Yeah, I think there was opportunity for some ganks, right? We see that time and time again, Oath is on time for the shield buff spawn over and left. The Thanatos will be at shield buff when it spawns in, every time if he can help it. And the question is, are Wrong Hue and Panda Cat pushed up, or are they backing up? More often than not, they're retreating, right? They are responding to that aggression. And if Oath is constantly here on the left side of the map, you better believe Adapting is keen to that. Now he's showing up to the shield buff. Not pulling it, though. Hiding. Looking for an initiation if possible. Oath doesn't have beads, so he would have to use that hovering death to get away from Wrong Hue. And that means he does have to respect the fact that there are 3 members of the Leviathans here.
Yeah, ward coverage great from the Leviathans to make sure they've got vision on this. And a good drop on the shield buff as well to make sure that it's not stolen by the Heavenly Banner. Panda Cat scoops that one up. Trelly, it's like a chess match. It's all about the movement. Neil Ma pressure onto Shinto in mid, but that's going to be a quick Thunder Crash and out. So it's all in the mini-map, honestly. I've been watching that more than anything here just to see how these teams are moving. I think Wrong Hue wants a little more. Didn't go for the blink, so has to walk in the old-fashioned way if he wants a big ult. It is still going to at least apply some pressure. The chains do a lot of damage here.
Oh.
If he had a little bit more follow-up, or more so if Neil wasn't solid at peel, that could have been a kill. But Benny Q gets to walk back under mid-tier 1 with half health. And it is going to be mid-camps on the left side going to the Leviathans.
Yeah, you got to have your ward coverage down. If Wrong Hue makes that wrap play and Raiju gets exploded, Benny Q is almost certainly dead because he's forced to beads and flicker away, still in range of Wrong Hue. He's almost certainly getting pulled back, and then you have to try and juke out Tycho drums, and it's just not a good time. But Benny Q plays it perfectly, and as you said, Neilma with the peel makes sure that Benny gets to hold on to his beads, and he's not in too much trouble. With the influx of Bountiful Bow, we've seen pretty much every support defaulting to getting that meditation and getting Cloak of the Ascetic online as quickly as possible, because you've got cooldown resets with your recipe, you got cooldown resets with your relic now, and it just really helps out for your team fight. Wrong Hue already has that. Neilma, a little bit behind, has not quite upgraded his relic, maybe waiting a bit more. Wrong Hue's also looking towards the left side of the map, possibly looking for an engage, misses the chain, and Adapting. He's just going to have to go for the shield buff again.
It's crazy watching a fight disappear like that right in front of your eyes. Like the minute you see the leap from Neil and the chain goes underneath him, you just know there's no chase, there's no follow-up. Adapting made the rotation this time. Oath on the right side of the map. So shield buff going to be contested slightly by the Hounds, but the 3v2 doesn't look like something they want to take too often. The other thing that really stands out to me, Trelly, you know, a lot of the gods that I jump to, like Maui's not necessarily meta, but like you can come up with plenty of reasons why he's still there.
Right.
On Her hasn't really been in that is he meta, is he not meta discussion. It feels like he's always just kind of, he's On Her. He's separate from the rest of them because he 1v1 so well, and it feels like a comfort pick to go to for Panda Cat.
Yeah, On Her is my second favorite ADC at the moment. I will say that Rama is still my cream of the crop. I just love that late game, but On Her, what he provides in my mind is great 1v1, as you said, but also great jungle fight. If I see a Thanatos coming into my lane and I'm On Her, I'm not too worried. I'm going to be like, okay, go ahead. Try and ult me. I'm going to jump over it. Try and get near me. I'm going to impale you away. You need to CC. I've got my ult. He's survivable despite not having that level of safety. even that with Coast, right? You can block Heavenly Banner with your pillar. You can even block the ultimate with your pillar. There's a lot of counterplay, and I think Panda Cat just wants to be on something that's comfortable and that he can deal with himself. He knew for a fact that he was laning with an Ares. He's going to have to fend for himself a bit, right? If that chain is missed, Rongyu's going to say, here's some HP 5, bro, good luck. And that's the end of the peel. So, Honor can fend for themselves pretty well. Not to say that it's going to be this top meta pick just because he can fight well. And now Coast might be in a little bit of trouble, boxing well, but here comes adapting.
Yeah, perfect. Close out, you would think, but Coast makes it up onto the horse.
He missed the 3.
And just walks away, and sometimes it's just that simple. You're not going to lock him down that easily. And it was essentially a 3v1 with Rongyu joining alongside adapting. And despite the positioning advantage, just unable to make that one work. Benikyu takes a lot of poke in mid. Leviathans look like they're hungry in the water. Knock up, not going to connect. Neil goes into the sky with the landfall. Pulls up the island, taunted back in, has the chain for the no escape. The Leviathans are not letting him go, and at 10:52, they put first blood on the board.
Yeah, that's a lot of ultimates to use, but hey, you got to confirm that kill. Unfortunately for Neil, once the chain's connected, it was pretty clear he was going to have to ult defensively and try and get away, and once that ultimate was down, it was pretty clear he was also getting pulled back in. Coast doesn't have the ultimate this time, but the chains coming in from Rongyu should be a guaranteed kill. It has to connect him, and he does. Now, Coast, who are you going to give the kill to? Rongyu picks that one up.
I don't know if he needed it, but I don't think they're going to complain, right? A kill's a kill. Didn't pull the beats, so Coast holds on to the relic, which is probably going to be very helpful for him. But, Charlie, 10 minutes, almost 11 full minutes of hardly any fighting, maybe some poke here and there, the opportunities just not presenting themselves openly. Suddenly you get 2 kills for the Leviathans. Now you're getting a small invades from the other side. Fine, okay, might be the target of aggression. Up into the sky goes. Whoa. Oh, then he dunks too soon. Fine, okay, with the dash gets out of there, and the team comes in to turn things around. Neil Ma's in trouble, and with one more, Auto Shinto closes that out. Thunder Crash forward onto Ducky, keeps him locked down for just a second. The chains. Good, the damage is there. You need a little help, and you're tanking the tower for your team. Fine, okay. Goes back to base, comes back in, looks for the kill, and finds what he needs. Puts Ducky down, and it's a 5-0 lead for the Leviathans.
I'm not saying that fight goes like exquisitely better if Oath gets that executed, but there was no reason to insta-pop it. Fine, okay, already had the dash charged. I understand the mindset. If he goes right now, maybe the dash isn't charged up yet. But it just took too long. Unfortunately, Oath up-downs, does not get the kill. Does not confirm anything on the final. Okay, he's able to retreat, go back to base, ult back in, and that is a disastrous turn of events there for the Eldritch Hounds. Of course, the Leviathans were already in the lead, but now you're putting so much XP in the pockets that Fury could be something that they're looking towards. They decide against it. They just go in for the farm. The Pyromancer hasn't even spawned in yet. They'll just take their beacon and decide to retreat. Either way, 5-0. Now you have to look at the relic situation as well. Benikyu doesn't have anything. He couldn't really even step up in that fight because his beads and Aegis were down. But Coast hasn't even been able to get back and get his second relic, sitting on just beads, no Aegis in tow. And he's been playing so safe up until this point. Now that he's got ward coverage, can push up in that lane. But it's all the Leviathans now. I expect a Pyromancer pull relatively soon, maybe with Panda Cat's help if he has to clear wave then rotate out. But at the very least, try and keep pushing this lead forward.
Fine, okay, right now, still bullying. Pyromancer. And Trelly, you know, I was making jokes about it earlier. It's the partner anniversary for SMITE game today. And I was talking about Prime subs constantly, which, by the way, for everyone in chat, those are free. You can just use them on the channel anytime you want. It's a button. If you look at, like, Oath's player cam right now, and then just, like, look slightly below that, assuming you're not in theater mode, there's, like, this big purple button. You can just press, and there's a free sub available for you every month if you have Prime Gaming. Which I only mentioned because the Pyromancer comes up, and we were talking about... I can't even remember at this point, but Pyromancer was linked to it. And that goes over to the Leviathans pretty easily. It's a Runic Bomb for Rongyu. Maybe a little bit more than just the Pyromancer and a Runic Bomb. It's going to be the purple buff. Thought they would go for a fight, maybe a Fury with how many people they had rotating over to the left. But it's just a small invade. Leviathans now up a little over 2,000 gold on the Hounds with the 5-0 lead. And Trelly? they've gone back to taking it easy. They know where their advantage is, and maybe more so, the Hounds know that they just can't step up to it right now.
Yeah, I mean, you have a Pyromancer down, so Rongyu's got the Runic Bomb in tow. Could group up and just try and push down a tower. Or possible Gold Fury attempts, all of which are in the Leviathan's wheelhouse. With Fine OK having that ultimate as well, can show up at any moment, right? That Defender of Olympus can make sure that this Athena gets active, can keep split pushing until a fight is needed. Whereas Ducky has to use that teleport. There is still ward coverage down. Ducky can always follow, just not as quick, not as immediate will that the rotation come through. So I want to see a Gold Fury pull, or at least a bait towards the Gold Fury. Sometime in the next couple minutes. I mean, Beacon's down, Pyro's down. The lead is in your hands if you're the Leviathans. Maybe they were just waiting for Rongu to hit 12 so he could grab that blink. Now they have a linear form of initiation. He can blink in, hit the chains, try and force beads. Look towards Benny Q. He's got no form of CC immunity available except for those beads. So once those are down, your engage looks a lot easier. Either way, grouping on the left side of the map, showing face towards that objective is the call. And look at Fine OK. He's not over in lane for a reason. I'm thinking Gold Fury could be coming soon.
The good thing about Fine OK, I mean, one, you've got the teleport online, but you also have Athena ult, right? You can just rotate in whenever your team needs it. He's going to be hanging out in mid. And the Beacon's not going to come back up for a few minutes here, so it does look like an immediate pull. Rongu starting up the Gold Fury, Panda Cat and the rest of the team rotating in to pick it up, and not a single Hound in sight. Instead, Oath and Ducky right now pushing down the right side lane, get a tier 1 in response. But it's a Gold Fury over to the Leviathans. And Trelly pushing themselves up a little bit further. The gold lead's not too out of hand at this point, 2,500. With that experience, almost 5,000, is pretty massive. And you're seeing that lead, you know, a level here or there. 2 levels for both of the duo lane. Now, this could be a big moment for Neilma. Unfortunately, the stun is a little too readable. Panda Cat gets out of there, no problem. But 16-14 for Panda over Coast, 12-10 for Rongu over Neil. That's where a majority of that experience is going to be sitting.
For now, Panda Cat's going for a solo invade. Rongu's on the way. Should be able to help out just by threatening the fact that he's on this side of the map, so the Elder Towns have to retreat. I mean, at this point, Gore, it's going to be Pyromancer and Beacon up again, and the question is, do the Elder Towns have a way to step back up? Sure, Benny Q, top XP in the lobby, the only one level 18. 000 has been sitting relatively farm-free at this point, so he can do some big damage. But my main issue at the moment of the Neilma can't do much. His engage doesn't have many great targets. Yeah, you can pull back in Raijin pretty easily, or just pull the beads. Adapting could be good, but he's got so much movement. Rongyu's not going to care too much, and now Coast is getting Tove underneath the tower. His beads are down. That's at least going to net the tier 1.
And Panda Cat showing that it's just as simple to do it as it used to be. Walked in for the stun clean. And I was going to compliment him. I think the Olympian on her, just those autos.
Oh, yeah.
Feel so clean, so smooth. And it has to feel right at home for Panda Cat. Pyromancer started up by the Elder Towns, getting taken down to about half health. Neil and Ducky step forward. There is going to be a response here. Good taunt from Fine OK onto Oath, forces him up into the sky, and he's going to come crushing down. This time he gets the execute, takes care of the Athena from the solo lane. Pyromancer still going to be the main target. Raijin, a lot of damage there onto Ducky. Landfall pulls up but doesn't pull in. Rongu tries the same but unable to find anything with his ultimate as he goes fishing. Shinto goes forward. Again, a little extra damage. Oath in trouble. Autos from Panda and damage from Adapting. Make sure this goes 1 for 1. Rongu, super low, has to fall back. And Adapting, while he's playing aggressive, seems to recognize something a little bit better. The calls come out, and it's Pyro. Leashed over towards Panda and Shinto. Benny steps back in. Leviathan secure it. Panda Cat even jumps forward, uses the beads, and is trying to stay aggressive. Adapting down to Coast in the back. Is able to find a nice solo kill against the jungler. So now a 1 for 2 trade. The Hounds pick up their first couple of kills of the game, and the Pyromancer still going the way of the Leviathans.
Man, I mean, that fight all kicks off with a great pick there from the Elder Towns. I was wondering how Fine OK got shredded so easy. Then I looked at his build. He did not have that tier 2 Spellbound Kusari. It was just Manticore Spikes, Glad Shield, Relic Dagger, right? A lot of HP, not a lot of pride. Immediately gets shredded through and recognizes, hey, Benny Q kind of burns me. I'm going to need to get some magical defense online as soon as possible. Does pick it up. And then unfortunately, the pick after the fact. You see that at the very least, Coast was able to find a 1v1 versus Adapting in the jungle, so not all bad there for the Elder Towns. But it started off so well. I really thought that they would be able to turn that into a Pyromancer and an easy retreat, right? You're behind. You don't have to stick around. You don't want to bite off more than you can chew. Take your pick. Take your Pyro. Get out. But unfortunately, the Leviathans still demand respect. And they were able to pick up that Pyro despite losing Fine OK and pick up some picks afterwards. Now Oni Fury, topic of conversation. That's going to be up real soon. Both teleports are available at that point because Ducky's is up in 15 seconds. But doesn't seem like there's an immediate look towards it. Actually, the Leviathans are grouping up towards Fire Giant.
They've got a 4,000 gold lead right now to play with. 4 kills over, but like you said, just 20 minutes in, a little over.
They want Ducky?
And they're going for the fight. They pull in Ducky. They've got the taunt. They're going for a little bit more. And the ult from adapting, not for the knockup, just for the damage. And they find the kill there, but it's a group up from the Hounds to match. Tier 1 in right from the Leviathans. Traded for the Tier 1 in mid as the Hounds continue to push forward. They're going to take the Tier 2 in mid, no problem. At this rate, we're looking at a small base race as the minion wave favoring the Eldritch Hounds. Fine, okay. A step forward is going to be here for a defense, but what can he do? Taunt in onto Neil Ma. Get some good damage out there, but they still lose the bird. Now his job, stop the backs, so your team can try to find one to match. It seems like that's going to be easily done. Panda Cat with a lot of damage. Now with the chains here, Neil Ma is going to go down. Shinto will pick up a kill, and that's going to be a pick onto Neil, a respawning Ducky currently. And Trelly with the Phoenix is going down, 1 in mid and 1 in right. You have to imagine now the Leviathans feel confident in their Fire Giant.
Yeah, I love that play from the Leviathans. I thought it was just fine. Okay, being sent back immediately wrong. You says, hey, we just need adapting and Panda Cat to actually get that right side bird. Now we send the whole squad back, get the pick on a Neil, and get a free Fire Giant for our troubles. Sure, you lost mid Phoenix, but you got Fire Giant. Just group up and push through mid lane and deal with those fire minions directly. The Eldritch Hounds grab the Oni Fury, sure, but those minions shouldn't be that big of a deal. The Leviathans are able to push up, and they're not even going back. They're just going to grab this Tier 1 tower first, all the while adapting. They're still farming up, trying to hit level 20. What is the next play, though? Group up. Look in the jungle. Coast is pushed up. I don't think that adapting can stop his back. He's not quick enough. But they do have to worry about Oni minions and the fire wave pushing up mid. But, hey, the Eldritch Hounds also have to worry about that right side wave, right? That Phoenix was matched by the push from the Leviathans.
Yeah.
And now they're just trying to get adapting level 20 and figure out how they're going to siege down these Phoenixes.
Honestly, I was surprised we waited this long to see some of the backs come through. It was 2,000 gold, or just about 2,000 in hand for Panda Cat before he backed. It is 2,000 in hand before back for Ducky. And it felt like, I mean, you got a Tier 1, a Tier 2, a Phoenix, another Tier 1, the Fire Giant. You had so much gold just sitting in your pocket waiting to be spent. And some massive power spikes coming online. And I guess now this leads us to a discussion that Myth was sort of heading on the desk as we got into it, which is, we know Merlin pretty solid at defense, but how's the rest of the Hounds look as the Leviathans start to step up?
It's not easy, but I will say you always have to watch those health bars, right? Oath executing your tank who is tanking up a Tier 2 or tanking up the Phoenix is always a threat, even with meditation. It's not easy for Rongu to get out of threshold if he has to tank up a Phoenix or a Tier 2 tower. Benny Q's just going to keep clearing the waves, though. Chucking out big AoE damage, hopefully put a stop to the push of the Leviathans, and try and focus out Panda Cat. He's the best look at trying to get one of these Phoenixes down. But with 2 Runic Bombs in tow, Fine OK and Wrong U, if they can get in, they could absolutely destroy a Phoenix before the siege even begins, really. So I'm thinking that's the easiest call, as you can see why it's so difficult to push into Merlin. Everyone just getting poked out when Benny Q steps forward.
We got the minion wave here. Panda Cat a couple of autos. That'll knock down the Tier 2. Taunt good from Fine OK onto Benny Q. Forces the beads early. And that might be a saving grace here for the Leviathans, giving them an opportunity to get aggressive under Phoenix. Clearing out some wards on the right side of the map. Stygian Beacon's going to be coming in soon. Pyromancer's up now. Fire Minion's going in on right. The Leviathans decide to pull back. Go for the neutral objective in the Pyro. And Trelly, in some instances we've seen, when the beacon comes up around this 24-minute mark, you might want to leave it alone so you can actually go into the Titan room and kill it. But it feels like with the pace these teams have set, and specifically the map state right now, might as well get the Titans out here and see what you can push with them.
Seems to be the call. Leviathans go back. Hit some crucial power spikes. Still adapting. Finally, I believe we'll upgrade to that Bumbus Hammer, which he does. I've not sold the Bountiful Bow yet holding on. I know that Shinto probably has plenty of gold in hand. Yeah, about 3K at this point, so could go back.
This is about to be a full item.
Yeah, buy a full rod or divine, whichever one he's really looking towards. That's usually the last item. Actually goes for the Typhon's Fang. That's going to be interesting. The extra percent pen, certainly beneficial. Isn't going to be proccing it that easily. Either way, plenty of damage coming from Shinto. 3-0-4 has been level 20 for, I want to say, a solid 6 or 7 minutes now at this point. He just got extra farm flooding in towards that Raijin pick. But remember those Phoenixes that were gone earlier? Those are now respawned. Both mid Phoenix for the Leviathans and right for the Eldritch Hounds. Has him back up. Final K is going to cap this last beacon slowly but surely, and we'll see that the Titans will be unleashed over in left lane. Exactly what the Leviathans were looking for. They still have a tier 2 tower to take out, so that makes sense. I don't think you go in for the bird, though. I'm thinking that's going to be a tier 2 push. Grab yourself a Fury. They might not even push in with the Titans, honestly, if they feel that a lost fight, or if they overextend means the Fire Giant goes down. Playing this one slow seems to be the call.
Yeah, very tame power play, right? They got the Fire Giant, and I think they knocked down the tier 2 in mid, and that's pretty much the only thing they got with the FG. They had taken the right side Phoenix before that. And now, Primal Fury and the tier 2 in left going to go down after the FG wears out. And so the Titans are going to start moving. Looks like a reset back from the Leviathans. Fire Giant going to be spawning in around 30 seconds or so. And so, Trelly, I guess the question is, where do you put your focus if you're the Hounds? Do you step to the Fire Giant fight, knowing it's not enhanced, but knowing that it's very dangerous to let go? Or do you do, I guess, more or less with the grouping we're seeing right now, stay with the Titans, see what you can push back?
Yeah, no, you definitely destroy this Titan immediately, give up that Fire Giant. It's not enhanced, it is not the end of the world, and you work on trying to hit some crucial power spikes. That's the only play here for the Eldritch Hound as far as I'm concerned. It's not like the lead is so insurmountable that you couldn't look for a possible defense under your Phoenix, but a jungle fight could just be the end of the game. So I like this call. Immediately deal with the Titan, make sure that yours is still marching forward, and then back up and prepare for essentially the Phoenix Siege that is going to save your game, hopefully, right? You hope that Rongyu blinks in, doesn't find too crucial of an ultimate, he tanks up Phoenix for too long, and then Oath's able to find an execute, then you chase them down. That's the dream situation there for the Eldritch Hounds. Not saying it's easy, because of course Rongyu is level 20 and has essentially full build besides his Bountiful Bow, whereas Neil was looking for table scraps to hit level 15 so he could finally upgrade that Sentinel's Embrace. I mean, had to pivot into cheaper items like Magi's just to get some damage online, or some tank stats rather, because this Maui has been melting first in all the engagements.
Yeah. 4 level difference still, 4 level deficit.
He hasn't even sacked his starter, his recipe yet, I didn't even realize.
That actually maybe hurts more than anything. He's not been getting the benefits. You were actually highlighting some of those earlier. At least the combination of what the bow can give you with the cloak when you upgrade your meditation. We haven't gotten to really see that from Neil. Unfortunate for the Hounds. As now left side Phoenix, pretty soft defense from the Hounds overall. They are going to step forward though and force the Leviathans to fall back before it goes down. A couple autos is going to be all it takes. They've got a single big minion to try and get it done. There's the rest of the crew as they walk forward, but it's this weird balance. Chelly Hounds have enough going for them. Trying to step through this narrow pathway could be devastating. Beniku specifically, a lot of damage from him. They have to be worried about it. There's going to be one, at least massive cooldown for him. Maybe not massive, but something to keep him going. Rongyu steps in. Couple of autos from Panda's all they need. Neil's taking up the damage, but maybe he doesn't want to. A lot gets thrown their way. Maui goes in for the landfall, pulls in Fine. Okay, up into the sky goes Oath, looking for the execute. But if he goes in on Rongyu, it's too deep, and he just can't find it. Taunt a little short from Fine. Okay, it does not matter. Phoenix is the target. Phoenix is the goal. And they find that one, plus Coast, plus Oath as they surge forward into the base and find everything they've been looking for. Double kill for Shinto the Titan. In trouble, Neil Ma goes down to add a third for the mid laner. And the team keeps on pushing. First game over to the Leviathan.
Wow, I mean, you could see what the plan was. It was written in the stars, right? Get a low health Rongyu, get the execute, chase out. But the meditation baited Oath. He went into the sky. He's like, wait, every single tick that comes through, he could be at a threshold. Decides not to go forward. Adapting goes to the back line, just deletes the carries. And by the end of that game, Oath did less damage than Neil. That Thanatos never got a chance to shine. Bottom of the charts. I mean, 3K total.
Yeah.
I think Neil did 32. Very low damage, low fight game from the Elder Towns. They just couldn't find a way in.
I mean, first blood didn't happen until essentially 11 minutes in, and all of a sudden we saw it go first blood, then second blood, and then the next fight it's 5-0, and yeah, they were able to turn some kills around, but it took a little while to get there, and I think the damage numbers that you threw out for Oath maybe highlight it more than anything where things were going for them.
Yep.
And it wasn't in the jungle, it wasn't in the fights, it wasn't in the neutral objectives, and it wasn't in game 1, at least as far as we saw.
Yeah, I'm thinking game 2 definitely need to switch up draft-wise, letting this Raijin through maybe is a big issue. It didn't seem like there was any reason to dive to Shinto because no one could outdamage him, right? If you can't kill him in that ultimate, why even near him?
And you know what? That's probably that's at least step one on probably a 5 to 10 step plan for the Hounds to try and get things back under wraps. They've got a lot of things to figure out, and of course they got a little bit of time to do so. We're going to kick it to a quick break, and then when we get back, it's game 2.
Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know me. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me.
Welcome back, Smite fans, and that was a quick one. Still Mifflin, still Bobby on the desk. Leviathans obviously off to a very fast start there. I mean, you called it. Perfect draft. You'd really expected to get started quickly, Bobby, and you're absolutely correct. But before we jump into the nitty-gritty, before we start doing all that, what was it that you said? All that great analysisizing. Good stuff, Bobby. We've got some big news for you, Smite fans. Avatar Chest, available now in-game. Make sure you're checking that one out, getting all your cool Avatar The Last Airbender swag. I'm talking the guy who drinks tea. I'm talking the one with the arrow on his head. I'm talking about not a Pokemon. I'm talking about the Earthbender. And I'm talking about Roku, the one that everybody knows, Avatar Roku, obviously like the 16th Avatar in the line. Go ahead, log in now. It's 600 gems to pick that one up. And why wouldn't you? If you're playing any of those gods and you're not using those skins, we're all assuming you're just worse at the game. And you don't want that prejudice on you. I mean, Bobby, you use those skins, right?
I mean, I do, but I'm just disappointed that you had to say the Pokemon-looking one.
What are you talking about?
The one with the arrow on his head. Like, that's just disrespectful.
I know all those guys. You didn't hear me say Roku?
I'm just so disappointed. I'm, like, fuming right now that you didn't name a single one other than Roku.
That's the deep cut, bro. That's how I prove. Everyone at home knows, guys. I know Avatar, guys. I'm a ball knower. Do I look at the type of dude who doesn't know Avatar? Bobby.
I mean, it doesn't matter what you look like. You just didn't know.
Okay. Let's talk about the game, Bobby. Let's get back on track. It's the Atlantis Leviathans with a really strong composition that dominate legitimately every single portion of this game. What'd you see?
I mean, kind of just how it was expected to play. Dual lane was the focus. That's what Panda said. We're going to be playing around dual lane. The first plays started being made around dual lane. Panda got ahead, and honestly, Coast kind of got sat on a little bit, and he didn't get the same amount of help that Panda actually did, and so it wasn't really ever a 1v1. A couple times, Panda actually baited him into kind of taking almost a 1v1, kind of playing on Coast's ego a little bit, and he actually just got baited into a couple deaths or getting his beads or his ult forced. Mid-game, flawless. Like, their team fighting was just so strong, and it was so, like, it was just like their strength that's what they played around, and they played around it really well. Honestly, shout out Hounds. They made a couple good plays. Their macro in that late game portion, trading Phoenixes, even when they were so far behind, was solid. But when it came down to it, the 5v5 of the Levi's was just way too strong.
Yeah, a bit of a draft death there in game one. I got to give you some props, though, Bobby. You had said on the initial desk, the only way you saw the Hounds picking up a kill was a literal execute onto Athena, and that's really all that worked out for them, so good eyes on you. I suppose spotting some opportunities for the Hounds. Not enough to get them through the game, but certainly still, you deserve some credit. The Atlantis Leviathans, they have to have their draft restricted. The Hounds have got to be talking about how they take away those individual pieces. There was just so much value in their top 3 as we take a look at the post-game stats to see exactly how that one goes. Keep your eyes on the supports and jungles. 1-0-11 for Rong Yu, 12 affected kills. He was really setting the pace early on. It was actually a part of the first 5 early rotations out of that Ares and tons of damage as well. And then Adapting, of course, has himself a very good performance. Standouts, of course, across the board. Only 2 deaths, not really a whole lot to complain about from the Leviathans. The Hounds, though, in a best of 5, at least have the leeway of saying, well, game 1 maybe doesn't matter all that much.
Yeah, and with that, I hope that they kind of learn. Shinto on Raijin, I mean, that was like a vintage Shinto game. He did 20k. The next highest was 13. And then, I mean, Coast was behind. If you're behind on Thana, it's really hard to get damage out. He only ended up doing 3k. 3k from a jungler, I mean, it's not really going to get the job done. So I think it's like the rest of the comp that was more so the problem, that the comp that the Levi's got more so than the Hounds outright comp was just bad. There was just so many strengths in that Levi's comp. I want to start with that Raijin ban, get that out of there. You can beat Ares on her. They do like the one thing well where they just have a strong laning phase and you just have to play for late game. But start with that Levi's, Raijin, get that out of there. Maybe even take first side, see if they can get a prio pick from it and kind of go from there. I don't see anything else from this comp that was really strong though.
So as we jump into P's and B's, we'll see if some of those adjustments are made. You're calling for a Raijin ban, but there still are so many picks right now. It feels like that you just really need to deal with. Leviathans in that first pick position once more. We'll go ahead and take away the Pele themselves, a god that has been dominant, has that flexibility, could go jungle, could go mid. Wherever he goes, going to be real fast, has all that fuel available to him with those changes. The Eldritch Hounds, though, will take one dedicated target ban and a takeaway from the Leviathans, starting off with that Ares. Rong Yu just having a bit of a too good game there. But Raijin still available, still a major contention point. Can you see the Leviathans, if Raijin's available, just taking it first off?
I mean, you kind of have to. They first picked it last time. The picks are kind of laying out the same for the Levi's. The only thing changing is, right now, Bog is getting through, Raijin is getting through, or Hebo is getting through. The opportunity that the Hounds have in front of them is, if they don't think Bog is that much better, they just off-ban. Throwaway ban this on her, throwaway ban the Athena, something, just throwaway ban it, and you get a 2-for-1 trade. They first pick Bog, you get Raijin Hebo, put the Hebo in the jungle. There's a lot of opportunity for what the Hounds want to do with their draft here, and if they don't play one, or if they do think that Bog is just way too strong, and they think the Raijin is actually even more strong than the Chernobog, this is our first Chernobog game we're going to be able to get, if the Levi's prio it.
Yeah, up until this point, Chernobog had been banned in the first phase of every single game and set during this event. This is the first time he has been competitively available, and the Leviathans snap lock it immediately. It's that global presence, it's the damage output. Is it the itemization? What is it, Bobby, that makes this guy just so strong?
All the above.
Okay.
Itemization, his kit's just really strong right now. Those changes really helped him out. I mean, his one weakness, obviously, he's not the greatest laner. He doesn't clear wave all too well. He doesn't fight in laning phase all too well. But, I mean, last game went 10 minutes without a kill. A Chernobog that's not doing anything for 10 minutes is the Chernobog I want on my team. Because then late game comes, he's going to be just shredding through everyone. Also, Fail Not is incredibly strong right now for him. He gets the mitigation from Fail Not on top of the mitigation from, or I guess it's damage reduction that Fail Not gives. And then he gets to ult in with also 20% mitigation. So Chernobog uses that item really well. He can even dive backlines like no hunter can.
And now it's the Eldritch Hounds considering another Jormungandr lock-in. So what we'd seen from them in response last time around. I mean, I've always just said, if you're locking Jorm this early, it's mostly about the safety. If items are good, I mean, he doesn't really have a poor laning phase. Do you think this is a good response from the Hounds, or would you like to see something else?
I mean, is it not risky to let them have Chernobog first pick and then have Hebo second pick? The flex potential from Hebo playing both jungle mid, Chernobog playing jungle mid, or ADC mid, I mean, maybe some semblance of jungling, but I'd expect not. And they go for the on her now. So now, this Hebo is left open. Hebo, a good pick also into on her. The carpet just gets rid of on her slow on his one, or from the shifting sands. It just seems like the Levi's are setting themselves up with this draft, and the Hounds are kind of just playing right into it. Like you said, I agree. I don't know where the Jorm value kind of comes from. It's a god that just kind of does what it does. It wins lane, and it's a god you can rely on. It's reliable. Maybe that's why they like it. But Hebo just has so much value at this point. It's just a little mind-blowing to see it just kind of glossed over.
Yeah, and talk to me about this on her pick a little bit. We've been seeing it a lot. I thought maybe it was just a flavor pick yesterday. I believe we've seen it once, maybe twice. Today, PandaCat plays it. We know it's been his MO for a good long while. Is on her like that guy right now? Is he just that strong, or is it just both of these hunters like to play aggressive and on her fits that style?
I think you have to assume it's that. Nothing's happened with on her. His build isn't any particularly better than another hunter's build. I think it's just both Coast and Panda like this god. If he takes the honor, maybe there's a little extra pressure on the Chernobog going to Panda, so there's no double ADC or something like that. But I think it's just Coast saying, I got kind of bullied a little bit last game. Give me the honor. I'm going to do what he did to me, play around my lane.
Yeah, a vote of confidence from Vote saying he could do exactly what PandaCat was able to accomplish just himself. Leviathans taking some time with their second and third pick, working through that bank time. 30 seconds left there. I mean, you've essentially got the field available to you. You brought up the Hebo as maybe just a strong flex pick. Could go mid, could go jungle. Regardless, will still do massive damage and have decent matchup into the on her. Instead, it's the Horus locked in, and the Amaterasu hovered as well. A very strong front line from the Atlantis Leviathans. We were concerned about initiation. Don't be anymore. That's all you need.
I mean, Chernobog, Horus, Ama, a ton of global, a ton of movement speed. There's so many ways for them to play around the map. The macro that kind of just opens up to them, their ability to play solo lane and duo lane and mid lane, all essentially at the same time with this P's and B's. It just opens up kind of what they can just do whatever they want in this second phase of picks. I think that they maybe should have picked the Hebo there and opted to delay the Horus or something, but if they just don't see value in Hebo, if they want like just a true mid laner and a true assassin, I don't mind this. This is just a pretty well-rounded comp as long as they get a good magical damage dealer.
And Bakasura hovered on the other side. That's something we've seen from Oath a fair deal in the past. Actually has a decent matchup, and the Horus in particular can restrict 50% of his kit. Amaterasu as well, very reliant on that dash. Chernobog needs his dash to get into the walls and be safe. But instead, it's a last-second pivot to the Susano. Essentially a pick and a ban in one. You're taking away from the Leviathans and still grabbing yourself a very high priority pick. It's a little bit of AoE CC, which is what I've always said is one of the weaknesses of Jormungandr, is his inability to be that dedicated initiator. When I see these other soul laners, these standard warriors, they'll start the fight for you. Yorm can go in with a knockup, but outside of that, doesn't really have that much lockdown. Maybe Susano can right that ship a bit.
I mean, like you said, it does help their dive a lot. They now have CC in their dive. It's not like they were lacking damage. Yorm is a damage dealer, essentially, in solo lane. That's just a little bit safer. So Yorm, Susano, provides a lot of dive, a lot of damage, a lot of CC now, and it gives them an opportunity to kill the enemy mid, where I don't think they necessarily had it last game. Yorm diving, like I said, damage, no CC. Is Thana giving any CC? Not really. He just wants to execute. So I like this little shift up from Oath. I think the Susano helps their dive a little bit more, and it makes the Levi's have a lot less picks that they can actually play, because there's just so much just CC and disruption on this dive.
Well, you're a little bit early on it in the first test, but you finally caught up to it. Mercury is banned out by the Eldritch Hounds, Bakasura as well. Leviathan's eyes towards Ganesh and Merlin taken off the table, so Benny will have to go a little bit deeper into his own god pool. As Terra for Neilma as the lock-in. Strong counter initiation. Maybe that's the idea of it. You don't want to deal with Horus and Amaterasu running you down with a presumed jungle lock-in. Presumed. Hoyi hover. Just got to be messing around a bit, surely.
Bog jungle.
You think
I said
so?
there was a chance.
You think so, really?
I would say no, but they're hovering it. A Hebo.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So double Hunter Hebo is what they opt for instead, I'd assume.
It's got to be, right? If the Hoyi gets locked in. Hebo, massive damage output, exactly what you had called for. And then Hoyi should be the duo lane, or do you want him in mid?
I want to see Hu Yi in duo. Is there any god that can fight on her in these 1v1s like Hu Yi? There is very few, if any, that wants to fight like Hu Yi. This Levi's comp is just play around side lanes. Let the Chernobog farm, he'll ult to the lane he needs to go to. Hebo can rotate with his carpet, movement speed buff, and he'll just take over all over the map. The Levi's comp has now shifted from last game, where it's this really strong 5v5 comp. Now it's this comp that wants to get involved in mid-game. They want to play around those side lanes. They want to be pushing the tier 1 outside towers, even going for some tier 2 towers. And then they have the global presence and the global pressure from Horus to eventually start grouping, and eventually even splitting the map more, or grouping themselves around the map more and around objectives.
So the Leviathans playing through the side lanes in individual matchups. What do you think of this Eldritch Hounds draft now that we've got eyes on all 5? Is it a team fight draft? Are we playing for the early? Is it objective? What are they aiming for?
It's got to be a team fight draft. When you're playing raw Terra, Raw really wants to play around these quick kind of fights, backup heal. Tara wants to have these all-in, protect her backline type of fights, and I think it lends this Hounds to actually win a portion of the game. I think their late game team fights is actually going to be really strong to fight into, and it's going to be hard for the Levi's to actually dive this backline. Tara's a really good peeler into them.
Are you not worried at all about maybe Ra's survivability against all this dive the Leviathans have got, though? I mean, Hebo's very fast. Chernobog, as you said earlier, can just jump into that shadow, and that's ignoring Horus and Amaterasu running you down. Do you think there's enough peel on the side of the Eldritch Hounds to keep that Ra alive?
Well, I think it's more, if they do dive in, we have to kill them faster than we die. And I think they have that. Yorm, Susano. I mean, even Tara as a support has really good damage. And then you look at on her Ra's, their two main backliners. That is a lot of damage that you have to dive into. If Hebo's not careful, if he blinks in, he might just get one shot faster than he can one shot.
Yeah, that's always a concern with Hebo. It's the Atlantis Leviathans, the Eldritch Hounds as we move in to a Game 2 situation. The Atlantis Leviathans went out in Game 1 convincingly. Very quick match there. Only 2 deaths. The Eldritch Hounds now trying to right the ship. If you gotta give it to me straight, Bobby, give it to me real blanket statement. Who you got winning this one?
I think the Hounds will even this up. It's just such an easier comp to run.
You think so? Just so simple from the Eldritch Hounds. I'm not so certain, though. I love their initiation. I love their counter initiation. They've got great follow-up from range. That Searing Pain, of course, going to be really good in situations like Jormungandr going in with that knock-up or Tara connecting with that stun from a range. But I don't know, Bobby. I'm not one to argue with my analysts. You know, I've never done that before. But I just really do. You convinced me when you're singing the praise of the Leviathans compositions earlier. You convinced me on them a little bit. Are you sure? You're going Hounds all the way.
Okay, they did play really good Smite last game. It's just a different style of comp, and it's a little worrisome if they can run this different style just as well as they ran the last style. If they can, this might be a 3-0. If they can't, I mean, they're going to have to go kind of more to the team fight a little bit more.
Okay, fair enough. So the Leviathans, maybe a little bit less focused on teamfight as they were previously. The Eldritch Hounds, maybe a little bit more so. I've got maybe a timer on it. What do you think? What's the time frame on this Eldritch Hounds draft? Is it we're starting off early? Do we want to group up around these objectives early on? Or is it more so like, let's get to that 15-20, then start to play our game?
Last game I said that the Levi's had kind of everything that was really good. I think those Hounds have kind of the same thing. They can play early, mid, late. It's just whenever they want to, and I think that's really good with their comp, so.
Well, you all have heard it from the desk. Now, let's hear it from the casters as we jump right into the game.
Thanks so much, Mifflin and Bobby. Again, as we jump in to Game 2 here, Leviathans lead the Hounds 1-0. It's going to be Gore, it's going to be Trelly, and of course, it's going to be Duck giving us the views in. And Trelly, I'm going to carry on a conversation like adjacent to what the desk had been talking about, which was, you know, speed of the game, things like that. But I'm going to bring it into you maybe a little more hyper-pointed, which is, do you think with these two comps that it takes another 11 minutes to get to First Blood this time?
Well, I didn't think that in game number 1 we were going to have to wait till 11 minutes. I see more.
So now you got to hedge your bets.
Yeah, I see more of a passive start here. Adapting and Shinto, in my mind, don't have much engage. What they have is the counter engage, right? If Oath blinks in, there could be a knockup from Adapting, maybe a rooting from Shinto, things like that. But they don't really have the ability to step forward and create that fight. Benny Q on this Raw, he's going to be playing pretty safe as well. Just stay back, try to, you know, avoid fighting as much as possible, heal up, that sort of thing. So I don't think, I hope we don't wait till 11, but it seems like we're gearing up for a bit of a passive start. Probably just traditional wave clear. Maybe Oath looks for a blink, trying to pull a beads onto Adapting, but if Benny Q can't hit the Celestial Beam, which is very difficult to hit early on, by the way, it's usually max range. You're not able to get within melee range of a Hebo at level 2 without blink. So if that doesn't happen, then yeah, probably not going to be too much bloodshed.
I'm excited to watch. Honestly, so much here because it just has lined up in a way that has made things interesting. I mean, Coast playing the On Her this time around versus Panda Cat on Ho Yi, which I think is always going to be fun. Ho Yi's, you know, really good at boxing. There's always conversations, it feels like, Trelly, when Ho Yi gets drawn into a meta, because, and it's almost always around his passive, right? Because it's like, okay, is it a crit meta? Can it work out for Ho Yi? Even beyond the passive, though, right? If we ignore that part of the kit, he's just got a fun kit to watch and a fun one, in my opinion, to play as well. but it's going to be great for these boxing matches with the on her.
Ronnie forgot his bow.
And he went back.
And he backed and started cooking. You could see he was laughing. My man had to go all the way back to base. Almost, he's going to miss a little bit of farm boy, but at least he started cooking. Yeah, I agree. I think that Hou-Yi can bring some fine dynamics. His early clear is usually the issue. Sure, he's got decent buff clear, but the wave clear can be a bit of an issue. And because of that, you got to look for Hou-Yi to sit back for a while. Has decent 1v1 for sure. Up against something like On Her, it really is a battle of who's hitting these stuns consistently and who's getting more value out of their ultimates. But because of that, like I said, not going to be stepping up. Panda Cat cannot clear a wave, and if Oath's not in mid lane, he's probably nearby. Good luck to just walk away.
And that's something I'm expecting to see a lot more. Ducky under a little bit of pressure from adapting, and fine, okay, adapting on this Hebo. And that's the thing that was fun about this draft, right? You get two warriors, right? The Amaterasu and Horus, although it's easy to forget Horus is a warrior. He has that warrior scaling early on, so maybe a little bit of pressure that he can apply. The Amaterasu as well, going to be great in the late game. We've seen what a lot of these players, fine, okay, on that list, have been able to do with the Ama presence in the backline. But adapting onto Hebo and Shinto, very importantly onto Chernobog, who's been banned up to this point. So two, I think, facets of the game that we just haven't gotten to see a lot lately. One of those being Global Ultimate, and the other one just having a lot of damage.
You're going to have to play faster, though. I mean, the Horus can bring a little bit, but Horus does not inherently bring that lane pressure. Yeah, he's got CC. Yeah, he's got control, but doesn't clear the wave that effectively just yet. And, of course, throw that with a Hou-Yi, you're going to be under tower for quite some time. Coast is really enjoying stepping forward. I'm thinking he may be a little bit too far forward, though. Essentially gets well underneath half of HP, just trying to get those bastions. Neilma is positioning for a possible invade, but it's not going to be easy, especially with your on her that weak. And Oath actually gets knocked up under tower. Wow. Goes in for the invade, is able to grab it. So the Hounds are definitely looking for that aggression. They're stepping forward. They're getting very low doing so.
Staying aggressive. Speaking of which, it's Wrong You versus Neil for the purple. Neil wins that one out. Oath, as you mentioned, took a tower shot earlier. Now it's going to be Shinto joining the fray. Has the damage. One more auto, and 3 minutes in, first blood goes to the Leviathans. But Trelly, they're not done just yet. Ducky in a precarious position. Blue buff invade successful on right. They're going to let Ducky lie. Walk away with their one kill. The buff stolen. And feeling pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the benefit of this pick, right? We've seen, I mean, pretty much every set up until this one, Chernobog has been banned. Received some buffs, is a little bit more lethal, but something that he's always had and has not changed is the ability at level 5 to join a team fight immediately. And with Oath being level 4, didn't have Blink, didn't have any more dashes. It's as easy as Shinto clicking on him, flying in, and making sure to hit that root. That's an easy first blood for the mid laner, who was notably a big issue in game number 1 on the Raijin. Send Shinto over to a first blood when he's got a magical jungler, by the way. So Hebo's going to provide that burst. Now you just got double ADC Hebo, and they're ahead. Leviathans have a great start.
And I know that was something Inbound had mentioned towards the end of the desk. Was just, if they can play the comp right, we might see a 3-0 just because of the way things are. But it's a different enough comp. I couldn't just give them the benefit of the doubt from it. And I think that just one kill, it's only actually 100 gold really separating them. So the Leviathans aren't super far ahead just yet. Still plenty of room for things to shift and shake. But it is dangerous territory if this team is able to run and continue at the pace that they were last time around. I'm excited for something that's on the other side, though. I talked a little bit about Coast on the on-her. I love watching Bunny Hugh play Raw. I think maybe more than any other Raw. I'm trying to think of it. Tings is maybe the only guy who pulls him out every now and then. Otherwise, Benny just seems to hit those snipes something different in late game.
Yeah, I agree. Even off of good setup, off of no setup, Benny Q is sending out those snipes consistently, and it is a joy to watch. Benny Q's playing this Raw pick even when it's not meta, and for a while it hasn't been, but he still likes to look towards it. And I think Raw is just great early game as well. The heal, make sure that your solo laner doesn't get poked out when you do the speed and the blue buff start, when you pull that over to your back harpies. And then after that, you should just have phenomenal pressure in lane. I mean, you see Adapting never really wanted to get close, didn't want to look for a fight because of that heal. Oh man, Oath once again dashes forward, and here comes Shinto, luckily able to blink out before any combat comes through. Ducky also forced into that ultimate. They got to watch out for these invades, man. Every time Oath goes for that blue buff, Shinto is looking to try and fly in. But because Shinto flies over right, BennyQ able to steal away the green buff. I guess that's worth it in the end, right? You get 2 ultimates down. Sure, Oath had to blink, but you ended up invading the green. Trade that for your blue buff. The Hounds are okay with that one.
Keeps things, like you said, relatively even, although Ducky might not be feeling that as much. Crushing Wave, not a lot of damage. They need one more auto under the tower. Wrong U is going to be the one who has to find it. But adapting, drops ult alongside Fine OK, puts the solo laner in the dirt. We'll have to see what response the Hounds have. Charlie, it's 6.5 minutes into the game. There's not too much they can do. They're putting pressure on Shinto in mid. But as Chernobogs are one to do, just dashes into the wall and avoids all the damage.
Yep, hides from the stun. It's going to be just fine. 2-0 start for the Leviathans. The Hounds were farming the map really well, all besides really Oath. It was looking like they had a bit of a lead. But now it seems like enough with the kills, enough with the invades. Ducky unfortunately hasn't gotten a blue buff in a bit. And because Shinto's been flying away, BennyQ was able to steal away a bit of farm, but continuously, this Chernobog is an ever-growing threat on the map. It seems like just besides Panda Cat, who has to play very defensively up against an Honor, has to play very defensively up against Coast. The Hou-Yi, like I said, the Ricochet. You see, it just takes a while before it starts one-shotting archers. Like, you can find a double bounce, sure, but if you're just going for a single bounce on the wave, you have to auto so much just to make sure you get your Dev Gauntlet stacks. And those are pretty crucial to trying to box up against it on her. Ultimate gets dropped, Coast forced to beads, but Panda Cat also beads there?
Now, I think trying to avoid the root from Neil, maybe thought you could do more, but I don't know if there's much more to it than that, really. Maybe they thought they could continue that pace. Now they're trying to hold on as the shield buff spawns in. Neil, Coast, and soon to be Oath and BennyQ going to be rotating in from the Hounds. They've got adapting over here alongside Wrong U to help out Panda. Set up around the shield buff, but Panda Cat doesn't seem to want to catch this anymore. Goes ahead, falls back. Did he steal that away? Nobody's picking it up on the Hounds, so he did manage to at least get something done, ruin their aspirations, and keep the Hounds just a shy behind.
Yeah, but immediately dive bombed away because he saw BennyQ. He's like, I'm kind of in snipe range. Now he's been able to sustain a bit thanks to Wrong U, but definitely fearful. Beautiful bounce. Do you jump in? Yes, but Coach just tried to try and turn this.
Yeah, goes for the ult. Has a lot of damage here, and you're fighting in the minions. Jump is going to be good. Knockback better, and Coast finds the kill on to Panda. Does trade his life out for it. Now with the rotation from adapting, the rotation from Shinto, they're going to make sure that Neil goes down. A 1-for-2 trade, but a beautiful play by Coast.
Yeah, there's no justice. Unfortunate that you're even taking that fight because, yeah, Panda Cat hits a massive bounce, decides to leap in, but Coast says, hey, I've got Desert Fury, and we're going to use the Terra ultimate to just transform this terrible fight into what seems pretty good. They get the kill, yes, but Shinto flies in and says, hey, I could have done this at any moment, by the way. You guys jumping in when there's a Chernobog ult on the map is going to be scary. 2-0-1, level 11, going into the Fail Knot, and that's when this Chernobog really heats up. You get the extra cooldown, yeah, but you get that mark, you get the extra crit. Almost every time you're going to be ulting in, popping your abilities, and just getting the benefit of that Fail Knot. It can be disastrous.
Oh, poor Coast.
Coast, yep. Should be getting chain stunned here, waiting for Wrong U. There it is. And the kill goes to adapting.
Charlie, I'm going to come out and say it. I don't know if he needed both of those ults to kill him. I think he might have been dead.
Yep.
But sometimes the point is more important than the cooldowns. The Leviathans have made their point. 5-1 lead. We haven't even hit 10 minutes just yet. Thought that maybe we'd see some pressure on the gold fear. You've got so many people over here. You're still fighting for the 2,000 gold. And realistically, experience isn't actually that crazy apart. Right, a level lead and a lot of the roles, but not as a full level for a majority of them just yet. So the Hounds keeping the farm up as much as they can. Realistically, and you know, we'll have to keep our eyes on it, and it's Oath more than anybody. Because last game, you had mentioned it, less damage than the Maui, which I'll tell you is a true accomplishment. Maui doesn't hit very hard.
No.
And he was on the Thanatos. This time around on the Susanoo, got to see a little bit more from the jungler on the Hounds. Feels like the team otherwise is hitting, right? I mean, Coast makes a beautiful play. You've got BennyQ on a pick that has become somewhat synonymous with his name. So you got to get Oath in the action, and he's got to start dictating some plays the same way we've seen out of Adapting.
And I've been looking at Final K's stacks. Not on his Gauntlet of Thieves. That obviously is going to go slowly here, but on his Gooseberry, he's finally able to finish and get the upgrade. His clear has been so slow. Ducky, forced into the World Serpent, will ult away because he's not been fighting much. This Amaterasu can get lane pressure at times, but more often than not, you're playing defensively, especially when you're going to go this new Thieves tech, which I guess isn't really new. It's come in and out of the meta every once in a while. But it's just a very highly statted item. When you're with your jungler, you're going to be looking good. And Wrong Yu wants to try and get aggressive here, but there's 4 hounds at this purple buff spawn. All the while, Final K just trying to grab the tier 1 tower. Will there be any sort of Gold Fury pull? Doesn't seem like it. The hounds just grouped up, thought they had the purple buff timer down. They didn't, and they decided to retreat.
Well, Beacon's going to be spawning relatively shortly. And that could cause maybe an interesting point of contention. I don't know. We haven't seen much from the Hounds in both games so far. Grouping up. And so I'm kind of left wondering and questioning what this Beacon fight's going to look like from them. Feels like it could be a great opportunity for some raw play and for the Terra to really get active and cause some trouble for him. And it is going to be Neil Ma who steps onto the Beacon first. Wrong Yu is going to match that. But it is 2v1. So it might be slow, but it's still in favor of the Hounds. Coast is rotated in. Panda Cat's coming in behind him. It looks like the Leviathans aren't going to let this drop for nothing. Panda Cat goes for a ricochet shot. Not able to find too much, and in the meantime, the Hounds just capture the Beacon. So, Jelly, all that pomp and circumstance for it to just fizzle out.
Yeah, Wrong. You try to stall. Panda Cat shows up, drops the ultimate. Unfortunately, too little, too late. And I think it was really the fact that Adapting gets poked out. Didn't even want to stand in that circle once Wrong Yu left. That's the end of that. Not to be the biggest deal. There's still a massive XP lead that you have to talk about. Oath just ticks over to level 12. Was level 10 just a second ago, up to Adapting, who I'm assuming is close to 4. Panda Cat actually does beats the leap there. We're going to see a little bit of a 1v1, but I don't imagine anything comes from this unless Wrong Yu does want to dive this tower, which he's attempting.
He goes in. Coast replies with his own ult. Adapting's over here. It looks like it's just going to be a shield buff for the Leviathans. I'm surprised. I mean, I feel like Panda Cat's been very liberal with his beats. You know, in moments where it's just, I'm going to drop this, and if I can keep fighting you, I'm going to keep fighting you, and if not, oh well. My beads are down for 160. And he hasn't really had any punishing plays in response to that, right? I mean, 160 seconds. It's a long time to wait for him to come back. Oath hasn't gone over there once to try and bully it.
Oath hasn't bullied anyone all set, if we're honest. I mean, he got 1 execute on the Final K last game rather, and that was pretty much it. So far, has been playing very passive on the Susano. 0-1-0. Attempted invades over on right. That's been pretty much it. Finally, the Leviathans go in for a Fury. They drop the ultimate. There's no one nearby. This should be a free Fury at the very least, but Pyromancer could be looked at as well. The other towns, I assume, know this is happening. That whole yield is not quiet. And there was, in fact,
Neil.
Yeah, Coast was nearby.
Neil warded it too, so they had the vision. It was just, can you get something done? Now the Hounds finally picking a fight, but the fight is coming to them instead. Adapting finds the kill on the Neil. Shinto was the bait. Oath goes in, and Oath goes down! What a great snipe from Benny Q, but it is still a 2-for-1 trade, and it's going to turn to 3. Benny getting chased. Adapting uses the ult, hits the tower, but he just needed the close gap. 1 fade away. Auto's all he needs, and it is 3-for-1. Shinto goes down, but the team finds so much in response.
Looks like they're heading for the Pyromancer as well. Beautiful fight, and they get a lot done. If Benny Q doesn't hit that snipe, absolutely disastrous, right? If they're not able to find 1 kill there, the Hounds are in a terrible, terrible spot. Still not great, right? You don't want to lose 3 and drop the Pyromancer, but you're able to kill Shinto, who was a huge threat, and try and slow down some of the farm that he's been able to grab. All the while, Coast was able to split push and grab a tier 1 tower, so not all negatives. It's just you're starting to get some questions here. Oath dives very low to try and get that kill, was not able to find it. Still level 13 on the Susano. You look towards the 4-0 Hebo. Adapting is a growing problem. Needs to be shut down as soon as possible, because if you just give a Hebo a fast track to late game, your carries are going to have some issues, especially Raw with no relics available. Beats and Aegis down. Benny Q's almost never going to survive that engage, especially if someone like Final K is there to dive with you. All the while, though, Coast, remember, he got this tier 1 tower, That means he doesn't have that bastion of safety anymore. He's not going to be able to farm efficiently because look at Pandacat. He's just starving the wave at tier 2. He doesn't have to leave. Coast has to look elsewhere for farm now.
Keeps things exactly where he wants them. And that's in control. And speaking of in control, stop me if you've heard this one before. 8-2 in favor of the Leviathan. 16 minutes in, you just saw it. 4,000 gold, Trelly. Which, you know, there are times in the game where we'll say 2,000 gold. Oh, at 20 minutes, that's not a huge deal. 4,000 is usually a big deal, even in the late, considering what it brings for you. Adapting, hitting that late game Hebo stride. You had mentioned the fail not, but Shinto has it and is probably feeling more than confident. Now it's just where they find their pressure and where they're going to continue putting it. As they've actually swapped, I like this. Pandacat coming over towards mid. Shinto is the one in left, using that global ult for rotations. Beacon, it's going to be coming in soon. So the Hounds start the last fight. Can they feel confident, even though it went wrong, trying to start a fight around a Beacon, or maybe even defend a Fire Giant, or maybe not just defend, start one up themselves? They walk over to the FG pit. Wrong U spots it out. Fine, okay. He's going to loop around the back, but they've got the support locked down, and they've got the kill onto the horse. Now, Fire Giant pit is where the Hounds have positioned themselves. Fine, okay's in the neighborhood. It doesn't seem like they're going to do much more than that. Just get the kill. Now, I guess the question is, 5v4, do you step up to the Beacon?
Well, the Hounds are stepping up. Leviathans have ward coverage, but yeah, I don't think they walk up for this one. Doesn't seem even worth it at this point. Wrong you, if he had one member of the team even close by, probably doesn't die there, but fine, okay. Was not close enough to dash to, so you end up losing your support for a possible Fire Giant attack. I don't doubt it. If the Hounds saw it, there was no vision and there was no one nearby, I'm thinking they would have went for a Fire Giant attempt there just to try and slow the pace of this game. It ended up working out. You get a kill and a tier 1, but fine, okay is going in.
Looking for something. Doesn't find anybody with the stun. He's going to be isolated. Shinto uses his ult to close the gap and get in there, get some damage down. Crits ring true onto BennyQ, but not able to find the kill just yet. Instead, the team's kind of turned their attention. Oath isolated off to the right. Now, just looping around the red buff on the right-hand side of the jungle. Seems like he'll be fine and safe, so a little bit of poke from the Leviathans. And Trelly, if it's not going to amount in kills, they'll find something else. They turn their eyes to the Primal Fury.
Yeah, but once again, look towards those Hounds. They're getting right towards that Fire Giant. Final K is nearby, even with an immediate pull. Is not going to be easy. Final K's got the ward coverage. BennyQ has the snipes, but can adapt and get in range, or do they even want a 50-50 yet? No. The Eldritch Hounds are going to retreat, try and sneak the Fire Giant twice. The Levi's are going to be onto that one. So all the while, FG does not go down, and Leviathans put themselves in a favorable position. Maybe even a tier 1 tower over on left. But to answer your question, I don't think the Eldritch Hounds are afraid to initiate. I just don't think they want to take even fights, right? If it's a 5v5, if it's a 3v3, if it's a 2v2, that can be a bit sketchy. But if they catch someone out, if they say, hey, maybe we can 4v2, maybe we can set up an ambush in the jungle, those side of plays can definitely still happen. But my guess is Oath is going to take over to left lane, split push away, try and hit like level 20, and then get more involved. It's just early Fire Giant. You don't really need that face presence, and Oath needs far more than anything.
Well, it is a good look at what we can maybe expect from the Hound. Some growing pains, right? Losing Quig, putting in Neil Ma. Quig over to the Kings. We got to see some of that yesterday. But Neil Ma, I mean, a veteran support, right? Multi-world champion. So it's just a question of how well they start to mesh together and what's changed for them, I guess, really on the mind. As they still, I mean, at this point, let's call it 1.5 games through, right, until this one finishes. 8-3. The farm game, and like you said, maybe the engage game, needs some work on where they're going to be looking for it. We're at 20 minutes. Last time around, Fire Giant was a pretty big focus for both of these teams. And the Hounds have spent a lot of time trying to go to the pit. Just haven't been able to find exactly what they're looking for. Ward coverage on the right side of the map shifted from blue to red. So the Leviathans maybe going to need a little more if they want to try and catch out another one of those plays. But we were talking about this a little bit yesterday, and something that I think has changed. The Fire Giant pit itself, right? All this geometry, the walls that are nearby, much more open pit, bigger for fights, but it's also harder to ward every nook and cranny that you need to cover. And that means that you can pretty easily and usually simply get some coverage. So there's no way this team's truly starting up the Fire Giant. Yeah, they're going to drop that as they stare each other down. Shelly, you know, we're used to seeing this, but usually it's about 20 minutes from now that the teams are doing it.
Well, they've got all the freedom in the world. They know no one is near Shinto, and because of that, they're going to get a Tier 2 tower the longer they stay here. The Eldritch Hounds have to stay within range. Benny Q needs to be within snipe range, and because of that, might open himself up to some problems, or maybe wrong use in trouble.
Yeah, goes in, tries to get the engage, has to fall back, heals up enough, and now the damage is there. You've got Shinto who comes in, turns it into a 5v4, and the leap forward from Panda Cat. The two hunters do their damage and do their diligence. Kill off Neil Ma in the process. Ducky makes it into the ult, and that should be the disengage. Beads, Aegis down for Panda, Beads down for Shinto.
Benny's coming.
They're going to go ahead and start up the Fire Giant one more time. You mentioned it, Benny. Back. No snipe. So what does he do?
Nothing.
Yeah, turns around and flies away. Fire Giant to the Leviathans. A beautiful fight, beautiful play across the map, plus that Tier 2 they just got in left. Gives them a much more massive lead, approaching 10,000 gold. 9-3 read the kills.
I mean, yeah, at that point you have two options as the Eldritch Hounds. You send two over to Shinto, and you try and kill him while he's grabbing that Tier 2 tower, or you fight immediately on Fire Giant and recognize that Shinto's going to fly in, pop that fail not passive, and absolutely create your backline. Unfortunately for the Eldritch Hounds, neither option seemed good, and they end up doing neither. They just sort of soft defense on the left, lose the Tier 2 tower anyways, and then Shinto still gets a massive ult in because Wrong U and Final K created that space for him. They dive the backline, they force relics out of Benny Q, he snipes before really able to find anything impactful. Now that the fight's over, Ducky has World Serpent, definitely going to have to use it here. Too fearful of the Kins procs there from Panda Cat, and rightfully so. A lot of HP built for Ducky so far. But because of that, now they have to back up. I mean, it's not easy for them to step forward and defend anything. We've seen what happens when Adapting's able to get to the back line, and he has his upgraded starter. He's got a blink. I mean, Final K is essentially by himself and can step forward and be a threat because Shinto could follow him at any given moment.
I mean, at this point, you've had free presence. I mean, free reign on the map. We were talking about it earlier, and we've kept coming back to it because it feels like the Hounds are having Smite played at them right now. A lot of the decision-making's been in the favor of the Leviathans. They've been forcing the Hounds to play their game. And that's not going to change here. They knock down the Tier 2 in mid, and pings immediately over towards actually Oath in the jungle. Maybe they put some pressure on right. You've already got Shinto pushing it up. Pyromancer's available. The world of Smite just wide open to the Leviathans. They get to choose whatever they please at this point. Trelly, we're talking full builds. I mean, Shinto's gotten rid of the recipe already, has upgraded his starter and a new Tier 3. So the power spikes are just so overwhelmingly in favor of the order that we have to start looking at it. Titan's going to be spawning on right. And defense is the only thing, I think, on the minds of the Hounds at this point. You couldn't step up to the Tier 2s. Those are all gone. All you've got left now are your Phoenixes. Can they hold back the Leviathans if they want to go under a bird?
I mean, my question is, are they even going to get involved, right? I mean, think about last game. We talked about how Oath was bottom of the damage charts, just barely underneath Neil. It's essentially mirrored. Gore looks the exact same.
Neil gets like 2 autos and he's over.
Exactly. You could tell Oath had one mindset. He was level 16, looked at Adapting, who was 19, and said, I am not fighting. I need to hit level 20. Level 20 is here. The upgraded starter, probably not far off either. I got to see something big from Oath. I mean, I was trying to pitch it up last time that if he got a big execute, he could have turned the Phoenix Siege around. That same does apply. If he gets a big Typhoon, they could turn this fight around. But is he going to be able to even go in? Because Shinto's been pushing left. There's no one near him. He doesn't know that yet, so he's playing a little bit safely. But any moment he could fly in, and Coast is recognizing that as well. Jumps away perfectly. But Final K has so much movement speed, he's going to jump in. And here comes Oath, actually finally getting involved.
Yeah, has some damage. Use the Typhoon. Is going to end up losing his carry, but looking for the kill on Final K. But here comes Adapting. And here comes their savior. Shinto finds himself 2, and nothing you can do about it. 40 seconds in the penalty box for Coast and Oath. Titan on the right side, Phoenix. You've got Shinto here in mid, knocking down the mid Phoenix. And now Trelly, just for good measure, might as well go for left. It's a 5v3.
They're going
Titan in the Titan room. They're going to go ahead and use ult to get in there. The damage should be good. What can the Hounds do in response? Is it going to be enough if they try? And the answer is just no. 2-0 lead now for the Leviathans as they close out that game.
I mean, Gore, it was a different game, right? This is game number 2. It was not the exact same as game number 1, but the analysis is the same. No sense of urgency. The Eldritch Hounds, in my mind, didn't try to stem any bleeding. They didn't make any risky plays to try and catch back up. They didn't try and stop any of the aggression from the Leviathans. I'm not going to say they rolled over, but they did the closest thing to that.
Look, they picked up Neil. They're just trying to put the Neil Mob passive to test as early as possible. I mean, down 2-0, like you said, game 1, we didn't see a lot of the jungle. We didn't really, urgency is the right word. I didn't see virtually any. In this game, we got to see some. They go for the sneak on the Fire Giant. That didn't work. Then they go for another sneak on the Fire Giant. That didn't work. And then it fizzled out from there, right? And so it is whether, you want to joke and say Neil Ma passive, they're just looking for the reverse sweep to prove themselves, or if you want to say they just need to figure something out, it really is kind of where they're at right now. And I think that's what everybody, especially Hounds fans at home, are waiting for. We'll have to see whether or not they can give us the update for them, as it's now 2-0 for the Leviathans. We'll see if the Hounds can bounce back, because they need to, right after this.
She got cheats, she got smiles, she got business on the side. She got treats for them guys when a baby out of town. Got sheets, got sides, funny business on her mind. She's so pleased with her life, mind her business, I want mine. Have a tree top, swinging my visa, put up a cool. With the party, sipping her coffee, I pick up. With a clear out, she too weird, I like a tattoo. Then it funny, but I wonder, hey, how many times can you say no winning and true? How many times, baby? How low can you go to get back in your one, baby boo? How low can you go, baby? I wanted some land, I wanted some nigga move. But you on the train and I want this going to chew. She got cheats, she got smiles, she got business on the side. She got treats for them guys when a baby out of town. Got cheats, got sides, funny business on her mind. She's so pleased with her life, mind her business, I want mine. It's a tea time, leaning like in pizza. Put them knees down, squeeze it like a Capri-Sun. Got the teeth done, had to fill the crease up. Saw the sneakers by the door and realized it was time to go. Weighted blankets couldn't come for me. I'll need more to ever catch a sea. I keep wondering what I didn't see. She a damn good thief. She got cheats, she got smiles, she got business on the side. She got treats for them guys when a baby out of town. Got cheats, got sides, funny business on her mind. She's so pleased with her life, mind her business, I mind mine. I get a chance to make amends. I did the dance, I switched my lens to try and glance how it makes sense. I play pretend, this is the end, I get a chance to make amends. I did the dance, I switched my lens to try and make amends. She got cheats, she got smiles, she got business on the side. She got treats for them guys when a baby out of town. Got cheats, got sides, funny business on her mind. She's so pleased with her life, money business on my mind.
Welcome back, Smite fans. Blink and you miss it. The Atlantis Leviathans grabbed their second win of the set, and the Eldritch Hounds grabbed their 5th kill of the set. So, you know, consolation prize where they lie. I'm joined again once more by Bobby. Bobby, 25 minutes on that game. Atlantis Leviathans, are they just that much better today? Is it still draft tip? Like, what's going on?
They might be back. That is some
We're
just
so back.
overall pretty clean Smite. Their macro's good. Their team fight's really good. Like, we've not seen many weaknesses from them. They've had just, I mean, some fights where it's 4 for 1 or 3 for 1, but, I mean, just overall, it's good picks, good bans, good comp into the enemy's comp, and good play. It's everything you need. Everything's kind of just falling together, and it does help that the Hounds are also just not playing too great through 2 games. I think they've been, you know, not grouping, this game specifically, not grouping too well. They kind of got picked apart. This Chernobog, you said it back there, he was all over the map. Every fight that happened, Chernobog's there, Chernobog's winning the fight. I mean, even with the sick 2v3 that Coast had, getting the kill on a Panda Cat, there's a double kill for Shinto to clean up.
Yeah, Shinto cleans it up, and if it's not him, it would have been Adapting, who does eventually grab that kill on a Neil. The Eldritch Hounds really struggling to find their footing in this one. The Leviathans clearly coming with some game plans and some compositions the Eldritch Hounds were not quite prepared for. Is it any one player in particular that you think really needs to step up here for the Hounds? Is it not a player? Is it all draft? Like, what's going on? If you're on the Hounds right now, let's say you're in Neil Ma's position, what are you saying to the team?
Well, first off, I don't think a game or 2 games like this that happen this kind of blowout-esque, I don't think it's on one player. I think across the board, I think a lot of the team is playing, just not too great. But I do think we have to call out Oath and what Oath has done these first 2 games. Adapting is just doing everything better than Oath. He's all over the map. He's farming just as good. I think we do need to see a lot more from this Hounds jungler for the Hounds to have a chance in this 3rd game.
Fair enough. Oath across the last 2 games putting up a roughly 11,000 damage. A little bit less than ideal than you'd want from your hyper carry jungles. Vaporish Coast, though, I think has had a pretty good set so far. Ducky, for the most part, has been able to hold his own. Unfortunately, just holding your own and doing pretty good, not enough to take out this revitalized version of the Atlantis Leviathans. And remember what Panda Cat said at the top of the day. Came in, saw that the Leviathans were 16, and then said, that is just not enough, fellas. That's not going to work for me. And since then, clearly, something's changed. Maybe it's in the water. Maybe it's in the communications. The Atlantis Leviathans looking real good there. 4-0-6 for Adapting. 5-1-3 for Shinto. I don't want to see any more Chernobog. You know, I was a little bit on the fence. I know they didn't even banned out so much. I know he's in a really good spot, but I was thinking, is he really that high priority, right? Is he going to be like last patch or 3 patches ago Marty level? Like, where are we at? I know where we're at now. It's Chernobog meta. I'm kind of done with them.
He had 18,000 gold last game. Benny had 13,000. He
Yikes.
was up 5,000 gold in 25 minutes. Granted, I mean, you get to the objectives, you get Fire Giants, Gold Fears like that. Your gold lead is just going to kind of spiral out of control, but he's farming like a machine. He's all over the map. I agree. I hope we don't see Chernobog again for this weekend. Maybe after this week, we get like some more practice games in, some more scrims, and there's something that kind of comes up that can maybe counter the bog or something like that. But for now, this weekend, let's just, no more Chernobog.
Yeah, Chernobog needs to be taken away, and we'll jump into P's and B's very shortly and see whether or not that's going to be the case. I'm just not so sure, man. They land as Leviathans. I'm not sure where you stop them, right? You get him off the Raijin, he goes to the Chernobog. Are you going to ban out both? And if you do, what are you leaving available? The Eldritch Hounds have not shown to me that they're willing to play like these absolutely crazy picks. It feels like every time the Leviathans are getting like 3 picks, and you can almost completely talk about that for the entire Destiny. I'm like, wow, those 3 gods are just dominating this draft. And the Hounds just haven't had that response. This time, though, the Hounds in first pick might be able to find something.
Yeah, I like that they're at least switching up where they're picking. I think taking first side, there's a lot of strong gods right now. You control how the picks and bans are going to be going from first side. And, I mean, their first 3 picks, they didn't even have the Hebo. They counter-picked the Hebo in the second pick phase. I mean, it's a good throwaway ban. Just get rid of it. Take this first side. Raijin, Hebo, 2 good bans to get rid of. It seems like the Hounds just kind of want to get rid of a lot of these high prio picks and then just pick the one that's left over.
And so it will be Hebo taken out by the Hounds. I wonder, do you want to go ahead and create a world where Chernobog makes his way through once more? Is that something the Hounds have got their eyes set on? Atlantis Leviathans, though, would not like to have a taste of their own medicine, and second pick say, well, Raijin's real good right now, hyper aggressive, too much damage, essentially comes online at level 3, can get that CDR available very quickly. I think in an ideal world where everything lines up, you get your recipes stacked up, itemization's proper, and you get a little bit lucky on the mask, get that blue totem. on all of a sudden it's 40% CDR at level 5 and he's jumping on you repeatedly, feels like it'd be really difficult to deal with. And so the Leviathans opt out of that immediately with a ban. Eldritch Hounds will take out the Yamoja themselves. That's not something I was expecting to see this high up. You think it's just, again, Eldritch Hounds fishing for some of those high prio picks?
I think they're just throwing it away because that's what the Levi's banned first side, and I think they like how the P's and B's laid out from the Levi's first pick, so you kind of want to follow them. Pele, Wukong are the other two bans that the Levi's had, so it's either you ban one of them and try to pick the other one, or you hopefully when you ban one, the other one bans it, or maybe you look for a trade, but that again is the Levi's to decide because they have that counter pick. Right now, it's a few strong characters up. Charon, we saw a couple Charon bans. Charon is available. And then we have the Charon, now gone, no longer available. We have Wukong, we have Pele, and I think there's one more that I'm missing.
Maybe Ganesh somewhere up there.
Ganesh is the other one. So we have three pretty strong gods up. Also, Levi's really like that Ares, and Ares is available now. So there's a lot of, good picks up. I think a lot of the top tiers obviously were taken out. Ares left through, Ares picked. With Ganesh up, that is a really risky 50-50 to take, because if Ares is behind, you just get Dharmic Pillars dropped on you, and you're kind of just dead. But if Ares is ahead, he's walking at Ganesh, he's ulting Ganesh, he's chaining Ganesh, and Ganesh is just going to be dying. I like the aggressiveness, though.
A volatile pick in that first slot, and the first time they've strayed away, the Hounds that is, from the Jormungandr in first slot, has high potential to set the pace in the early game. We'll be keeping our eyes on Neil. He's been playing this god for a very long time. Atlantis Leviathans now in second pick have their first response. I wonder, do you just go ahead and grab the Ganesh? I don't think you really need to. You can maybe wait until third pick overall. You don't have to go too far. If it goes to the next phase of bans, unlikely they'd be able to grab it for themselves. So what have you got eyes on here?
I like what you said there. You don't have to pick the Ganesh here. It's mostly if there's no other value picks up, and I think there is at least one up with Pele being available. And Ares is more of an aggressive god. He wants to get damage out. He doesn't peel all too well. What does Pele do really well? She dives very, very well. There's not going to be a ton of peel if there is a Pele locked in. They opt for the Yorm, which gives them that pick that the Hounds have been playing, so maybe there's you guys run it and you guys lose. We're taking it. We're going to win.
Oh, man, a little bit of toxicity maybe. I could do anything you can do, just a little bit better, says the Atlantis Leviathans. Or maybe the Hounds now are sitting on the other side and thinking, oh, okay, well, it's actually a pretty decent pick. We're not too far off base with the meta if the Leviathans are going for it themselves. That's a pick that we had talked about briefly for a moment. Martikaros locked in for the Atlantis Leviathans. How do you feel like he's fared in the most recent meta? In the season of celebration, feels like he's fallen off a little bit. Not many teams going towards him as high prio. Is he still that dominant pick? Is he still just get him to late game, he's going to one-shot everybody? Or has he kind of calmed down a little bit?
I think he's essentially the same character, just kind of slightly weaker at every aspect.
Yes, sir.
I think he is a little bit worse early game, a little bit worse mid game, a little bit worse late game. But if we think about what Marty was beforehand, he was a monster at every single point of the game. He needed to come down a little bit. I still think he's a viable character. He's still very, very safe in mid lane. His it travels so far, and he can just kind of sit on tower line. And it also allows stuff like this, where adapting is one of the few players that actually lock in this Ao Kuang. So Marty mid, which I assume is what it's going to be, and Ao Kuang jungle is a very, very strong 2v2 where they just have a ton of damage.
Yeah, something a lot of the pros had talked about with Marty, even when he was incredibly dominant, was he's great in PvP, he's really good at dealing with waves, but struggles a little bit on those neutral objectives. Doesn't really have great auto attacks, struggles to knock down Fire Giant and Gold Fury. So Ao Kuang, I think, rights that ship as well. Ao Kuang very good with the Dragon Call, just shredding through all of those neutrals, and also a late game hyperscaler. So if the Atlantis Leviathans are allowed to, take it to 30 minutes, group up, defense shred from Marty, Ao Kuang can knock them down from there. Leviathan's eyes towards the jungler in their second phase of ban. Susano and Thor taken off the table. Meanwhile, it's ADCs, magical and physical, from the Eldritch Hounds. Freya and On Her banned away. This is a very different composition from the Leviathans. It's been three very distinct playstyles from the Leviathans so far. This time around, almost feels a little bit more so like it's a protect the king composition to me. At least it was with that Capri hover. Ganesh can still do a good deal of that.
They kind of just lose a lot of CC also. The last game they had the Horus, instant CC. They have Hebo, instant CC. And then game one, I mean, Raijin is a really good CC character. They had Athena, Susano. This game they kind of have, they've gone away from it. Now they're opting for damage in every single role. When they're diving, when there's like that mid-game little neutral part of the play, it's just going to be a lot of poke and not just, like I said, damage. So this Levi's comp, again, their comps seem to be getting just slightly harder to use, but not a lot of these abilities are hard to hit. Ganesh, you have to drop this box around, and then they have to walk through it. Yorm has a lot of area control. Marty, a lot of area control. So they're kind of dipping into that damage aspect, and it's just really easy kind of damage to hit.
So the Atlantis Leviathans this time around, best defense, a good offense. They'd love to run it down and just connect their abilities. Eldritch Hounds now with their 5 locked in. It's a heavy CC composition. Ares and Athena, great initiators. Agni's got a little bit of it from range. CERN, of course, with large AoE CC. And that Bakasura hover that we've seen every game so far. Oath's been considering it. Is it time? Do I want to do it? Now here with his back against the wall, has finally decided to lock that one in. What do you think of the 5 stack of the Eldritch Hounds? What portion of the game are they aiming for? What's going on?
I was really curious if we were ever going to see a comp with Athena in solo and then this hyper carry auto attack jungler. Because now this Baka is going to be able to run rampant if the game goes late. And then they also have the backline damage. I think it opens up how the Hounds can play, and I think their comp just becomes a lot easier. We've also seen this Athena now as kind of the counter into Yorm if Yorm is picked. You just pick the Athena and you just kind of do what he does, albeit at a slightly worse clip. I think this Hounds comp is good, but again, it's going to take a lot from Oath, and Oath specifically, for the Hounds to be able to contest this game. Levi's have another really good comp, and what were they lacking? They were lacking CC. Artemis, probably one of the best CC hunters. She drops ult and it just stuns all 5 characters. So I love this last pick by the Levi's.
Caledonian Boar also a phenomenal CC tool. Has great late game scaling, so matches up with the ideology of the rest of the Atlantis Leviathans draft. They've just been running strategy after strategy this time around. It's about that late game grouping, that ability to knock down those objectives. And the Hounds a little bit more so playing around that CC, their engagement through that. You say a lot of it rides on the Bakasura, a lot of it rides on Oath. Where are you sending Oath? Where are his opportunities? Which lane do you want him focusing? How is he going to make his best stamp on the game?
I need Oath visiting duo lane. He's put a good amount of pressure in solo lane, especially game 1, but not a ton. Adapting has been playing towards duo just a lot more than Oath. I need Oath to visit that duo lane, go for purple buffs, go for shield buffs, take those 3v3s over there. Aokwang is not a dominant character early. Baka, once he gets that level 5, is so much stronger than Aokwang, as long as Aokwang doesn't just have a free execute. But I need Oath to get involved in duo, and I need it to be earlier than... I guess he didn't get involved at all. I just need him to get into that duo lane as soon as level 5 hits. That's what I need.
Just show up, do something in the duo lane. Go over there and die if you have to. Just make sure you're there. Well, preferably not, but...
Maybe kill.
Look, get a kill, and things are going to look a little bit better. It is so interesting, though, that the Atlantis Leviathans and Panicat leaves it all on the table with his initial interview. Said, "Yeah, we're gonna camp duo. I'm gonna have Kenneth come over, and it's just gonna work." And so far, Mans was just right. He just walked over and simply put Panicat ahead every single game. There hasn't been an equal response from Oath on the other side, and that's exactly what you're calling for. What about the Atlantis Leviathans? We know it's late game, but how late do we need to get?
I personally don't think it needs to be that late. I mean, Ganesh helps a lot in the mid game, that shred, that extra damage. Yorm is also a character that plays well early. I think it kind of relies on what type of build is Panda going to be doing. There's the 2 Artemis builds that are running the round. The auto attack crit build that Netroid was running yesterday, and then there was the full Bluestone cooldown
damage,
one.
yeah.
And I'm curious which one he goes for, because I think one of them allows for objective play a little bit more, and one of them allows for PvP a little bit more. And I think it kind of depends on what he's planning on doing.
Back against the wall, the Atlantis Leviathans up 2. You heard it from the desk. Let's get right into the cast.
That's right. It's going to be a 2-0 lead now for the Leviathans. And Trelly, the pressure is on here for the Eldritch Hounds. It's going to be Gore, Trelly, and of course Doug here for Game 3. And I think eyes turn towards Oath, not just on the desk, but maybe for everybody. We got to see him get active. We got to see what this Bakasura can do. We've had some signature picks from him. This is one that I think has to go well. A little more in favor of the Leviathans this time around, though. It was 71-29 split last time around. Now it's got a 66%er in their favor. And I'm wondering, what do you think has made people lose some of that confidence, or maybe gain confidence to the other side?
Well, once you see a team get O2'd, and you get to see Oath just, unfortunately, not find any sort of success in the first 2 games, you definitely lose faith. The Bakasura is a pick that can also have a game like that, where you are just farming, you are not finding any aggression. If you get behind, you can't 1v1 anyone. And if you get off to a bad start like that, it could very easily be an 0-3, right? So I can see why Chad is definitely leaning towards a possible 3-0 here for the Leviathans. However, if Oath gets off to a good start, if he hits level 5 first, if he catches adapting in the jungle with blink and not beads, there's a chance for a 1v1 there. His ganks, I think he's been looking a lot towards duo lane, and that might be the biggest change-up, to be honest. Oath has been spending a lot of time with that shield buff, right? He's been heading to the left side of the map. And more often than not, his lane's either getting pressure so he can't gank, or there's just no kill potential at all, so he can't get involved. And because of that, we see do a little bit of an invade. Unfortunately, doesn't seem like the Hounds were able to get any steals, so everyone gets their buffs here. But at the very least, some good poke, and Coast hits level 2 first.
Was maybe waiting to see. Adapting is on the Ao Kuang, not necessarily known for its early damage. Although yesterday we saw Sot, well, it maybe wasn't his best game of the 3. Played it over in solo, built full tank, and still got some decent damage out. So
yeah, he got first blooded.
Yeah, he did, and you know what? And second blooded, if I remember correctly.
He died early, so you were right about that much. The early damage doesn't always have to be the best.
So we'll see what Adapting's able to do. And more so, it's not even can Adapting do something. It's I'm waiting to see, can Oath find kill? And that is what I'm looking for.
I want to see him do 5k damage. That's the bar.
That's you know what? If you're not careful, you might trip over that bar.
I mean, first of all, I've never heard that phrase.
Really?
And I literally never, and I love it. Second of all, it isn't asking much, but it does. Unfortunately, it's a bar that he hasn't been able to reach so far this game because of, I mean, what I called a lack of urgency. It didn't seem like the Hounds really felt like they needed to get involved. They kept just losing fights, losing objectives, losing buffs, and sort of doing nothing about it. Adapting, looked for a gank, couldn't find it, and is now having to try and confirm this buff, doesn't get it. So even without sending their jungler over, the Hounds are able to grab shield buff, all the while Oath over on right grabs the cooldown buff, so that's a net win for the Eldritch Hounds starting off game number 3.
And I'm excited to see, someone who was actually late to that shield buff fight, but has been an interesting topic of conversation. Artemis, right? All of a sudden jumping in the last couple of days. And we saw 2 different builds yesterday. Primarily, we saw what it looks like Panda Cat is going for here, ability-based, right? The Bluestone into a Transcendence, and focusing on the fact that Tusky plus, suppress the Insolent and an auto at that point maybe just kills you outright if you're squishy late game. And so I'm kind of curious for you, like, do you like this ability-based Artemis, at least ability-focused, I should say, Artemis, or do you prefer when you lean more into the autos?
Well, Gore, I'm not one to speak without testing. And yesterday, when I saw Cyclone build it, I was like, okay. I've been told Fine OK's also been going it on stream, so I was like, I'll test it out myself. So that's what I did. Last night, I played some one-shot Artemis, and I gotta say, I was pleasantly surprised. I'm not gonna say surprised. It's not shocking. It's not like building Transcendence on Hunters has been a far cry. It's happened before. Artemis has been in the game for quite some time. We've all went this build. It's just the changes that have come through with Bow. I think it works out quite well. I believe my Suppress the Insult was on a 4-second cooldown when I had full CDR, and it does a lot. The slow is annoying, the damage is annoying, the range is annoying, and you can do that every 4 seconds once you get full CDR. So yeah, I'm a big fan of this build. I think that it works out a ton when you have someone who's trying to get within melee range of you. Guess what? Oath is going to have to get within melee range if you want to try and dive Panda Cat. So I think it works out quite well. And once you look at the actual bouncing of Tusky near a jungle fight where everyone's grouped up and you're getting 4, sometimes 5 hits from that ultimate, it's a little bit ridiculous. And if you're new to Smite and you haven't seen Artemis in a while, because she hasn't been meta, Tusky is the name of the Caledonian boar.
Yeah.
I figured that we should probably say that, because who's been playing Artemis in the SPL?
Good point. I do think, and you know what? You played Artemis more recently than me, and we'll have to hold that thought for a moment as Ducky finally put under a little bit of pressure. Adapting's not going to find the damage necessary, though. I do think she has a voice line that calls him out as Tusky.
Like in her base skin? Well, I guess it was, she
did get a...
Yeah.
But I don't think that touched the voice lines. I don't know, actually. Did you hear any last night while you were testing it? I was getting stomped in Assault last night. That's what I was doing.
I used the Rave Girl skin, where she's got the bus, so it's not Tusky, it's a bus. Busky.
Busky. Well, we'll have to keep our eyes out. Tusky, appropriately named, because Caledonian boar just doesn't sound cool for a pet. And so we'll see what Panda Cat has to offer. Honestly, we're talking a lot about him, and we would have to talk for probably another 10 minutes about him if we wanted to keep it relevant by the time he started doing the damage we expect. Transcendence will be a big spike there. It looks like Dev Gauntlet's on the other side. We also seen Kern. It feels like Hunters right now are maybe the most, like, Chernobog's up at the top, but we've seen more versatility. You had mentioned Rom, seeing Chernobog, who has been in that kind of cycle, here locked in, and now Kernanos, who's locked in for Coast. Feels like we've got quite a, I guess,
wide variety?
Yeah, that's really what it is, a wide variety of Hunters that can be played over there.
Yeah, I think that's always going to be the case where there's some like top 1 or 2, and then if those are banned away, then everyone just sort of trickles down to picking the old favorites, old reliable. I haven't seen an Ishtar in a while, but that still is a pick that I imagine could come through just because if you can use the meta build decently well and you can build kins for tanks and crit for squishies, you're going to have a good time. And in this case, Artemis is definitely new into that mix because what she couldn't do was survive for a while, but with enough damage, these traps can be very annoying. And the influx of these melee gods that want to get close to actually dive the ADCs and now just can't because they're getting out-traded by the full burst Artemis. I do like what I've been seeing. And it's also nice when you're up against something like a Baka because you can just run in a straight line and then drop a trap at your feet, and if Oath doesn't have CC immunity, he's stuck and the gank is over, right? You do have a little bit of self-peel besides just having that Caledonian board to drop on yourself.
And you had mentioned it, Suppress the Insolent has a slow. And you've got a move speed stem.
Yep.
Like, there's a lot of stuff. When you isolate it and say it like that, she sounds really good. But then when you remember the last, 5 years, maybe longer, there's been very few metas where Artemis has been a go-to pick.
Pretty sure it was like Golden Blade on Hunters.
Yeah.
Artemis is good.
And that was, her passive was crit back then, too. So that's the only reason
Oh,
it
yeah,
really
I forgot
worked
about
out.
that. I forgot that there used to be gods besides, Jingwei and Naja that have, crit built into their kit, it used to be a passive on Hunbats.
Yeah.
I believe Wukong got passive crit as well. It's just been a wild ride.
Yeah, the fun days where you could go into a lane against an Artemis, and sometimes you'd have the exact same itemization, same level, you got the exact same experience. You'd just lose because she had 25% crit. You were just like, well, okay, I guess that's that. Of course, a far cry from that. Now, maybe she's finally back. Ducky is going to be forced back to base, this time the old-fashioned way. First blood, 3 games in a row. Leviathans pick that one up, diving the tier 1, but an appropriate response here from the Hound. 7.5 in. They see 3 in right. They go for the Gold Fury, and they're going to pick it up. Takes a little bit of time, but they're going to scoop that one no problem. Keep the gold actually slightly in their favor.
I mean, yeah, that's worth. When you see 3 people diving your tower over on right, you better be going for a Gold Fury. If I'm Ducky, I am mashing the VGS. I'm like, go get it. There are 3 here. And I was safe, man. I was under tower. They still just used everything to try and find that kill. Unfortunately for Ducky, he goes down. But fortunately for him, his team gets Gold Fury. So that ends up being worth it. There was just really no presence elsewhere when you got 3 members over on the right side of the map. I don't think your carries are going to solo defend that one. So a smart call by Panda Cat to just stay underneath tower. Unfortunately for Panda Cat, he is getting invaded. Goes in for the steal. Didn't seem like he was able to find it, so loses that purple buff. It is a bit of a slow start, I will say. This build takes a while to ramp up. You're not really clearing with Suppress the Insolent until that second item comes through. The Transcendence isn't quite enough. And because of that, you spend a lot of your time right here at this tower line. You keep spamming 3 and just hoping that no one comes your way because you don't really want to drop that boar. Without it, you lose so much of your fight potential as well as your safety. And I did see when they were diving that tower, wrong you. The topic of conversation with Ares has always been your CC immunity, right? Are you getting an early Magi's? But, the upgraded Med is so good in this meta, so what do? First item, Absolution. Wrong you just wants to drop his own ult to avoid the pull. Also can help out his team.
It's a very, different start. We started to see Absolution towards the end. Sometimes in Masters, it would be sprinkled in, but it was always, 4th item. It was tail end, it felt like, for a lot of those supports. But like you said, it's kind of a lot that feels really good. And into what the Hounds have drafted, more specifically maybe what Wrong Hugh is going to be finding himself up against as well. Going to be helpful is adapting, goes back over to solo. This time it's not under the tier 1, it's right around the cooldown buff. They pick up a kill, and it's a 2-0 start for the jungler here in the Leviathans. Trelly, it's still only about 200 gold separating them because of that Gold Fury the Hounds were able to get. But it shows where the pressure, at least that Adapting has in mind, is going to be, and it's consistently on right.
And you can see every time there's pressure on right, Oath and Neil head over to left, Link in, trying to chase down Panic. I don't imagine he's in too much trouble, but the ult from Ducky might be enough. They're not going to go in for the dive, though. They might take the consolation prize of Wrong U.
Well, Darmy Pillars come through, teleport from FineOK. Pull is good, Wrong U will go down, but you've got the Cavalry here to try and avenge you. Knockups solid from FineOK. Shinto's rotated in, but Shinto's kind of left out to dry. But it does not matter, because what is Shinto doing? He's distracting, Adapting, goes in the back, kills off Oath. Adapting with enough damage, comes around, but isn't able to find everything he wants. A good taunt from Ducky. The fight has gone awry. The chains are good, and Neil Ma finds a fourth. Clean kills now for the Eldritch Hounds. They turn a fight around on left.
Yeah, the Leviathans had so many low health targets there, but just could not find a confirmed kill. All of it starts with a questionable dive onto Panda Cat. Oath recognizes he does not have the DPS, does not want to dive that tower, but Ducky ults in, right? Once Ducky ults in, now you've got this Athena that can go in for some clutch taunts, set up for the team, and of course Benny Q is there. These Agni bombs were raining true pretty much the entirety of that fight. Very clutch with the CC and the follow-up, and now the Hounds, I'm pretty sure for the first time in this whole set, have a convincing lead, right? About 1,000 gold in their favor, 1,500 or so that they can use. Because remember, they got the gold Fury already. They have the timer. They have this Oni Fury that they could go for immediately after this fight. And relics aren't looking good. It's a relic graveyard on the side of the Leviathans. Do you think anyone on that team wants to step up to an Oni Fury right now? I'm thinking not.
That'd be scary at best. Bad decision at worst. Ducky, man, poor Ducky. Does get the dash this time, and has a little more help. FineOK and Adapting have been doing anything in their power to make this Athena regret being an Athena. But as of now, with Oath and Benny Q rotating in, that's going to stop that fight. Tier 1 was taken incredibly early over on right during that initial gank, the first gank on Ducky. And ever since that happened, Trelly, Adapting has just decided this is his home. It is right here between the blue buff and the experience buff of the Eldritch Hounds, and nothing is going to make him move.
I mean, why would you? And now that Ducky has beads, I think you're probably not spending too much time here. But when Athena starts teleport, and she already has a global, and you're an Ao Kuang, yeah, keep looking for those executes, keep looking for those kills if possible. Benny Q does back up there. I thought maybe he's going to have to relic just because Adapting was on the way, but decides against it. He's got plenty of CDR, and just one dash is enough. That's what I was talking about. The Hounds have the timer. They start going for this Fury immediately. And unless Wrong U can dash forward, nope, doesn't even try. That Oni Fury goes down for free, and the Eldritch Hounds continue their lead. And I love this play, by the way. They're not just going for the Fury. They didn't use much, right? They didn't drop ultimate, so they're still stepping forward, looking for a fight if possible. Maybe one on a Panda Cat.
And this beautiful, beautiful shots from Coast. A little bit of assistance. Maybe didn't need everybody over there, but they get the kill. The kill is what matters most. 0-2 now for Panda Cat. Now, Chelly, 13 minutes of Game 3, and we have seen more out of every facet of the Hounds comp than we got to see in Games 1 and 2 combined.
Definitely true. Does Oath have more than 5,000 damage, though, is the question. Not quite. He's only at 2,000, so he's getting there.
He's getting there.
He's definitely getting there. It's early days, and the Hounds are controlling the game so far. Shinto and Wrong U attempt to pull on the Pyro. Not going to be easy to try and go for this one. But, oh, man, you were talking about how Panda Cat's having a rough time. He's 4 levels down. Can't even hide underneath this tower at this point. Coast is just begging him to take a 1v1, begging him to try and find a fight. I mean, he's got beads and Aegis. Why wouldn't you? Maybe Adapting is able to help out his duo lane partner. But it's not going to be easy to kill Coast at this point. 3-0. This CERN is dishing out a ton of damage. It's not like Ao Kuang also isn't, but I don't know if you want to trade with the level 15 CERN just yet.
Yeah, you're still 2 levels down there if you're Adapting, so an interesting fight to go into. Just like this, World Serpent forced from FineOK. He's going to fall back to his own blue buff. Maybe a different pace of game for the Hounds, and one that has been rewarding. 3,000 gold, 14 minutes in, and they're leading by 2 kills and 5-3. And so it is just, I mean, better. It's everything that we've been asking for. And finally, some signs of life out of them. We'll have to see how the Leviathans themselves are going to respond. Pyromancer started up by the Eldritch Hounds and spotted pretty instantly by Wrong U. Adapting goes into the back, looks for some damage onto Benny Q. Instead is isolated right next to Neil Ma. Again, a little bit of damage thrown his way. Ult from Neil was going to be met with beads and ults from Adapting and Shinto, respectively. So CC immunity down for a couple of targets, maybe openings for the Hounds in the next few minutes.
Certainly could, but that Pyromancer wasn't dropped, still picked up here. BennyQ actually dashes forward. Wrong U is the target, but how much damage does Coast have? Plenty is the answer. Wrong Q drops, and the Pyromancer isn't looking too good either.
Right now, it is control, control, control. The Hounds, the massive surprise after the first 2 games, turning things around, finally looking comfortable. Get themselves the Pyromancer. Maybe just another kill to add to it. Why not? Shinto isolated and killed off in mid. And now the tier 1 tower gonna fall right after. FineOk's lurking behind. What can you do when you're in a 3v5 and a cat stuck over and left? FineOk taunted in by Ducky. They go for the kill. Executes good onto BennyQ. Now the dash forward. They go for the solo laner. Fine Ducky double kill for Adapting. Now the 3v3 can continue, and the Dharmic Pillars get dropped. That's going to shred some of this health bar. Can't quite dive the tier 1 just yet if you're Adapting. You want to keep that HP, but Wrong Hue's leading the way. Chains are good from Neil. FineOk goes deep, misses the spit. Has Panda Cat rotating in, no escape, gets pulled, but it's been held by FineOk for the tower, and that opens up Coast for a clean kill. Adapting picks up a third 6 and 1, and the Ao Kuang finds the response the team has needed.
I mean, that was so perfectly played. You watch FineOk go in, he plays it slow, he knows there's weak targets. You know what, I'll call it perfectly played, but also the Eldritch Hounds step up a little bit too far. That tier 2 tower was greedy. The question is, how much can Oath get in return, though? Someone needs to split off. There's no way they can stay grouped up here as 3 low health targets. Someone needs to take the bullet. It might have to be Wrong U, because it seems like he started backing second. They're not even going to go for the dive. They're just going to let this back. Wow, Eldritch Hounds end up getting nothing off of that besides the tier 2 tower. All the while, Leviathans juggling aggro between FineOk, between Adapting, able to find the execute onto BennyQ. Immediately turns that into the chase down. Ducky goes down. Continue diving. Coast goes down. I mean, so much. 6 and 1 now for the Ao Kuang. But all that turns into is the 1 level lead in the jungle, and that's pretty much it. I mean, Panda Cat got some free farm, which is nice, but I think you're still going to need a bit more if you want to try and fight back into this one, the Leviathans. That is a good first step, though. They're able to counter if the Eldritch Hounds make a mistake. If they step too far forward, they still do have that damage.
And right now, I mean, 6 kills. Feels great for Adapting. 6 assists on FineOk. He's been a part of every single kill as well.
I don't think they know.
And that's going to be a Fire Giant started up. And like you said, they don't know. In fact, they're on the beacon right now. They're on left. They're going for the Primal Fury. And it is wide open territory for the Fire Giant. Ducky should spot this out. He's going to know. They've got CC. They're going to walk over. The damage, it's all going to be the toss-up. What can they do? Not take it away. Can you survive? The answer is going to be no, at least for Ducky. Executed up into the air. Adapting is going to find himself, I guess, retreating with the rest of his team. Kill on board for Panda Cat. Now it's 7-7. The Hounds had a massive early lead. But the way the Leviathans have played, Trelly, last couple of minutes, nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible. Usually when you're a level 16 Artemis who's 1 and 2, 2 levels behind, and you just don't have a chance in hell in boxing your opposition, you're pretty much delegated to sitting in duo lane, farming, and hoping you can catch up. You split push a bit.
Hoping.
Panda Cat, I'm not sure whose call it was. Maybe it was his own. Maybe the team said, hey, yeah, you're not ahead. You can't do much in lane. Get over here. Rotate to fire. And he does. Sneakily gets over there. Coast is none the wiser. They say, hey, free Fury and Beacon. Now the Leviathans have a pre-20-minute Fire Giant. They're going to be able to grab some towers, possibly that Pyromancer as well. This is a good look for the Leviathans to try to get back into this game. Still behind in gold, but if they're able to get everything they want with this FG, that's not going to be the case for long.
Well, they got minions on left and a Hunter that has a Fire Giant buff. And so as long as they can keep that pressure up, it should be fine. You see Coast rotating in. And that really brings us to, I think, the important question. BennyQ's going to come over here. Never mind. The important question's gone now. It's just how much are you willing to kind of commit for this tier 2 tower right now if you are the Leviathans. And honestly, Charlie, it's a lot more than I thought. They've got 4 rotated over. Shinto's going to continue pushing down mid, knocks down the tier 1 tower there. Keeps things in control between the two teams. But this is going to be the hard part, trying to actually break into the base. You've got good defense coming up from the Hounds. You're, like you said, sub 20 minute for the Fire Giant. And so this could be a really easy hard defense for the Hounds as long as they hold on to it.
Yeah, they're playing this smart. I mean, split up the opposition. Oath is over on the right side of the map, hasn't quite revealed himself yet as Shinto was pushing up mid by himself to see who would try and defend that tier 2. But if no one shows up, Shinto and Adapting will grab that tier 2 for free. Oath seems to be the call. He has enough clear to step forward. But are you feeling confident enough to push into a tier 2 tower with the taunt from Ducky, the possible ult in from Neilmon, the damage that Benny Q and Vaporish Coast are able to output? Does not seem like the case. Minute 30 left on the power play. There is still a Pyromancer that can be grabbed, and Adapting and Shinto will do that. And I guess the duo lane is delegated just grabbing some buffs and backing up. Not the most impactful Fire Giant, but what it has done is even up that gold lead, split up the map presence a bit, and shown that the Leviathans, despite being down a ton, can still fight back.
And then at this point, you've actually taken the gold lead if you're the Leviathans. And so from 4,000 back to even, anything from here is just a net gain. And Charlie, all it cost was a Beacon and a Primal Fury, so I don't even think they're that upset about it. Unable to get the tier 2s, though, and like you said, with only, well, now 45 seconds left, probably not going to get any tier 2s. They saw what happened the other way, right? The Hounds, that big fight in mid happened because they pushed for the tier 2 in mid. And so just trying to keep things a little more equal, a little more even. Virtually identical builds. And by virtually, now that I've looked at it closer, it is the exact same build for Shinto and Panda Cat. And so now that we've hit this late game, and more specifically, 19-19 in mid, 18-19 Panda Cat to Coast, it feels like we can actually see a lot more from the Artemis and from the Marty to really get into the fight and actually lead the team, as opposed to what we've been seeing and kind of what you had referenced earlier, where most of the time you just get relegated to a farm machine.
That would be the usual call. The other towns recognize there's probably members of the team on the left side of the map, so why not push in for a tier 2? It's not like Final K and Adapting can stop this tower from going down. They can try and chase afterwards, but it won't be the easiest play to make. It does seem that there isn't any chase down potential because the rest of Leviathans are already back home. Actually, there are some low health bars here, and Adapting's got the wraparound, but the rest of the team is so far away. It's going to be a while before Adapting wants to show face here. At the very least, Final K is making sure that the Elder Towns have to continue running. It's not going to be easy to try and go for the fight. He's even ulting in. I think the Hounds can just run, though.
Well, how much do the Leviathans want to commit, or are they just trying to open up the Fire Giant pit for themselves? And it's only a little bit of damage. Like you said, Final K devotes the ultimate, so it's going to be a little bit easier to kill off. Beacon alive over on the left side of mid. Fire Giant going to be spawning in just a few seconds. Leviathans have control of the pit. Since that last big fight, still stayed 7-7, even though the gold has started to skew towards the Chaos team. Fire Giant starts to go. They're going to drop this pretty instantly. And Trelly, we find ourselves staring at each other one more time, 23 minutes in. Beacon spawns. Titans, at this point with the towers, would spawn over and left. And it looks like Leviathans are going to go ahead and try to get that one rolling, see where the Titans not just go, but what they can do maybe on their own.
I like that call because Leviathan said, hey, if no one shows up for some reason, yeah, we'll go for the insta-burn. But if anyone shows up, we don't really want to fight. Remember, Final K's ultimate is still down. You highlighted it very well. The World Serpent is the best way to get out of jail. Final K didn't have beads. He didn't have blink. So yeah, if your ult's not up, you probably don't want to look for that scrap. And they decided against it. They go over and grab the Beacon. Remember, Beacon changes are impactful still. You're not getting that extra movement speed anymore. You actually get extra damage, which is a big deal. Leviathans were able to finally grab one for themselves, and now it's the Eldritch Hounds who are able to go in for the Fire Giant. It's going very quickly.
Now the burn is there. Do they have the secure? Leviathan step up. It is going to be the Hounds who pick this one up. Now the fight afterward matters just as much, because can you stay alive with the buff? The answer is not only yes, it's emphatic. They can kill off Wrong You and get aggressive. They look like they're going to trade. Neil Mize getting low. One more hit is all you need. Adapting goes in. Execute onto Coast. Looks like he's going to land where? Oath or Neil? The answer's both. Might as well find him. Tries to chase it down. Gets a double by taking care of Oath. Panda Cat picks up the scraps. 4 gone in the blink of an eye. The Hounds get the FG. lose the fight.
I mean, that looked like a good fight too, right? I mean, the Eldritch Hounds, they get the 50-50, which was very close. Oath jumps away, which I think was the correct call. Leaving could have been easy. The difficulty, of course, is that Neilma is Ares. You're either in or you're out, and Neil was in. He goes in for the ult, and the rest of the team decides, hey, can we go in or not? They say yes, and now it's up to Ducky to try and keep the Titan alive up against 4. They are not going to go in for the end call because there isn't a Titan here. It's over in left lane. Unfortunately for the Leviathans, they had plenty of time, but they just didn't have anything to kill. They can go in for the tier 2 tower, retreat for their Titan, and this game's going to go just a little bit longer.
They get the mid Phoenix. They get the tier 2 on left, so more gold in their pockets. That's going to be helpful at the minimum. And Shelly, it goes back to that conversation. I'm sure the Leviathans, I mean, you couldn't have really predicted that kind of fight, that level of fight going your way. We've had conversations in the past on whether or not it's worthwhile just maybe letting the beacon sit there for a few minutes. So if you have the opportunity to end, you could still potentially go for that final hit. Instead, like you said, Fine OK sent over towards left. He's going to clear that out. The Chaos Titan not faring much better, but it is still alive. Teleport from Fine OK comes over towards right. The Leviathans step up to the Pyromancer to block off the Hounds. They're going for a fight. Neil, you said it. If he's in, he's in. He's not going to have too much in terms of aggression. I believe that was a Frenzy used by Wrong U. And it's not going to get him too much. Except a Pyromancer, which at this rate is going to open up a lot of doors. One Runic Bomb in pocket, and it's on the 8-1 and 2 Ao Kwang. And Trelly, now it's just for the Leviathans to figure out where to go and the Hounds to figure out how to stop it.
Yep, still have to deal with the Titan. The Hounds are able to drive that one back, but the Leviathans have a tier 2 tower on their mind. Remember, they didn't get Fire Giant. In fact, the only member of anyone that has one is Ducky. He has FG buff. No one else does. And the Leviathans, they say, hey, we've got a mid-bird down. Might as well push up with a tier 2 over on right. Seems as free as a tower you're going to be able to grab. Then decide to go back to base because Shinto's holding on to 3,000 gold currently in his hand. Could get a full Heartseeker. Could get, you know, a Blood Forge if that's something he's looking for. But Heartseeker more often than not is the call, and that is what he's able to grab. So now even more damage to these tankier targets. Ducky, Neil, they're getting shredded by the ability damage that Shinto's able to output, as well as the fact that adapting is close to that Typhon's Fang. That percent pen goes a long way. He's been able to get some kills and executes onto these squishier targets, but there are Typhons at the end of your build, and you're able to kill just about anyone.
Primal Fury, next target up for the Leviathans. And Trelly, how things have changed. 4,000 gold about 10 minutes ago in favor of the Hounds. Now Leviathans pushing 6,000.
Oath did it.
Oath did it. He passed 5K.
Not by a wide margin, but has done it. And again, Baka's not a he's not a poke. He's not a poke jungler.
Yeah.
It's very difficult when your team is losing on these picks to try and make impactful plays. Like I think the Susana was a bit different, but as a Baka, you're all inning and hopefully you're getting a kill and trading with your life at this point. He's got Deathbringer, he's got Bladed Boomerang. The crits are nice, but unfortunately adapting is just able to heal up off his minions, so that 1v1 is never going to be fun. Shinto just has so much safety, and Pandacat is able to drop Tusky, so I don't see any room for Oath to go in unless someone else on his team is creating space for him, right? If Ducky is dashing to the back line, taunting, forcing beads, if BennyQ hits a massive stun. So definitely a better look for Oath in this game, but still has not been able to find too much success, sitting at 2-2 and 2. And Leviathans have no other option but group up for another iteration of this Fire Giant fight. All Phoenixes will be back up at that point. The mid-bird will be respawning anytime now. And Leviathans just want to try and set up an ambush, pull some beads before the fight begins. That's been the call, and they're already stepping up.
We've got about 30 seconds now, a little shy of 30 seconds to wait before it's here. I'm immediately jumping. Part of me wanted to talk to you about the Tiki Mask, but at this point, I don't know how much. I mean, you've got a red buff, a purple buff, green buff there for Fine OK. So small benefits, I think, coming from those, having the masks alongside them. It's going to be some poke back and forth between the two teams, but Leviathans, at this point, they've sold the recipes, they've got their 6 items, and for a majority of them, it's tier 3s, Heartseekers, Typhon's Fang. And so how does the play, if you're the Hounds right now, and let's say you can play chess with them, right? You put them into the right position, How do you see them trying to get aggressive to this Fire Giant, and can they? I guess we'll find out before you can even answer it, because the Leviathans are going to give us the opportunity to chat. Take the Fire Giant down. It's at 1/3 health. Finally, they drop it, and maybe give you the opportunity to figure out how the Hounds can try to get in here and be successful.
I mean, Neil's been stepping forward, but every time he does, he gets poked out. Final K is not taking the same amount of damage. This Ares is just so immobile. Finally, the Fire Giant's picked back up, and Final K goes to the back line. The Leviathans, are they looking for a fight? Are they looking for the pull? They might not have a choice. Final K wants to go in.
Yeah, it looks like the fight. Final K's half health.
Oh my
now
goodness.
actually lower the bombs from BennyQ. A lot of damage on those towards Final K. And then immediately, Trelly, pause, reset, back for the World Serpent. Gets aggressive, teleports in. Fire Giant started getting burned quick. Taunt from Ducky, tries to get things going. Fire Giant goes over to the Leviathans. And now the chase is on. BennyQ, half health. Neil Ma, half health. And knocked up. The damage should be there. The execute is good. And now the dive forward from the Ao Kuang from the Leviathans is going to be there. BennyQ forced to use his Aegis. Coast and him dash simultaneously. Get under the mid Phoenix. Need to reset. Oath backing to base. And you've got Ducky, but no Neil Ma in a 5v4 for the next 38 seconds.
And this Fire Giant is enhanced, so these Phoenixes will drop without minion waves regardless. Mid already gone. BennyQ is going to be the best line of defense here. He's got good wave clear, he's got good poke, but he has 0 relics. Any bit of stun, any bit of CC towards this Agni could be the Titan going down.
The pressure is on. Stun good from BennyQ. Leviathans leading this 12-8. The Hounds have put up a good fight in the early game. Now they got to continue putting up a good fight around this Phoenix. Tusky goes in, stuns Ducky, stuns Coast, stuns Benny, and gets the damage, opens up the bird, and the Leviathans step in and take it. Trelly, they're playing cautiously though. They fall back. More content to just break this base, get the fire minions going, and a reset before what could be the final fight.
This is what I'm talking about. I mean, a grouped up fight underneath Phoenix where you can just drop Tusky, do 1,500 damage across 3 different targets, stun them, and they weren't even looking for a fight. That was more of a distraction, just so they could go in. Neilma, though, wants to try and siege forward. They need a fight now. Wrong-U's looking weak.
And they're going to find him. The damage is there from Coast. Now the no escape tries to pull people in, but Shinto matches it ult for ult. Looks for the damage back into the fight. It's going to be BennyQ, who's low. BennyQ, though, who lives through this one. They find the kills they need. It's 2 for 1. Neil has gone down, but you need some more kills, and Panda Cat has shown up. Panda Cat is unscathed in this fight and finding shots wherever he needs them. BennyQ makes it back to base. Oath retreats, but it is now 3-on-2. Damage dealers versus damage dealers. What can the jungler and the mid laner for the Hounds do in the face of 2 carries? No Phoenix is up. Fire minions coming down mid. BennyQ stun over the wall onto Panda Cat. Gets a lot of damage. It's going to force them to rethink their engage. Force the Leviathans to rethink this fight.
Wow.
They fall back one more time.
Benny makes a good play there because if they had timers down, this game is over. BennyQ has 0 relics. If he dashes ever, Panda Cat says, okay, here's Tusky, here's a trap, you're dead, GG. But I don't think they knew the relics were down, and more specifically, Panda Cat walks into 2 bomb stuns and says, all right, time to go. We don't have an end call any longer, so they decide to retreat for now. As far as EFGs go, I mean, you got 2 Phoenixes down essentially for free. I think the Eldritch Hounds do finally show us that sense of urgency. They make a chase down play where Neil brings the team forward, sends Ducky in with the ultimate, and they were able to grab some picks, but not enough to try and bring that Titan down. There is still 1 more Phoenix left to grab, and Leviathans only have 1 minute left with their carries having enhanced Fire Giant. Do not think they decide to push forward. Maybe set up an ambush, maybe look for a fight, but that right side bird doesn't look very likely in this amount of time.
At this point, maybe even push up the mid fire minions. Those are getting pushed back. Left wave. It's been kind of under control. Looks like they're going to send Ducky over to try and deal with those. Or maybe Ducky's just trying to get some gold, balance things out. Just shy of 10,000 ahead for the Leviathans. And they fought back from something pretty steep. 4K, sub 20 minutes. But a Fire Giant call super early on opened up a very important conversation for them to get back into this game. Right side Phoenix. I thought there would be something explosive, maybe a defense. Instead, it's just step up and kill it from the Leviathans. And Trelly, now they're just waiting right outside the base. Like you said, only a few seconds left on the EFG for 2 of them, but with the Phoenixes down, you might not need it.
They are hiding in the grass. 1 target that steps forward could be the end. So The other towns are playing this one safe. I respect the call to not defend right. They said, hey, we already have 2 Phoenixes down. It's not like our Titan's going to regen anyways. We might as well not throw for a Phoenix when we can try and defend the Titan. All the while, Ducky was over on the left side of the map keeping minions out. The Leviathans, I mean, they could go in here, but I think they're just stalling for Enhanced Fire Giant to come in and see if they can find relics. Doesn't seem like something they need to overcommit for. Play it slow, look for poke. If you get a free Phoenix, sure. If not, back up.
Mini-Q's damage. It's been pretty important so far. Good taunt from Ducky on the wrong U. Met with the stun. And again, those bombs from the Agni, which spreads out a lot. The Phoenix goes down. They've honestly bought enough time. Left side's right about to come up. But instead, like you said, stalling until the real prize is back on the board. EFG going to be spawning in just a few seconds. Leviathans set themselves up to go back in.
Why not? I mean, you need EFG to go in for the end call. Gotta back up, look for some farm until it's time to go in. Now, I think the interesting play here is on the Elder Towns now. Do you sit in your Titan room, wait for the impending doom, wait for that Fire Giant to go down and try and fight in your base? Or do you take to the jungle, get some ward coverage, and set up an ambush? Because they just cleared a ward, the Leviathans know exactly where the Hounds are, so I don't think any ambushes will be the call. But there is still one more wave of fire minions over and left that Ducky would have to deal with if he doesn't want his bird to drop down. An Enhanced Fire Giant is spawned and currently being zoned. The Elder Towns, I think they're going to give up that Phoenix and try and find a fight, but there's already gone. There's no way. You step up towards fast speed buff, but EFG's gone. Retreat is the play, and trying to keep your Titan alive is the new call.
Right now, I got to give a shout out. FineOK has been a part of every single kill for the Leviathans.
0-1 and 15.
And I don't expect, well, I expect maybe the slash line to change depending on how the fights go. But I don't expect the part of all of their kills part to change. It all depends on what goes on here. Wrong U's getting melted early, but the Dharmic Pillars and now the retaliation from the Leviathans have the Hounds on the run. Immediate dive from FineOK knocks them apart and keeps them under control. Low health bars, adapting goes in, adapting gets a kill, and 2 gone instantly on the Hounds. FineOK loses his life for going in too deep. Low health bar here for Wrong U and for PandaCat. Adapting a little over half. Enhanced Fire Giant going to help heal them up just a little bit. But you got Coast, Mini-Q, and Oath to defend against 4 on the Leviathans.
We're just waiting for Benny Q's damage to go down, really, because without Oath's ultimate, he is not worth much. He needs Regurgitate to really make a play here. It's all about, is Benny Q stunned down? If so, let's walk forward. Coast also has plenty of shred, but no Odibo, no ability to hit these AoE attacks. It's really just all on Benny Q to stall this end call. And Leviathan say, hey, we've got regen, we've got EFG, we can sit here for a bit. They still have 20 seconds without their tanks.
Yeah, those low health bars, most of them are full now. Dharmic Pillars gets dropped. It's going to be the Titan, that's the goal, and it's going to be a 3-0 here. The Leviathans coming in strong after a roster swap and put the Hounds down.
Wow, I mean, I think we all expected a bit of an explosive matchup here. I did not expect it to be this one-sided. I mean, very difficult games from the Elder Towns early on. I did like the life that we saw in game number 3, but it can't take 3 games for you to ramp up, right?
Yeah.
Game 1 and 2, pretty sleeper. They were able to find some farm, yes, some gold maybe, but actual fights, actual plays, it was like one attempted sneak at a Fire Giant, and besides that, they kind of got rolled over.
Bad news for the Hounds is they're out now, right? The 3-0. Is going to be done for them this weekend. Good news for the Hounds is they've got 2 weeks to watch those 3 games and figure out how to stop that from happening again before they get back into the regular season. For the Leviathans, it's a good 3-0. Like you said, the first 2 games pretty clean. That last one starts out rough, but after that big fight in mid was really the big turning point, and they make it look good from there. But that's going to do it for myself and Charlie. We're going to throw back to the desk, and they can break this one down.
What a tough matchup for the Elder Towns, man. There was a point in that game, Bobby, where we look over the duel lane, you literally screamed it. You said, PandaCat's 5 levels down? What's going on? And I thought to myself, that's it. There's no comeback there. There's really no way to fight back in. Egg on my face. The Atlantis Leviathans clearly found it off the back of great macro plays, off the great objective plays for the most part. I mean, they were splitting the map so well. But what is it that you saw from the Leviathans that bounced them back in?
I mean, I think it's just they bided their time until they saw that opening. That fight in mid that was brought up. That is when the game kind of turned. 4 levels down for PandaCat before then. That fight in mid, Final K wraps around, adapting, ends up getting a double, I think maybe even a triple kill, and from there it's just the game is even. Then they get the Fire Giant, they trade it for Gold Fury Beacon. Well, it was a little bit not even still, but then it became even with that fight. And eventually, slowly but surely, they clawed their way back into the game. And then they started getting on the offensive. And I liked that we got to see this side of the Levi's and not just a third game where they just stomped. Game 1, Game 2, absolutely great mid-game, great early game by the Levi's. Game 3, really, really bad early game by the Levi's. Honestly, Hounds, really good early game. But now we get to see that Levi's team can even play from behind. I think the Hounds have things that they can take from this game. I think they can build on it. I do think that, like you said, macro is something that they need to touch up on. They really got out-macroed, but, I mean, overall, just a great set by the Levi's.
Yeah, Levi's really do bring a whole lot of styles to this. I mean, 3 distinct compositions that play very differently. 2 games that are essentially won the same way, which is every facet of the game goes to Leviathans. But of course, Game 3, not only a different composition, not only a different strategy, but also having to play from behind, showing their chops and showing the versatility of this team. Panda Cat, it's almost like he never left. Really, I mean, it's 6-month break, doesn't reflect on him whatsoever. He had a great time, barring maybe the laning phase there in Game 3. Vaporish Coast gets the better end of that one, but otherwise, team fights, relic usage, all still there. Panda Cat just at home here in the SPL. The Leviathans, I'm sure, very happy to set the record straight so early on in the phase. Great stuff from them. My heart goes out to the Hounds. It's a really tough game to lose like that. And take a look across the board. Starts down 4 levels, ends the game 5-2. That looks pretty good. Shinto's putting up 33,000 damage. Final Craze essentially affecting every single kill onto the map out of the solo lane. I mean, this was a multi-headed effort from the Leviathans, and the Hounds just weren't quite ready to stand up to it.
Yeah, I think a lot of it just comes back to the backliners from this Levi's. It's like they've been playing together for a while. They were always positioning near each other when they needed to be. They were peeling for each other, a lot of damage, and everything about it was just really smooth. There was really no, drop in communication or anything like that. They just picked off right where you'd expect that they would pick up if they play the entire phase 1 together.
Well, you've heard it from us. Now we can hear it from the players themselves. I think Gormizer is standing by with a special guest.
That's right. I got Shinto standing here, and I'm really excited for this because, after seeing you guys come through in Game 1 and 2, I'm curious from your perspective, was it as smooth as it looked? Because it felt like the gameplay was pretty much one-sided from our perspective.
Yeah, the first game and the second game, it was very, very clean sweep, we feel like. But then the third game, we fight in duo, and we get pretty much wiped, and the game get kind of hard after that. But then Ronnie got a great fire giant, and yeah, we put it up.
And Game 3, I'm kind of curious. What was it? Panda Cat's 4 levels down. It feels like the Hounds are finally, in the game. What are the comms like, and how level-headed is the team to stay in that moment and win a big fight?
Yeah, I mean, we knew we have the better late game, so we just need to chill and don't give kills to the other team. And they have a really aggressive dual lane too, so we just need to chill. And like what I say, we just did a really great fire gen and we win.
And I got to ask Panda Cat about it, but I'm kind of curious for your perspective because the team's changed so much over the last couple of years. What's it like having him on the team and in the backline with you?
For me, it's an honor because he's a friend of mine. I've been wanting to play with him for a long time, and he's so fun. It's so fun to play again with him and with all the team, too.
And you guys look great. A nice 3-0 to start off the second half of this year. So congratulations on the win, man. Thanks for your time. We'll go back to the desk.
Good words there from the Leviathans mid laner. I mean, clearly just happy to have been able to take that dub, and didn't really seem like he was too surprised by it either. That was a confident interview given. What do you think, Bobby? Is this a trend starting to develop for the Leviathans? Is this a one-off? Where are you at?
I think you have to say it's a trend. That was 3 games, like you said, distinct styles, different parts of the game that they excelled at. All of it, just like everything kind of came together. Now, I do think that they have to do this against some of the top-tier teams because, I mean,
they got one coming up.
Warriors, stuff like that. But if anything, this game shows that they do have that style where they can play very, very good Smite.
And so as we take a look at the bracket, you can make a breakdown of exactly what has gone on so far. We've only played the quarterfinals, so Ferryman 3-0, Oni Warriors 3-0, Atlantis Leviathans 3-0. Next up, will be the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens. We'll see whether or not that 3-0 train continues. I'm hoping for a little bit of a longer set, but we will get an idea of maybe our first semifinal matchup, the Oni Warriors and the Atlantis Leviathans, a little bit later on this week. I am very excited for that one. Not only is it just the Oni Warriors and the insane narratives around this team, one of the undefeated rosters makes a swap, but the Leviathans clearly looking rejuvenated, maybe can take the set to them. But before that, it's the Jade Dragons and the Ravens. You got any predictions?
I think this will be, well, it's hard not to say that it's going to be the best set because we've had only 3-0s. This one is not going through, it's going to go more than 3 games. Guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
One team is going to take at least one win. That's my prediction. I think this will be the best set. So we'll see. Maybe it'll be a 3-0, but I think at the very least this will be the best set.
Yeah, I'll be keeping my eyes on the duo lane. Seems like a lot of that meta has been developed there. If you want to catch that set, make sure you stick around, grab a drink, grab a snack. We'll be right back.
Yeah, come on. I could write this in my sleep. Say you don't sleep, but I sleep. That's why you're sleeping on me. Why? Energy, energy, energy. Don't say a word or a peep. No. Me, I'm just me, I'm me. I keep it true, I don't sneak. Energy, energy, energy. I hit being on the road. Hard as a home when I'm home. Watching my babies get old. That gets me into my zone. That gets me into my groove. You know I'm nice, I'm not rude. Got no time for attitudes. Energy, energy, energy. Yeah, 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 come on. Yeah, 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 come on. Yeah, yeah, come on. Yeah, come on.
love my bop and unlike me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and unlike me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up. What's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shawty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. With your boy, I'm the man of the year. I'm not a fan of your peers. Serve him a fate, I'ma hand him the shears. He not the man of your peers. Heart of a lion, I'm trampling fears. I love the man in the mirror. Cry me a river to stand in the tears. You better stand in the clear. I'm going crazy, fugazi. How would they ever go with a kid? Put it on, baby. It do not faze me. Boy, I do not give what you did. Eating that kitty, she stuck to my rib. How can I trust him? He the pigs. Bro got a Glock and a couple of C's. He think about splitting a couple of wigs. Shotty my DNA all real. Sweatsuit all heel figure. And I ain't even gotta deal with you. If I ain't never split a bill with you. I got Hennessy and horchata. Baby girl wearing nada. Growing from a cider, bathrobe in his Prada. Fiji water by the cold glass, granddaddy by the Ziploc. Flex season, I'm road running, I'm staying all on my tip top. Young man with an old mind, so I ain't worried about slight. I be up till sunrise, I'm staying out on my night shift. I got a bottle of bourbon, a bundle of hundreds, I'm jiggy, I'm flexing it. Figured I hit it and quit it, I'm busy, I ain't got the minutes for texting it. Came from the gutter with me and my brother, I'm moving my mother right out of the city. I'm a star and they know I go hard, so I'm kissing them babies and signing them. Gold blingin' like Chingo, rock star like Ringo. Checks coming in back to back, I'ma line them up like bingo. Oh, I think that they like me, they be all on my wood tip. Not a stain on my white tee, I'm popping all of this good. Big flex, my swole up, double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up, what's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shawty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, it ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you?
On my wrist, for real. LV on my chick, for real. Waco taking risks, for real. Went through hell to get to this, for real. I'm not pressed with making lists, for real. I stay low and stack my chips, for real. You keep looking for a flip, for real. That's not wealth, that's rich, for real. 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 For real, for real, really real, really real, really real, really real, for real, for real, for real, for real. No liens on the whip, for real. I get bored, I take a trip, for real. Take a loss, I never trip, for real. Been in shock, I'm not a lick, for real. Don't trust the soul, it's on my hip, for real. Make a move and you get hit, for real. No pictures by the crib, for real. Can't let them know just where I live, for real. 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 Really real. Really real. Really real. Really real. For real. For real. For real. On my wrist, for real. my chick, for real. Waco taking risks, for real. Went through hell to get to this, for real.
Don't touch that dial. We got the...
Hello and welcome back to the SPL Kickoff Tournament. It's J-Mac. I got Mifflin joining me here on the desk. We ready to jump into our second set of the day. We're going to have the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens facing out, and probably for the first time this week so far, Miff, we have two teams that had no real changes as far as their on-field roster to kind of talk about. A couple of coach swap arounds here and there between these two squads, but outside of that, it's a lot of what we were seeing from the teams before, now moving in towards this phase, see what change-ups kind of get made, maybe on-field, and maybe some of the playstyle adjustments that come from Phase 1 now and towards Phase 2.
Yeah, this one is really going to be a matchup that essentially just reflects whether or not this meta favored the team that we had seen previously, right? Did the Jade Dragons adapt well? Did the things that change affect them positively or negatively? And the same could be said of the Highland Ravens. I'm excited to see how they've adapted, but I'm imagining we see a lot of the same. This matchup probably looks just like it did in Phase 1.
Yeah, a lot of what we've been seeing so far this week has been very quick games comparatively to what we were seeing at Masters and even before, where average time was 35, 40-plus minutes. Now I've been kind of seeing things brought down to about this kind of 30-minute range or so. Taking a look at the bracket, if you've missed out on the event up until now, if you're first time tuning in, well, welcome in. You're now halfway through the event at this point. We've already had 3 sets through, and all of them 3-0. Styx Ferrymen, Oni Warriors, and Atlantis Leviathans all knock out their opponents and move into the semifinals. And now we have our 4th and final quarterfinal matchup with the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens. Winner will move on to face off against the Ferrymen. And then with the Oni Warriors and Leviathans, they've already been locked in for that semifinal. Those will be played tomorrow, and then the finals on Sunday with the divisional draft show taking place immediately after. So once the matches are done on Sunday, make sure you continue to stick around to see where these teams will kind of get placed out there. But moving in towards this event, I think it's right to talk about both these teams, especially with the Ravens for how hot their last half of the split started. I think this is a team that started around, I think, the 3-0 mark whenever they kind of first started off Phase 1. Hit a bit of a weird middle patch and then kind of just kept their rise going up towards the end. This is a very tenured team of players. When you look at the rosters here, Barracuda, Venenu have stuck together for such a long time. Haddock's rejoining some of this old roster along with them. And then you throw names like Hurrywin and Scream on this team. This feels like one of the more dangerous rosters and one that rightfully earned that first place seeding in Phase 1.
And it's a team that is so interesting in how they have elected to play. So often when Lucas Spracklin is on a team, that's Scream, by the way, he just dominates the entire concept. He dominates how they want to play. He tells them, we're going to draft this, we're going to play for this is how it's going to go down. But I feel like that's been a little bit less there so far this year. He's really been willing to work in with Barracuda, have the game go through Haddock's every now and then. If Ven's having a pop-off performance, Scream's willing to take that backseat and really play through him as well. So that adaptability is one of the reasons that I said during Phase 1 that it was really one of my favorite teams to watch. The Highland Ravens feels like they just got something different every single week. They're always working on something. They're always positive. They're always looking towards the future and trying to improve. I would say that this is a team that has made their money in the mid-game. And so often the conversation around them, we'd ask Haddox, we'd ask for anyone, what kind of team are you? Are you an early game team, a late game team? Are you guys the macro guys? Are you running it down in lane? He said, I don't know. We're just a team. That's a direct quote. And I think that also does speak volumes to the versatility of this squad. But for me, they scream mid-game. I love how they play that mid 3v3. Once those Stygian beacons start to form up, we so often see them group up for that team fight. And teams sometimes are a little bit less willing to actually 5-stack on the Stygian beacon, and they get caught unaware by the Highland Ravens. So I wonder, maybe the Jade Dragons have done some homework, realizing where that proverbial theoretical heat map for the Ravens is.
Yeah, I think that's kind of also just kind of the discussion of the meta right now is, where is everybody's focus in the meta? Is it still working on those sidelines, making sure to get the shield buffs, the cooldown camps, those kinds of things? Is it maybe more focused towards getting some of these buff invades, denying some of these new augmented buffs from going over towards your opposition? Because you get so much value from those buffs out there. So for the Highland Ravens, let's figure out where there's at. And for the Jade Dragons, maybe kind of see what's new for this squad, because it felt like there was a lot to be desired from this Dragons team. We look at their performance in Phase 1. it really wasn't quite
great.
there. It was not the greatest performance by them, alongside with the Atlantis Leviathans, Gilded Gladiators. I believe the combination of them finishing out 3-7 or lower over the course of theirs, it was just a clear-cut Oni Warriors winning out that division. So I think not just the fans, but I think a lot of people are just looking at this Jade Dragons team and wondering what's new for them coming into Phase 2.
Well, it's got to be things, the intangibles, right? The decision-making processes, the compositions, the things that we can't see. Literally, they haven't made any player changes. But Jade Dragons in Phase 1 ended it at 7th seed. And anyone looking at this roster going into the year probably was not expecting this from them. And it is comprised of the 3-man core of Vote, Nika, and Dardes, flanked by Lazra and Polar Bear Mike. A squad that we had thought had a lot of mechanical talent and now had the leadership of PBM and Lazra. A lot of the analysts at home, a lot of the other pros were projecting, yeah, Jade Dragons, this is going to be a good year for them, but so far just have not quite been able to line it up. I wonder if it's maybe a disagreement in how they want to approach the game. Maybe its compositions quite haven't been there. Maybe the meta didn't quite suit them. So we'll see if the Season of Celebration can help them out a bit there. Across the board, I think I'm just looking at improvement throughout the later portions of the game. It's something about the brand Jade Dragons, but they've never struggled in the early game. Doesn't matter who's been under that moniker, have generally done very well at that facet of the match. Mid to late game, though, again, maybe it comes with the moniker, been a bit of a struggle.
I think from what we've been seeing on the meta, early game has been one of two. It's either been, okay, first like 8 to 10 minutes, nothing's happening. We're waiting for that first big team fight to break out, usually around Beacon. Or it's been, hey, we're level 2 or we're level 3 in lane. We're just going to kind of run down and try and get those first couple of kills. And then things just start to snowball out of control. We've been seeing just the immediate trend so far as gameplay-wise has been much more early to mid-centric compared to late. I don't even think we've really had a game go beyond 35 minutes so far this week, and everything has been on the lower end at this point. So let's see how the Jade Dragons can adapt to this new kind of early-centric style of play. And who better to talk to than the man himself, Polar Bear Mike, standing by with Hindu Man for our pregame interview.
Yeah, that's right. Mike is still next to me, and Mike, I have not prepped this interview whatsoever. How do you feel about that?
I have not prepped either, so.
That doesn't surprise me. You are an SPL player. That is not a shock to everyone at home either. First question for you. How are you feeling about the meta developing of what you've seen in the past 2 days? Is this what we're going to see more often? Or is this the players having a bit more fun because the meta's open?
No, I don't think anyone's having fun. I think people are trying and, just messing with different stuff. And I don't think there's any team that hasn't tried to win. So I don't think you're seeing anything like troll or experimental or anything like that.
Cool. I wasn't saying necessarily it was troll, for sure. Just to be clear, yeah?
Troll to me is
So phase 1 with you guys, I think you kind of struggled trying to get to grips with as a team of what you want to do. What is the goal of phase 2 at the start for you guys to try and get to grips with the league?
We did pretty well at all. Like there were 3 tournaments and we were top 4 in all of them. And I think a lot of that came down to just actually prepping properly, like going into a week with a game plan and executing it versus whatever team we were. I think we could have done a better job with that in the regular season. I think Dardes being in France for some of it kind of hurt us a little bit, but I feel pretty good. I think scrims have been going well, and just trying to get better, take it one step at a time.
That concerns me. Whenever I hear scrims are going well, that generally is the opposite.
I don't care about winning the scrim. I care about like learning. I'm a scrim like loser, but like learner.
Speaking of scrims real quick, and basically the games in general, against the Ravens today, are you expecting this to be a tough challenge against the Ravens, or is this something that you think you should comfortably win here?
I think it could go either way. I think I have a pretty good read on those players. I'm pretty comfortable playing against all of them. So I think we have a good idea what they're going to do. They probably feel similarly. Just whoever plays better on the day.
What's the scoreline?
It's always a 3-1.
If you're trolling.
Just no matter what, it's just a 3-1.
3-1 it's going to be. Which team, though?
Probably us, but maybe not us as well. You can never really guess stuff like that.
Man, that's almost like a non-prediction. Let's get it back over to the desk, though, so this lad can get back in the booth, ready to play.
It's always going to be a 3-1 when PBM is around. At least that's what he hopes, and maybe even a hopeful win for his team as well.
Yeah, PBM fully embodying the philosophy of amor fati, the love of one's own fate. 3-1, I got nothing of it. I can't do anything. I've got no agency. It's going to be a 3-1, one way or the other.
Like, he just doesn't want it to be another 3-0 sweep. We've already seen 3 of those. He wants to spice things up, give us an actual 4th game so far for this event. And I think the fans are also maybe wanting to see a 4th game come out of here. And you just got to always go back to, we talk about the scrim mentality. I think Hindu Man's right to say, anytime that we hear that a team is doing really well in scrims, they're winning all their scrim matches, they come out to that next event and they're not doing very good at all. It's the teams that were struggling during those scrims, or maybe as Mike likes puts it, losing but learning, because you learn a lot from losing. You don't learn a whole lot from winning, because you do a whole lot of winning. It's like, well, I guess we're doing everything right. We don't got to change anything up. And then that first loss gets handed to you. It's maybe not as impactful.
Well, I'm not sure if you've been given this info, J-Mac. So when this information was presented to me, it rocked me to my core to such an extent that it's changed my entire thought process when it comes to scrims. The only Warriors told me that they essentially didn't lose an entire scrim for the whole phase. So maybe winning scrims could be like actually pretty good. I don't know.
They could also just be better in general, just like blanket statement. Maybe they were just better, and they were all the way until the very last set of the phase, and then they weren't better. But that also, I think, comes to a little bit of the, the way that Masters was developing at that point, where every game was extending to 40, 45 minutes, and that wasn't really a meta, at least at the Warriors that time, were developed into. But now we're currently sitting this early style of game, 25, 30 minutes average has kind of been our most one. We haven't really seen enhanced Fire Giants kind of ever be played. Usually it's, if we hit an enhanced Fire Giant, that's usually the game-winning Fire Giant at that point.
Yeah, it seems like the game at its absolute peak right now is sitting around that 35-minute mark, whereas previously it took 3 EFGs to end the match. So I'm actually a fan of having it be a little bit more decisive. I feel like when the game is capable of ending earlier, it puts more onus on the early game. There was a point in Phase 1 where I thought, first 10 minutes of the match, I mean, all right, let's get through it. Okay, let's get into the meat and potatoes. But now it feels like there really is that ripple effect throughout. The bounties have been brought in a little bit. Some of those comeback mechanics have been reeled in a little bit as well. And so there is more potential at the pro level to see some of that snowball. Take it or leave it. It depends on the fan. Me personally, I've always really liked that. It just adds just a little bit more oomph to every single portion of the match.
Yeah, I think you put it right where we can still see some of that snowball, but those comeback mechanics have also been toned down just a little bit. So everything kind of across the board where you can still run away and win out in the early game and then still just have that massive lead and win late game. But there's also still that potential to see some of that comeback if a game does end up dragging a little bit further. One mechanic we haven't seen so far this weekend, because again, we haven't hit that point of a game, the second Titan spawn. We've seen it one time so far. I don't know if we're going to see it this weekend unless we see games really go. I mean, you have to be hitting like 40, 45 minutes to even see an attempt of something like that. So haven't seen that opportunity just yet. Maybe like a single beacon cap after the initial Titan goes down. But usually we've been seeing games kind of end at that point. We'll have to see, though, what ends up changing for these two teams as we jump into the picks and bans for game number 1 between the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens, to see which of these two teams kind of put some priority on some of the big picks we've been seeing. Olarun, Raijin, Hebo, Pele, those are kind of some of the big hitters that we've been seeing pop out. Artemis and Chernobog as well, if we look over towards that dual lane. Those have been some of those huge power picks we've been seeing amongst these picks and bans.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was just the last set or maybe if it's something developing the meta, but On Her seems to be a little bit higher on that priority list. Charon, of course, incredibly powerful. Chernobog, essentially permanently banned, almost has completely replaced Martikaros as that one guy that's guaranteed to be in the column. So we'll see. One of the major changes here in the Season of Celebration, and it's one of my favorite changes, is just the amount of player expression available. The recipes, almost bringing in gods that were completely out of the meta are now nearly at the top of it. It really has opened the door to a lot of these new picks, these new exciting things. If you had come in Phase 1 and said, yeah, I think Arachne is going to get like first phase bans, I would have spit in your face. So now when you say it, I'm like, oh yeah, you could just be right. It just makes it so much more exciting. There's so much more player expression. What the Jade Dragons draft might not look like what the Oni Warriors are drafting. What the Highland Ravens are picking up isn't going to look like the Leviathans, and that makes it so much more interesting.
And it really does feel like we're getting a little bit more player and team identity versus, yeah, this is just the best god. We're just going to draft the same, 10 to 20 gods every single game and play that on repeat for the weekend. We've been seeing a whole lot of diversity amongst the picks and bans. Immediately, one of those kind of diverse picks that really feels like it stands to just a couple of players over the course of the league, the Morrigan. Banned away by the Highland Ravens. Really feels like that is a direct shot at Dardes.
It is. That Morrigan has been the keystone of a lot of the Jade Dragons compositions. It's been a keystone of a lot of Dardes' team compositions throughout the years. If you remember way back, it's them kind of pioneering the double Cthulhu, or maybe it's the double AMC, or the double really anything. That's generally what the Morrigan crew makes available to you. Instead now, Dardes still does have plenty of his own favorite selections. I was going to say Martikaros, perhaps one that the Highland Ravens want to consider banning out, considering it is hyper-aggressive and Dardes is a self-reported playmaker. This does leave open a lot of high-priority picks. The supports are really what I'm keeping my eyes on, but with so many available, the Jade Dragons forego it in the first slot and instead grab the Pele, who has seen some buffs recently. It's generally to that fuel. That's the primary change. Now when you cast the Pyroclast, the first ability, it will refuel you, give you a little bit more additional movement speed to work with, some more time to have that third ability channeled. Now the Highland Ravens, though, do have pick of support. Do you want the Ganesh? Do you want the Ares? What is it that you're really looking towards grabbing? And maybe even a Hunter selection here. I wouldn't hate seeing that.
Wield Thor.
Oh, wow.
Who's been seeing kind of mixed so far. Hasn't seen a single game play, but it's been banned about half of the time that he has been available to have been played. And then pair that with a Charon, who has not done any winning just yet. Currently sitting 0-4 on the matchups that he has played. Has been picked up a few times so far in these first couple of days, but pairing a Charon with a Thor, we know that just based off at least the amateur tournament that we had the weekend before, and then from what we've seen in this one, some potential flexibility of this god, but at least for the pro teams, they've been playing this god mostly in that support role.
Yeah, Charon, to me, 0-4 just does not do justice to how strong he is. Anyone in the chat right now that has been playing ranked recently and has had the displeasure of running into an enemy Charon absolutely knows how terrible it feels trying to knock this god down. His survivability is incredibly high, has long-range initiation with that global ultimate. If he's dashing away from you, he's probably also CCing you. The silence is on an incredibly short cooldown, so a lot of channeled abilities are just really difficult to use. Charon is in a very, very good spot. The bans that he's been receiving have been well placed, but the wins have not quite rolled through just yet. On her and Athena for the Jade Dragons, duo lane locked in more than likely. Could be Athena solo. We've seen flexibility. I'd be doing a disservice if I don't talk about Athena jungle, but I really have been liking her support as of recent. And this is an aggressive lane, assuming that it is together. On her, just needs to follow up on Confound. It's so simple. Not many gods, just make it easy to line up the pillar stun. Taunt into pillar stun, I mean, that's guaranteed.
Man, Athena and Pele as a combination all just sounds so devastating. I mean, not only the initial change that came with it, the Confound slowing the attack speed, the slow moving to her shield wall, but at 20% extra movement speed you get from using your ultimate as Athena onto a target, you couple that with the Pele who's already moving across this map as fast as possible, could make the difference from, oh, Pele just missed out on getting to lane in time for a gank, to all of a sudden now Pele is there and the Athena's dunking down right on top alongside it. So here's to see how this combination works out for the Dragons, but for the Ravens, they round things out with the Camazotz. Camazotz not receiving any direct buffs as of this patch, but is there anything that maybe kind of stands out to you for Camazotz that could see some reason to have him here on this Ravens draft?
Everybody's got access to Bao, and Bao makes these safe picks even safer, so I would assume Camazotz a little bit more capable of just poking from range. Beforehand, it was Screech, Vampiric Bats, I'm all in. I'll use Bat Out of Hell if I have to escape or to confirm my kill. Now it's, I'll Screech. 5 seconds later, I'll Screech again. Just maybe buy some earplugs because it's Screeching again immediately after that. So a lot of poke potential out of this Camazotz. Might just make him better in the solo lane as well. I think I would really like to see that Camazotz out of solo, but I'd be lying if I was saying I was confident in saying that he is going solo. Thor and Camazotz both very capable of jungling or soloing, so we'll have to see the rest of the draft as it lines out. I will tell you this, though. Scary dive already from the Highland Ravens. The ability to just hold W and get into the back line or dunk into the back line or initiate from a range and then have Camazotz TP back there. It's going to be pretty difficult to deal with for the Jade Dragons. There aren't any keen dive targets just yet. I mean, on her, of course, but Pele, for the most part, hyper-mobile, and Athena going to join wherever she's needed thanks to that Defender of Olympus. Means that she's a pretty difficult target to lock down herself. I want to see what that mage selection is or that mid lane selection is for the Jade Dragons. And I didn't bring it up earlier, but Dardes is kind of an on-her mid player. We might just see that as well.
Yeah, that's the one thing I was about to bring up, was just how flexible this entire top three of the Dragons feels. Pele, we've seen go into mid just this weekend already, as well as jungle. We've seen on her for Dardes specifically. I even looked up to check. Has 24 games on him. I thought, we've seen it here and there. He'll pop it out every once in a while, but at least over his career, 24 games that he's played that. And then, as mentioned before by you, the Athena, 3 different roles that she could flex towards for this team. So, question marks up in the air for where all these gods end up landing. But it seems that we might be looking at Pele mid and Athena jungle for this team. Throw over the on her over into the duo lane, because now it's Terra with an Amaterasu hovered. She belongs on the opposite side. That's standard Barracuda style of play, but Amma got some pretty big buffs this recent patch. It really does make her feel pretty good back in the solo lane again.
Yeah, and the items have been really starting to favor her as well. So ideally, if I'm breaking it down, I mean, you already hit it, but Amaterasu in the solo lane, Terra in support, Athena jungle, Pele mid on her ADC. There still is flexibility between the on her and the Pele. There's flexibility all across the board. I mean, we could keep guessing and maybe not ever catch it, right? A lot of these gods have flexibility, but if I were to ideally choose it, that's where I'd put them. But the concern now with this Jade Dragon's composition is, if they don't establish an early lead, if they aren't in a dominant position, if this goes into the mid to late game at an even state, it is going to be very difficult for them to secure their kills. You don't have the standard, oh, I've got a ability that has a comma in it. There's no 1,000 damage mage ultimate that you could just drop and guarantee a kill secure. Desert Fury's all right at it. Volcanic Lightning, Pele, of course, the queen of the one-for-one trade. But there are some small discrepancies. I mean, Defender of Olympus might just have to be it. And Defender of Olympus might also just have to be your objective secure as well. So there are strengths and weaknesses with the Dragons. I'll be keeping my eyes on the early game in particular with them. This Nuwa pick, though, I don't want to gloss over it. I love Nuwa into gods that hold W. And if it's Pele, Volcanic Lightning in, you better hope that her first auto attack killed the soldiers, or the soldiers killed you in an explosion. The same thing. Athena, dash in, catch this stun to your face, that's half your HP, and then I'm up in the air, raining fire on everybody else. Amaterasu, same exact thing. So I think Nuwa as a counter initiation pick, just very smart here from the Ravens.
And this Nuwa, something that Venenu specifically has been playing a little bit. We saw it during Divisional Stars, during Roll Stars. He was going over towards this pick if given the opportunity. So it's really something that he is kind of locked in for himself. And one of the things that I kind of want to highlight, maybe that was a strength of the Highland Ravens in phase number 1, was their god pool size over the course of the phase. You look towards Venenu, who had, I think, 12 to 14 different gods he was playing. Scream was hitting upwards of 20 different gods he was playing over the course of the first phase. This is a very diverse team with their god pool, where you look over at some other teams like, okay, this guy played like 4 gods and he played them like 8 times each.
Yeah, Panatom's going to lock Susano 20 times in a row for sure, yeah.
He's going to play Bakasura maybe like the other 6 that one ends up getting banned
it's
out.
Thor, but yeah.
Well, I mean, he was also playing some of the Bakasura. We had a little bit thrown in with everybody there, but this feels like a very diverse Ravens team, but also just the flexibility the Jade Dragons have for their composition right now. So where's kind of the strengths of these two comps? Is this one for Dragons you want to get to that 20-minute mark, start grouping up towards Fire Giant Objective and shred this down, or is this more team fight-oriented style of play for these teams?
I want to see the Jade Dragons hit the gas and hit it early. I want to see them setting pace, invading buffs, leveraging the global presence of that Athena, utilizing all this initiation that they have, and establish a lead as quickly as possible. I would say that does leave the Highland Ravens in a position where they could just go ahead and wait for late game. And that's not to say that their composition is particularly built around late game. There are other drafts that would outscale easily. It's just a direct answer to what the Jade Dragons have taken. I think the path of least resistance for the Ravens is, throw up your hands, new gentleman's agreement, farm out in your lanes. I might contest the Stygian Beacon. Don't touch the Gold Free. I'll show up to that. But otherwise, I'm just there to farm. And then I'll meet you later on when I have a mage and you don't.
Yeah, this Highland Ravens team, I think trying to find that first win for the Charon, probably a big establishing point for any team trying to draft this god right now. But in the eyes of Hurrywin, I think this is where maybe I kind of look towards him for this team. We'll have to see if the Jade Dragons can find their winner. Will the Highland Ravens kick things off first? We'll throw it over to our caster.
Thanks so much, J-Mac. Yeah, he was saying it was me and Bobby, by the way. Don't worry too much about that. Bobby, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. I'm ready. This is exciting.
How's it feel to be on this side, You've been a pro player for a while. You're the best pro player I've ever hired.
I mean, that's not saying much. You've hired a lot of bad pro players.
I have. I mean, Mifflin was once there. Aggro never. I mean, I guess. Right?
I mean, do we count console?
I mean, you tell me.
I wouldn't count it.
You wouldn't?
I'd count it. I would definitely count it. Yeah, I would count it.
So, into this game we go. Jade Dragons up against the Highland Ravens. Bobby, 2 compositions on paper. How are you feeling about them? Who won the draft in your eyes?
I really think they're both just super cool comps in what they do. They're both completely different. Myth touched on it a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, you have the story of the Dragons comp. We are diving. Live or dive or lose the game.
We are W key on the left-hand side.
Exactly.
Sure.
And the Ravens, the exact opposite. We want to get dove. And it's going to be this, who's going to punch harder? Or are the Dragons going to punch harder than the Ravens can receive the punch? I think this Ravens comp can be phenomenal in the late game, Charon is such a good peel character into these dive gods.
Yeah.
Especially when you don't need that much CC with Nuwa. She provides her CC. X-Ball's also got some slows. He provides his own CC to combo kind of off his autos.
I was going to say, like, look at the Ravens comp. I'm a little bit worried about CC overall. It's not a ton in the jungle from Kamazots. It's not a lot from Xbalanque. Sure, Nuwa does have that stun, but they don't have a ton of CC in this composition.
I think Thor kind of makes up for a lot of it.
That's true, but it's solo lane.
Yeah, I mean, true. Maybe they're 3v3, they struggle a little bit more. I think when you get to late game, that's the cool thing about Thor. He plays literally however you want to. You can play him to dive, you can play him to peel, he can be more of a support god. And
I hope chat's listen to that, by the way, because I don't see Thor players like that in games.
No, they play to one-shot someone.
Pretty much. So already in the action, we'll see how this one plays out. I do want to touch on the Jade Dragons comp, though. I'm a little concerned about have they got enough damage to kill people in this composition. Very, very tanky, good CC. Do they have the damage, though, Bobby?
I think the surprising thing is Dardes taking Athena to mid lane.
Look at you,
with his, I mean, he does have a jungle starter, so it's like more of a double jungle type of style. But when you think of jungle mid lane,
pressure in mid at the moment, screams under a lot of pressure. I didn't think he was going to go fall down so quick, and Lasbra just rotate that jungle, hits the blink with Dardes, finds the kill.
That was so quick. Okay, yeah, that was actually super quick. But what I was,
you surprised by that?
No, yes.
So you gotta watch the screen,
instant.
right?
Yeah.
You gotta watch the screen. You can't just talk in the chat. You know, you gotta keep an eye on what you see on the screen.
What's in front of me, I will now pay attention to.
So tell me more about the Athena. So Athena mid, we just saw it get a kill. Obviously, the kill credit goes over to Lasbra there, but it was all set up from this Athena mid. Is that something they changed based off what they saw the Nuwa pick in the mid lane and went, Athena's good here?
It's got to be just something they were practicing. I don't know entirely why they opted for the Athena mid.
Yeah.
It might just be a comfort thing where Laz plays Athena. So maybe it is genuinely just Dardes likes Athena more than Pele, because there's nothing that screams Pele is a better jungler than Athena and Athena's a better mid laner. Honestly, we've already seen the Pele mid. Have we ever seen Athena mid? Maybe.
That's a good point.
I don't know. But it's just got to be a Dardes thing. He does have these funky, eclectic gods that just play different than others too. I mean, he plays the Morgan. Athena is going to be kind of playing like that, where it's going to be looking to assassinate someone. I assume we see a full damage build from him with the Boombas. So,
yeah, you see the book already being started up by Dardes here. Do you reckon Book of Thoth potentially?
It's got to be. I mean, you're not getting any poly value. Tablet's not really an Athena item. You kind of just want to build full power Athena with a poly, and then just get the Boomba resets.
Relatively safe in the mid lane then for Dardes on this Athena too. Also the opportunity to rotate around the maps. Defender Olympus with the ultimate damage will be pretty impactful if he goes for the power spikes there. We'll see how that plays out. One thing I do want to touch on with you, Bobby, though, is the new meta is kind of developing. We're seeing the support stick to the duo lane so much longer in this meta. Why is that?
I think we can look back to Phase 1. The best team the entire phase was the Warriors, and Jake's style largely relied on that is a two-person lane, and that is staying a two-person lane until 10, 12 minutes down. Yeah. They want to be there for that shield camp. I think that's an underestimated part of dual lane.
The shield camp?
You just have this extra camp that makes it so you cannot lose 1v1s or 2v2s. An ADC that has extra 20 protections, extra 200 health shield, you're rarely dying even if you get ganked. It gives you extra survivability in case you do get ganked. And then 3v3s for invades on purple buffs are just a lot easier.
We'll vote in the duo lane at the moment on the Anher. This build probably going for the Devourer's Gauntlet as per usual. A question coming out from Mike. Good stun. Follow up from Vote. And that will be Barracuda forced to dash away. Didn't use the beads though. And the early game going as expected so far. Nika over on the right-hand side up against Hanix in this solo lane, I should say. Anything specific about the matchups that you want to see more of this game, Bobby, or you expect to happen here?
I mean, I think solo's a farm it out lane. I don't see either team particularly wanting to play around. Maybe if Haddox hammers and Laz is on that side of the map, they also have the Athena for rotation if it is that such an open play. But I mean, you're not ganking an Amma with the CC of Kama, and you don't have enough damage off just the lockdown of Thor. So I expect this to be kind of like last game, where the solo laners just farmed out, started proxying, started rotating over. And you know, the Ravens, they like playing around Beacon. So that's a fight is going to be happening there with these two solo laners. They want to rotate to that fight.
Well, we'll see them later on around the 12-minute mark when that happens. Speaking of Scream, though, on the Kamazots this game too, when we look at the composition and the fact we've got an Athena mid lane, the only real gankable lane for the Kamazots then is that duo lane, I guess, if he's going to camp the lane. Or is it better to do what he's doing here, which is invading, getting ahead, and continuing to power farm to the late game?
I think this is what you want from a lot of your junglers nowadays. Ganking the side lanes is something that's always an opportunity, but you should be looking to fight on camps. That should be where you want to rotate to. Fighting in a lane just gives them an opportunity to run back to tower, and if you drop the kill, you're not getting anything of value. If you drop the kill while playing around purple buff, you still get the win of the purple buff.
As we approach 5 minutes, and then it's only the first blood separating these two teams in terms of gold at the moment as Jade Dragons are ahead. Lasbra and Scream meeting on the right-hand side of the map here for the shield buff towards here. Nika in frame 2 just to make sure they secure it for themselves. And meanwhile, the solo supports, I should say, dancing around the Gold Fury area at the moment. No real surprises so far.
I think something I want to touch on is Scream being level 5. A Kama behind might be one of the worst junglers that you can possibly have. They also don't have a ton of easy characters for the Jade Dragons to be killed by this Kama. He is level 6.
Yeah.
He's only got his Jotuns. He needs to get a little bit more farm or maybe just pick up an assist or a kill somewhere before he becomes really useful. And then you compare it to Lasbra. Lasbra got that first blood. He's already in a great spot. He almost has his Soul Eater finished. I think that is probably the spot that the Jade Dragons want to play around is Lasbra spikes.
We'll keep an eye on Lasbra and what he chooses to do with the team. Especially Darla's in the mid lane. We saw that first blood go down, so there's always going to be an opportunity for a dash taunt opportunity on either the jungler or the mid lane if they rotate through, or even the supports when we get to that point. Hurrywin piloting the Charon so far. How you felt about Charon so far? Obviously, performances, Bobby. He's not won a game so far, I should say. Is that the God issue? Is that the playstyle issue that teams having to develop to? Or what's the reason? Is he good?
He is definitely good. What he does is his neutral game is just unstoppable. By neutral, I mean just that ability to play...
1 second, leap in from Vote right in front of Hurry. We need him carries there. Lasbra was rotating around the back and Barracuda explodes in seconds. Beautiful rotation. And Bobby, you were just asking that. I expect to play through Lasbra.
I mean, Laz has now got 2 kills. He doesn't even have to use the ult to kill. That's how far ahead he is. He can just hit him with the 1 Pyroclast, I think is what it's called. 1 Pyroclast.
Don't worry
about
basically
names.
What would you call it?
Pyroclast.
That's his name now.
That's its name
Hopefully
now.
it's right. So Pyroclast does go off there and get the kill for him. But you literally dictated, hey, we want to see aggression. But look at the trust that... Look at it, you were right. I'm so proud of you. Doug's shouting to follow up for that. But in that dual lane when we saw that fight there, look at the trust Anher had, Vote had in his jungler. He went aggressive into 2, knowing he had backup coming.
It's the call of get his dash out, you get his dash out, I'll kill him. Exactly how it lays out. And actually, Vote got a lot of damage off before Barra could even get his dash off, which was phenomenal by Vote.
Gank in mid lane from Polar Bear. Mike putting some pressure on towards Venenu. Hard to follow from the Athena taunt, and the taunt is there. Onto Venenu, who's bursting again for Lasbra to get another kill. This Pele is a problem.
Beads now down on the new wall against a comp that really does punish Beads being down. I mean, Athena's got Blink still available too.
Yep.
I would expect this new wall to be punished at least 1 more time before those Beads are up. And maybe look at this Gold Fury. This is around the time, especially when you're up almost 1,500 gold. This is the time you want to look for those Gold Furies.
And talking about that with the Beads being down too, is the right opportunity, right? To try and get aggressive, force them into that avenue too. Meanwhile, I was concerned about Dragon's damage composition throughout this game. Will they have the damage into the 4th run? If Lasbra's doing what he's doing now though, that will help them out and feel confident about the fact that they're lacking a bit of damage in the overall specifically, or at least consistent damage. Nika trying to invade the blue buff on the right-hand side. We'll go over to Haddix with Scream support there. But so far, the pace of this game has all been dictated by this Pele. What is it that's brought Pele back, by the way?
Realistically, I think it just comes down to our flex potential. I don't think the buffs were that big, but it kind of puts you back on the front of your mind of,
you think about them
this
again?
is a good character. The buff to the gas she gets from hitting abilities or hitting gods with her ones really does give her that ability to power farm in the lanes. So it helps her in solo mid, and then that just opens up this brand new world of, oh, Pele can play jungle, she can play solo, she can play mid. We've already seen a mid Pele. We've actually not seen solo Pele, which seems a little more surprising, but it is there.
Well, Nika this time going to be piloting the Amaterasu with this composition. And something we don't see too often. It depends how the meta's really going in the solo lane for the most part, in terms of are you getting pressured consistently? And I guess against the Thor, it's not too bad.
She also got her buff, the buff to her 1 giving the attack speed. And realistically, I think the buff to her passive also, that extra second, it allows her to hit the objective and then walk away to zone.
Hold that thought. Mike ganking onto Horrorwind here seems to be the focal target as Lasbra follows up with a good knock up there too. Immediately, Horrorwind going to use the ultimate to disengage from that fray as well. Has Meditate still. With Scream being on the scene, this is a small win if he can get this camp for the Ravens, or maybe not. Lasbra secures the shield buff and Polar Bear Mike still dashing on in towards Scream.
That comes from him just being so far behind. He's got an item at 9 minutes into this game, and he's going into that Soul Eater, which isn't going to spike as hard as a flat pen item. Exactly. So Scream is super weak right now. You have a Nua with no beats for another 30 seconds. Again, I want to see these guys fight.
Scream doing a good job, though, of holding onto his ultimate there. The new Warrel did come through from Venenu just to give some vision and support to the rest of the team. That's all he can really do as a new War there, to be honest. But main thing is Scream wasn't forced to ult away. Left on Harp, he's half respawned here. and will be taken by Polar Bear Mike and the following up team. Vote a level ahead over Barracuda so far, mainly down to that kill that they got in the lane. But more importantly, Barracuda on the Jibba long K this game, Bobby. He's picked up the Assy first item. I've seen a lot of talk about Hunter builds as of late, no chins, etc. But Assy first, how do you feel?
I like personally Aussie and devs, dependent on what your build is looking to do and what your comp needs to do. X-Ball, no attack speed in his kit, so he's opting for that Aussie. I assume he's going to build a lot of crit, and he's not going to have a ton of attack speed, so he opts for the Aussie. Vote, I hope he does go for that more pen-oriented build.
Yeah.
Because he needs to be able to kill the tanks. They don't have any other tank killer on the team. Athena not killing tanks, Alma not killing tanks, Pele too. He needs to be the one killing the tanks. If Haddix is going in, Vote needs to be the one killing him.
So keep an eye and see if Vote can do that. Meanwhile, blinking mid lane once again from Lasmer and another kill. This time, Polar Bear Mike credited with the kill. And this Athena mid combo with Pele is working out well because now there's the gank in the duo lane too. Darnes turns up, finds the blink, gets the beads out from Barrett early, still has to taunt for follow-up. And Darnes credited with his first kill of the game.
I now know why they put Dardes on this Athena. These plays that he is making, phenomenal. He makes the play in mid, he holds out, they pull Nuwa beads. Nuwa beads is then immediately as she's dying, he ults over to the duo lane, pulls beads before taunting, gets the taunt off and gets another kill.
I just said all that, you just repeated me.
Well, I just wanted emphasis. I wanted emphasis on it because it was such a good play.
And this comes back to the composition Ravens have drafted. I mentioned a lack of CC in a weird way. There's not a whole ton. I love Kara myself, but I don't think he brings enough to help peel at this stage of the game across the map the way that the Dragons are playing this. You've got a Nuwa and a Kamazots. What are they going to do to help? Nuwa can only really ult and hope for the best, and that's going to help in some way.
His peel is very strong against characters that don't burst super hard.
Yeah.
But when you look at the Jade Dragon, yes, exactly. When you look at the Jade Dragon comp, they have so much burst if Lasbra commits to the fight. And I think so far, I mean, he's obviously done it well. He's 3-0-1.
Working well. I think the biggest play there was Dardes, though. His notion of getting the kill in mid and immediately going, we could also get one in dual lane because we know there's probably a rotation there for support. Mike and Horrywind going to trade it off in the jungle a little bit here. Level 10 for Mike at the moment. Has his Steves online and now the Emperor's armor. Meanwhile, Horrywind went for the Prophetic Cloak this time, still working on the stacks. You think Prophetic's a trap or is it still good?
I think some characters it's really good with. I think Karen is one of them. I do think this double stack build, though, is a bit of a trap for some players. When you're so far behind and you're going for this Thieves second, you're opting into 2 items that just give you tankiness.
Yep.
You need something that just does something outside of that at this point.
Double taunt in mid lane then from Dardes as the beacon did go in the way of the Dragons. Chases on towards Horrywind as the walls collapse down, but no further follow-up damage. The Dragons don't want to overextend into the jungle there with nothing being available for them. Instead, they're going to continue to farm up here. About a 3k gold lead developing, and now a Dardes gank to the left. Horrywind has sensed this, so the duo lane should know. Desert Fury and Taunt off the mark. The shield buff goes down, but Vote did pick that up at least with that Desert Fury. Now Polar Bear might get aggressive against Horrywind again. Low on mana is Horrywind here, has to use his ultimate to buy some time from the knockup, but he's still going to go down because his carries can't really support him in that area. 5 members strong here, Bobby, for the Dragons now looking at this Gold Fury.
And it should be just a free Gold Fury. Maybe Scream looks for a steal, but you have Nika doing extra damage to it. His entire team's here, and you're not killing the Alma at this point. This Highland Raven teams is kind of on the back foot right now, and they need some mistakes or just some really, really good macro to kind of get back into this game.
And what do you think is the playback of this? If you're in this game right now, Bobby, and no offense, you've been in this spot a few times where you were down quite a few kills, right? I mean, it would say 0-7 or something like that at that point for you, right? But what would you be saying to the team here? What is the avenue back into this game? Just farm and play safe, or?
Guys, I need some peel. I can't die an 8th time. That's what I would be saying. I'd be begging for not that double-digit death.
But then you'd be like, well, we didn't draft any peel. We don't have much CC to really support what we're supposed to do. You see Dardes in the mid lane there, just uses ultimate defensively that time around, shows the survivability this Athena can bring. And actually, the Ravens are looking at this Pyromancer here, Bobby, to try and return the flow of the game a little bit. This is something you would be hoping for if you're a Ravens fan.
It's a good play by the Ravens. You force out the Athena. Athena ult also goes down. You know Athena can't be in this fight at that point. Take your free pyro. It's a good play to kind of get you back into that game and kind of, you know, start crawling back.
Crawling back. Well, left-hand side, you saw Vote leap over the wall there at the buff and will be stripped away with the help of Lasbra just to deny Barracuda a little bit more farm. And you can see the lead starting to develop in the duo lane now. Barracuda level 12, Vote at 40.
I really want to see this Jade Dragons team start to look for these towers. There's 3,000 gold about difference right now, and there is every tier 1 available on the map. That is 1,500 gold just sitting there just waiting to be taken, and I think a lot of teams delay the tier 1 towers too much, especially when you can snowball the game so hard.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, so far this week, we've seen a couple more of these towers get taken quicker. But previous seasons, previous times, we've not seen that happen. What is the reason we're seeing this adaptation to faster towers these days?
I think there's not as much gold on the map, and there's a lot more comeback mechanics, so it's just risky that you're committing to this tower where if you don't get it, you're just, overcommitting essentially.
Yeah.
So I think it's just, now that there's less comeback mechanics, the chests just got nerfed. These towers are a lot of your gold, and if you get this tower and they don't, that is just a big swing that you can look to push even farther.
It does give, a bit of a map advantage, though. If you lose a tower, you can position the minions a bit more safely on your side in some ways. But if I'm looking at a tower, if I'm the Dragons here, mid screams to me as the target point, just because Noir, further back, is not going to be as impactful.
Exactly. I think you touched on that perfectly. It's got to be the mid lane tower they look at first.
My chair 2 just said something nice about me. I'm not used to that. You're going to get some
I'm good
praise.
at this.
Yeah. I think I did a good job hiring you, I guess, for this IB. 3-on-3 in mid lane for the first time so far this game, I want to say, because for the most part it's been 3v2s, 3v1s as the grouping starts to begin again, mainly because the beacon is on its way to spawning soon, and that's the only real objective of the map. How do you like the beacon, Bobby? Is it a good fight point for you? Do you think it's a good idea?
I think the current one where they gave it power and now it goes twice is a lot better. That 1% movement speed, stacking 3 times, was something, but I think it was just, you kind of would just give it up. I think Beacon currently, where if you get all these beacons and you start stomping, that's 6% power.
Blink in mid from Darnes finds Venenu again. Around the back was lost, but the beats and acres have already been used. But Venenu did a good job of juking with the peel out from Hurrywin to survive.
This game is perfectly fine for us. And that's that kind of greedy mage that you want. You want your mids getting the kills because they just use gold so much better than everyone else. So I respect it a little bit. I do think you just give that to just about anyone and you're feeling a lot better, especially because there's not a ton of stuff on the map right now. That death doesn't mean too much. Gold's not up, Pyro's not up, maybe a tier 1 tower, but hasn't been. These tier 1 towers haven't been falling too fast, so it's not something that teams worry about too much.
I think the biggest thing on that, though, Lasbro was 5-0-1 there, but it was Lasbro that falls down, and Scream getting the kill has brought him back to an even point now. Build a little bit further behind, though, in terms of itemization, but this is bringing the Camazots back in once more.
Yeah, and even with that, I think no longer is the Pele the important player on this Dragons team. I think it now goes to Mike versus Hurry. Mike is however much XP, 100 XP off of being level 15, and support starters are the biggest spike you can get around this type.
Crazy bit of a fight developing here. Scream leaps away from the damage out from Pele. Haddix is in the sky right now, but he came back down pretty early, actually. And the grouping is around this beacon where Highland Ravens, after that one pick, have now turned this around and getting aggressive themselves. Barracuda swinging for the fences towards the frontline tanks as the rest of the Ravens do a very good job of securing the beacon. Apologies, Haddix didn't use his ult. He's using it now. It's on Polar Bear Mike. Separated and alone and will be a casualty. And this could also now be a goal period for the Ravens.
Such a weird decision by the Dragons. They don't defend the beacon, and they send Laz out left, and then they defend it after Laz commits.
Nika going to go in with the ultimate. Athena follow-up 2 to try and secure, but the Primal Fury was reset. Dragons still secure the Gold Fury, however, and Darnes and Nika walk away in a 4v5 scenario. They did use a lot of ults, though, the Ravens, to get to that point, but they didn't do a good job of protecting it.
You don't have great secure on this Ravens comp. Nua's fine, but she has no relics, so she doesn't really want to play up too far. I don't even know what stole it, reach or something like that. It wasn't any big damage source. It was just more of an unlucky thing. I like calls like that where we should get this 90% of the time. If we don't get it, darn, shoot, go. It's fine.
Is that what you say in the comms? Darn,
shoot. We lost it, guys. Okay. Bummer.
Good to know. Well,
but I like those calls.
Pyromancer is available now, and it could be a big swinging point because the gold deficit is only 3,000 at the moment. The last couple of moments of action from the Ravens has been a lot more productive than, in my opinion, the first 15. And as Bobby's scared down on the screen, pinging me right now, pointing at it,
I was just
Compassion just locked in.
That's just me. I'm saying, I'm talking about this next.
Yeah.
We've got Compassion to finish on Mike. Supports finish their starters faster than anyone else, and this is the biggest start you can have, or biggest spike you can have at this point in the game. Mike is now an entire Compassion deep, and Hurry's still only 2 unstacked items deep. The strength difference between these supports is huge. They have to get to grouping, and they need to start looking for this tier 1 tower in mid, and this Pyro. Push your lead.
Push your lead indeed. 3-level deficit in the support. Surely, most of the time supports are 2 levels down, but I agree, the power spike to that 15 point for that start relic so impactful. So we were looking for the Dragons to try and take this game by the scruff of the neck now, take down some of these towers. At the moment, it looks like everyone's just farming though. They did get a tier 1 on the left-hand side, however, so they did start some of that momentum going, but with the Emperor's armor, that's why you want to see him go some more.
I was just going to touch on that. Mike built this Emperor, so I thought that meant we're diving and we're getting these towers. They've not killed any tower. That was just Vote taking that tower or actually it was not even Vote, it was Laz splitting over there. It was just Laz taking that tower. Group and just push middle. I think it's just like this worry of this could be a throw by us if we commit here. Do we want to dive?
We don't want to make it even again by making a mistake.
Yes.
Pyromancer started and secured by Jade Dragons. Horrywind was on the scene, didn't have much of a support with him though, because you can see Haddix was in base at the same time. On the left-hand side, they were ganking actually as Haddix teleports in, looking for Lasbra. Scream already on the way, but Dardes, beautiful wall from Haddix, will prevent an exit strategy, but now Haddix is up and down. Dardes was dunked on, but the focus was still on Lasbra, who will blink away. Now Dardes surrounded and alone. Needs some help from Lasbra on the follow-up. Will get the beads and the ultimate out of Scream as he dives the tower. Lasbra getting very low. He's not as tanky on that mid lane mage build. Sorry, I should say Lasbra going to fall down as Dardes now tries to go back in. Follow-up from Vote, but round the back comes Horrywind, trying to protect his teammates and give him some extra control. Bit of a weird skirmish on the side as mid lane there's a fight. Tier 1 tower's already gone down in favor of the Dragons as now Vote will fall to Scream. A crazy, weird fight in mid lane. Barracuda gets a tier 1, and now he might even get another kill towards Polar Bear Mike, who'll use the walls defensively. What's going on, Bobby?
They're just taking fights everywhere. This Athena is being utilized with their ult. Unfortunately, that was a defensive ult while Laz ulted out. So you're down 2 ults in this 2v2, and then you just get Dove. Karon also rotates over with Vote. But this is, I mean, Karon's really strong at that point. They didn't have a ton of damage over there, so that shield was huge. They couldn't even break through it. And I mean, big fights all around. Venenu's not really worth all that much either, so that's a huge swing for the Ravens.
That's a huge swing indeed. I mean, tier 1 tower down being in mid and left-hand side from the Ravens. We were talking about we wanted to see the Dragons on aggression here, and his turnaround is fair play. Was Lasbra out of position there on the left-hand side in your opinion? Was it a bit too greedy? Because he did get pinched. It did cost him a teleport and a lot from the Ravens, though, to try and get over there.
I think it's a miscommunication, actually. I think Laz should feel super comfortable being over there if his Athena ult is up and they had eyes on everyone else, like they did.
Yeah.
I think Laz needs to hold that ult, and then if he gets committed to, you can ult with the Athena ult.
Was it more communication of, like, Athena coming in, but we're playing defense, not offense instead, or?
Well, it was either a miscommunication or just Dardes thought Laz was in a little bit more trouble than he was. So yeah. So maybe he just ulted in immediately, and Laz is like, "Don't ult over, I'm ulting out." And then they just waste both the ults and got nothing kind of out of it.
Gold Fury has respawned, or should I say it's an Oni Fury this time round at 22 minutes in. The Oni Fury can be useful at this stage of the game just to get some pressure along this map, force people to lanes here. If Ravens get it with those tier 1 towers being down, and that tier 2 did get whittled quite a bit, Ravens could be in a better position here to start setting something up themselves. They've done a good job of holding into this game at the moment as Nika is trying to bring down the tier 1 in mid. But at the moment, I feel pretty good from a Ravens fan based off how this game started.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely feeling comfortable, especially with that absolutely terrible early game that the Dragons
Still a big dive on this left-hand side. My apologies, Bobby, as Lasbra will get away with the Dardes ultimate too, but now Vote trapped in a 2v1. The wave comes through from a Karon to support, and Vote has to beat and leap away. Comes back into the fray, though, does Vote onto Scream with the support of Dardes, and now Neek is at half health looking for an ultimate and finds a stun on 2, but Horryman's peel will force a reset for the time being. It's a 1-for-0 exchange on the left-hand side, but it's the Ravens starting up the Oni Fury.
I think this is the type of fight that the Dragons want. And actually, it's staying at least with the new up, but it should be dropped now. Unless Nika TP's in and they look to pull it after.
Nika does TP around the back, look for Venenu, doesn't really find the mark. The fog came into play there, but the root does hit Haddix, who teleports to Hammer. Follow up Terra ultimate into play, and now the focus could be towards Horrywind from Nika. The rest of the Dragons fall back and find Barracuda whistling down their health bars in the back line. The new war ultimate comes through, doesn't do a whole ton, as Haddix takes to the sky, finds the dunk onto the Fury, but doesn't find a target with the CC, and instead loses half his health himself. Meanwhile, Nika on the right goes back in on Venenu, whose ultimate is down, but Venenu a little bit tankier than Nika would like to try and bring him down, but Lasbrid's getting low to Haddix, and Barracuda's bowler will bring him down. Huge engagement, and it's 1-for-0 in favor of the Ravens.
And I think this style of comps that we're seeing is leading us to these, not necessarily sloppier, but more just like split up fights.
Yeah.
This is how the Dragons comp is envisioned. You don't want to have 5v5, super grouped, diving 5 people all together. This is what the Dragons prefer. I think this Ravens team needs to kind of slow it down a little bit, start grouping. They did end up getting a pick on Laz at the end there.
Trying to focus on Dardes here. He sees with the pillar from Vote will prevent Haddix getting in there. Good ultimate coming out from Karon there just to try and slow down the aggression. Scream takes to the sky. Low health bars on a couple of members of the Jade Dragon, specifically Polar Bear Mike as Vote gets his ultimate off, but into the sky once again goes Haddix. Finds the dunk onto Vote and brings him down with Lasbra dead and Vote dead too. Ravens can look for another objective. Is this fire? Is this just pyro? Probably pyro.
I think they're just a little bit too low for a Fire Giant, but I mean, Beacon, it should be pyro. They should be able to get their resets off and then even head to Gold Fury. So this should be a 3-for-0 on objectives, and then maybe then they can start 5-manning and looking for this fire.
Bobby, at the start of this game and how the first 10-15 minutes went, it felt like an F6 at 10 moment, and then all of a sudden the Ravens' composition is starting to gel together. Now that they've got this Thor in action too, the extra CC is really paying dividends.
Yeah, exactly. They were missing that CC in that 3v3, even when the ADC rotated over. They were really missing some quick, hard CC, and now that they have it, they have a lot more setup, they have a lot more damage, which they never really lacked, but they have damage to follow up.
And look at that difference there. Scream was level 20 before last, but adjusting 20 as well. Shows how the catch-up mechanic can come into play, especially when you're behind. Tier 1 in mid lane does go down for the Dragons there as the Oni minions now spawn. And it's now the dance of the Fire Giant that begins with the Oni being down, the Pyro down too. How does this play out? How do you feel about the FG pit, by the way? Obviously a bit more open these days compared to previous years. Is this harder to control, you think?
I like it. I think it is a little bit more restricting for the defensive team. I think it makes it so there's so many more walls that you kind of have to walk around where there's maybe the entire team is sitting right here.
Yeah.
But it's also, if you have this entire area, it's a lot... I mean to say it's a lot harder to ward the entire area, so if you don't have good vision as the offensive team pushing into the enemy jungle, it is still very hard to get that, control.
Well, the Titans are now marching down the right-hand side of this map too, the nearest to the Fire Giant as well, which allows everybody just to kind of group on this right-hand side. The Oni minions have been defeated across all lanes, so no pushing in from the left-hand side for them for the Ravens, as now they start up the Fire Giant here. Nika in mid lane, Pele stood on a ward at that tier 2 at the moment that they're not aware of. He's giving good vision, and this Fire Giant is dropping low. Mike's on the scene, roots 2, looks towards Barrow to slow it down. Already though, the Fire Giant has been destroyed over to the Ravens, and the fight following. Where will the action go to? It's all on Barracuda, who's the focal target, but he will dash away back to safety. The Jade Dragons were just a little bit too late to the party there.
Yeah, I want to highlight, Barra had an absolutely huge Aegis there. If he doesn't Aegis at that time, if he Aegis like a second later, he's dead.
Yep.
That chase probably happens even farther because there's not that threat of damage if they do chase. So really good call by the Ravens. They realize this Jade Dragons team does not have good burst to actually steal this from a range.
Yeah.
People have to get into the pit to steal. So if you just commit to it, say, we're burning it, commit to 700, Nuwa, use your nuke damage, and that's exactly what they did. They secured it and they got out.
It's definitely the issue that we said at the start of this game, though. When you looked at the Dragons comp, do they have the damage throughout this game to kill the backliners? Barracuda surviving there with just an Aegis and the peel from his teammates was enough to keep him up. They may need more damage as this game goes on, or better fights.
And I'd really like to highlight also the Charon at this point. That damage, like we've said this entire time, that damage is not too high from the Jade Dragons comp. I mean, we have a breastplate on Dardas. He didn't commit to the full damage. He actually went a little bit more defensive. So you have Charon with Compassion, and then you just have a lot of his protections that he's giving because he committed to that double stacking item build. And then he also just has his kit for that peel. That is a lot of damage that he can soak up and he can take away from his defensive allies.
I think that's the biggest thing from a Charon too, is realizing be aggressive when you're with Charon because he's giving you shields by you attacking and keeping the pressure going. You saw a bit of pressure in the mid lane there, though, from the Dragons, trying to force somebody and find a pick on Scream. Didn't pay off for them as a tier 2 goes down for Ravens. And now Dardes under a bit of pressure, but has Lasbury back up. Scream going to blink in, though, and the dash is already down. Haddix into the sky, looking for a Dardes dunk. Won't find it. Instead, they'll go for Lasbury instead, and turnaround's fair play as Haddix gets credit for the kill. FG still on all 5 members as a tier 2 falls.
It's almost like this Athena is not being utilized with her ultimate like she should be. It's almost like this Thor has more global control at this point than the Athena has, which shouldn't be the case. Haddix is playing this Thor perfectly.
And it's really paying off for the Ravens, who struggled at the start of this game. The final tier 2 tower, the final tower in general, that the Dragons had is now fallen. There's no minions here for this, Bobby. This is a bit trickier, is it? Especially with it's a lot EFG.
Nuwa is the one thing that allows this to be slightly easier, but her minions still kind of get one-shot a little bit. But I like them pressuring here. They don't have to commit. We have all these objectives spawning. Get this gold. You want to be backing and you want to be hitting full build for this next EFG fight because that's the important thing. Yeah, EFG is the big point.
Minute and a half left on this current FG. I guess the pressure there keeps them out of the jungle for now so they can go for this Gold Fury. And then, as you said, the EFG next up, the Enhanced Fire Giant, which is a lot more brutal these days in terms of what it can bring for these Phoenix Sieges.
Yeah, I mean, EFG is the true way that you can commit to a Phoenix. FG is strong, but it's mostly if you're ahead, you're just going to be able to win a little bit easier. I think EFG is the one that allows you, even if you're even, to be able to commit to the Phoenixes. That 75-80% shred that you have with EFG is just insane.
Not gonna lie, we've seen three 3-0s so far in the quarterfinals so far this weekend, Bobby. Coming into this, I wasn't sure if this would be as clean as a 3-0. Even Mike himself said 3-1 probably here. This is going to be a big set between these two by how this game one's going.
Yeah, I mean, even 30 minutes into game one, and we've seen very, very high highs from both teams, and then some pretty bad misplays from both of them. And I think it's got the break. I mean, they had a long break, so they haven't played SMITE in a long time. They've been scrimming for however, maybe a week, 2 weeks. So it's going to be some bumps, some bruises, but they have shown these really high highs that I think they want to learn from, and that's what they want to touch on.
Well, this tournament, this whole weekend, is really being played out to work out who's going to be in which division as captains and draft the divisions for the upcoming rest of the season. Haddock's in mid, a bit overextended here. Fully collapsed on by 3 members. Will take to the sky. He's tanky enough with the build he's gone for to stay alive. It cost him his ultimate. Had no beats in that moment. And only, actually, Lasbra's ultimate is the only thing invested there, not as bad as I first thought.
I mean, is Haddock's really that tanky, or is maybe the Dragons just don't have enough damage to take him down? He's 5 items deep only. It must
He's
just be...
He's a tanky build, to be fair. I mean, Druids, Archdruids, he's got Pridwin, he's got... You don't think so?
I mean, he's tanky.
He should die.
But he should have died there. If that is a mid-lane mage there, he's dying before he hits the air. And I think... Now, this is the point where you want to be using the Athena ultimate because you have the ability to truly split the map because you can be everywhere. I mean, all at once as long as you have an ally near.
Well, the question really is how do the Dragons defend against these sieges that are going to come on? Because Jabalonk's extra range he's going to get from his ultimate allows him to whittle down the Phoenixes out of tower range. You're going to have to dive in with the Athena or the Terror, I guess. They're the only real options to force an engagement.
Yeah, I think the Dragons need to defend this EFG. If EFG is taken by the Ravens, the split potential they have with Kama, who has perma-sustain, Thor can be everywhere, and then they just have Nuwa minions along with, like you said, the X-Ball ultimate. So we need to see the Dragons commit for this fight here. If they lose this EFG, they're going to be in a really bad spot.
Well, minions are pushed up in mid and right-hand side against the Dragons so far, so if they do lose this EFG, it gets even worse. FG already down to half. Darda's first on the scene, but gets hit by a wall. Hammer Haddock's straight to the sky. Reset on the FG, though, coming out from Ravens here, as they're going to take the fight and look for Mike. Mike will keep himself sustained as long as he can with a good shell. Dunk comes in as Nika gets a 3-man stun. Chases on towards Veneno on the backside, and they will find the kill on Veneno. Next on the list is going to be Barracuda, and Barracuda falls down too. Scream does at least take down Polar Bear Mike in this, as Hurrywin chases onto Lasbra, but he's all alone. Haddock and Scream out of the fray, and Hurrywin doing what he can, but Lasbra will find the kill on Hurrywin. And now it's just 2 technical frontliners left alive. Scream has to beat and loses half his health to the damage out from the Athena. What a good defense of the FG from Dragons. Was this a mistake from Ravens to take this fight?
I think a lot of it comes to Haddox is forced into the air, and he's forced down to 40% health before the fight even starts. Vote plays that really well. I actually thought it was going to be really bad for the Dragons because Vote double relicked the Karen ult, and there was no follow-up. So Vote just uses both of his relics. But the absolutely huge dash silence by Nika followed up by his ult, and then followed up Athena on top, and then Pele was followed up even after that. That is the perfect dive that the Dragons want. Even through a bad early portion of that fight, they managed to somehow salvage it and come out on top.
And that was kind of what you were asking for from the Athena, being more aggressive with that ultimate, and that's where the damage is going to come from. Finding Veneno early, then finding both the carries dying back-to-back is the most brutal thing for the Ravens there. And with that, the EFG is going to swing this game back to well, technically even point at the moment, just because of the gold starting to reach there, and the towers will come into play. You can see the pings on the left-hand side going for the Gold Fury, which is an Oni Fury. Dragons are going to be the one on the aggressive now.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to be on the aggressive. They have this Oni coming up, but we have a bunch of tier 2s to still go through. This Dragons team is so far ahead, and they only mustered 2 towers pre-33 minutes, so they have a lot of stuff they still have to do. Haddox pretty happily can push up these waves also without too much of a threat. He can waste a lot of time even if he does get gone on.
Well, we've seen him gone on a few times, and he survives.
Exactly, and he doesn't even die.
Yeah.
So this Ravens team really has a way to actually outplay this EFG to not even lose a Phoenix. I don't want the Dragons to fall into this lull that the Ravens are going to try to put them in. I want them to go left and quickly.
Group up left-hand side. Well, first of all, they're going to get the Oni Fury. Now, the next minion wave that spawns will allow for some minion pressure on the right and middle if they do look for left. But you saw the pings in mid lane, first of all, coming through from the Dragons. However, Vote and PBM on the left-hand side. Good wards in the jungle, at least near that tier 2 on the left-hand side, just to give vision of anyone trying to dance around there. But Ravens seem to be happy to surrender this left-hand tower and even mid, potentially.
I don't expect them to defend any tower until they get to the Phoenix, and then if they try to commit to the Phoenix, that's when the Ravens will put up their defense. And at this point, this Athena can pressure any lane she wants at any point, and Nika is also that same threat. With EFG and Nika's build, he can threaten Phoenixes by himself, and there's not a ton of threat on actually killing him. So I want to see Nika pressure mid, and then Athena can play this middle part with Laz, and it's just whichever lane is losing, that's the one you want to commit to.
Well, it's a 2-2 split with Laz in the jungle so far. Keep an eye on Dada as it can turn up in any fight, as we were saying, but so can Haddox. So Haddox and Athena keeping track. And you can see the Magi's online for Dardes here, and Haddox trying to burn off that shield if they can to make sure he doesn't have that preventative CC measure.
And Dardes, what he's doing already is just fantastic. All he's doing is proccing reach, using his poly, using Boombas. He's doing 700 damage every time he throws it out with this EFG.
Now Minion Wave's pushing up the left-hand side. Could be a sign for Polar Bear Mike and Vote to get aggressive, but with Barra, Venenu, and Heroin kind of dancing in the middle too. It's a bit of a stance dance between them both. They are waiting for the Oni minions on the right-hand side to push up a little bit. They should look to bring down some more of that tier 2 tower. But look at that Phoenix in mid. Already whittled down a third with just these reaches.
I mean, he's not even using his poly. His poly is running off by the time he actually throws it. If he just did it a little bit better, timed it a little bit better, it'd be probably under half by now.
Dardes.
Yeah, Dardes.
Yeah, Dardes. Dardes stepping up once again.
Better.
Will lose his bubble this time round. But there's the proc that Bobby was talking about.
That's that poly.
278 extra damage. Left-hand Phoenix completely fine. EFG's left on for another minute 18 seconds here. I do feel if the Phoenix falls though, Bobby, the fight changes completely.
Yeah, I think the Ravens want to commit to this fight. But the Dragons are playing this perfectly where they're not committing anything to poking this down.
Yeah.
It's not like Dardes is getting poked, Nika's not getting poked. So this is just getting played out really well. The Ravens are going to either have to commit outside of the Phoenix or, I mean, Dardes took a lot of poke there.
He did. He got a dash from Scream. Heroin now trying to prevent Vote and PBM stepping up. They're going to have to fall back. The FG is wearing off momentarily, I want to say, on this Jade Dragons roster, and this middle Phoenix has still stood. That was an EFG that has been defended because Jade Dragons, like you said, would play this very slow. In the jungle, those Screaming Haddocks going at it against Dardes and Nika once more. And with Nika in the fray, they're looking at the pick on Scream. Into the sky goes Haddocks, though. The ultimate comes out left-hand side. Keep an eye on PBM and Vote trying to go for the Phoenix too, as Nika chases on towards Scream as Dardes falls down. Left-hand Phoenix is getting whittled. EFG still online, actually, at the moment. But it's only half health.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even low. Cern's not going to be able, or Camazot's going to be able to full heal up. And he can actually look to chase out here.
Lesper's out of position now with Scream being there, right? But PBM senses it too. Good damage onto him as he leaps into place. Lesper has to ult away. Meanwhile, mid lane, Nika got an opportunity. Left alone against poor old Barracuda, and will at least make this not completely mistakes for Dragons, because they do get a Phoenix out of this.
I mean, Nika salvages that.
Mike, I don't know about this one.
He's just trying to waste time. He was already dead. He doesn't want to see him to die.
That's a good way.
It's a support. It's a support. You got to respect him.
It's because you did that thing. That's why you respect
Yeah,
it, right? You're
of
like,
course.
yeah, you know,
That's
just
my
wasting
7th
time.
death that you were talking about. I was doing that.
Number 7. Well, it's only number 3 for Mike this game so far. And now with that, we're going to have a bit of a moment of peace to look at what the next stage of the game is going to be, because EFG is respawn.
And I think he actually committed under tower there to die quicker so he could spawn quicker to get to this EFG. If they didn't kill him there, he actually just is still going to be just walking around, and this EFG is going to be spawning in the next 40 seconds.
Definitely stops him from pushing down mid, potentially getting the Phoenix in return, getting some pressure all over the map. Ward walls will begin around the Pyro and Fire Giant now. Gold Fury is respawning one more time on the left-hand side as well. Won't be the priority target so far.
Yeah, also, middle Phoenix is not a threat. You can easily push out mid, especially when you have Haddox with the global Thor ult.
True,
so
true.
You're not too worried if you're the Ravens there. It's also something where if there's a 1v1 that happens...
Oh, sneaky, Nika, Lasbra together, gonna go for the end.
They have
No one's got
Athena
vision
ult
of FG. Can anyone get
They have
back there?
Athena ult too.
They do have the Athena ult as well.
They have the damage.
And the dirty, cheeky backdoor may just pay off. They take the middle Phoenix, they bait the Ravens to go into EFG, and they will take game 1 with a professional backdoor. Is that what you call that?
That was good.
You like it?
That was good. I liked the use of Athena. They didn't overcommit to even like try to defend the EFG. They just said, we're committing. This is the end that we want. This is the perfect scenario, and they went for it.
You said, though, middle Phoenix is the easiest one to defend technically. You just keep, Thor there. No one was there.
Yeah, Thor.
No one saw the
Thor
walk
was hitting
down mid
fire.
lane. That's kind of crazy.
Really smart play. I liked that.
I'm okay with it because that was a back and forth encounter where Dragons had the forefront of the game for the first 15 minutes. Second half of the game, Ravens fought back into it and took the lead at certain moments. FG goes the way of Dragons, though, and all of a sudden, the game is over. What do we want to see in terms of improvements for the Dragons and Ravens in game 2?
Well, I mean, the Dragons, you got to touch on the mid game. absolutely phenomenal early game. The mid game, they kind of fell apart.
Yeah.
They need to push stuff a little bit more together and maybe use that Athena ult a little bit more. And then the Ravens, realistically, it's just not play for that EFG spot where they lose the middle Phoenix, and then keep in mind that, because they were in a good spot there. They were about to get EFG.
Picks and bans wise, you want to see it the same? Mix it up a bit? Do you want to see anything change?
Personally, I'm fine with both of it. I think they both just play a little bit better for parts of that game, and they have an opportunity to win.
Game 1 in a best of 5 out the way. Jade Dragons take the victory. I expect this to go more than 3 games for sure. After this break, we'll be back with more.
I'm on the rail, I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I gotta show it, she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit shit from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She been curving you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it.
Game number 1 here between the Dragons and the Ravens was a lot of back and forth action. And if you've been back and forth on whether or not you should buy some jerseys, well, you should probably do so. I'm just going to say go ahead and do so. And not only do they look great, they also feel great when you wear them. And thanks to our friends over at Skulls, you can pick up your own SPL jersey, t-shirt, or hoodie. You go over to shop.hirezstudios.com/SPL and pick one up for your favorite team, whether you want to rep one of the 2 teams on screen right here or any of the other teams here in the SPL. Make sure that you go and pick those ones up. Thank you so much to Skulls for joining us once more here in Season 10 of the SMITE Pro League. So make sure that you go once more. Pick your jersey. Shop.hirezstudios.com/SPL. Game number 1, Myth. This started out looking like this was just going to be a runaway for the Dragons. They start off, I believe, 6-0 at one point. Then one little death pops up out of the jungle. Lazarus falls down, and it feels like the Ravens have a little bit of fight back in, and all of a sudden now the Ravens are completely taking this game over. And then again, it's Lasbra, but this time on the plus side for the Dragons coming back, finding a big win around Fire Giant. Really feels like this turns the tides of the games back around. And the Jade Dragons, with a little bit of help from some backdooring, able to win out in game number 1.
Yeah, well, we knew going into that game that the Jade Dragons were really contingent on the early game. Just based off composition, they really needed to find something rolling from the early. Good on them, they absolutely do it, and they transition it well into a mid-game lead. But I don't think that mid-game lead ever really exceeded around that 3,000 to 4,000 mark. The Highland Ravens were always right there with them. And then eventually, as the team fight started to roll through in the 5-on-5, once both compositions were lined up against each other, the Highland Ravens were starting to pick up a little bit of speed. But that's not before the Jade Dragons had already done so much damage. They were able to, I believe, have Mika backdoor the Phoenix, and then, of course, the backdoor end just hyper-intelligent from the Jade Dragons, because I'm of the belief if it came down to another true team fight, if it came down to another true siege attempt from the Jade Dragons, it was around the time where the Highland Ravens draft really would have just started outshining. So individual play, of course, you bring up Lazara, and why wouldn't you when he's doing things like this? But it's that macro decision-making of, look, it's risky, If we lose this backdoor, if we can't close out the game right here, we're probably just going to lose the game, but it might be a loss either way if we can't go for it here. So I love that from the Jade Dragons. Decisive end calls have been a hallmark of PBM teams for a very long time, and this is just exactly that.
Yeah, it's one of those things that we always say where if you're going to go for an end, you either need to fully commit to that end call or you need to not make that call and just back away from that. No half in, half out kind of mentality. And when you have someone like PBM on the roster, he's going to say, go for that call. We're going to get this either whether we all die and we end up losing off of that or we win. That's going to be the decision that we kind of stick with here. So for this Jade Dragons team, I mean, a great start off for them. I think one of the points that really kind of got hit on the desk, especially kind of during that mid, 20 to 30 minute style play, was kind of that awkward power curve of the Jade Dragons where it felt like early game they did a whole lot of damage. And then once you hit that 20, 25 minute mark, it felt like their damage numbers were starting to fall off. We were seeing 3-4 people dive onto Haddix, and Haddix just says, okay, I'm going to press forward, go to the sky. I still have half my health, and I can just dunk away back to safety. But then we started to see that curve come right back up as that late game started pushing in.
Yeah, Haddix even ending that game undead. 3-0-7 undead, probably not. Undying, I suppose, probably the better way to word that. Puts up 31,000. Van, of course, 46,000, but not quite enough. And the damage to players isn't what wins you the day. It's damage to Titans. And the Jade Dragons absolutely have that with their eclectic composition. Athena mid. I ran a lot of drafts on that first P's and B's. I ran a lot of my ideas. Athena mid never once crossed my mind. Clearly it should have, though, because that was a very strong performance from Dardas. A lot of those late-game team fights that were going the way of the Jade Dragons, spearheaded by that Athena. I mean, just dash, taunt, polyprocs repeatedly, catching out targets, dropping them by about 30 or 40% on each contact. Great stuff. I'm not sure it's something you can repeat. These really strange picks, a lot of the value of them is that they just catch you off guard. It's not going to catch you off guard 2 or 3 times in a row.
Yeah, I mean, there were even moments where we were seeing, crash in with the Defender of Olympus, and it'd be like an early beat because they're expecting, okay, they're going to dash taunt as soon as this Athena crashes in, and you just see Dardas sitting there waiting patiently, especially that we saw in one highlight up against Barracuda where Bear's like, okay, I'm going to walk away, I'm going to pop my beads, pop my Darks and Knights, I think I'm good to go, and he never got taunted back. Dardas never hit the button, just waited, said, okay, now your beads are done, pull him right back in. Patience, and it's always kind of that same thing when you play against Cirquettes, Naja, it's kind of that same mentality of that beads patience is always kind of the name of the game. We'll see what changes do get made between our two squads of the Dragons and the Ravens. We jump into game number 2, picks and bans. See what changes do get made through. I think probably, at least for me, the one that really sticks out that's been a consistent winning factor, or at least a very consistent strong factor for a lot of these teams, has been this Pele pick.
I knew you were going to say that Pele, and I agree, man. That Pele, it's just the changes to her. And I really didn't think, and I hate admitting fault, I really did not think the fuel changes would be enough. I knew Pele was always fringe meta, but I didn't think that would be enough of a change to bring her right to the forefront like we've seen. But it's just the consistency with which she can make contact now. Beforehand it was, I used all my fuel getting in. Oh god, I got nothing left. I can't run away and I can't chase him down because he's just as fast as I am. Now it's, I've got fuel always. She's an electric car, man. He's just always ready. So Pele has been incredibly dominant so far through the first 4, though. Has gone unanswered. Jade Dragons in the first pick. I wonder, do they continue down this path of early game supremacy? Is it really going to be that style of Jade Dragons? Are we back to that? Is it always going to be this early game composition, or are they going to do what we had seen from the Leviathans just earlier on? Is it going to be a completely different idea from them up against the Ravens? I'd actually caught Vote in the hallway, J-Mac, and I said, Vote, man, you guys kind of stole that game, didn't you? Vote's always a confident guy. He said, well, if that's what you think, Mifflin, whatever you say, man. But that one really was the Jade Dragons, I think, riding by the seat of their pants. So getting something a little bit more consistent after starting off so fast would do them well.
I think part of the extra that comes from the Pele, we'll move away from the Pele since it has been banned, but also that changed her ultimate as well, getting an extra charge in that Volcanic Lightning, the base attack reduction being reduced a little bit, just makes her ultimate feel maybe a little bit more impactful. But she's banned, so we don't got to worry about talking about Pele anymore. Instead, let's kind of harp a little bit on the Sun Wukong, because we saw him kind of popping up at the tail end of the meta, started kind of jumping his way back into solo lane. We were seeing top ban priority from this god. What about Sun Wukong has really just jumped him so far up into priority?
CDR is easier to come by, always has been for Warriors, but even easier now. Bluestone's in a pretty decent spot, and if SOT's build is anything to go by, that class is unkillable. I don't know what it is about the Gauntlet of Thieves, Prophetic Cloak, Solar Lane Warriors. We haven't seen it from just about anybody else. I believe SOT is the only one going for that exact build, but I am in love with it. It's just so tanky. You do just enough damage thanks to your proc effects that you can't be ignored. It's so difficult to shut him down, and Sun Wukong, all of what I just said is true of him even outside of the build. I think it is likely that we're looking at another Soul Eater warrior. He's probably going to get a little bit of lifesteal, get some utility in that regard, but he's in a great spot so far as damage is concerned. Those warriors are not struggling in that department whatsoever.
Well, Jade Dragon's going to take a page out of the Ravens book, picking up Nuwa for themselves, but then also grabbing the Marti Cross. So far, you've had 3 games with Marty picked up. Only one of them has been a win. That was by Shinto earlier on the Leviathans. So now we'll have to see what the Dragons can do with this composition. I'm not going to necessarily...
So fast.
I'm also not going to lock this Marty out of potential to going into mid.
J-Mac, I blinked and P's are almost over.
Yeah, I know. We are flying right through them. And on the opposite side here for the Ravens, same top 3. Aside from the Charon instead, it's now going to be swapped out for Ganesh. Do you think that this kind of changes up maybe the dynamic of team fights by swapping Charon out for a god like Ganesh?
I think it does simplify your engagement a good deal. I really do like just the simplicity of a Ganesh of, hey, I caught one guy, I knocked him up, now he's silenced, guys, can we please jump on him? Whereas Charon, it feels like a little bit less choosy with his initiations, doesn't have as much single target hard CC. Best case, it's like really that root or the taunt on the ultimate. Ganesh, I think, a little bit more consistent in that regard. And also has the ability, and this is something that Charon is almost entirely lacking, it's the ability to peel. He's not the sit in my own back line and keep my on-her alive type of pick, right? It's Charon's like, I'm diving. I'm in there with Haddix. I'm making it happen in the back line, and that's great if you're a hyper-aggressive team composition. But the Ravens are a little bit more subdued in how they like to play the game, a little bit more macro-focused, a little bit more so about, dragging out the team fight, guerrilla warfare, I'll poke you here, back up. And I think Ganesh certainly does fit that style a good deal more, and also does have the added benefit of being very good in neutral objectives.
We'll wait to see what that 4th pick ends up being. It looks like PBM having a little bit of fun on what he wants to lock in, but what has been held here is the Ratatosker for the moment. Not locked in, but instead will be a Geb, finally selected for the Jade Dragons, giving that one over to PBM. So you now have your dive style of God with the Sun Wukong, get to the back line, do a whole lot of damage. Do you kind of maybe slot Geb more towards like your backline style of support, where you want him to be back with your carries, or would you kind of consider him more, not quite as level of Sun Wukong levels of aggressive, but kind of more of that in the face of their backliner style of God?
It's almost completely dependent on relic meta. If you're in a meta where Geb feels comfortable picking up a blink, he can be a dedicated initiator, and he's actually very good at it. Stun into undr'able CC, which is the knock-up, and then a slow immediately afterwards. Pretty hard to escape that, and they're all AoE. So I actually really do like Geb as an initiator, but he also has the ability, as you're just talking about, with having large standardized CC, he can be that peel guy. The Stone Shield, of course, just really good in situations like that too. So it's the ability to front to back there for the Jade Dragon support. I was not expecting to see a Geb. I'll tell you that full stop. Just was not expecting to see him here, especially considering the pace of game that the Jade Dragons had established in Game 1. I thought it would be something a little bit more dedicated to aggression, but looking at the composition as it is, Nuwa, very good on counter initiation, but if she doesn't connect that first stun, if the first guy makes it through, she really doesn't have anything besides 3 seconds to buy while she's in the air. So having a Geb to help out makes a good deal of sense. And then also, it's something we had talked about yesterday about Khepri. It's the confidence that your support can give you to make these hyper-aggressive plays. Do I want to dive the tower at level 5? If it's anybody but Geb or Khepri, probably not. I got a Geb, I'm willing to take at least one tower shot. I can play a little bit more haphazardly, so I think that will play into the Jade Dragons as well. I like their draft a whole lot, and I think they've also cleaned up one of the issues primarily in Game 1 that I was talking about, which was the ability to secure your kills. They've diversified their damage outputs, and then, Shards of Fire is just pretty good.
And it's pretty nice when you can hit just about everybody who's alive, at least, on the map with an ultimate for basically free. Opposite end, though, Highland Ravens will go Raw. So Venenu pivoting away from the Nuwa since it did get drafted by the Dragons, and going towards Raw, which you've seen a little bit of. Saw kind of at the tail end of Masters. Benny Q kind of brought this god back onto the scene. Now we're seeing a few other players maybe try and replicate that same level of play.
The Raw.
So Raw on her kind of as the bottom 2. We got to look at what Thor Camazotz was capable of in the previous game. Likely see those two gods slant the same way. Scream on the Camazotz, Haddix on the Thor. How do you kind of feel about Raw to round out this Ravens composition?
You've got really good CC, of course. So even just the slow, I trust the slow from On Her to be enough to set up for Searing Pain. That's how good the pro players are. But barring that, you've got Dash from Ganesh. Any one of Thor's abilities, just about Ultimate or Wall, all just enough to set him up. My concern with the Ra is the dive, and that's always my concern with Ra, is whether or not he can survive that backline. You've got decent peel. Ganesh can be a peel god, so stopping a Sun Wukong 72 transformations, pretty easy. And even barring that, can't stop it. Maybe you missed. You're giving protections to everybody nearby as well, so maybe it's not dealing nearly as much damage, or maybe you're missing out on lethal ever so slightly. So I think Ra just fine. Also really does help out exactly with what I was talking about with the Ravens. They love taking these longer fights around objectives. Backing up and healing, always a good option, especially if your enemies don't have any.
So kind of the MO that I'm kind of picking up here is Ravens want to make these team fights last as long as possible, or potentially end them in one burst if they can get a good shot with that Raw. But if that damage doesn't connect, maybe sit back a little bit longer, kind of bide your time as much as possible, where Jade Dragons feels like a bit of a dive composition here once more, but also has a little bit of that extra safety. You mentioned the Nuwa, jump up in the sky, fire shards, not only good damage, but a good way to bail yourself out for a little bit. Same with the Martikaros for his ultimate. So I think probably the biggest notation that you brought up that I'll be keeping eyes on is this Geb, and seeing kind of what the Relic meta does kind of dictate for this Geb. Do we see Blink initiations from PBM, whether it be the level 1 Blink or the level 12, or do we see more of kind of that reserved sit back and kind of play that peel style? For the Highland Ravens, at least for this kind of a matchup here, what is kind of that time frame for them? Is this one that they're going to be doing a little bit better as the game goes on, or they have a good enough early game to help them get to that point?
I think they have very strong early game. Having a Camazotz on your team, having a Thor, I mean, those are two picks that can essentially dictate the early game on their own. It's an aggressive duo lane. That's what On Her affords you, and you've got standardized follow-up from Ra. I wouldn't say that they're like hyper contingent on the early game, though. It's not like the previous Jade Dragons draft where it's, hey, if I'm not 5k up at 20, I'm not doing anything. But I think there's certainly potential to play through the early, and the nature of the damage from the Highland Ravens draft actually serves well into the survivability of the Jade Dragons. Somersault Cloud gets channeled, he's probably out. If Martikaros gets the air, he's out. Good luck doing that with Searing Pain on you.
We'll have to see if the Jade Dragons continue this fire and push themselves up to match point, or the Highland Ravens going to kick things back and tie it off. Let's jump ourselves into game number 2 with Hindu and Inbound.
Thanks so much, J-Mac. Yes, game number 2 about to begin. And Bobby, we're looking to pick some bands there, and you saw Geb locked in, and you had a very questionable face, is the word I will use there. Why was it questionable?
I was feeling questionable about the pick. Now, I think Geb has some counter pick potential. I think he has actually some matchups where he should be picked more often than he is not. And I think there's also some gods that make what Geb want to do nearly impossible. And I think Ganesh is one of those gods that Geb he can't do his job. Ganesh has a 1.8 second channeled silence.
True.
And Geb needs to get up close for a lot of these fights. Geb's not one of those super far backliner, like Kepri-esque gods.
Yeah.
He wants to be kind of in the middle of a fight.
He's a middle ground guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Ganesh can just walk up to that area and just silence what Geb wants to do.
If Ganesh is there, then Geb's winning, right? Because he's focusing on him and not peeling.
A lot of what Geb wants to do, though, or what Ganesh wants to do, is he just wants to drop ult onto the enemy backline and then turn and peel, and just whatever Geb is doing, he can kind of just change what he wants to do. And I think it's a lot easier to play Ganesh when the support for the enemy team is super obvious with what it wants to do. If you looked at the previous god that they were hovering, Charon, I think Charon is such a good pick into Ganesh, and I think that is one we want to look at a lot more.
Okay.
Because he just outranges Ganesh.
Outrange for the silence.
Exactly.
And silence. Yeah.
Ganesh is not a long-ranged support. He's very short-range, but so is Geb. And that is where I think Geb struggles with a little bit.
Okay.
And Mike did opt for the sprint instead of the blink, so he's playing more of that backliney peely, and I think there's just other gods that would have done it better than Geb at this point.
Okay, well, I mean, for me, I would have seen the shell personally over the sprint at this point, and then maybe the blink later on. Start the game, though, look at the pressure we see in the duo lane. Leap in straight away from Barry as he hits 2 onto Vote, and this is the issue that Vote's going to struggle with, but Mike did hit level 2 and get a shield out immediately to prevent some of that damage, and Barra lost the trade overall there. They will have potions at least to keep the sustain going, but support poked out versus carry poked out, I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I mean, at this point it's like kind of just poke to poke.
Usual battles,
Everyone's going to be using their pots.
You'd have been dead by now, by the way.
You love these, huh? You love just having...
I've had years of watching you play do that on cooldown, and Bobby's dead.
And then
Bobby's
there's some
dead.
times where
and
I'm
then you
playing,
win the game.
And then there's some times where you're like, wow, how did he do that?
Wow,
That was
Bobby's
incredible.
the best. Yeah, we did do that at times.
Yeah.
We did do that at times.
Rarely.
Rarely,
but it was
happened.
there.
It did happen. Our recipes picked up as well. I will say I was a bit surprised by not necessarily the Noir pick, because I do want to talk about why we're seeing more Noir, but more importantly, with how this team of Dragons play, I thought they might have run the Noir in dual lane and put Marty mid, but instead it's Barracuda forced the beads away as Lasbury rotated around the back. What a great impale out of Barracuda, though. Give himself some peel, but he was relatively safe under the circumstances there anyway. Good early gank from Lasbury.
I mean, Laz is losing Blink there, but he gets Med down, he gets the beads down on Barra. It gives them an opportunity to play through this lane. This is not a lane that the Dragons are planning on winning.
Sure.
But now that they have that opportunity, because Barra's now short on beads.
And when you talk about like them not winning this lane, it's because it's Marty and Gab. They don't have a ton of pressure in lane, right? And they might need some help now. Beads down on Vote, has to cleanse the slow more than anything else. He's still surrounded by Scream, who leaps in and finds the kill. Lasbury's there to return damage, but look at the good work out of Scream and Hurrywin protecting Barracuda in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even matter if he doesn't have beads, if Scream's coming over there.
Yeah.
The body blocks were so good. Honestly, I thought Voted ended up playing that very well with his beads timing, but it was just barely off where they just ended up getting in front of him anyway. The impale didn't hit, but didn't really matter too much. Great play there, really good comeback. Now this lane that was maybe potentially on the even footing is now back to
where it
Anher
should be.
has a lead.
Yeah, where it should be. Anher and Ganesh kind of pushing the way forward for the time being. And that's why I kind of was mentioned, I was a bit surprised we didn't see the Marty necessarily go mid. We've seen a lot of Martys mid, and maybe the Noir in the dual lane. Did you think this is better for the matchups in your opinion?
I don't know.
Does it matter?
I think it's kind of just like 50-50. Neither Nuwa or, I mean, realistically, you think about them both. They both are just letting the wave kind of come to them and then clearing. They're not clearing aggressively.
Yeah.
They're both kind of doing the same thing. The only reason that I would think Nuwa in mid lane makes more sense is she's just not as safe as Marty. The movement speed from Marty's 3 obviously just gives him that ability to just sprint from that middle part of the lane all the way down.
I love those, the actual ambush technique, the grass that he brings to the mid lane is so useful for gank pressure and controlling that middle of the map,
Exactly, and for mid camps.
Yeah.
If you see an enemy Marty's bush at the
you
mid
want
camps,
a
you're
ward
like,
in there?
ooh,
Yeah,
I don't know.
have I got a ward just to throw in it and check? Because I don't want to step up too far.
Waste your ward.
Exactly. Left-hand side, though, prop buff being contested between the two. The usual dance, and what I've seen from experience on that side personally, is whoever pulls it loses it. That seems to be the way with that buff overall.
It is such a bad feeling to pull it, get half health by it, or like lose a third of your health, and then the enemy support or enemy ADC just walks in and just hits it and steals it.
And I just, you sigh because your carry just can't hit an ability. It's not rocket science.
ADCs are just so bad at confirming stuff,
I guess in a
except
way,
kills.
it's practice for Gold Furies. You know what I mean? That's what we should use that as, is practice with the carries to get the Gold Fury, last hitting it, securing those buffs.
Could you imagine if an ADC had to be the one to secure a Gold Fury instead of the mid laner? ADCs are so bad at securing like everything. I cannot imagine.
Under a bit of pressure here, he dropped the Dynamic Pillars down as Mike hit his ultimate in response to. Silence was there, but a great follow-up rotation from Lasbury, who was on the scene a bit quicker. You know why? Because he's on the Ratatoska. Scream did show up, and Blinking getting aggressive towards Vote, forcing an ult back. And pressure has been relieved for a moment. That was a gank on a gank on a gank going on there with the fight in dual lane. Now Scream's back once more. Vote doesn't have his ultimate escape this time round. Mike will get a good shield off to prevent some of the damage. The chase is still on, and that's the end of that endeavor in the left-hand side for now.
Great peel by Mike there. All of his abilities held for a good timing, and I'm pretty sure if he doesn't hit that slow, Scream goes for that dive and probably has the damage to kill. So overall, really good peel by Mike there, and really good setup for that fight by both Mike and by Vote to set up the kill, for Laz to then get a lot of damage off, and for Vote to get the kill.
Ryan Harpy's then going to be going down by Lasbury, who did rotate to the left-hand side. Tell a lie, did get stripped away by Venenu there. Did a good job of returning the damage. But I love the fact Lasbury goes left-hand side, gets a gank off, goes straight back to farming on the right-hand side, and Scream still dancing on the left-hand side. Can't find what he was really looking for there.
I mean, a lot of it comes down to, I think both of these junglers recognize duo is important right now. The meta, just this entire season, it's been very duo-centric. Solo's not mattered too much. It's another game. Was that a steal? I don't remember if green like that means...
Well, you got to learn this.
Yeah.
Do you reckon it was stole?
I think it's a no, because
I personally don't care either way, and I'm not going to put my money down on which one it is, by the way.
think-
But I know chat's going to be like, man, you're a terrible caster if you don't know this.
Well, I'm new to it, so I can be wrong.
You've been playing the game forever, you should know, right? You watch these games, you spectate all these games for scrims, right? When you were watching Scrim Review, did you do Scrim Review, Bobby?
I just secured everything, so I knew every buff that I was hitting was mine.
That is a lie. I have replays in the back that show otherwise.
I'm pretty sure that means Order Side got it. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, well, here's the good news, right? No one's picked it up, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, good call, good call.
That's what I would say. Also, what you can do is check the numbers at the top. You see that gold number that goes up? One side gets more gold than the other when they get camps, right?
How much gold is green buff worth?
It's probably like 40. Give or take. Do you know?
It's like 70.
Like 70? So you didn't even know when you asked me the question, you know the answer to? Scream in mid lane, out of mana, out of health, and trying to run for his life. As Nika rotated and trying to get the kill, he was setting up, though, for Lasby, which has a dunk on in, using his club, but now Nika may get punished for doing so. Silence is good as Hi-Rez rotates in, drops the wall, and Venenu credited with a kill. A dive on mid lane to kill Scream, ends up 1 for 1. And now Lasby's looking to the left-hand side. Action early in this game.
Both of these teams are just really looking to push this early game. It's a lot different than we've seen from the rest of this weekend. A lot of those teams are looking to just farm, kind of wait for their almost second relic.
Get the 12 marker, right? Yep.
And these guys are just fight. If we have a small advantage, fight. If we can look for something here, fight. And I like that. I think this is just a lot better for these teams because those little leads you get when you're putting on the pressure, they mount and they get really big really fast.
Well, left-hand Harpies are now being taken by the Ravens so far. Level 9, same for Venenu and Daughters at this stage of the game. Slight lead for Horrywind on this Ganesha. He will get a bit of an advantage there just because of the extra passive range of getting the XP farm range for Ganesh as well. Relic and item builds here. Anything crazy to speak of, Bobby? Anything stands out to you as a surprise at all?
No, we've been seeing a lot of med, though, recently, this entire weekend. A lot of supports have been picking up med, and it's not because of base med. Base med is pretty weak right now. However, Tier 3 cooldown med is phenomenal. It is so good. It changes fights. There's not a ton of anti-heal by the time you level it after your first item.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if Hurry doesn't back, and his next back, he is upgrading it and getting like a Tier 1 item. And I think that's kind of what they're playing for more so than anything else.
Vet in the jungle, a bit out of position here, getting aggressed on by Lasbro because Nika's on the raid too. Snipe off the mark from Venenu and a Jingu bang from Nika will secure the kill. 3-man army comes into play thanks to the new ultimate too. And Lasbro's still deep in the jungle here. He's trying to buy time for his ultimate, or yep, there you go. His ult just came up and got used immediately to get away from Hi-Rez. Left-hand side, Barracuda getting aggressive against Vote, but Mike's going to be on the rotation earlier than that of Scream. Rollout will come through, knock him into the wall. Knock up is good. No beads exhumed. Vote still stepping up looking for the kill. But meanwhile, Scream on this rotation is going to punish him for it. And Mike can't do too much under the circumstances. Maybe an ult might have bought him a second. But still, Vote ends up falling down. And that was more down to Barracuda's aggression than anything else.
I mean, I think it was just a super good bait. It made it look like Barra was on the back foot, he was trying to get away, and then Scream was just letting them be baited forward. Vote had already ulted, Barra forced it ult.
Worst timing for Vote too. Loses a wave, loses his purple and the shield buff.
So good for Scream, so bad for, Now Scream is getting everything on the map. Barra's now in a really good spot, and this is where you want your on her. You want your on her head. Same with their Nuwa. Last Nuwa, the Venenu Nuwa, was 0-3 at this point, or 0-2 at this point. We have an 0-0-3 Nuwa now. She's getting farmed. She's actually ahead of the Raw, which is what you want when you have someone like a Nuwa.
Well, we'll see how this continues to play out as we approach the 10-minute mark. Still all even. Slight gold lead, though, in favor of the Ravens so far. However, discrepancies in XP is definitely showing. Solo lane, a slight lead for Nico, and he's actually been rotating a little bit earlier, I want to say. We saw the gank in mid. He was there first. He's leaving lane a bit quicker, but I guess his wave clears a little bit quicker than
Probably.
that.
Thor also had the recent nerf to his 1, so maybe that early game changes how it happens a bit more, and Wukong can just clear a little bit easier.
Barra and Vote going at it once again. Still beads available for Barra, but he won't use them on the knockup. Everything there. He'll use it on the ultimate from Cataclysm. Mike did a ton of work there, and he's just trying to buy time for the inevitable death from Barracuda here. He might be able to escape here. The pillar comes into play. The damage is fine, but it's not enough. Vote doesn't have his ultimate. Mike's going to go in for the rollout to find a new war. And finally, the damage comes through from the shockwave for the kill. Mike played that really well.
Mike played that phenomenal. Barra played that phenomenal.
He did.
I think Vote played it a little too slow, and I think the timing.
What's he supposed to do? He hit his stuff.
Well, he walked around, and instead of just walking right in, he kind of delayed it a little bit, but he was just waiting for ult. He was probably nervous that if, on her jumps on me.
Scream gank again?
Or Scream is coming out of the jungle.
I was looking at that because the way Barrow was like, I'm like, where's Scream? Well, where's Lasbro is the real answer. Hi-Rez makes a rotation towards the middle area on those right-hand Harpies, and a great job from him combining with Venenu at that moment in time to give them a nice little pick. And Lasbro's struggling a little bit more on this right at this stage than we've seen previous.
And I like seeing that combo come out already, the Raw Thor combo. It's Tails all this time. Thor either looks for...
Why'd you stop talking?
The Gold Fury.
Oh, yeah, there's a Gold Fury. It's down, and Ravens are going to take it. I like the call from them. They just recognized the window there.
I mean, they got the pick on Laz. Nuwa's not going to be walking up too much when she doesn't have ult, so she's not in a spot where she does want to walk into the jungle. And then you've got a Raw. one of the best early game Gold Fury gods.
Completely true. Just catching Lasbra's death there created that window with the pressure in the duo lane really came into play.
But like I was saying, the Raw Thor combo, seeing that come out already 10 minutes into the game, we should be seeing that a lot more. Tale as old as time, one of the best combos in the game. So many CCs by the Thor and just a ton of damage by Raw.
Left-hand side, aggression on the purple buff. Right-hand side, aggression on the blue buff. And it's Haddox against 2 here. The wall and double tap will secure the buff for him. And he'll be able to go and pick that up. And you can see the taunts coming through from Haddox just to let him know, how dare you try and invade my buff. Meanwhile, left-hand side, purple buff was secured by Vote there as well. As you can see, Bobby, just so you know, he's like, there's a little icon that appears that shows a purple thing when they picked up the buff, which lets you know you've got
That's
it.
what that means.
Yeah, yeah. I know you didn't get too many of those. I mean, you get green buff now.
I do.
You do?
That buff is so good.
Speaking of green, we don't talk about, as support players, we don't talk about the usefulness of green, okay? Because you know they'll steal it.
It's such less golden XP though. But it's so good.
Yes.
So don't pick it up.
Speaking of the buffs, however, masks this season. What do you like about the masks? Is there a specific one that you're like, this is the one, I'm going to use it every single time?
The totems. I didn't even know they were masks.
I mean, they are totems and masks as Lasbra ends up getting a kill with onto Haddox there. Apologies for that. Beacon fight still going on in the mid lane though as PBM gets aggressive with Daughters, but the reinforcements of Ravens are there with 4 members strong, and the gank on the right hand side open that window up. And the left-hand Harpies do go down. But yeah, going back to the totems, the masks in the camps, is there a specific one you get every time? Is it just cooldown for everyone? Is that where everyone's going now?
I think it kind of depends on what you're playing, what you're doing. I do think speed buff is a little weak. The 5% pen, usually not too impactful. Same with the lifesteal, not too impactful. I do think there are scenarios where they're okay, though. I think a lot of the times you want to be looking towards either purple, blue, or green, and it's just dependent on what you kind of need. Blue buff, always good as long as you're not 40% cooldown. Green buff, literally always good. There's never a time where having extra health and extra mana is bad. And then attack speed is almost always at least okay.
Executioner picked up by Barracuda. Meanwhile, Vote has gone for the Soul Eater. So once again, a little bit more ability focused. And I do want to touch on that. We've seen a ton of ability focused hunters, or even the mages in the, with the Freya and the Oleron too in this duo lane. And her does kind of lean a little bit more to the auto attack style with how his passive works for the most part, but we're seeing so many ability hunters. What is the reason for that?
I just think both builds just work right now. I think we haven't had an ADC meta where both builds have been good in a long time.
And I think both builds, you mean ability builds?
Yeah, ability and auto attack build. And I think right now we're kind of in that niche where both, depending on what your comp is and what your comp wants to accomplish, both can be very valuable.
We'll see how it works out as this one fleshes out, because I guess ability-based ones, they don't swing as hard at Phoenixes as quick, I guess is the issue.
Yeah.
So siege becomes trickier.
Their objectives are also a lot worse.
Horrorwind getting aggressive. He's got backup, though, does the Jade Dragons, I should say. Mike and Vote had Lasbra and Daughters rotate through mid, but they've opened up a window in mid lane there for some free tower pressure. The beacon, sorry, the Bastion will fall down. They won't pressure onto the tier 1. Red buff isn't available for them to take. Pyromancer is spawning on this right-hand side soon. You can see Raven starting to focus their attention around that area.
Yeah, I think there was a small window for the Dragons to help get that purple buff and then head back to mid to defend this Pyro.
Pyro just got ulted though on the left-hand side and has to leap away. Good damage out with the follow-up from Voe. He's just created enough separation there for the shield buff to be looked at. Horrorwind is here to steal, however. And even if he does get it, it will at least deny some farm off the map. Bit of a waiting game as mid lane there's a bit of pressure on towards Daughters there for a second from Scream from a full minion wave, but Lasbra's in the area too.
Another really good beats hold by Bera. I think his relics have been really good this game. He's still very strong on the map right now. And Pyro's going to be a very difficult spot for the Ravens to play around because Nika's just so huge. How are you going to deal with the Wukong that's got both healing, physical defense, magical defense right now? Unless you're just one-shotting him before he can get into the air, you're not dealing with this Wukong.
Yeah, I think a lot of the squishier backliners have really experienced how damaging that Jingu Bang, the first ability, is on the Wukong these days. It swings a lot harder than you expect most of the time.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. And his build, I think, really helps lend itself to him doing so much damage.
Speaking of Nika here, he's coming to check on the Pyromancer and gets leapt on immediately by Scream. Will Oxform away, but he's at half health here. Ravens might feel confident as the teleport comes out from Haddox towards the tier 1 tower in mid, and Barracuda group towards mid as well. There is a small advantage here.
And I think Nika does have to be really worried when he blinks in. He doesn't have beads, so if he blinks into the Ganesh Silence, maybe.
Speaking of beads, Lasbra doesn't have any anymore, also has the ult away. Meanwhile, the Pyro is still under threat from Horrorwind and Veneno, and they will bring it down. Small victory for the Ravens. However, left-hand side of the map, Vote has got a bit of free form with the Barracuda rotation to take down this tier 1 tower and at least find some global gold on the map.
I really like how the Ravens are playing this current mid-game portion. They're forcing fights when they're strong, and they're not just doing it all 50-50. They're really making it so it's nearly automatic. This next Gold Fury is another opportunity for them to actually look for this, and look for it before the solo laners rotate.
Yeah.
Thor's strong right now, but is he anywhere near as strong as this level 16 Wukong who hasn't reset, so he's going to have another item and a half? No, he's not. So I hope the Ravens try to force this Gold Fury or force a play down somewhere on the left side where the solos don't rotate.
Well, the big dance will really begin on the Gold Fury side then, I guess, now as the Gold Fury has respawned and nothing up and available on the right-hand side as the final blue buff that was up goes over towards Nika there. 17 for Dardes in mid lane, up against Venenu, also at level 17 at the moment. Cooldown build a little bit more focused on from Dardes here. Not as much as we saw out of Venenu last game, because Venenu went for Chronos Pennon first item. This time round, Dardes really wanted to make sure he had some good damage coming out from his abilities by going for that Book of Thoth.
I think Chronos Pennon just helps you farm a little bit easier, always having more abilities up just to kind of spam them to clear. I do want to touch on Venenu's build. The last gasp, actually, that he has, it's one of the newer items that was added. It gives you flat pen.
Oh, here we go.
It gives you flat pen.
No, don't put it up, dog.
I knew it.
Okay.
Flat pen power. It gives you Okay, I just want to make sure that Scream got into the air. Gives you flat pen power, gives you power when you heal your allies depending on their health. I think it is actually a really good item for a lot of mid laners, like the Raw, like the Chang'e, because you get that extra 80 power or something like that.
Well, we'll see if it comes into play as this. As Hi-Rez is in the sky now and Nika goes aggressive for a second. Silence out from Horrorwind to make sure Nika can't get to the sky yet, but not enough damage to bring him down. Nika's fine for now. Stygian Beacon fight continues and the dance is a 1-for-1 so far. Just keep an eye on Vote hidden in the sky. They know Lasbra's up in the sky here too, so you can see Ravens playing more defensively. And all you're going to do is have the same numbers of people on this Stygian Beacon to stop it from regenerating. Nika goes in, gets aggressive, gets silenced out. Doesn't lose a ton of health though. Scream gets chipped at for a little bit, but the battle is slowly going the Dragon's way. Hi-Rez just staying on this point as long as he can. Scream gets the left-hand Harpies, and slowly but surely, the extra mana to staying on this point is going to favour the Dragons here, or is it? 3 members on, 2 members on, 3v2, 2v3, and it's going to go the way of the Dragons. Wow, what a great fight.
I mean, it just comes down to how strong the Wukong is at that point. He blinked in 2 times. I thought he was going to be forced into ulting.
Me too.
And then he took no damage. He didn't ult. He healed up a little bit. I mean, you even win that into a comp that has a Raw as a healer, and you're just in a really good spot.
Well, look at this. The Gold Fury pulls straight away from Hyler and Ravens here, and Dragons kind of just back to the worst opportunity moment. Hi-Rez going to be able to zone away. Nika going to come in and find out that it's already got done, and there's nothing they can do about it, so the Ravens extend their gold lead a little bit more.
I mean, it was a free Gold Fury when they had this vision like they had. They knew exactly where Vote was. They knew exactly where Wukong was. Laz showed up in solo lane. Good little macro play by Laz. They're not defending this Gold Fury at this point. Good way to make this slightly even of a trade, getting the tier 1 for the Gold Fury.
Mike in mid lane, now level 13, did pick up Blink as his secondary relic, has continued to invest in the sprint. I want to talk about the sprint real quick. Do you think you should go for, how you felt about like the Fatalis effect sprint? I think it's a little underrated, but I expect this game is probably going for the root to try and slow down the mobility.
I think they're both fine. I think it really kind of depends on how you want to play your comp. I don't think, exactly, I don't think Hastened really lends much to a new Marty. So I hope he goes for the root sprint. It's strong into the Ravens comp when you look at it too. You're going to be either forcing a dash out, or if it's on the Raw, beads maybe, or Ganesh, something peeling.
Oh, a little bit of overextension from Vote there, a little bit worried. You saw Scream leap towards him because there's no tier 1 tower there, but Lasbra was right back behind them, and I think he got spotted out too. Now the collapse is on towards Lasbra. Still has his ultimate available and a blink, so can get out of danger here, or even try and take him on a merry goose chase through the jungle for a while longer. They don't spot him out though in the end. Purple buff is spawning on this left-hand side. Barracuda stepping up to contest, and now Lasbra is round the back again. The ward, I don't think spotted. Barra will sense it now though, but already look at the burst out from Vote already. Barra leaps away, but only to his dash doom of Lasbra being there for follow-up. The good news is, Ravens are immediately on the Pyro. Great ult from Mike to slow them down though, and a knock-up. Nika in, jumps on towards Venenu, but Venenu's still very tanky at that point. Didn't take a ton of damage. He hits the snipe and forces Nika's ult. And Nika can't get his ultimate off in time as Scream gets credit for the kill. Pyromander's still here. Lasbra trying to get in there, but Mike has no ultimate. Now getting collapse on himself. He's only level 13 against the level 18 jungler and solo laner, but instead Ravens group and clump together looking to push down this tier 1 tower.
I think this game talks about just how powerful beads are on solo laners. If you don't go those beads and you're playing against something like Ganesh, any opportunity that you go in, you could die before even getting your ults off.
Completely true. 4,500 gold lead and 1,300 experience, I should have said 1,000 at this point of the game. It does feel a little bit better from the Ravens. The first 20 minutes of this game, a lot better than what we saw the Ravens in game 1.
I think it's a lot of these objectives are going their way. Their XP is not in a great spot comparatively.
True. Yeah.
I mean, votes ahead, even in mid, even in jungle, even in solo. They have barely a lead in support, and support matters at 15, to be fair, because he's getting his starter and Mike still doesn't have his. But this game is a slightly Ravens favored, but the Jade Dragons are not in a bad spot.
No, not at all. I do think both teams can still run away with this one. If one Fire Giant goes their way, could change the dynamic. But we're starting to get to the point where team fights are going to be the most instrumental moments of this game, and the Fire Giant dance will slowly begin. As people hit level 20, there's not much else to farm for other than a couple of items, maybe some potions.
Yeah, this is a lull that usually happens when you see so many 19s. Both teams are saying, let's get our starters, let's get 20.
Yeah.
Especially the greedy mid laners and ADCs.
200 gold short, guys. Fire Giant,
Hold that.
Pulled by the Ravens. Almost down to half health there as Haddox to the sky early. Looking at Lasbra in the back. They spot him out and finds the connection onto Lasbra, who beads and dashes away. He ults himself. Fire Giant has been reset technically and fully now by the Ravens as the dash out from Scream. All the while, that was only 2 members of the Dragons in the area.
Instead of committing for the Fire Giant, Venenu actually, instead of holding B or one ult for the Fire Giant, they actually look to ult the Rat off the Thor ult. Still pulling it.
Fire Giant goes down. Highland Ravens do secure it. Mike and Nico were on the scene, but couldn't stop the damage coming through. Ganesha Pillars used, the Screamers hovering in the air, and now Vote under a lot of pressure too. He'll continue to jiggle up there for a few seconds more, don't worry. He's down now though, and now Haddox will zone away. 5 members strong with the Ravens and the Fire Giant around their waist. Start to siege up some towers, and Jade Dragons a little bit discombobulated. You see Lasbra pushing mid, try to split push a little bit, realizing it's going to be a tough task to defend without some of these ultimates being available.
And Raw was actually used off the Thor combo instead of holding it for that Fire Giant. And that Fire Giant ended up becoming a little risky. You still just have some of the best secure in the game with Raw 1 alone. Nua's not going to be able to walk up too easily, so it's still pretty easily securable. But it's risky using Raw ult to not hold for secure and just using it there instead.
Haddox in the sky, Lasbra spin pushing left, so this is a 4v5. Looking towards Vote, who gets some good protection from PBM there, but the snipe from Venenu's good enough to bring down Daughters. Great damage out from Vote, though, when this Marty Core is taken to the sky and dealing back damage, but the sustain comes into play from the Ravens. With the Fire Giant in tow and the extra sustain from the heals, the tier 2 will crumble. All the while, Lasbra did get some damage off on that tier 2, but Haddox already back, teleported in after making an impact in the fight, has denied the opportunity.
After such a great setup, I mean, it's so hard to defend when you're down one person and you're trying to stop them because Thor can just TP over. So Thor just gets a free back. If they do want to opt for that Phoenix, which hurries under half health, they did not have a wave there. It's risky. If they do want to opt for it, though, they just have Haddox TP back in. Instead, they played a little bit more defensive, had a Haddox TP to just stop the split push. Get ready for the Beacon, get ready for the Gold Fury, clean up all the objectives on the map.
And Beacon is down, and Gold Fury is next on the cards. Tier 2 tower on the left could be the next eye on the prize to an extent. Or do they go and spend? It looks like that's going to be the case here. Go back to base, buy some more items, buy some more wards, and start to siege up again. What do you want to see on this engagement from Ravens and on this split? Do we abuse the Thor once more like we were talking about game 1? Are we looking to split the map up a little bit? Or are we trying to group as 5 and go for the Phoenix?
I think I like the 5-man split a little bit more this game. They have the raw sustain, and they have a support that just really easily starts fights and allows you to back up. Ganesh drops the Dharmic pillars, and then they back up, they heal with the raw. It's a lot easier to group 5v5 in this one. I would not mind if Thor tried to split the Wukong away, because the Wukong is still very, very problematic. He does have his starter finished. Keeping away the Thor, keeping away the Wukong is maybe fine, but again, a lot of the CC for the Highland Ravens does come from that Thor.
Gets a bit trickier now for the Dragons too, because the Titans have emerged from the base and start to march down the mid lane, and Ravens are in position to whittle down this Order Titan very quickly, which means there'll be an extra man to an extent on the battlefield when the Titan finally gets here. You can see Haddox on the right-hand side, though, just trying to clear up some buffs real quick before he rotates for this fight. Pushes out that wave to make sure there's no split push available. And you can see the Dragons don't want to step up just yet.
I really like what Laz has been doing this entire game. He's been making it so it's just really hard for the Ravens to be able to group and just push, because there's always that worry of, if we push for too long, Laz is going to be taking these tier 1s, these tier 2 towers. So he's making it so they have to make these quick decisions, and a lot of the times the Ravens are opting for just slightly safer calls.
Lasbro versus Haddox in the solo lane, and Lasbro losing the trade so far. Titan marches on mid with the Ganesh pillars down to give some separation. Horrywind and Mike on the front lines. Horrywind taking a ton of damage from towers as Nika takes a ton himself and is forced to ult to the sky. Cataclysm did come into play from Mike to get some extra peel off, but there's not enough damage to kill the Ravens. It does force them off the tier 2 tower in mid. That will still fall to the Titan as the solo lane duel continues, and Haddox will not find the kill. It was very close though when he dunked back down.
That was a duel. I thought he was going to get one shot. I think Haddox was doing a lot more damage than I expected there too. Maybe Lasbro wasn't like ready for all that damage. But that re-engage by the Dragons to commit a little bit farther than probably felt comfortable, just so the Raw wasn't able to heal up the team as much as he would have been able to. It was a really great play by the Dragons.
I mean, when you think about that, was a Fire Giant team from the Ravens who had the Titan on a tier 2 tower. They had lost an FG. Against an FG team, you lose a tier 2 tower. I'm okay with that. That's a great result.
And they still have their tier 2 and duo up, so the only open Phoenixes are the Phoenixes that you'd prefer to lose. Obviously, you don't want to lose Phoenixes, but if you had to give up one, either the solo or mid ones is fine.
Fire Giant dance will begin again soon, and this FG, depending on how long the fight takes, could tick over to the Enhanced Fire Giant when we hit the 30-minute mark this time round. It will become a battle of Ward Wars for sure. J-Dragons are not out of game 2. Whatsoever. They are down 10,000 gold at this stage, and if you're a betting man, you're probably leaning the Ravens' way. But with how Smite gets played, Bobby, there's always one fight that can just turn it on a knife edge.
Yeah, if we look at the builds, Haddox full build, Venenu full build, those are the only two. Only two in the entire game, and they're both on the Raven side. I think you have to give them a pretty strong advantage here. A 6-item Raw, probably sitting around 700 power with that build. He's going to be very scary in this next fight.
And Venenu quite happy to throw those ults out all the time. You were mentioning, going aggressive early rather than securing. The cooldown is relatively low as well for the most part to just spam them in fights. And he's hitting prime targets. Dardas died last time round on a tier 2 right off that Raw snipe.
Yeah, I mean, he's been piloting this Raw really well, and they've actually pulled this Fire Giant.
Mike stepping up to try and see what's going on, get some vision for his team to see where they can go. Lasbro on the right-hand side, keep an eye on him. Ravens sense the danger, though, and back away, resetting the Fire Giant once more. There's no minions across the map pushing anywhere. They're all kind of neutralized in the middle area here. So it will be a forced fight at this moment unless someone decides to try and split things up.
And the Ravens are going to be happy doing this. You have a Raw who's going to be full healing your team. Any type of trade where you're not losing somebody or getting them down to 100 health is going to be a win for the Ravens.
Haddox a little bit out of position here as he steps up away from Nika. Does avoid the damage out from the 72 transformations there. Ravens go back towards starting the Fire Giant again. Mike and Nika. Mike blinks in, gets a Cataclysm on 3. Lasbro's also in there as well. Barrett leaps away, having consumed his beads, eats a ton of damage from the new ult, and Lasbro's there for follow-up. Venenu's still alive, though. Good relic usage to buy as much time as possible. So 1 for 1 so far. Votes in very deep as he gets swooped on by Scream. Horwin's health bar is low. Barrett's free casting on the backside towards Mike of all people. Can't get towards one of them focused damage dealers if he could. Nika gets credit for the kill onto Scream as Dardas gets one on Barracuda, and only Horrywin and Haddox left alive. What went wrong there for the Ravens, Bobby?
Honestly, just a great engage by Mike. The blink ult, locking 4 people down in that Fire Giant pit. Beads were burned. Aegis were burned, were maybe not optimal, or they burned them too late where they weren't able to Aegis as much. Absolutely great start to that fight by Mike.
Well, you can actually see the double tap from Haddox there really shuts down some of Dardas' health bar, and I think that just prevents him even looking at the FG, which was a potential option for them. But now against the full health of Horrywind and that 3/4 health for Haddox, a trickier task, so it's a bit of a neutral game for a moment or two here. Maybe a Gold Fury, I guess. We're waiting for respawns for everybody.
Yeah, now we're just looking for those full builds being finished up. Like I said before, Haddox, Venenu had full build.
Yep.
We'll see if anybody on the Dragons can get to full build for the next fight. Nika, first one there. He's just finished his Stone of Binding. I mean, that Wukong kind of went huge in that last fight too, so I expect another great performance by him in this next one.
Definitely a Geb dream, though, to be able to blink in and catch 3 members with an ultimate. Like, the Ravens have to split a little bit further apart than what they were doing. I know they want to stay in range of each other for sustain and support, but too close can also be a detriment.
Yeah, exactly. Or you need somebody to keep that Geb in combat.
Yep.
Thor was in the air super early in that fight. If you have Thor not in the air and just walling off the Geb or poking him so he has the bluestone on him, it makes it a lot harder for Mike to get in. When you look at Mike's build also, he's really only looking to play this one way. He wants to start this fight off with his blink, and then he wants to sprint his team into this fight and take it.
Back away, be on pure duty the whole time, yeah. You can also see they went for the heroism this game, not the compassion. One reason for that for sure, you can't blink if you're getting hit constantly because you're eating damage. But secondly, the extra shield really comes into play. Haddox took a ton more than expected there. Knocked to half health, has to ult away. That ult being on cooldown is a bit of a problem now for the Ravens on some of their zone work and engagement options. Pyromancer being looked at heavily by the Dragons here. Because these carries are hitting full build now, Bobby, they're starting to swing back against the tanks as you expect in the later stages.
Yeah, I mean, this Dragons team has kind of evened up this game. I mean, the gold is still 9-10k.
Snipe
really
reset
good
by
drop.
Venenu, and Dragons get the Pyromancer there. Great job, like you said, of just like resetting consistently, trying to bait out some of those secure objective abilities.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal play by Vote there, dropping that at a good time. Taking a look at that last play by the Thor. The Thor dies there if Nuaz just got that Reaver. That Reaver is going to be the difference between being able to kill frontliners and not. Once he gets to full build, once Vote also gets his final item, he's missing his Heartseeker, I assume. That's going to be a lot more damage that Haddox is taking, and he's going to have to be a lot more careful for the next fights when those are finished.
Scream leaps away from the shockwave, but Dardas needs to leap away from everyone. The blinking from Mike to get separation. Nuwas in the sky with diamonds, but on landing, Scream's there with a swoop to secure the kill. Mike's helped Barry solo, that Scream could keep chasing with Haddox in support too. Meanwhile on the back, Nika forced to use his ultimate as Lasmic creates separation on the back to keep the Ravens from dogpiling in to the squishy members of the Dragons who are whittled down. The Ravens' health bars are very, very good right here, Bobby, and now they're the ones looking at the FG in a comfortable position.
I mean, Dardas is just getting caught out. Vote's nowhere near there, so it's just on Dardas. Fire Giant being pulled, you have the Raw. This is going to be a great setup fight for the Ravens.
Lasborough is around the back and Scream senses there could be someone around here. Nika causing a distraction though to give Lasborough a window to get in, but Scream sees it, as did the Ganesh, and the pillars drop down. Blink used by Lasborough immediately in that engagement, and all the while the Dragons are just buying time for people to get back to the fray. Mike here, Vote here as well. Good work from the front line of the Dragons so far, but the FG is still getting lower. A gauge again on towards Nika, who's silenced and can't do much about it. Gets his Ox form off to get a reset again. FG reset, Haddox to the sky, dunking in towards Vote off the mark, misses the wall too, and Nika gets double tapped almost towards the tail end, will survive. FG reset still as Lasborough dances on the backside.
The amount of time wasted by Nika and Laz there was so good. Lasborough might be in a little bit of a spot here, but he does have ult, so he's not too worried. He is forced into the ult, but still, great play. Dardas gets picked. 5v4, you have a healer. You're pulling that Fire Giant.
So what's the play if you're Ravens there? That's the real question on that, right? Like, you're on the FG, you know you got the man advantage. You're trying to pick Lasborough. Is kind of the play here. They're worried about the rat ulting back in. Nika's causing more discretion too. Do you think Ravens just should commit to FG there, or did they play it right?
I mean, again, both plays are fine. There's no like 100% correct play. There's risks in both of them. That one, it's you miss your abilities or they blink out of the abilities correctly, good timing. They end up living. But, I mean, if Thor hits the wall, Haddox hits the wall onto Nika when he dashes, Nika's dead. If Ganesh ult hits Laz before Laz can get his blink off, another one dead. So I'm fine with the play. A little unfortunate, half a second earlier from some of the abilities, and this is a completely different game.
Well, if you're a Dragons fan there, you'll be happy because now we're still at an even keel with the Fire Giant still available for either one to capture. Siege Beacon is up. Haddox in mid lane with some good pressure on Minion Wave there. Could look for that. He's going to try a bit of split push as he'll meet Lasborough in lane down mid as the junglers square off. Very similar junglers in style, both with semi-global ultimates that can really come into play. And I think both of these two, the Thor and the Ratatoska specifically, are really standing out to me to be in the playmakers of these teams.
I mean, both of them are a lot of the good CCs from their team.
True.
Rat, if you think about it, his 3 might seem like it's really short range, but that goes really long. It goes up to like 70 units or something like that. So a lot of their setups come from that.
You just saw a Shining Metal come out from Dardas there, and it actually hit onto Hurryman, who lost a third of his health off one of those procs with that penetration and that Soul Reaver, as you were mentioning, coming into fray. The tanks become squishier the longer this game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, just touched on it right there. Dardas Vote have now finished their starter or their builds. Haddox and Hurry have to be so careful with how they position now. One Mike Blink ult followed up by a Shining Metal and some of Vote's abilities. that's going to be just one-shot frontliners.
So Haddock seems to be wanting to keep the pressure on the mid lane. Dragons have adjusted their composition and strategy here by putting Nika on the Sun Wukong towards mid to nullify that split push. And it's giving Lasbra a bit of a window down the right-hand side. Look at where Mike is too. Pushing up, creating an avenue for Lasbra to get into in security. But Mike needs to watch his position himself. He's a bit far forward here, silenced out. They might try and look at Mike, but Lasbra has sneaked around the back. Blinking from Nika. Looks towards Barracuda. Barracuda going to use his ultimate and the beads to buy as much time as possible. Venenu's health bar below half as a Geb Cataclysm does connect, allowing Lasbra to dunk him for the kill. Nika credited with it. The wall comes through from Haddox looking for the pickup of Lasbra, but in doing so he takes a ton of damage from Dardes and from Vote. Ravens end up losing their healer in the fight, and the sustained game goes away.
Wonderful setup for that fight for Laz and Mike. They walked around the backside. Mike had a lot of eyes on him, but there was no eyes on the Rat. The Raw was actually out of position by himself, or in position because he was in his own jungle, but he was by himself, and the Rat nearly one-shot him, leading him to use both relics, and he ended up dying. Now this next fight, they have 100 seconds until the ability or the relics come back up.
I think the issue you're having here is the Ravens are playing more defense now on these aggressive plays from the Dragons. They're the ones initiating these fights a little bit more. And Ravens are like, these guys are out of position, we should go on them, but then they're getting collapsed on straight away. It's the Dragons to pull the EFG. Nika on Zone G around the back looking for Barracuda. Barracuda has no relics, remember, or his ultimate. He just lost those in the last engagement and already knocked down to a third health. But you can see the Barracuda can throw out a couple of autos and do good damage to Nika at this stage of the game. Still, Dragons on the FG, drop to half health. Haddox pressuring on towards Nika as Lasbra to the sky. Ganesh Pillars dropped down early, but doesn't find a home for damage, but it is putting damage on the FG for a steal, but the steal is not going to be there. The Dragons will secure the EFG. Screams at one hit, and Noir Ultimate is available soon, question mark. Will he drop it? Yes, he will. Dardes with a kill for one.
They should be pushing here. You have
immediately?
EFG. Yeah, you have EFG.
Push,
You're going to be full health. Scream is dead for 60 seconds. You're just wasting a lot of time kind of getting this reset off. What are you getting off backs? Your 500 potions of power. True. Scream is going to be spawning by the time you're getting out of base. If they stop for this Gold Fury, I might be a little upset because this is just a lot of time wasted.
See a W key
I
here?
want to see them pushing. EFG is a good opportunity to win 5v5s, but imagine what you can do in a 5v4 with EFG.
Very, very true indeed. I mean, it's going to be another 30 seconds for Scream. However, we'll see what the Dragons choose to do. Ravens are grouping up towards his left-hand side too. Is that Scream they're going to contest this gold, or mainly just strip their own jungle, I guess, expecting the Dragons to be on the side of the map?
Yeah, I think they just want to try to get their camps quick before they went to this Gold Fury. I guess the Dragons are a little worried because Vote was out of relics for a little bit.
Yeah, I can imagine the carries going, I've got no relics, I want to base real quick and reset. There's a window though, Bobby, to be like, by basing there, you at least get to communicate with your team, okay, what was used in that fight? Is ultimates up? Are relics on cooldown? How do we all feel right now? Is there any power spikes? I guess it gives that window. But as you said, there was a window to get more from that situation.
And it's not like it's the end of the world. You have EFG on 5. You're not losing the game because you didn't push super quickly. It makes it so there's not as much like worry through the entire fight. Vote also gets his beads back up. There is a chance that the Ravens just one-shot Vote, and that's a 4v4 now. So,
well, two tier 2 towers drop seconds later. 2 members in mid with Lasbra and Nika there. Meanwhile, left-hand side, Dardes and Vote combine nicely. Bit of a split going on here. Lasbra can jump over to this left-hand side too. We've seen a lot of these sieges so far with these semi-global ultimates coming into play.
It's going to be a bit of a hard siege, though, in this straight-up 3v3. Raw sustains a lot. They can't really walk in too easily because of exactly that. The on-her pillar makes it so if you're in that Phoenix pit, you're going to be slowed for a long time.
Starting to group to the left-hand side, though. Lasbra did get hit with just a single tap of that Haddox hammer, but already the front line is under pressure. Dardes credited with a kill onto Venenu already. Lasbra in the sky looking at Barracuda, who's up next. And Barracuda does a good job of his Aegis to avoid the new War Ultimate and the damage that followed up, but the Phoenix will end up falling down. Lasbra's overextension does cost him the iron price, however, but a 1-for-1 trade in the left-hand Phoenix, Jade Dragons will feel pretty good about that so far.
And that's the tempo that I like from Mike. You don't want to sit there and just try to poke the Phoenix down. You want to get in there immediately and start this fight. Venenu's relics had just came up, but then they were immediately used right after, and he died by those. I don't even know what abilities hit him. He just died by kind of everything.
It was very quick indeed of how quickly he went down, and maybe we'll catch that on a replay at some point in the post-show if this game doesn't end soon. Haddox knocked up for a second there. He's a third. Nika around the back. Hurwin stepping up because he's got Scream on the front lines too towards Dardes. Focus on Dardes, but look at Hurwin's health bar dropping very low. Dardes does go for the ultimate on towards... Sorry, Scream goes with the ultimate onto Dardas, and Dardas in Aegis buys a lot of time. The leaping is good for him to get the kill on Dardas, and Haddock's crashed down too. Scream's escaping the noose around the left-hand side, away from the damage of Vote. He'll still be alive. Haddock's, meanwhile, could be a bit of a different story. The middle Phoenix stance. What a good defense from Ravens there. Jade Dragons were the ones in a 4v4 scenario that felt good about the engagement, and Ravens hold their own and hold the line.
Vote, unfortunately, instead of trying to kill the front line, actually went to try to kill Barra, and Barra got out about 100 health. Unfortunate, if he gets that kill, that's a lot easier of a fight to take.
It is, yeah. Completely agree. 40 minutes, 2 40-minute bangers back-to-back so far for me and you, Bobby. Yeah? The other casters on all weekend, 25, 30 minutes.
We got blessed.
Is it just you? Is that what it is?
I just give us good smite. I did it when I played. I still do it while I cast.
Whoa. We don't lie as casters, okay? We don't lie. We give reasons and excuses, but we don't lie, Bobby. You did not play good games all the time, okay? How dare you? That's offensive to everyone in the audience right now.
I played at Worlds one time.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, semifinals.
Show match?
No, semifinals.
No, I played at a show match.
Oh,
I played at Worlds too, you know? Just saying.
Probably not very well, but...
Well, I mean, neither did you, so we're kind of
We're
even on
both
that
in the
front,
same
right?
spot
Hell
there.
yeah! Supports together. Bit of a standoff for a second or two as we wait for the respawns to come through between both teams. The Fire Giant wearing down means that we're going to have a situation where Fire Minions will pour down the left-hand side, and so we're going to see Haddock split up that left-hand side as much as he can, has teleport to get back into the fray. But the next EFG could be the be-all and end-all for this game, potentially. I mean, if Ravens get it, though, they could still run away with this game, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the game is just kind of on a knife's edge. Whoever kind of gets this next EFG will be in a spot where as long as a few of them live, they will be able to win it. Also, Oni Fury spawning, it's not super important, but there's always some potential. If you do get that Oni Fury, there's a lot of pressure being put on those lanes.
Yeah. It would help them out if Ravens managed to get that Oni Fury just to nullify the Fire Minions on the left-hand side, maybe. Could be a window. Same could be said for Dragons, though. If they get that Oni Fury, it's extra enhanced Fire Minions down the left-hand side to force someone back to base. So we'll see if either team feel comfortable. I mean, you're going to have to send 2 members to it, though, Bobby, right?
It's also
if you do that, you're giving up a lot of room at FG.
Exactly. It's so much time it takes, too, and you take 15 seconds. That EFG's down in half that time, so...
Dardes then limping back 3, 3, and 7. I feel like we saw Dardes die more than he actually has so far this game. Died less than Venenu so far, but it has been a couple of inopportune moments. Mike pillared in place. That's brutal. He will be secured for the kill. Did at least get his sprint off at the end, but great pillar from Barracuda really set a lot of that up to prevent him from escaping the noose.
I mean, Mike hadn't died yet. I think he was just a little overconfident with that positioning. He was walking up by himself.
That's the late game, like, I think I'm tanky, I'm not tanky anymore, I'm out of position now. Talking about out of position, Haddock's lost half his health bar there too, but Dardes is low. Maybe Haddock's goes in, nope, changes his mind. Lasper to the sky though. Lasper wants to get aggressive here. Nika on the front side, trying to keep 4 of them in, 5 of them in combat. Health bars are relatively low. Vote's there with his ultimate for follow-up damage, and as Venenu gets knocked in the sky, Vote poison deals the damage. Dardes picks up Hurrywind, and now Scream 1v1 against Lasper, trying to get away, and Lasper finds a kill there too. It was a man advantage for the Ravens. They overextend, and the Dragons 4v5 make them pay.
That is a disgusting combo by the Dragons with the Nua and the Rat.
Barra going in on Dardes, the beads are down, but the backup is there for the Dragons, and there's no way Barra can find it. I guess he felt like the 1v1 was the play, or the 1v3, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he thought he was just going to one-shot Dardes. Maybe he thought Aegis was down. Somebody in comms maybe called Relics or said,
give it a go.
We got everything, and he
Give
went for it.
College try, right?
Yeah, the good old college try.
Left-hand Phoenix does end up falling down. Unfortunately, Haddock did base trying to stop those minions, and that left-hand Phoenix will end up falling down. The Phoenix in mid lane now falls down, and it looks like that could just be the end of the game at this point, Bobby. 16-12, the Jade Dragons are going to be taking us to a game 3 out of a best of 5 with this situation being in tow. I am surprised by how this has all gone so far. Are you?
I'm not too surprised. I think that was a little surprising of an end call, but it kind of happened really quickly. EFG was getting pulled, 5v4, and they ended up losing the fight right after.
Last 2 games have been great, but I just feel the ends are like, backdoor. But I mean, backdoors can be fun. And then game 2 was like, well, there was a weird fight, and then Barrow went for a 1v3, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, they got a pick on the Geb, had a 5v4, and then lost the fight right after.
Disaster. So what do you want to do if you're Ravens then? What's the game plan? You're 2-0 down. I don't think the Ravens have played particularly badly at all here.
Well, personally, if I'm the Ravens, I would like to win game 3. So
good start.
They're going to try that for the next game. I've got a good feeling about it.
I will say before we go to a break real quick, why are you wearing a white t-shirt?
It's
Did
pink.
you not have anything else?
It's pink.
You need a jersey? Is it pink?
It's pink, yeah.
It doesn't look like it. Maybe my eyes are bad. I needed something for you because I think it just needs a little something. There you go. I think that makes it a little better. You've not had a jersey, you know, so what do you think?
Is this my new jersey?
Yep.
Caster number 4?
Yep.
But like number 1 in your hearts and everyone's hearts, right?
Whose?
Everyone's.
That's Chat. I don't care. We'll find out what. Chat, what do you think? Is he number 4? He's definitely not number 5. We all know who that is. Anyway, go to a break. After the break, we'll be back with Game 3 of this best of 5.
My soul been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know me. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait, search up, nigga. The world been dying, days is numbered, check the climate, I'm sick of it. They had brain scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and the whip is quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't up? This not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me. Blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked. The master keep it on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that's not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody raws us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know me. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know me. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, that done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby, she agrees, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing.
Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know me. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
Hey. They been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, it hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Besides, get a plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show where she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell that for the sales. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging it darts, make him reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the punt off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they on their ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling, I speed out, I hit me a tail. I give it a thrill, I put it on real. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside.
Jade Dragons extend their lead in this set to now 2-0 over the Highland Ravens. But the Ravens are not making this one easy for them, Mifflin. These games have now gone 40 minutes plus in both of their matchups so far. And the Jade Dragons, I mean, they're really harping on this Geb more than anything, it felt like, in this game. Letting Mike get in there, get that initiation to set up, to allow this damage to start rolling through for their team. Sustain was great from the Highland Ravens, but we started hitting that point, Miff, where it really felt like, yeah, you got a lot of healing when you're out of combat, but that in-combat healing wasn't really panning out for Venenu for the rest of the Ravens.
No, I mean, good luck getting in-combat healing from a Ra, like, just about ever. But I really liked Nika in particular this game. I felt like it was that Fire Giant defense, that last Fire Giant defense where the Highland Ravens were really starting to push in towards it. I believe they drop it down to about 20% at two separate occasions on the same attempt on Fire Giant, and he just keeps surviving. I think it was 3 separate attempts on Nika's life. Ganesh full channeled silence, knock-up, doesn't matter. He's just incredibly tanky. Oxform was well placed. And he buys infinite time for his team to regroup, reset, and get ready to defend that Fire Giant again. I mean, it was just nearly perfect from him there. So that extends the game, keeps the Jade Dragons in it. The Jade Dragons, and this is something that I'd picked up on during Phase 1, have become like the kings of attrition warfare. Like, they love it when the games go long. Talk to the players, talk to any individual one of these players, say, hey man, if you had the option of ending the game before 40 minutes, they'd say yes, but look at their gameplay on field and it says no, because the majority of their matches are some of the longest that we see in the league. But there's something about it when the stakes are high, when the game goes a little bit later, when it comes down to these individual plays, every single one of them has that X factor where they can step up and make the difference. Nika in particular, I think, deserves every bit of credit, but that's not to say that Lazar doesn't have a really good game. PBM, of course, as you said, really impressive on that Geb. A lot of those initiations were the difference makers. I'm thinking about Blinks, where he's connecting all the Scorching Blink, getting the Cataclysm, getting the knock-up, and just keeping them in that true damage. It is really good stuff from the Jade Dragons. But the Highland Ravens did keep it close.
I think another thing that we kind of talked about during the picks and bans that really kind of got highlighted during this match was just all of this out-of-combat potential for the Jade Dragons to remove themselves from the field of play. Some would call them jump on the cloud. You have Lasper on the Ratatosker, jump up onto the tree. Well, now you have 2 people who you can't target at all. You can't do anything to those. Oh, and then, by the way, there's also a Marty who can jump out of combat and still deal a lot of damage back to you. Oh, and then, by the way, there's a Nuwa who can also jump the sky. It just felt like if you didn't get that initial kill, it felt like it was so difficult for the Ravens to really close in and try and gap close up onto the enemy to really be able to get anything there. So really felt like the Jade Dragon just had a lot of that extra safety just built into their kits during a lot of these fights.
Yeah, the ability to escape in the air, the Stone Shield, as you said, the kill secures were certainly there, and that was one of the main differences between their first composition and the second, was the ability to actually secure those kills, and we saw it very often. A lot of those kills just new ultimate. Sure, yeah. I mean, you're not going to miss it every single time it's going to connect, and so I like what the Jade Dragons were cooking up. That is to say, the Highland Ravens, I feel like, had a lot of opportunities to close out that game. They were in the driver's seat for a good long while, so that is a frustrating match to lose, and it's a frustrating match to put you on set point. Now you've got to think about the entire reverse sweep. You've got, at minimum, if we're going to have let's just assume they're the same length as the previous games, at minimum another 120 minutes of in-game time if the Highland Ravens want to win out on it. I mean, that is mentally exhausting. So I'll be keeping my eyes on them. I want to see them still proactive on map, making aggressive calls, making plays. But having been on the other side of this as a competitor, I absolutely understand how draining it can be.
Well, let's see if anything switches up for these two teams. Picks and bans for game number 3 now between the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens. And I think for me, Myth, one question I kind of want to open up before all these bans and picks start rolling through. Do we see the Camazotz a third game? Because I feel like Scream hasn't really had the impact on this Camazotz that we expect from other picks that Scream has had in his wheelhouse. When we think of even his old times of Bastets, the Najas that he pops out, really feels like he can kind of dictate a pacing of a game. But it's just felt like Scream has kind of existed on the Camazotz for the most part.
I mean, I haven't hated the Camazotz performances, and his KDs have been just fine as well. 5-3 in the first game, 6-4 in the second. The thing about Lucas Spracklin is that when he says, lock me a pick, some days it's going to be the Arachne on the world stage. Other times it's going to be the Bastet when she's out of the meta, right? It's whatever he wants on day of. It's really difficult to tell someone no when they speak with confidence. So if he's saying, I want the Camazotz, that's what I need, you kind of just have to let him rock with it. And that's just the truth of being a good teammate and supportive and making sure that you're not getting in their head beforehand, right? Imagine you're confident in your pick and your entire team says, hey, man, don't do that. That would shut you down almost entirely. So I think if he calls for the Camazotz once more, it hasn't been an egregious performance by any stretch of the imagination. I think there are certainly other picks he could go towards, but I have not hated his individual performances.
Now, the first wave of bans has rolled right through. Yamoja, Pele, and Raijin for the Jade Dragons. Highland Ravens will take away Athena, the Morgan, and Chernobog. Once more, Nika can go back onto the Sun Wukong. A top pick in game number 2. Worked out well for Nika. We'll go right back to it here again in game number 3. Now, for the Highland Ravens, their top 3 has been a combination of Thor, Camazotz, and insert support for Hurrywin. We'll see if the Highland Ravens go towards that same strategy or if we do see a shift up. Will we see a third game with a Thor Camazotz combo? Will we see a shift up between those two? Time will tell. Time is ticking down, though, for the Highland Ravens as they start to dip into a little bit of their bank time. And maybe just kind of in general, what's it kind of felt like has been missing from the Ravens from their previous 2 comps to really help them kind of seal out these victories?
Man, I'm not even sure that it's something in composition. It's just maybe the Jade Dragons are really stepping up and having those star performances when need be, like I talked about with that Nika Fire Giant defense, but it's maybe just the decisiveness from the Highland Ravens. Like, there were a lot of opportunities to look at neutral objectives, a lot of opportunities where you could even be willing to coin toss, weighted coin toss in the Fire Giant, right? Do you need to peel off of FG 4 times in a row to shut down a Sun Wukong? Or do you just kind of risk the Fire Giant coin toss knowing that best case scenario he's putting up like a 150 with Jinku Bang? I think maybe those split-second decisions have cost the Ravens, and we don't see that indecisiveness whatsoever from the Jade Dragons. I mean, you can go all the way back to Game 1, which feels like forever ago now, and talk about how they even closed it out. Sure, it was by the skin of their teeth with that backdoor on the Titan, but that's still a call that is difficult to make that they just execute on immediately. No waffling about, no talking back and forth about it, just make it happen. So I maybe would like to see a little bit more of that from the Ravens, just the willingness to full send it, if you would.
Well, Ganesh and Camazotz, top 2 here for the Ravens. So at least repeating same gods. But without the Thor and that immediate first pick that we have been seeing from the first 2 games, maybe leads some potential for extra flexibility now with the Camazotz. Jade Dragons, following the old motto, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Martikaros, and currently hovering the Nuwa to try and run it back again from game 2 here into the 3rd game.
It's just a really strong composition, man. I really liked what the Jade Dragons had previously, and they got it again. So run back the death segment from 45 minutes ago. It's great PvP potential. Marty holds his own in lane. He's incredibly survivable. As a jungler player, I could say that Martikaros is in the conversation of one of the most annoying gods to gank. He's like right up there with Freya in that he's just going to go up into the air and he's going to deal damage to me when I can't hurt him, and it does a lot of damage, and it's frustrating, and it's really hard, and it makes you not want to rotate through, especially considering here in the Season of Celebration how easy it is to come by CDR. So, I mean, long ago, the conversation was, yeah, I burned his ultimate, I'll be back. Now it's, I burned his ultimate, but we're 6 minutes in, and he's like 30 to 40% already on his CDR, which makes it very, very difficult. Nuwa is also up there. Just anyone with a self-banish is really annoying to deal with. Very difficult for Scream, I think, to find opportunities on map. And now that I'm looking at it, legitimately, it's all three of them. Sun Wukong, Marty, and Nuwa have all got that self-banish potential. I mean, good luck having fun to any junglers out there is what I would say.
That's why I'm glad I'm not in that kind of position right now where I look at this and go, yeah, I'm ready to gank any of these three. No, I don't want to go to any of these three lanes, which kind of leads you maybe to that decision then as a jungler of what do? Do you just sit around, farm up, kind of wait for the next 10, 15 minutes of the game? Like, what's kind of that decision that you make when you see these kinds of gods drafted up by a team?
When I would play into stuff like this, I would almost always lean in towards executes. I really liked the Achilles or maybe the Thanatos. Okay, you could poke them out in lane, and I'll just like sneak up on them and just execute them, and that's what it's going to be. And it kind of helps you circumvent some of those issues. It's not to say that it isn't avoidable. You could still get up into the air while hovering death is on the way down or something along those lines, but there are small opportunities. And executes in particular are very good at dealing with frontliners. And Sun Wukong, a frontliner with a self-banish, but whatever support the Jade Dragons elect to go towards will not have a self-banish. I can almost guarantee you that. And executes are very good into those tankier targets, especially throughout the early game.
Well, On Her was the final selection for the Highland Ravens in their top three. Their bans are Terra and Ares, opposite side. The Jade Dragons will ban Hercules and Merlin. It's now back to the Ravens to see what their next two will be. History's an indication, at least, of the first couple of matchups that Camazot's slotted towards the jungle, so wondering what we might see for solo lane out of Haddix. It's been Thor 2 games in a row, but now currently hovering Cthulhu to go up against the Sun Wukong. God that shouldn't have too much threat of death, but also not really much kill potential over on the right-hand side.
No, it's a whole lot of team fight presence, a little bit of that in-combat healing you were calling for. It's a little bit easier to find it from Cthulhu as opposed to something like the Ra. A ton of CC, a lot of lockdown potential, sticks around in the team fight for a good long time. So, as essentially a massive beacon in the middle of an engagement, that'll create space and opportunities for Camazots to act as a solo agent, for Ganesh to reposition and make sure that those Dharmic pillars are lined up well. Maybe you're helping out the On Her a bit. But looking at the Ravens comp as it stands, I am concerned with their ability to secure kills. I need to see one bit of burst that could just make use of all this CC that they've already got lined up. They've got really good poke potential. They've got pretty decent dive, but the disengage of the Jade Dragons proved itself to be incredibly good last game, and we're looking at about the same comp here.
Exact same comp.
Exact same comp.
For the Jade Dragons, and so far 3 out of 4 from the Highland Ravens. A near full salty run back, but gonna at least be stopped on one front with that Cthulhu. Now going over to Haddix. So the question is, what is up here for Venenu? Talk about big bursts. He played Raw last game. That's some burst potential. Thoth has been kind of a hot topic for mid laners. We haven't seen a whole lot of him this set, so maybe some potential there. But instead, it will be Agni as the final pick for the Highland Ravens. Is that a little bit of that burst, that kill secure that you were looking for this team?
I think so, but maybe most importantly is Agni's passive. Having something that can take Nuwa out of the sky or continue to deal damage to Marty while he's in the sky. Beforehand, it really was just Vampiric Bat's Eye. I hope he bleeds out. Now you've got that burning tick damage as well from Agni passive. It's still really good burst from range. It's a little bit more CC as well. I think Agni is a good answer to a lot of these picks. It's one of those answers to the self-banishes. Anything that can apply some form of bleed finds a good deal of value. But the Dragon's comp is just legitimately very good. It is just very good. 45 minutes of data on it in the previous match. We know exactly how it's going to play out. We know exactly what they're aiming for. And so do the Highland Ravens. So that they clearly think that these are the adaptations needed to close it out in their favor. But if I were a betting man, and I'm not anymore, I've learned my lesson after a good deal of time here at Hi-Rez Studios, I would go Jade Dragons here just about every time.
And it really feels like Geb kind of almost doubles down on the mentality you were talking about earlier. I don't want to gank Sun Wukong, that's hard to do. I don't want to gank Marty or Nuwa. Then you have a Geb, it's like, okay, well, even if I do gank them, and I do get their ult, well, now there's a stone shield waiting for him on the ground. Just kind of really makes it that annoyance factor going up against it. But Highland Ravens now, they've got to not only win game number 3, but they've got to go through game 4, game 5, potentially, if they can find a win here. If they want to win out this set and continue forward, it's got to be a full reverse sweep So for the Highland Ravens, what's that factor for them here to kind of lock down game number 3 if they want to find that hope to move on in the set?
I mean, the Highland Ravens ideally can jump onto one of either Geb or Rat. The other 3, I think, pretty easy to avoid a lot of those early spills. We already talked about how survivable the ability to self-banish is, and Nuwa, Marty, and Sun Wukong have all got that, and have all also got some form of self-peel outside of the ultimates. So if you can abuse Rat in the jungle, make sure he isn't farming up well, I think that's a pretty good way to do it. And Geb can't really peel him out until about like 6-7 minutes into the game when support starts to rotate. So I would either look there, or I would look at abusing Geb himself.
We'll have to see if the Highland Ravens are able to stop the Jade Dragons in their tracks, slow things down, try and find themselves a win in game 3, because they need one here. Otherwise, they're going to be sent out. It'll be our 4-3-0 of the weekend so far. If the Jade Dragons do close this one out, Highland Ravens.
Oh, I'm with the Dragons.
I know you're with the Dragons. You were going for a root.
I was just thinking about it. I was like, I don't want it. I don't want another 3-0. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's that one, like, you want to see them win, but you don't want to see them win 3-0. Like maybe
I don't even want to see them win. I don't care who wins. Let me get that out of the way right now. I don't care who wins. I like watching good competitive Smite, and I want to watch more of it.
We've been getting a lot of good competitive Smite in these first 2 games. We'll see if we get that here in game number 3. Jade Dragons, Highland Ravens. Let's take it over to the casters one more time.
Thanks so much, J Mac and Mifflin on the desk. Yes, game 3 underway in a best of 5. Bobby, Mifflin isn't a gambling man. Are you a gambling man? Who's your money on?
You know, Miff said that
Don't
really
be scared.
No, listen.
Right.
Miff really said he was a Dragons fan and he wants the Dragons to win. You heard it. I heard it. Said that they have the exact same comp.
Yep.
I mean, they had perfection last game.
Perfection.
I don't think this Ravens comp necessarily got any better, and this Dragons comp, it was good early. Well, it was manageable early, good mid game, and good late game. I think if the Ravens don't get off to this massive lead early, it's going to be a little rough.
Well, let's talk about that first, because you just said there you don't think this Ravens draft is as good as last game. I will say, chat, for their, amazing knowledge and experience that chat has of watching all the Pro League games. They really didn't want the Thor pick, so they're kind of happy that it's Haddock's not on Thor here. What is it about this composition that you think is worse off?
I think their instant damage is a lot worse. They have the Agni stun, and then that's about it now.
Yeah.
They have just about no other CC. Thor might not feel great all the time. There are some fights where he doesn't feel like he's doing as much as maybe an other solo would, like Wukong did in a lot of those.
Sure.
But he's still a god that gives you instant CC. He's good at diving, and he's good at peeling.
Okay, well, we'll see how this plays out then, as the duo lane is going to be the same this time round. And we saw quite a bit of carnage in the early stages of the game between the duo lanes, so we'll see if that develops some more. Cthulhu back in the meta again, not seen too much of him so far. Cthulhu's going to bring a bit of space, I guess, and dive potential more than anything else, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, he's just that perfect mid-spot god. You know, we were talking about the Geb and the Ganesh last game? That's exactly where Cthulhu wants to play. He can also play almost a little bit of peel, but he is preferring to dive and do damage.
Well, left-hand side of the map will start things off again, and we should see Barrett and Horrywind hit level 2 just a little bit quicker than that of the Dragons. Mid lane is where the action is. Venenu's Aegis already on cooldown, and he's already dead, but Scream might be trying to trade out, won't find the opportunity, as Donna's got a good passive route off there just to prevent any further follow-up, and already Venenu sent to the coffins.
And that's that risk you take when you dash in as Agni.
Oh, yeah.
It's a really big thing that Agni players do, where they go Aegis and they dash in on that wave to try to almost bait the enemy to overcommit. The Dragons played it perfectly. They put no abilities into that Aegis. They waited as soon as it was done, they got a kill. Scream also taking a lot of CC.
Good work from Lasbro, though, just to wait with his abilities to follow up, but Venenu only at level 2 couldn't get the stun off to get any further follow-up himself. And so more damage towards the Ravens mid-jungle composition. They should be able to resustain, though. Scream may not need to base with a health potion ticking away and some sustain in the jungle. They're going to look for the left-hand Harpies here as the right-hand Harpies go the way of the Dragons this time round. No one going to contest over there, but you can see Scream kind of worse for wear at this moment in time.
I also think this Ravens 2v2 in mid got a lot worse. Ra is super strong in these 2v2s because you're going to be almost always full health. I mean, if Scream had a Ra with him right now, he'd be full health walking over to this. This is uncontestable, but Laz can actually look to put a little bit of pressure over here too. Scream is actually forced to back because he can't walk through the jungle with Laz there.
So why is it you guys, because they went for the Agni this game then instead of the Ra?
The late game, when Laz and Dardez were both double ulting the Ra has no way to get away from it. Agni gives you that dash that is immune to the knockup, so he can dash away from the Rat, not get one shot by the Rat, and then Aegis the Nuwa. Ra just can't really do that.
Okay, well, we'll see how this plays out for them as the game continues. Nika versus Haddox in the solo lane. For the most part, early games kind of even between the two for the most part there. As the game develops further, we'll see quite quick wave clear coming out. Barracuda just leapt into that camp and Mike smells that. He will be able to rotate in to try and steal some creeps a little bit too late. Those Ganesh is there already. Purple buff down for a few more seconds. And on the right-hand side, you can see Scream and Lasbra now grouping up. And Haddix is out of mana here and perfectly pincered by minions. His own minions, I believe, as well, which makes it even worse there. And another kill now going the way of the Dragons early on. Unfortunate situation for Haddix.
And Nika hit him with the spam laugh, too, the spam taunt. You know, the solo laners got to do it. Once they get that lead, once they get that kill, that was basically a solo. Let's acknowledge it what it was.
It was.
I don't think if Laz
You think it was a solo?
Yeah, I think it was going to be a solo anyway. Nika wanted to give Laz the assist gold. I respect it. And the kill, I guess.
A bit brutal. Your own minions box you in, though.
That's tough. It is
that's
tough.
Rough times. Rough times indeed. So already 3 minutes in and Jade Dragons off to a good start. Now, we saw that in Game 1, to be honest, and Dragons went off to a tear Game 1. Game 2, bit of a 50-50. If anything, Ravens were the ones in the lead at the moment. But can Dragons now kind of catapult this to a better stage of the game? Because they do have late game carries again. The Marty, the New War, they're going to be looking to just survive to the late stages of the game, using more than anything this Ratatoska for facilitation to that late game.
Yeah, I mean, Rat's already 2-0 now at this point. He's finished his Acorn. This Rat is going to be a problem. You also look at Scream again.
Oh, Mike in trouble here. Pillared into
Big
a wall. Traps in the corner, still only level 4. Blinking from Lasbra, though. He was on the scene, and Barracuda forced to leap away. Gets the Desert Fury off. Damage out from Scream to prevent Lasbra still continuing to chase in. And now the swoops will come into play, but Lasbra still had his ultimate. Barra under his tier 1 tower. I think Lasbra will think better about diving in, so he'll fall back towards the buff. But Scream is still here, and the damage out will secure the buff for Lasbra. And Scream has to walk away. Crazy fight in the dueling.
Laz played that so well, and then he got antsy, and he dashed too early, getting knocked up by the on-her before the on-her landed. It was such a clean play at the beginning. Unfortunately, timing is slightly off, and Laz actually can't end up picking up the kill.
Book of Tough now in line for Dardas as well. Stacks have begun there. Meanwhile, Veneni with mid lane looks like he's going to go for that Chronos pendant once again. So cooldown reduction, a bit more lane pressure, as you mentioned. We're going for that Chronos a little bit earlier in the build here. Meanwhile, in the dual lane, you can see now that at level 5 for everybody, he's going to kind of peter out a little bit for the time being until the next buff respawns. I just want to see what Ravens end up doing towards this mid-game, because we've seen Scream on this camera. That's 3 games in a row now, too. You surprised by that?
I mean, it was talked about on the desk. If Scream finds a god that he thinks is really good, he's playing that god until it's banned. And I think right now, Kama's that god for him. I don't think Kama is particularly in a great spot. I think he's a pretty average god. There's something about the character that is speaking to Scream right now. Maybe the ult, just being able to go into the air, do damage while you're diving, because there's maybe too much damage in the game that he feels like.
Yeah.
Maybe that's part of the reason. But I don't think Kama's particularly too strong. I think Laz on this Rat has actually been doing a lot more than Scream on the Kama.
I mean, I guess the way with the camera as well, though, you get poked out in lane at the beginning of the game like he did, and he's still able to continue to jungle with the sustain. As you said, the ultimate really allows him to be aggressive or defensive where needed as well. As the bombs rain down from Veneni there, trying to secure the camps. I believe it was a 2-for-1 on that side. Hurban going to return to the lane to make sure that Barracuda gets hold of that shield buff there. So I'm checking through itemization to see any changes. Transcendence versus the Devs Gauntlet doesn't surprise me too much. But look at this. People are not cooking, Bobby. Why are people not cooking?
Why can't they cook? Just, you know, get on the stove.
It's
get
free.
a pan out. Start. Yeah, it's free.
This is worse than that
you
free
get paid
ward.
to do it, actually.
So remember? You do.
You get paid to do it as long as you can follow some simple instructions.
So what would you expect the Sun Wukong and the New Waters should be taking in these recipe slots? What would you have them have there?
Probably Bao. Bao is just so
cooldown
strong.
reduction.
Yeah, cooldown, exactly.
So every single time one of these characters gets away or dies, we can go, it's their fault for not getting extra cooldown. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Don't want to cook today. And you can see this stacking situation between the two, where recipe advantage so far in favor of the Ravens. Gold Fury being hovered around by multiple members of both teams at the moment. Just keep vision of that as the green buff's already down this left-hand side and nothing up in the jungle. It means the junglers are kind of like, well, what do we do now? I guess we try and get some poke out, find a kill, and Dardes eats some for that reason.
I'm also going to be...
You're going to be what?
Well, unfortunately, I was going to be curious about solo lane, and some action happens in duo lane. Barra picked up. Laz gets his 3rd kill of the game. He's off to an even bigger lead than he was last game.
Okay. So next time we see a fight, young man, you're going to cast it. Okay?
All right.
If that happens again, I don't want you shutting up anymore. I want you going, hey, last man's ganking. Talk about it. I don't know what you're freezing for.
It's so weird transition. I'm sorry. It's.
Listen, you've got to actually do work in this job. It's not just sit there and push some keys, you know.
I don't even
die
push
a
the
couple
keys.
times and get paid.
I just walk around.
By a couple, I mean 7. But,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I just walk around. That's
You
all
do
I
walk around. I've seen it. And towards a buff where there's not even up. Mike walking around at the moment. Or rather not, thanks to the bombs coming through from Venenu here. Will down to half health, but he'll be fine for the time being. Vote on the left-hand side will at least get the shield buff. Whenever you see Vote over here, all the time, Lasbra seems to be here for this shield buff every rotation. And Horwin's getting aggressive on Vote here, but doesn't realize that Lasbra's still hanging around. Lasbra seems to have had the game given away because Barracuda did not move out of position there whatsoever. He had a feeling the jungler was waiting.
Yeah, I just think it's Barra just knowing that this dual lane is important. If they're looking to fight here, I guarantee you somebody's looking to rotate over to take this fight. It's not been a 2v2 the entire game, so it's time for us to not fight over here anymore.
Bobby, this is mind games, right? Both Nika and Dardes just backed for their recipes just now. Do you reckon it was a mind game thing of like, we don't even need these in the early game, we can hold off and we'll be fine?
Yeah, it's a gold thing, because now they're going to, in 5 minutes, they're going to get a big gold of 175 each, and it's going to be a 1,000 gold lead.
Well, yeah, already you can see it's developed by 500 at the moment. The left-hand Harpies contested again. I do like the fact the Harpies are contested a little bit more often these days. Lasbra will meet Horrywind here, but Horrywind well ahead of the danger that he was in. Gets a good silence off just to prevent any further CC chains that could come through from Ratatoska, but already 3 kills to the good for the Jade Dragon so far.
We've seen a lot of action in duo lane, but that doesn't mean the Ravens are necessarily falling behind. They're down 3 kills, but this is a 400 gold game.
Yep.
Just across the board, the Ravens are staying pretty even. Even Barra, 0-1, even. Mid lane's actually got the lead. Ven has a lead right now, even though he's 0-1. But you kind of expect that from an Agni. He just farms a lot better than a Nuwad does.
Definitely, and also it has to rotate a little bit more as well with an Agony too, because Nuwad can kind of just sit mid and throw an ult out and be impactful in some of these team fights. Right hand side, the Skull Beacon does go down that time round. Skull Beacons, we don't talk about them too much, the totems on the right hand side. Really impactful for the other lanes though. No one really talks about it, but having that extra MP5 allows you to stay so much more often.
I had never heard of it called as a skull beacon.
It's a skull thing, beacon, totem
yeah,
thing. What do you call it? What do you call it?
Totem.
Totem?
Totem.
But isn't there totems in the jungle?
Yeah, I don't think it's a totem anymore.
So there's totems on totems on totems?
Yeah, there's multiple totems. A lot of totems. Keep in mind, don't forget about the totems.
Which ones?
The ones that give you benefits.
Like?
MP5.
And?
Movement speed.
And?
Cooldown.
Cool, we're just penetration.
Everything.
Movement speed. Yep, we're
health,
on it.
max health.
We're on it. Both Thebes online for the supports at the moment. I'm looking for something to talk about because we've seen these 2 comps 2 games in a row now, Bobby, for the most part. Obviously, the Agony and the Cthulhu are the only real changes for the Ravens this time round. But we've not seen any Gold Fury attempts, any real neutral contested of these major objectives so far in this game. I think this is a case of Jade Dragons are quite happy at this pace because of their composition, and it's Ravens that kind of have to take it to the Dragons with how the series is. I mean, Dragons are up 2-0. They can afford to technically lose a game. You never want that to happen, but it could, and you're still in a comfortable spot.
Yeah, I mean, the Dragons are just perfectly happy with where the game is right now. They don't need to win the early game. Their comp scales well. We saw it last game. Late game is when they started popping off. They even won a 5v4 fight when Mike died. So they're happy going late. Laz already being up 3-0. That's what they're going to play around. They're going to play around Laz. They're going to play around Nika. I mean, Haddix, a level 11 Cthulhu with just Pythax. He's probably backing for a tier 2 of something right now. He's not going to be as strong.
I was going to say, credit where it's due to the cameras are so bad. An ult from Horrywind here, trying to get aggressive towards Vote and Polar Bear Mike. Bit of an awkward one because the square's right around them and nothing really happens. And now the dance of that buff continues as they contest the shield here between the two. Here's going to get the last hit. Desert Fury for the win. Will secure it for Barracuda and the Highland Ravens. Small weight skirmish that cost the Ravens 2 ultimates for the shield buff.
Seems like these teams are happy fighting on these camps. Not all inning, but burning ultimates to try to just secure them. We've seen the Ravens do it a lot.
Yeah.
Ven was doing it last game. I think they're starting to recognize that these mid camps, these shield camps, these cooldown camps are more important than maybe we think. We can burn an ultimate into them. It's not like we're going to be going to this next Gold Fury in the next 60 seconds.
I think that's the key, though, is like recognizing a window when you can use the ultimates and not, have an opportunity of a Gold Fury taken away. Or are you about to get ganked as soon as we use this ultimate and it not be available for that fight?
Exactly. It's the value out of it. And it's the cooldowns of some ults, too. Yeah. Ganesh, 75-second cooldown. Maybe he's got the blue buff augment, so it goes even lower. I mean, Agni's got 18-second cooldown, so it really depends depends on, like you said, the value of that ultimate compared to the cooldown.
Now, we mentioned the farming situation here. Lasbury's a level down to Scream, even though Lasbury's got 3 kills. It just shows how well Scream is doing at finding this farm across the map to find a lead over the jungler. The big contest over the Stygian Beacon in mid lane continues now. Keep an eye on the amount of people on the spot for it to tick that way. Scream uses his beads there, dashes in towards Lasbury to force his ultimate back out. Horriwind and Venenu on the point, and the solo lane is now rotating in. Barra first on the scene. Vote is also around too, but positional-wise, this is much better from the Ravens.
Yeah, the Ravens just had that positioning set up perfectly. Scream is actually getting gone on, gets commit to. Beads goes into the air, looks to disengage. Vote slowly escaping out to Lasta waiting around the corner. Barra is by himself. He misses the impale.
Oh, he's got good
a lot of
damage.
damage off Fury.
Will force the Vote ultimate
Barra beads
there.
also used.
Yeah, keep going.
I don't know if you wanted me because you started. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you kept going, so I'm going to let you keep going. That was good, though.
Yeah.
You didn't stop talking that time.
No,
That's
no,
the main thing.
I would never stop talking.
I would never.
Never
Yeah,
would I do
I would
that.
never throw my life away into a buff camp either. Yeah, seen that before too. But good contest across the map. Who really comes out on top? I mean, overall, Ravens are the ones that get the beacon and force back a couple of relics, but no one dies.
Yeah, I mean, Dragons don't really use any relics. Scream's forced into beads. You had to have Haddock's TP over too. So, I mean, overall, it's not really anything. I guess Barra lost beads too. But you get the beacon for the Ravens. Do you get punished in this next 2 minutes if you're Barra? If not, very good value, you get the beacon. If you do, obviously that's going to be something we can look back at.
Yeah, keep an eye then on Lasbury looking for the gank in duo lane once more. He's got no ultimate at the moment himself, but he does have that blink to try and get in range if he needs to try and look for a pick on Barracuda. And Barra has been playing that lane quite aggressive as the Anher, which you expect against the Marty to be pushed up. This stage, if we look over here, though, a bit of a different story. His Vote has a 1-level lead here. But across the map, the experience is relatively even here. This doesn't surprise me with how the first 2 games have gone, because I think either team could be 2-0 up at the moment. It's just the case it's Dragons at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, even though Dragons are up 2-0 in this series, this has probably been the best series we've had all weekend. Really good competitive games.
Yeah.
Highs, lows for both teams. I mean, one difference in the last game, and the Ravens are taking home that win, and we're talking about a 1-1 series in this game 3. But the Dragons really put it away when they could, and they have this 2-0 lead, and they're looking to put away the series now.
Green buff for Horriwind now as he starts to move over to the left-hand side as the protection buff is available. And that's the contest point between Vote and Barracuda, but reinforcements for both teams on the way. Buff goes away, Barracuda again. Horriwind was round here. Won't go too aggressive. Most of the time we've seen him drop the Dharmic Pillars. That time just finds the dash on towards PBM. Solo laners just checking in with builds a little bit. Pythax Peace already picked up and done by Haddox alongside the Glad Shield. Similar sort of build from Nika as well. The Genji's Guard, I believe he got a couple of buffs recently. That's why we're seeing that back in action.
I think the Genji's is just nice for farming in the early game. You can look to just trade a lot more often. It's statted okay. I think it's a lot less health than it used to be. I think it's down to 100.
Fight in the jungle. Apologies for that because the Pyro was under threat. Venenu beads and dashes away, uses Aegis too. But that did cost Lasbury's ultimate to do that. All the while, Dragons created enough of a zone area there to secure the Pyromancer that was started by Ravens. Now on exit strategy, is PBM getting focused out, but he is a tanky Geb at this point. When he sees Barracuda, he might change his mind, although Barra misses the Impale for the follow-up damage there. And so with 4 members strong, Ravens try to answer back to the Pyro by going for this tier 1 tower.
And they look for the tower. It looks like it's going to go down. Manua goes into the air. A lot of damage. Ben dashes out. It looks like a complete disengage. 5 strong. Middle tower stays up. Gold Fury is also up, but this Ravens team is very low. They have no TP on Haddox also. And Scream right now is on the wrong side of the map. Looks like just a give for the Ravens and free Gold Fury for the Dragons.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Gold Fury. You're right. They're just going to rotate over there. I felt like the Ravens there, they pulled the Pyro, did a really good job on damage, and it was very low when we cut to the action there, Bobby. Hang on a second, though, because Horriwind is here looking to try and steal this away. Close. You peeled back excited there, Bobby.
I thought he had that timing, but that's a support thing. It's like...
It is.
If he steals that, that's so good.
Do you remember Hand of the Gods? That was such a good ability.
Oh, that's so we could actually steal stuff.
We could actually be impacting fully in the game when the team were idiots. Yes, that was good times. But yeah, going back to that fight, Pyromancer on the right-hand side. Ravens are the ones pulling it. Ravens are the ones being aggressive over there. And then all of a sudden, I think when they lose that objective, they get frustrated and try and make something happen in response. The tier 1 in mid, and it costs them a Gold Fury 2 now.
I think if Mike actually itemizes differently, they could have killed him there. That Spirit's Robe mitigated so much damage because a lot of it was in that 3 seconds where he gets that 15% mitigation. So Mike, really good pickup with that Spirit's Robe. And then like you said, they did look like they were a little frustrated they lost that because they ended up pulling it. And they took a lot of damage. Surprisingly, no one died.
Yeah.
Ven had no relics and still got out alive, even while dashing. So I mean, I guess it could have been worse if you're the Ravens, but it also could have gone better if maybe the fight goes a little bit differently.
And I think when you look at the composition Dragons have, we saw it in game 2, and now we're seeing it again in game 3. When Lasbury goes in and Nika goes in, that's all their frontlining damage to get to the backline, really. You're going to have to expect an overextension from a Noir, or Vote also overextended with Marty Chorus to really follow up to secure that kill.
Yeah, and neither of them wanting to be playing far forward. They both like playing super defensive. Let you come to me, and then I'll punish you.
Well, he's not playing defensive right now. He's Vote. He's going to take it to Scream's face there as PBM was rotating and Scream recognizes a bit of danger. PBM's going to make sure he can keep Scream in check on this left-hand side. The action is all around the tier 1 tower and this shield buff coming up once again as Mike rolls in towards Scream, but now without his escape and barrier here, Mike's going to time this well. Uses a cataclysm to self-peel himself more than anything else. Not really for damage, but now that's not available. There's no real further follow-up there. And the left-hand side will go the way. Stygian Beacon, though, in mid lane being contested. Ravens have control with Horwin being there. And with Geb just using his ultimate, there's not a whole ton the Dragons can do about this.
Yeah, the Ravens still do have to be very worried about dual lane. Vote actually gets blinked on by Scream. Vote uses his Aegis. His ult is still available. He's waiting it out. Mike actually allows him to take a lot of this damage, gets the shield off. Vote still has ult. Scream in the air, disengages, does jump the wall. Laz still has ultimate. 3 group together. Does Laz look to go in? He does. Beads by Scream. Gets out, hurry, drops his ult. Laz is barely getting out. Slow the wall. Shield by Mike. Laz still very low, gets out 100, 200 health. Mike gets a sprint off, gets away from the on her. Haddox is TP'd in, looking to rotate in. Also, Ven on the backside, getting beat down by Nika. Mike
easy.
Very low on the tower line, but it looks like he's gotten out.
Dude, you knew there was no. Why'd you keep casting that the fight was over? You know no one was going to die.
Well, I don't know. I was just talking. I was just saying what was happening.
Yeah, I know. I get in the habit too, but you want to kind of read for like, oh, there's no more kills there.
No, that's
good
all.
Good job, though. Good job. First day on the job, not bad.
Not too bad.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby. For the most part in that fight, though, was what really stood out to you. I mean, Scream did a great job with the great escape there, but he got reinforcements, which was the most important thing. His boys turned up to make sure Lasbury couldn't find the kill in response.
I mean, exactly. A lot of the abilities.
See how that Chair 2 thing is really easy, by the way? I just did that one, right?
Yeah. Chair 1 was pretty easy, too.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
You're just going to get your breath better. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Pyromancer started up now by the Ravens. Mid lane, Horryman going to wrap round the back. Look for some pressure on Dardas and Mike. Mike out of position and rooted in place for a second or two. Cthulhu ult from Haddox is going to cause some problems and sets up Barracuda for the kill on Mike. Nika does create a bit of a discombobulation situation. All the while, Pyromancer is still active and alive, but the carries are here. 1 bit of damage from Jade Dragons. Could have secured it, but Dardas couldn't find enough from the Shining Metal, and Highland Ravens get the Pyromancer.
Dardas is almost at that point where he's really starting to threaten these backliners with his damage. He doesn't have that Reaver. He won't have that Reaver for a while, but his damage is getting very, very high for these backliners. It's like 400 damage every time he ults. That Rat Wukong dive is almost at the point where they're killing, and with that Nuwa coming online soon, this backliners for the Ravens have to be very, very careful with their positioning.
Yeah, Dragons not really under threat so far with how this game's gone. Still in a slight lead in terms of goal by 500. And no further kills for quite a while, in my opinion. It's kind of been slow on the actual deaths, and that's not discredit, because I think we've seen a lot of action, Bobby, but like everyone's doing a good job of just staying alive.
Yeah, it's pretty good ability, relic usage too, and it's no overcommits. Nobody's going for 1-for-1s. It's, I'm playing my life is more important than yours, so I'd rather live than risk trading a 1-for-1, which in a lot of these games can be really risky around this point. A 20-minute fight where you lose, that's a fire giant that could go down.
3-on-3 in mid lane for a second or two here as Ravens have a minion wave coming under the tower to try and whittle it down a little bit more, but with Nika being around, heal front line, prevent them from stepping up to go for that. And with the both solo laners here, Bobby, that always screams to me, we're looking for a Gold Fury soon, surely.
Yeah, Haddox is definitely rotating over. I think they want to look for this middle tower first, if they can, and then rotate to the Gold Fury, but they might just be forced to go for the Gold Fury first. Scream
leaps away to safety as Lasper was wrapping around the back again. Lasper's so good in the jungle of finding like these areas behind the targets he's after to try and cut off avenues or force him into an area they don't want to be. I think he does such a good job, and he's doing it again as he trades out with Scream, and Scream loses this trade. His beads are on cooldown. Mike's still thinking about chasing him, but the damage is good. The beads being down is a sign that the Dragons can now look for the Primal, because it looks like Scream has to base.
Yeah, and this is set up with 3 strong. Their warding isn't great, and Barra can kind of walk in for free, but do they have the damage to burst this before Barra can get in?
Let's find out. Barra's going to look for the steal. Won't happen, though, and you're correct. The damage from Dragons was too quick for Barracuda to get in there. Gold Fury, the way of the green team. so far in this one. Oh, the Jazzberry Jam team, I guess.
They're both somewhat green. It's like a blue-green, right?
That's a good point. I was going to say green, but Jazzberry Jam is what I should
Yeah,
say.
that's the
Michael
Jazzberry
appreciate
Jam
that,
team.
you know. Nika in mid against 3 will get some damage off onto Venenu. And Venenu forced to dash away. Still has his relics available, however. Nika's health bar at half. Isn't too worried because he's got back up there. And Haddix forced to ult defensively away now. Scream on this left-hand side will meet Lasbro in the jungle again. Remember, Scream, no beads this time round to take this contest. But Lasbro won't find the acorns. And everybody resets to their own half of the map.
That Genji's proc was kind of insane. He hit the stun, got the Genji's proc, and his stun came right back up, and he just got a double stun in like 5 seconds. So maybe there's some viability with just getting Wukong dash up a lot faster with
It's
the
also
Genjis.
to do with him cooking too, right?
Oh yeah, the bow, he's cooking.
Yeah. Now that you brought that back online. See, he knew what he was doing. He was making him feel like he's not going to be able that quick. He's a smart man.
Now his cooldowns are up all the time.
Tier 1 tower on the left-hand side does fall down, though, as you can see Lasbro on that left-hand side pushing the minions further up there. That's the first tower of the game to fall so far, and the pace is feeling good for the Dragons, but the Ravens' composition is hitting 22. They're slightly ahead in XP in some of their roles, actually, at the moment. And I wonder to see how an actual full-on 5-on-5 teamfight goes, because we've not had one just yet.
We have 8 gods similar to last game, but you look at Cthulhu compared to Thor. There's a lot more teamfight prowess, a lot more damage, just big AoE stuff. So the comp, how the comps want to fight might change up a little bit. Agni also a lot safer when he is getting dove than the Raw was, especially against Rat. So these teamfights maybe will favor the Ravens if they can play them correctly.
Well, everyone's starting to group up a bit more at the 23-minute mark. The Stygian Beacon under threat and in favor of Ravens so far. They'll get some good poke damage off onto a Horrorwind as the focus was on PBM there. All Ravens clumped as 5 towards this middle area. Scream's going to swing to the right-hand side. Seems to be the case that Ravens don't want to contest this anymore. Scream's not going to be in the fray. Or rather, is he just hanging around? Well, it's going to be too little too late. The Stygian Beacon goes the way of the Dragons, and the Pyromancer spawns. Lasbra heads over to the left-hand side, and you can see the massive amount of pings on the minimap. It seems to be the idea of a split push here, and maybe just do a dance at the Pyro while he looks for a tier 2 if there's an opportunity. But first of all, Lasbra's going to find some free neutral farm.
Again, this is that 20-minute or that level 20 spike where everybody wants their starters. Nua wants to get her Pendulum online. Obviously, Vote wants to get his Bluestone online, one of the biggest spikes for starter items, period. And then Laz wants to get also his starter online. So I expect them to kind of wait that out. Laz does have his Bumbus Hammer finished now. Now we're just waiting for the Nua. We're waiting for Vote's Marty. Once they get their starters, I would really expect the Dragons starting to force stuff.
And you can see Doug there in the mini-map showing us the golden hand on the left-hand side, and you can see the Vote's closing in on the 1250 he's going to need. Is it 1250? 1500?
1500.
You know why it's a support play for you, that's why, because it's 1250. But yeah, 1500 gold he's going to need, so about another 500 really needed there to secure that. And both teams going to try and pull, see if somebody backs at the worst possible time, find an opportunity. But the good thing is, once again, the Dragons, having this Marty in the middle area, are able to set up all this stealth grass once again. That's going to cause some problems. And as we can just see, Dardes did manage to pick up that starter relic for the time being, as Venenu forced to dash away and uses his beads again.
I mean, now Venenu's not in a safe spot at all. No beads. He does have his Aegis still, but he's going to get ran down. Nua, damage obviously tracks anywhere. Titans meeting up in middle also, so they're going to be playing around that. Maybe they look to force out middle down here.
Last percent a trap though for Scream in the jungle again, but as soon as he gets Acorns, I don't think that was the target he was after. I think he was looking for the Agony there to walk around that corner. Meanwhile, the Titan in mid lane for the Chaos side falls down. Ravens now have to defend against the Order Titan as the Jade Dragons use his opportunity to stop the Pyromancer, but in the jungle, Nika trading off against Scream and Horrorwind. Pyromancer still pretty healthy, no one really putting much damage into it at the moment. Crit coming through from Vote for a second or two now as the contest goes on, and the Dragons get the Pyro, but Haddix is in the fray. Ultimate's up, and Polar Bear Mike could be under a lot of pressure here as the gank is on. But all the while on the backside, it's Lasbra and Nika combining to try and bring down Venenu. But look at the support Horrorwind's bringing here with Scream to keep Venenu alive as long as possible. It will be a 1-for-1, or maybe Nika gets killed too, and does. Now they're chasing on for Dardas, and this is what the Ravens wanted. But Lasbra comes back into the fray, tries to pick up Scream. Scream will slip the noose. Horrorwind's still alive until the Barb comes out from Vote for the kill. Barracuda now on his own, uses his beads, can't get the damage out. Lasbra, Haddix into the fray, will secure Lasbra across the map. It's a 3-for-3, and the Pyro went the way of the Dragons.
We've got every relic down on the Raven side other than Bera's Aegis and Haddix's TP. The Dragons came out a little bit stronger. A lot of relics are still up. Dardas still has both of his relics. He's not in any worry. He's also his level 20 now. He's getting his power potion. Now the Dragons want to fight. Now they're spiking a little bit harder. Vote is still going to be safe. He doesn't have Aegis, but he has his ult in 15 seconds, and he'll be safe with that. I want to see the Dragons looking to force a fight right around now. As soon as Laz is alive, as soon as Nika's alive, start to look for another kill onto Venenu, because he's almost a free kill, essentially.
Yeah, I think when you look at how that engagement tailed off in the end, you have Vote and Dada still alive. The carries of the Dragons are alive, whereas the Ravens, they've got a jungler in attack. You know, you want your carries to stay alive as long as possible, put the damage out, and they can keep farming, keep the pressure on the map too, potentially. Small thing of the Pyromancer going down there, though, I'll touch on that, Bobby, is that Polar Bear Mike now has double bomb in his inventory. Is that a good thing as a support? I like it, but I don't like it at the same time.
It's like a 50-50, because for this and stuff like this, if you have wards around and you're pulling this Fire Giant, if you have double bomb, you can place them both right away, and it's on your timing.
Yeah.
And your mid can just secure off of seeing the bombs. So it's something where if you can force the fight and not worry about the vision, Lasber's actually in the air looking for it. Venenu's not pushing too far forward, so there's not a big threat. Fire is still pulled, though.
But that's a good win for the Ravens there. With Lasber's ult being on cooldown, Ravens sense that danger, back away, and now they step into the pit too. Beads up soon for Venenu. He'll have those back, but that Age is still on cooldown. Same for Barracuda. Another minute on his beads, but proud of the Ravens stepping up with the situation of their relics being on cooldown there. Without Lasber's ultimate, it makes it a bit tricky for them to dive to the back line. Keep an eye on if Lasber can wrap around the back like he has been doing. Get behind this back line as the Ravens push on forward. A dash in from Hurrywind and Haddix at the same time. A bit discombobulated there. Hurrywind took more damage than bargained for as Haddix now looks to whittle down Vote's health bar. Pillar comes out and Barra leaps in on Vote on the same side. No beads available as Vote uses the beads and Barra gets the kill on Vote. Left alone with the carries for a second or two, all created by the space of Haddix. Nika in the sky with low health and everybody's waiting for him to land down. Ravens are going to all in, collapse on towards him, but he's got the peel himself to get away with Mike in tow. Two members of the Dragons dead, and this time it's both the carries.
Exactly what you're saying. Rat had no ult. He cannot get into these fights easy at all. He had no beads up. His ult was down. That is essentially a 5v4. Rat is not a strong character. Fire Giant's actually getting pulled down to about a quarter health.
They're going for a steal here, potentially at the tail end to hit J Dragons, and it's going to go the way of the Highland Ravens. Lasber tried to get to the sky, but won't find an exit. Meanwhile, leaping in his Barracuda to reposition behind Nika and find another kill. And at 9-6, and all members of the Dragons dead, the Ravens with the Fire Giant around their waist should at least get a Phoenix.
This could be an end call right here. No beads, Aegis.
Double carries will be up, though.
No beads, Aegis on Nuwa. You have Agni bead, or 2 stun. Only Aegis on Vote. The little worry, I guess, is that they both still have ult, and that's a lot of damage onto the back line. But you have a full health Haddix here. Haddix ult is not going to be up. It might be a little bit of a risky call. I wouldn't be too sad if they play it safe. They opt to play it safe. You get that middle Phoenix, you head back to this Gold Fury, Pyro spawning soon too, and you set up to get the rest of those Phoenixes.
I think in my mind, the other thought is there is 3 towers still up as well, so that Titan's a little bit tankier. If it was an EFG, I think that's an end game.
Yeah.
You know, 30-minute mark, that's definitely potentially end. But meanwhile, Scream hung around to take on Vote, and Scream versus Vote, well, it goes 1-for-1 in terms of ultimates there on that situation. I like the idea of Scream trying to find the pick on Vote, but won't find it this time because I think that had been a 4v5 for a while longer where the Ravens could try and abuse this FG.
Yeah, I don't mind looking for that play. He's very little getting threatened there, and potentially he gets something else from Vote there.
Want to touch on Barracuda in that fight, by the way, because like last game at the tail end, you saw him try and take a 1v1 to try and turn the game around when it was already over. That time, you saw him pillar behind the Marty and leap in, and like a carry leaping in. You're like, what are you doing? What have you been smoking today? Share it, because that's crazy talk. He leaps in and gets left unchecked and finds the kill. Are you surprised we've seen that sort of aggression? Because I don't feel we'd see Barry do that too often as of late.
I think Barra's just really thinking there. Who can kill him there if he jumps onto the backliner? Laz is not a threat. Nika didn't have the damage at that point to actually take him down. So as long as he doesn't get bursted by Vote, he's fine. And he ended up being fine. He got a lot of damage onto Vote. He actually made Vote reposition where he was aiming his abilities towards the rest of his team. He actually turned around just to only hit Barra.
Yeah.
And you know, Marty's a character that wants to spread all of his damage across a fight.
Of course he does. Well, Middle Phoenix now being down, Ravens have control of the map. And with that Phoenix being down, the focus should be towards this left-hand side. And you can see Anher and Agni grouping up together already to start pushing down the minions. Jade Dragons are on defense for the time being with the Middle Phoenix being down. We do have a Geb for a Blink initiation here, or Lasbra ultimate, so it could be a slow going. But that crazy endeavor of Ravens stepping up there has really paid dividends for them as we're looking, as Ravens will be, I should say, to try and take us to a game 4 and in this best of 5.
Also, something I just thought of. Get passive is anti-crit, and we have not seen a ton of Kins recently also.
True.
So maybe Mike is really thinking about it where I'm not going to die as long as I'm going to get hit.
Blink it from Mike, gets a good knock-up, follows a Cataclysm after the fact too, but it was mainly on the front line. Hadix's ultimate did tank a lot of the Phoenix damage, but look at the health bar of Barracuda. It's too low. Nika's thinking about dunking down after the Aegis and the new War ultimate was used. Lasbra, Acorns will get the kill. Nika now juggled in the air though, and won't be able to escape the damage from Venenu's flames. Scream meanwhile is doing a good job to the backline to keep Vote and Polar Bear Mike honest. Lasbra forced to dash away and consume his beads. Phoenix still up on this left-hand side. Remember, Barracuda being dead means it takes a little while longer, but the damage is done. The Ravens got what they came for, which was the left-hand Phoenix, but it did cost them their ADC.
And the timing on Nika's ult was just slightly off. Barrow was on the end of his Aegis. The ult damage from Nika did not land, so they had to put a little bit more onto him. Lasbra was forced to dash in and to hit his 3. At that point, you don't have any more damage to kill the other backliner. You're forced to just get that kill, try to get out. Thankfully, only Nika died. Ends up being a 1-for-1. Half of the Dragons got out with 1 health. If another one of them gets taken down, maybe they lose their right Phoenix also.
I like the confidence both teams came into Game 3 with though, Bobby, because Dragons went, you know what? What happened Game 2? We felt comfortable with. We didn't feel too stressed around the whole thing. Let's run the same comp if they're going to go for the similar picks. And Ravens went, hey, we're going to make small adjustments. It didn't work out great in the early stages for the Agony at least, but as the game went on, things were different. Left-hand side, Lasbra dueling with Scream here, and Scream tried to swoop around. Lasbra tried to avoid damage. No blink available for either person, so the dash will be good for Lasbra. It will be enough space for him to get away with his ultimate back to the safety of his team.
Scream needs to hit that one. If he gets that kill, this game is in such a bad spot for the Ravens, or for the Dragons, and the Ravens will be really set up to win it. Unfortunately, just barely off with one of his ult swipes, and that's going to change it. Fire Giant's now back, spawning up. Left is pushed up a good amount because Lazarus spent time pushing that up. Now Nika can push one more wave, TP over, be ready for this EFG, and this is the next big fight on the map.
I think that's the one thing about high-level play of the SPL versus your casual games is, like, you'll see more abilities missed often than not, but at pro-level play, you expect it to hit everything you do, because if you don't, that can be the difference between winning and losing. However, at this moment, it's not over for the Ravens. They're not in a troublesome spot. The EFG is about to spawn for the very first time here, and with 2 Phoenixes down, to tell a lie, it's only 1, as the middle Phoenix has respawned. Jade Dragons have to contest. We've seen them do it before, Game 2. They came up against an FG and did a good job of defending. Can they do it here? Haddock's going to ult early on, create some distance from Polar Bear Mike getting into the pit, and Mike forced to ult defensively to keep himself alive. Haddock's health bar still above half at the moment as new war ult comes through. Polar Bear Mike finally whittled down by Barracuda. Nika does some good damage, and Lasbra's going to go to the backline looking at Barracuda and Venenu. Dardes gets to the kill on Haddock's, which is huge, and Lasbra's trying to buy time for his team and to dash away and not die to Venenu as the team chases round, but the flames are too good. Or should I say the gas. Meanwhile, middle Phoenix starting to get looked at by some minions as Nika is keeping him busy. 3 members of Dragon still alive, but the good news is the Ravens can't do FG right now, and Dragon's feeling confident. Pull the pyro for a second. Hurricane dashes on Nika, but Nika's still a tanky target. Reset for everyone coming through, or is it?
That looks to just be about everything. Pyro maybe look to get pulled. I just want to see a reset out of the Dragons, get to full health, and get back to this EFG. This is still a possibility. The Ravens can still pull this EFG. Barra is still alive. And Venenu actually ends up dashing in. Hurry and Venenu caught up by themselves.
So much damage off onto Venenu and will find the kill, and Vote went unchecked there. Hurry went too low to really get involved. Scream going to leap in towards Vote, knowing the Vote's ultimate is on cooldown. Barracuda leaps on in too, and Scream gets credit for the kill. Right hand side, Dardes did fall back to base as Nika might be able to find the kill on Hurrywind here. Has to be careful about going for the kill versus dying himself in trade, but he'll buy time with his ultimate and now get aggressive on towards Scream. Scream down to half health, low on mana. Teleport coming through from Haddox as he respawns. Dardes gets the kill on Hurrywind at the tail end of the fight thanks to the ultimate, and that was the idea Nika was looking for. Keep him in combat, keep him from basing.
And that timing of that kill is so good. Vote is up now in 38 seconds.
Yeah.
Hurry's still dead for 50. We've got about a 15-second discrepancy. And I don't want to see them pull this Fire Giant. They don't have great Fire Giant damage. You don't have a crit hunter other than Fail Not, so you don't have the consistent attack speed. Just get your Phoenixes up and get to a spot where you can 5v5 on this EFG without too much pressure on your Phoenixes.
What's crazy for the Dragons, though, is during that whole fight, they got both their Phoenixes back up. Left-hand Phoenix is about to respawn. Minions now equal in mid lane and pushed in favor. Almost back to a semi-neutral game, I want to say, because there's definitely a couple more towers left up for the Ravens at this point in time.
And Scream's actually looking for the solo, I think, one more time. He expected somebody to be over here to push out the last fire wave.
He's going to fight it, I think.
Yeah, he is wrapping around.
Does have the fire minion wave, as you said, but that minion wave's already dead, and he's got minions up against him. Scream instead will let Lasbra dash away and clear the minions out himself. Stygian Beacon battle begins once more between the support, Polar Bear Mike, I should say, and the solo laner in Hi-Rez, but with Nika in there as well, it's going to be surrendered, and Jade Dragons should be able to pick this one up. Ravens will be licking some wounds here because they did a very good job of pushing down 2 Phoenixes, and all of a sudden, Dragons have kept them honest and battled back in after this EFG respawn.
I mean, exactly. We're back at an even game completely. Once these relics come back up in 10 seconds for Venenu and 60 seconds for Dardes, this is going to be completely even. I guess there's that little opportunity, these 50 seconds until Dardes' relics comes back up. Until then, the Dragons should just play safe. There's not too much of a threat on EFG right now, and you have Nuwa, who can just play super far back and just send her ult.
Didn't see where those where the pyro runic bombs disappeared to from Polar Bear Mike's inventory, but they were used in those engagements as well. Just wanted to note as the pyro goes away, Ravens there given over to Scream. I prefer seeing it on a jungler. I prefer seeing it on someone that can split push just to take down a free tower and still be able to rotate to a team fight. And also, they're the ones that never frickin' ward anyway.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, you might as well put something useful in that inventory. Yeah. They're not buying wards. They have a health chalice there, and he doesn't even have a health chalice. He has a mana chalice. Have we ever seen a mana chalice before?
I mean, we have now.
Well, he just did it.
We are seeing, I guess that's the thing with the Kamazots, though, is the fact that you are always going to have infinite health if you've got mana to just spam abilities.
True, he has renewal, too. He's going to be full health, even more than he is full health.
Healing. What about anti-heal, though, in response? Well, we do have a Divine Ruin in mid lane for Dardes still this game, and a Brawler's Beat Stick on Lasbra, too, so it will be answered back a little bit more. Oni Fury is available on the left-hand side of the map. Obviously, the secondary threat, so to speak, of neutral objectives to contest, but an impactful one with the state of the game. The Oni Fury could really relieve some pressure on either side.
With all the shields on the J Dragon spot, I also like seeing Hurry pick up that erosion. Yeah. Very good value this game he gets from it. Other item that he'd be building is really just binding. Also, really good Gold Fury pull. Yeah. They're sneaking this, basically.
This is a sneak Fury, and that's an important one, too. We were just saying how important that could be to map presence, and with 2 weakened Phoenixes, even though they've respawned, those Oni waves could take it down if they're left unchecked.
Especially with Scream having this bomb, like you alluded to. That is pretty easy split push potential. There is risks towards it. There's always risk when you're splitting the map. You're leaving your team in a 5v4. But that left Phoenix, that middle Phoenix can go down very easily if Scream wants to go for them.
I guess the question is, though, do you send Lasbra over there to stop the split push? Because if you do, I think Lasbra is the threat to the backline. He's looking for the Agony. He's looking for the Anhur. And I think that's why when they do go to the backline, Anhur leaps in. He's doing the opposite of staying away from the fray of where the carries are trying to get to him. But Polar Bear Mike, though, Stealth Grasp is being utilized from Marty Chorus here to stay in vision of this FG. Lasbra going to keep split pushing up left, already dealing with this Oni wave already, which is a great call from him. And the pings in mid lane towards the Oni wave there too. Then that's where Lasbra's going to turn his attention to next. So Oni Fury goes down, but the jungler from Dragons does make that even. Fire Giant has been pulled.
Laz coming behind the back side. He's looking to get in here. Fire Giant's down to about 40%. Scream Beads jumps in. He's looking to dive the backline. Nua's up in the air. He's 3v diving the backline.
Fire Giant still going on, though, and getting very low at the tail end, and Fire Giant does go down to the Highland Ravens, but Barracuda finds the kill on Lost, but Nika could be next to the list, knocked into the sky. The damage from Hi-Rez is there, and Barracuda gets a double kill. Mike tries to roll away, Scream jumps in to stop that opportunity. Mike will fall down to Barracuda for a triple kill. Horuin dashing in, trying to get his carrier Quadra. Venenu finds the stun and says, no Quadras today, Barracuda, but we will take us to a game 4 here, unless Vote can do the unimaginable and bring down all the members of the Ravens. It's not going to be enough thanks to the EFG and the whole swarm of the Ravens. They'll group up in mid lane, they'll take the Phoenix, and they will send us to a game 4 for the first time this event.
We needed a game 4. We needed a game 4 really bad. Great performance by the Ravens that game. Highlighting Barra. His game 3 to game 4, night and day. He was 0-4 last game. This game 9-3. He ended with that. I don't know if he got the last kill, but he at least got a triple kill. Really good Fire Giant fight by him too. And Scream also zoned 3 people by himself. Yeah. Great play by him.
I will say the Cthulhu situation there as well, I think it brought a little bit more than the 4 for the fact Hi-Rez was frontlining a lot longer than you can on the Thor, and it just created a bit more space and a bit more time for them to chunk him down, get him out of the fight, and allowed his carries to facilitate the backline.
Yeah, I agree. I think I underestimated that Cthulhu a little bit. He did a lot. Great job by Hi-Rez.
What do you think you want to see for game 4 then? Do we see Dragons running back a third time? Because, you know, they're 1-1 so far in that comp. Or do you want to see him spice it up again now?
I want to see him spice it up. I think that comp has kind of ran its course. I think the Ravens know what they want to do into it, so I think it's time to switch it up, change it up.
Okay, well, let's find out what happens. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be back ready for game number 4.
That's right. If you go over to advanced.gg right now, you can still pick up the eShell Ice Shaker, brought to us by our friends over at Advanced.gg. And it's one of the last products that we still have up on the store. These things have been flying off the shelf. So if you want to pick up the eShell Shaker, make sure that you go over to advanced.gg and pick that up before you might not get the opportunity to do so. And then also pick up any of the other cool stuff that they have there between all the different flavor supplements, the other shakers they have. Make sure to use code SMITE to get 10% off of your order. Thank you so much to Advanced GG for joining us here in Year 10 of SMITE and Season 10 of the SMITE Pro League. I'm Jim. I got Mifflin joining me here on the desk. And Mifflin, another back-and-forth game, but this one really felt like it was dictated by more so the pacing of the junglers. Scream getting very active on the Camazotz, Lasbra on the Ratatosker. But it felt like it was not just these two, but also actions over in the duo lane. We had a lot of early rotations to duo to try and set this pace of the game.
Yeah, I think you're right to highlight the junglers in particular. I thought Lasbra was actually having a legacy game throughout this one. I mean, it's 5-4-2 for Lasbra. Maybe not the most impressive slash line, but he was making a whole lot of stuff happen. A more impressive slash line is Scream on the other side. 3-0-11 on the Camazotz. He said, I'll do it a third time. And this time it's going to be the best time. Third time's the charm, I suppose. Was really having a great time diving into the back, was connecting with those priority targets consistently. And if he wasn't actually diving the back, he was playing spoiler to Lasbra's game, trying to hunt him down in these periphery fights, catch him before he can get up into the air, catch him before he could flank the back line, put a little bit of poke into him, make Lasbra think twice on whether or not he actually wanted to get involved back there. Barracuda, though, I think deserves every bit of praise. You're going to get the praise when you get a multi-kill like he did to close out this one. Massive turnaround performance from the on-her there. Just really able to separate the fight. But a lot of the changes in the draft, I think, do rear their head here for the Highland Ravens. Of course, play on field going to be the most important thing on the day of. In any given game, the most important thing is how well you're piloting what you've taken. But they chose to make it easier for themselves with the adjustments they had made in Game 3. A lot of the times we had seen maybe someone trying to get up into the air. The Marty tries to get up in the air. He just falls immediately back down to a burnout or to a bleed of some sort. And I think that was a very intelligent adaptation from the Highland Ravens. I still would prefer to see the Highland Ravens go ahead and limit some of what the Jade Dragons were drafting. That draft still is ridiculous, even with some of those counter selections. But, I mean, if you found it, if it's going to work once, maybe it can work again. But it also worked once for the Jade Dragons, so who knows?
Yeah, now it's 1-1. Now they got to run it back again and see who, if it can actually work 3 times for the Dragons, or if the Highland Ravens finally got the Dragons number. At least here in game number 3, they did so. 9-3-7 for Barracuda. Double kill about 28 or so minute mark, and then a triple kill, nearly a quad to close out the game. Could have potentially been a penta, but one kill got taken away by Venenu right at the slight end. So still ends up being a DSI for the Ravens and a win here in game number 3, and now moving themselves into our first game 4 of the weekend. It took us all 4 of our quarterfinals to get there, and now we will be jumping into that 4th game here between the Ravens and the Dragons. It took the Camazotz a while to get online. It had strong performances out of Scream in games 1 and 2, but felt like once we kind of got to late game, didn't quite have the same level of impact. This time Scream says, okay, well, we'll get us through this early game. I'll make sure that this early and mid game is great for us, and allowed for him to then set up for Venenu and Barracuda on the tail end.
Yeah, 34,000 damage from Scream. Very impressive, topping the charts for his team. Next closest, still about 6,000 behind, and that's Haddix. And Cthulhu generally gets all of those procs in the majority of these team fights and was certainly doing a whole lot for his squad. It is worth noting the Jade Dragons still do lead in the damage overall. 2 members of their team putting up 40,000. But Nuwa, I'm going to put an asterisk on that one. Marty, I feel like I should put an asterisk, but it's not the same level as Nuwa. At least he has to aim his. But at the end of the day, it's about securing those kills, and felt like the Jade Dragons were struggling to do so.
Yeah, couldn't really get that gap closed. A couple of those team fights as well, where it just felt like Lasbra was trying to, one-man army, kind of make the hero plays between him and Nika, jump into the backline around those fire giant pits. A couple of times it worked out, but once he started getting to the late game, that lifesteal and that big damage online for Barracuda, he's able to stand his ground alongside his team and able to turn things around there for the Highland Ravens. Now push us into game number 4, and we can jump right in to the picks and bans for game number 4 in just a moment. We'll be able to jump right into those ones, kind of see what changes get made. Do we see the Dragons run it back a 3rd time? I think that's the ultimate question that we're wondering here is, do the Jade Dragons run it a 3rd, or do they get the chance to run it again? Because do we maybe see the Ravens make an adaptation and take something away?
The Jade Dragons, I think, given the opportunity, they're gonna do it again, right? Like, they just have to. The draft worked so well previously. Even in this one, I felt like they had opportunities to fight back in, so I wouldn't be surprised. I think the more apt question is your second one. Will they get the opportunity? I think the Highland Ravens might also be the type of team to just say, hey, we also beat it. And the win they got was pretty close, so we could look at a salty run back. I'd prefer to keep in line with what everyone else is doing, which is changing things up between games. I really am a massive fan of a little bit of the spice of life, the things that keep us guessing. And it seems like the Jade Dragons have finally decided to keep us guessing a bit. Camazot's, at least, going to be a bit of a difference here. Banned out by the Jade Dragons, and so Scream, 3 games in a row, won't get it for a 4th.
One full consistent thing we've seen in all 3 of the games has been that Camazot, so now some changes to be made for the Highland Ravens jungler at the very least. We'll see if the Dragons ban anything else away from this Ravens composition. Like what we saw at Hurry win on the Ganesh for the last couple of games as well. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see that one either taken away from him via ban, maybe a pick if it doesn't get grabbed in that top 2. But alongside with the Camazotz, it's still Yamoja, Highland Ravens. Gonna keep with the dedicated Dardez band, making sure you don't get the Morrigan. And then Chernobog, right alongside that one, talked about being one of the top hunters as of now with the changes that have come his way. So, question now comes down to, what does Scream go to? Because we've only been seeing the Camazotz out of him so far today. So I wonder what's next in the pocket for Lucas Spracklin.
Oh, man. And I'm looking at his competitive history right now. And I'm not a massive fan of the other 3 picks in his last 6 games. It's Kukulkan, Anubis, and Sun Wukong, by the way.
I think that takes our role stars into account there.
Yeah, you got to take those into account for sure, but otherwise, could you imagine a world where Sprack locks in the signature Bastet? Could you imagine a world where maybe he goes towards the Arachne, which was seeing a little bit of a resurgence recently thanks to some of the buffs that she's received? Plenty of options out there. And that's not even taking into account like just the standard meta ones, right? You could play like Susano or Thor or even Set if you're feeling a little bit different. Athena to round out the bans for the Highland Ravens. The Jade Dragons in first pick take the Pele for themselves. So much flexibility out of this god. Could be mid, could be jungle. I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if we see him in the side lanes, solo lane or even ADC. More likely the first 2 listed, though. High mobility, high damage output, decent AoE DPS as well. But you've left so much value on the board. I'm feeling like the Highland Ravens, they got the better end of this trade.
They got a very potent top 2, Sun Wukong, who's not really taking a whole lot of first bans, but certainly quite a few first picks. Now 3 games in a row, he's been drafted up in those top spots. Along with him, Raijin.
Nesher too.
For the Highland Ravens. But the Jade Dragons will now do a full swap of their gameplay. No longer are we going to run the same team comp, a 3rd game in a row. Back to the Pele from game 1, but adding Ganesh and Hera to the mix. And Hera, one of those gods that really there's only like 2 people in the league running him. And one of those is on this team right now. Darda is going to be piloting that pick.
I don't want to put you on the spot, J-Mac, but who's the other guy?
I'd say like BMT.
BMT play it. BMT. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. BMT does play it. Ares on the 3rd overall. This is a high prio draft from both of these teams. I mean, these are all top pick contention selections. All 6 of them locked in already. I wonder, though. I really thought that Ares would have been an Arachne. I'm a massive fan of new Arachne into Ganesh in particular because he can throw up the silence with so much of your kit. You could just pre-pop and then walk into range beforehand. But instead, it will be the Ares. Good AoE damage, good AoE CC, phenomenal second ability. The bolster defense changes really have just pushed Ares onwards to that next level. Very difficult to kill anyone when he's nearby now. So, keep your eyes on that. A volatile duo lane to be sure. Haven't got quite a good look at the Hunters just yet. The Arachne will get a mention. We'll get to see her, but not in the game. Sorry, fans. It's going to be an Arachne ban from the Jade Dragons. Seems like Sprack's been cooking something up. Wasn't just an inkling. We've all been watching the streams.
He's always cooking up something in those streams. It feels like every time I tune in, he's either in a ranked game or he's in jungle practice. One of those 2.
That's right.
And when he's in jungle practice, you never know what to expect coming from him. Will be an Amaterasu ban by the Highland Ravens, followed by a Jormungandr, so taking out some safety in the solo lane. Just out of my curiosity, I did look up the Hera stats for players. Darda's on top.
Of course.
47 games that he's played. Next closest is a 4th of the games played. And it's not actually BMT. It's Hurrywin. Whenever he was a mid laner. Then Veneno and then BMT right after. But they are...
Well, how many is BMT at?
He's at 9.
How many's Ven got?
12.
Goodness.
Oh, no. Ven has 10. Hurry has 12.
All right, well,
So
Dardes needs to play it less, clearly. That's too much.
Yeah, he has established that he's the Hera guy.
Out of the top 5, combine the bottom 4 of the top 5, and it's still less games played.
It's still not enough. That is wild to think. I also looked
You got the win rate right there?
Oh, I just panned away from it. Hold on, let me pull it back up for you here. Hold on, I got to scroll a little far down. Hera win rate 64% for Dardes.
Never mind, keep it up, Dardes. I can see why you're going to play it so many times. That is good.
He's doing real good with that pick. And one thing that was working out real well for Lasbro was the Ratatosker. So instead, the Highland Raven's going to take that one away from him.
Yeah, I was almost expecting the Rat to be a Highland Ravens ban, but instead, all jungle bans from the Jade Dragons and leaves Rat available. The Highland Ravens will take that one away for themselves, and certainly within the wheelhouse of Scream. Where does that leave Lasbro now? Could still take the Pele into the jungle, of course, but we know for a fact that it's certainly capable of going towards mid. Maybe not with the Hera locked in, though. We have also seen a bit of Hera flex, but that was at a For Fun tournament, and it's breaking my brain. Jingwei and Robin to round out this one. That is a very strong dive with a very safe laner now. Standard allocations to each of these picks. You're looking at a Ganesh Jingwei lane. I would put Pele in the jungle, have Hera out of mid, and then Robin's your soul laner. I wonder, this new incredibly hyper tanky build, mitigation build, not quite back, but almost there. Maybe a Robin solo could get away with something like that. And if that's the case, we've seen just how tanky these gods can get. It would be pretty difficult for the Highland Ravens to even peel him off. Not many gods capable of preventing Robin from just walking forward into that back line. Pick up a Wing Blade, and you've really got no peel out of the Ares as well. And then Artemis to finish things out. I actually really like this Artemis lock-in. The speed with which the CC immunity is channeled from Caledonian Boar is very strong into the delayed CC of things like Pele, who need to like channel up that I'm totally blanking on the ability name. The second ability, I should say. Or even just the slow from Robin or the long-range root as well. So maybe just go ahead, go for like a crit build. I don't think you necessarily want to go the ability damage build into Jingwei. She's so safe anyway. You can poke her consistently, but you're not exactly going to get that kill in lane. So instead, take eyes towards objectives. Play it for the late game. I'm kind of liking what the Highland Ravens have cooked up.
Well, that was going to be my next question too, which was which of the build paths that we've seen from the Artemis would you prefer this time? But
I'm on top of it.
But you already got that one covered. So instead, let's pivot over maybe to the Jade Dragons a little bit here, picking up the Ganesh and the Jingwei of a dual lane. Not the most aggressive style of lane, a very kind of pacifist style lane almost, it feels like. Ganesh can get aggressive, but when you're pairing it with the Jingwei, aggression really isn't the name of the game whenever you have that. It's kind of just a lot of safety in that regard. So if you are the Highland Ravens in this case, and you're Scream on this Ratatosker, do you just ignore the dual lane and try and farm up elsewhere?
Man, I feel like you could still get involved towards Jingwei, but it does change the PEMDAS of your initiation. So often Rat wants to just go ahead, start it with the ultimate, and then play through it. I think against gods like Jingwei and lane, Rat's actually very good at shutting her down. Just don't initiate with the ultimate, save it for the chase, right? And then all of a sudden, it restricts where she's allowed to retreat to. Essentially, you can't go into the jungle anymore. You have to go towards your own tower, at least in the early game, which would make it very easy for Rat to chase you down. So you could head over there, especially with an Ares too. I mean, prevents that dash off knockup. So I think there are certainly some options to deal with Jingwei. I'm not going to soul lane, I'll tell you that. I might try and steal a blue buff, but I'm certainly not dedicating time to killing Sun Wukong on the Ravens or Robin on the Dragons. Those guys likely to be left alone on an island. Good options elsewhere, though. Jingwei, Hera, both great targets for the Rat.
So looking about this Ares, I mean, a lot of buffs came his way with this most recent patch. I mean, he got a little bit of nerf damage on as far as his chains are concerned with the shackle, but just about everything else.
A very little bit.
Yeah, I think 5 damage per tick kind of knocked there, but
they just
everything else
just
makes him feel really strong. Increased auto attack damage on him, and then the AoE also giving basic attack increased range out there. Kind of feels almost like if you get the right items added with him, feels almost like a miniature Fafnir in a sense, just walking around with that constant aura. What kind of a threat does Ares put to a composition that the Dragons have drafted here?
I mean, of course, just having the cripple going to be very good into Jingwei in particular, even prevent some of the initiation from Ganesh. But I think having the ultimate against these non-CC immune gods, that's where the value is.
Well, let's see if the Highland Ravens can keep this fight back up and take us to game number 5, where the Jade Dragons going to shut them down here. We're going to jump right into game number 4.
And here we go with game number 4. Dragons up 2-1 so far, and joined once again by Inbound. Inbound, first of all, it seems a lot of people in chat are very upset with me roasting you so much, so I just want to formally apologize to you, okay? I am sorry that you have to be a caster now because you couldn't play competitive anymore.
Well, and now I join the likes of Aggro and Mifflin as washed-up players that now have to cast.
It's just my fault, you know? I just want to apologize for that. Game 4, about to begin. What do you feel about the compositions we've got this time around?
I mean, we have a Raijin, and we've seen Raijin a couple times this week.
We have.
And he has looked really, really strong. He's been dictating a lot of these games, and the Highland Ravens pick it up. I think that is kind of the avenue that the Ravens want to play around.
Yeah.
When you have a Raijin, you have to play around it. It's not a mid laner you want to leave by itself and just kind of let him live like a Janus or anything like that, or Nua even. It's a god you want to play around. You want to play around him, his CC, his damage. The Highland Ravens drafted a pretty good comp around it. Ares adds extra damage, Artemis adds extra damage and extra CC. That is a backline that is very, very hard to dive. So much damage at all points of the game.
Well, I do want to say as well, we've got an Ares as well for Hurry in this game. Now, Ares had a bit of love, you know, a couple of buffs coming through, a lot of people going, wow, he's going to be great now. This is a different style that we've seen out of Horrorwind compared to the last 3 games, I want to say too. A little bit more aggressive, a little bit more proactive in these engagements. I'm excited to see how this Ares ends up working out. Obviously, towards the duo lane, you expect to see the Ares and the Artemis should control this duo lane early against the Ganesh Jingwei. But meanwhile, on the right-hand side, look at the rotational difference from Lasbra here, looking to try and get an early gank on this Sun Wukong.
I mean, Haddock's holding his dash for just last point wherever he needs to use it. Laz blinks in, he dashes out. Pretty good at disengage. Scream's actually looking for the gank. You know, Nika had no 2 there. I think if that stun hits, maybe there's some potential there. But I think Haddock's is playing a little bit too far back, not expecting a true gank to happen.
Least forces a health potion, and already both the junglers joining this solo lane action so far on that right-hand side.
It's weird. We haven't seen like any solo lane visitors this entire weekend, and now this game we have both of them visiting pre-minute and a half.
Is that because, though, it's Sun Wukong versus Raven, and the only time you're going to gank him is pre-5 for both?
I mean, that's definitely part of the reason.
Yeah.
You can kill both Raven and Wukong pre-5.
Yeah.
It's that level 5 that they become unkillable. I mean, Wukong, even at level 2, as we saw, he does have that dash, but Raven is susceptible pre-5.
Now, you mentioned as well, Ravens will be looking to play for the Raijin in this game. My big beacon of focus is on Daughters this game, on this Hera, against the Ares, against the Raijin, against the Ratatoska. His position is going to be on point, and he's going to use his relics at the right time to try and survive as long as possible.
Yeah, this Hera is going to be tough to live into that dive. Ares is going to be able to force beads almost whenever he wants, as soon as he hits 5. Rat has a lot of damage and a lot of CC on dive, and I mean, we've seen this Wukong a bunch of different times. It's doing so much damage, it's very hard to deal with, but we've seen Dardas in even worse positions with this Hera, where...
Blake from Scream, actually, looking for a kill on Nika. You just saw Lasbra kind of standing around here, trying to make sure he secured the buff camp, and did so, and Nika's buff camp helped, kept him alive, but now Lasbra's the one baited into a bad situation. He came in to help Nika, Nika got out, and then Lasbra dies instead, and Nika goes in, because Haddix was taunting him, and Nika didn't like what he saw, and ended up dying too. 2 kills, the way of the Ravens in the solo lane.
I've never seen a taunt get you another kill. There's no way if he's not taunting there, Nika doesn't just walk up for no reason.
Look at it anyway, mid lane though, already Thunder crashing in quite happy there on that middle lane, keeping the pressure rolling on Hera. But that's a really good sign already for the Highland Ravens. Your solo lane is ahead on Sun Wukong and the Ratatoska in the jungle.
And it's really good timing. Nika's back is terrible. He's not able to upgrade his TP, he's not able to get a 300 pot, and he just has tier 2 Glad Shield, so he's going to have to back again to get an actual value back off.
And look at this now, Horrorwind trying to abuse the state of the map and the situation that developed to try and steal away that green buff. Won't be the case though, rough times for a support, and the farm will go across to Dardas as now Nika and Lasbra combining for the blue buff on the right-hand side. This is going to slow down Jade Dragons, but I don't think it means the game's over. Obviously, with catch-up mechanics and stuff, there's a lot of viability there, and mainly I'm kind of looking at the fact they've got a Jingwei, they've got a Hera. They want to farm to the late game.
Yeah, they're not looking to fight really anyway other than solo lane. Yeah. You die once in solo lane, you stop fighting over there. Hurry's been playing this early duo a lot differently. this game than last game, and I think it does have to do with the solo lane pressure they put out. He came to green buff, he got mid camps with Veneno, and he allowed Barra to solo his own purple buff, which does help to just get you more farm across the entire board.
It's a good point. I guess when you think about the Artemis in lane against a Jingwei and a Ganesh, you should be relatively safe there in positioning to, you know, just sit in lane, farm, play relatively safe, and allow Ares to maybe abuse that Harry mid lane. Lazarus versus Scream going on in the jungle once again. Both given as good as they got, mainly because they were focused on this protection buff on the left-hand side once more. Mike did a good job of trying to defend there.
Rat actually opts for the Prot Shred Acorn instead of the Stun Acorn. It is a different style we see sometimes. A lot more times we see it in solo lane, but it is something we've seen players like Scream that like that tankier style. I know Sino's done it a couple times too. They like to do this Prot Shred style. It just means the Rat's not going to do as much damage, but it'll be a lot better utility-wise, and it'll be a lot harder to kill.
Yeah, I guess when you've got the Artemis and you've got a Raijin banging drums in the background, the Protection Shred is really going to assist with their damage coming out here. Keep an eye on Polar Bear Mike, by the way. Did go beads this game because he's aware of what Horrywind's trying to do, which is really telegraphed, running at them to get an ultimate off. No beads used by Polar Bear Mike there, though. An ultimate used instead by Vote. Defensively, good chains on the follow-up. Pressure is relieved.
Really good play by Mike there. Doesn't use his beads. Yeah. Vote actually ults in a little bit just to kind of, you know, throw him off from just trying to kill Mike. And then as soon as Scream walks in a little bit, Mike throws up the silence and he just walks away. If he blows beads there, that's a time where he's punishable now for the next 3 minutes, but he still has them.
Yeah, and I think it was wise for Vote to use the ult there because like the beads will help him out of the cripple from the chains a little bit more if there's follow-up chains there, whereas the ultimate, not as useful. You don't want to burn that when you're at like 90% health necessarily on defense. Nika, though, hits level 7 a little bit quicker than Haddix here. Now, that was down to the protection buff going his way earlier, and also a bit of a split farm from Scream going on there. But now he's got to watch his position as he gets dashed on once again. Good overhead kick from Nika, though, will keep him alive, but a good Tiger Storm time from Haddix. Only one Jingu Bang would have got the kill onto Nika there, but not enough mana or survivability to do so. But it does create an opportunity for Scream to invade the buff.
Just a really good timing gank. He gets the kill.
Oh.
And he's actually looking for it anyway. Immunity down now. Nika's in a tough spot here.
He really is, especially when you see Horrorwind rotating in as well, just to prevent it even more. Nika going to try to exit through the jungle, find out the Ares is there, trying to stagger to avoid the chain that's coming out, but good work from Horrorwind to secure a kill, and Ravens are off to the races in Game 4.
That's such a bad spot to be put in as a solo laner. He's now getting shut down twice at just not great spots. His TP will be back up, so at least he's able to get his TP off, and he does have his failing, so he's not in as bad of a spot. But now Laz is caught up by himself.
He really is, and he's just trying to make sure the farm comes online more than if it's like at least gets taken. Teleport back in from Nika. Lazarus forced to use the ult to avoid the no escape. Haddix's clone doing a good job of tanking the frontline tower, and Ravens will reset, or will they? Because in the jungle you saw Scream take to the sky, thinking about it on the tail exit. Pressure has relieved, but overall, the blue buff taken, Nika has died, and it forced rotations to the solo lane.
It might not look like a ton of stuff happened over there other than Nika dying, but that is now Nika having no blue buff. That's now Laz ult being down, and he's not going to be too effective until his ult is back up. Scream got another kill. Scream is now 2 kills on this Rat. This is when Rat wants to start to spike. Now, once he finishes that Soul Leader, he'll have that Prot Shred, and he'll be able to dive and probably live through a lot of damage.
We did see the first 3 games of this series, the Camazots picked up by Ravens, and the Ravens themselves saw it banned away in Game 4 by Dragons. Dragons recognized they're sick of seeing it, they wanted to see what else is available for Scream in the jungle, and he's gone for the Rat, and it's paying dividends so far.
Yeah, I think this Rat pick is going to be pretty important for the rest of the series. Obviously, we're in Game 4, and if the Ravens in this, we'll go to Game 5. Gold Fury pull with the Ganesh ult.
Yeah, I like the idea from the Dragons here. They recognize they're more on the back foot with how this game's going, and the solo lane seems to be the focus, so trying to get some pressure off, especially if Ares is going to be rotating towards mid on the right-hand side a little bit more. They can abuse that factor. Great call from the Dragons to stem some of the bleeding we were seeing this game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're losing solo lane really hard, you have to opt for dual lane. Haddix a little low on mana. Doesn't seem to be too much kill potential, but still, Nika seems to be holding his own at least a little bit, even though he's been kind of camped a little bit. Maybe that's the strength of just Robin in general.
Yeah, I mean, he's got sustain in his kit as well, right? So it does allow a bit of it. Obviously, build-wise, he's going to be pretty susceptible. I think the main thing for Nika now is just not to get baited into a bad fight. Even though he hasn't, in theory, he's just been ganked consistently. But this blue buff respawn on the right-hand side, look at Scream. He's already here on the scene, ready to get aggressive. Meanwhile, the Dragons are not going to be in position to do anything about that. So they've kind of abandoned Nika on an island, and that's kind of what you have to do sometimes for solo laners.
Yeah, exactly. If your solo laner falls a little bit too far behind, Lies, instead of rotating to that blue buff, splits the mid wave.
And now
Scream
he's
actually
getting
dashes him.
stunned, and Lasbra forced to consider using his ultimate there for a second. Instead, the knock-up is going to be good enough to separation, but the damage was pretty solid. Meanwhile, chains coming out from Horrorwind and the Flames towards Mike as the grouping for the left-hand Harpies begins.
And we actually have a breastplate coming out of the Raijin.
Yeah, I was going to mention on that. Do you like it because of the amount of aggression that he's going to see towards him?
I actually don't like it too much this game. It's mostly just I feel like he thinks that if he lives, they'll win.
Yeah.
But I think there's just a lot more pressure on him having to do damage, especially at that midpoint of the game when the Rat is opting for this more defensive style. I mean, I guess you have Wukong for a good amount of damage, but this comp is not one that wants to scale too much. They kind of want to fight at that mid to late game part.
Okay.
So I think his damage might fall off a little bit. I also think just Raijin just feels so good with that second item pen option.
Well, I think some of the things people have said about Raijin in the past from memory was like when you're in your ultimate, you're kind of susceptible to free damage. And Pele's going to run at you in W key in that moment, so maybe it keeps you alive a little bit longer, but it costs you damage, like you said.
It's risky too, because Ganesh also shreds prots, so those few protections you're getting from Breastplate, he's going to shred a lot of them. A lot of times, Hera is actually a god that can get damage onto the enemy mid laner.
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, I get why he's doing it. It
Sure.
makes sense. It could obviously pay off, and it could be a genius play, and he's going to be looked at as a genius. And then there's the other coin where maybe they just don't have enough damage, and that's part of the problem.
You get called a caster at that point when you're wrong, you know, when he wins, and everyone's like, oh, you've got to go Breastplate.
So it sounds like I'm not a caster.
No, you are. When you were wrong.
Because I'm not wrong.
Oh, okay. No escape used in mid lane by Horrorwind, pulling Mike in, who didn't beads again. He ate a ton of damage from that, and I don't think that was the best idea. His dash away is going to be good as he beads to get to safety, but in the jungle, you saw the engagement there as Dardes and Lasbra combined to pick up Scream, who was trying to flank on in. Polar Bear Mike was more a distraction than anything else, and it paid off well.
Mike set that up really well. Scream's also thought that, you know, Mike's are going to be our target here, and Scream was just sitting. He wasn't even on a ward. They just had an idea he was over there, or they saw him walk in a little bit, and he got blown up. He had no chance to use anything.
Yeah, real quick. And then the best thing is that kill goes towards Lasbra, who was a little bit behind, catches up a little bit towards Scream now and evens the field. Lasbra is still looking for a bit of a play around mid lane as the Hunters and Dueling collide. Vote going to dash on in, recognizing he's on his own. He's losing a minion wave for this, though, for the pressure on towards Barracuda. And at the end of the day, it's kind of a washed fight there on the left-hand side, although rotation's now coming through from everybody. Knockup comes through, and then Polar Bear Mike drops his ultimate early. The pressure from Lasbra's knockup is going to cause problems for Scream. He's going to try to take to the sky, but Vote will use the ultimate to secure the kill on Scream. Horrorwind still wants to give chase, but no real backup in sight. A strange endeavor that sees Scream die again within 30 seconds of his last one.
That's the Blink junglers and the, like I said, solo laners that don't build beads into Ganesh. There's always that risk if you get too close that you'll die before you can get a single ability off because of how just powerful Ohm is as a peel tool and even an engage tool almost.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you just sit there and silence someone. People know they can't do anything unless they beads to get aggressive. So 2-3 it stands, 11.5 minutes in the game. Gold is relatively even, 500 gold lead in favour of the Ravens. That really is the difference in that first blood alone. The experience slightly in favour of Dragons, and when we've looked at those graphs a couple of times, Bobby, throughout the series, it has been Dragons who've done a better job in the early game of farming.
Yeah, I think the Dragons have been just a lot more consistent with the plays they are making. It's just always almost guaranteed where either they win the fight or they get a camp out of it. And I think that's like their early game prowess and why they've always been such an early game strong team. And I think it's a lot of it comes down to Mike and Laz. Jungle support dictate a lot.
So solo laners have rotated for the Stygian Beacon in the mid lane. Horrorwind and Venenu are in a good position on the point. You can see Scream wrapping around towards Gold Fury's side. And with the pressure that Dragons don't have at the moment, Ravens are just going to exert theirs and find themselves a nice, easy Stygian Beacon. Back to the solo lane go, Haddix and Nika, as Scream starts to rotate to this left-hand side. Looking for farm, looking for an overextension. Bit tricky to gank Vote here if there's a ward, which generally these hunters love to have the wards positioned around this buff. Barracuda going to use his ult, force Vote's ult out in response. The beats were already on cooldown from Vote at the moment too, so I think that was a reason to go, and Scream might still think about getting aggressive. He does have his blink available if he wanted to play up, but you can see Lasbra could be in the jungle.
Also, something I just noticed. Yeah. No soul leader on Wukong. So he's opting for more defensive protections and stuff like that instead of survivability through healing. I think this beats forced on Venenu right there, which is really big, especially with this Gold Fury spawning right now.
Bit of a skirmish going on the left-hand side too as Lasbra and Scream get aggressive, and it's Lasbra getting aggressive on Barracuda. His ultimate was already on cooldown and they abused that situation, but now Lasbra could be under pressure from Scream. Good stun, but is the damage going to be enough with the protection acorns? It will be. Hurrywin was on the scene too to assist if needed, and Scream will make it a 1-for-1 carry for Jungler.
I mean, Vote's level 14 now. Lasbra saying, so worth. My Jing Wei is already level 14. My mid laner's also level 14. Super happy with how strong their backliners are. And the Artemis, a god that does not feel great from behind, is only level 12. No relics, getting ready for this fire or this Gold Fury, along with Raijin having no relics.
Is that an early fail not as well from Barracuda? Do you think it's a bit too early, or you think it's okay there?
I think it's a little weird having I guess they're technically auto attack items, even though they don't give any attack speed. With no attack speed on a character that you kind of need attack speed on, or you're going the pen build. So he's kind of in this weird middle ground, and he's going into, I guess, it could be a Dom here, which is another item that doesn't have too much attack speed.
Yeah.
He might be really inconsistent with his damage at this point.
We'll see how it plays out for Barracuda with this build, because it's definitely intriguing of where it ends up going to later on. I mean, he does have a stim in his kit as well. He does have a bit of an attack speed buff if needed. Vote versus Barra again. Lasbra's there. And as soon as Barra tries to take that trade, Lasbra was on the scene immediately, and Barracuda should be another casualty. Ping's going down on Hurrywin, though, as he starts to rotate into this lane. Hurrywin doesn't have a blink available at the moment, as he's only level 11 to try and follow up, but I don't think he would have found the kill anyway. Meanwhile, back in solo, Nika doing a good job of sustaining and surviving this lane with how it started. Only a level down so far.
I also think Robin's a character who, as long as he's somewhat even, he'll always feel at least okay. He'll dive the backline. I think the damage and the kill potential kind of comes with levels. And so he's behind, so he might not do a ton of damage, but he's not at risk of getting blown up, especially with Phalanx and Onis.
Definitely interested to see how Barracuda's been playing this game too, though, Bob, because I think the last game he got the wind in his sails. You saw him aggressively leaping in. He's kept that aggressive mindset, but I think that's causing him a bit of a distraction now. Obviously, the fail knot is going to allow him to be more aggressive to an extent with the crit, but in doing so, sets himself up for ganks is what Lasbra's found. Pyromancer, pulled by the dragons here so far, but with Scream hanging around and Veneno in mid lane, now Hurrywin on the scene, and of course Haddix behind them all in their own jungle. The pressure's relieved for a moment or two as both teams don't find a window to secure that objective.
Seems like the Dragons are still a little cautious, even in a 5v4, just because of that spot the Wukong's in. I think he's in a very, very strong spot. He's got 3 completed items. All of them help his damage, and they're also all make him really tanky. And I think that's the benefit of this build.
Hurrywin in trouble in the jungle, though. The Ares is always susceptible to the all-in ganks. A lot of pressure exerted. Both Lasbra and Dardes and PBM dropped 3 ultimates. And Hurrywin has survived. That is a big tail of the tape for me. I mean, more than anything, I think he went for Shell at level 12, which surprises me because normally you see blinks coming through there. But in using 3 ultimates, Jade Dragon's trying to make something out of it by going for the Oni Fury. Dunked down, and the Jade Dragons get the Fury. Scream will escape the danger. But Dragons at least make sure those 3 ultimates used end up paying off somewhere.
Yeah, just to touch on what you said about the Ares, he has Shell instead of Blink. I think that's because of those recent changes to Ares. He can play more of a backline style. He's not reliant on a Blink ult or Blink chain.
It's true.
His 2 is so much stronger as a defensive tool and a kind of middle of the ground, playing both front and back type of style. So I think this really is allowed from the Ares change.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, for my mind, I was just expecting him to die there and go, oh, he's got Shell. Okay, he's going to be okay in that situation. With the Gold Fury being down, though, it looks like both teams are going to start to turn their attention towards the Pyromancer. Hurrywin with good ward vision on this right-hand side. You can see the junglers dancing on this side as well, as Lasbra has taken the green buff. And I tell a lie, looks like Las might go for a bit of a cheeky invade or gank on the left-hand side once more towards Barracuda, who's positioned a lot safer under his tower this time round. But it is an Oni fire minion wave that was pushing in there to create some sort of pressure for a second or two. Buff camp does spawn, and Lasbra's there for it. The camping of the duo lane.
Yeah, I think Barra's starting to get ready, starting to become aware that his lane is the one that Laz wants to play around, and he's got to start, unfortunately, respecting Vote, playing up by himself. That's the thing that I think ADC's kind of getting their mind about. It's, I don't want to give up this 1v1 pressure, but if there is somebody there in a 2v1 and you trade with that 1v1, it could become very detrimental.
Stygian Beacon fight continues here as Mike and Hurrywin just stand on it. Nobody else really wants to be on it, but when you can get 2, that's when it's going to tick up. So it's just a positional battle. Scream in mid lane alongside Dardes. You can see the solo lane starting to rotate over as well. Meanwhile, in the jungle, look at Lasbra. He finds Barracuda. Barracuda going to get the good ultimate off onto Lasbra and force Lasbra to ult defensively. That's 2 ults now down. Vote kind of pathed a bit awkward there, I want to say, to get into that position, but he's back to safety. But look at Dardes' health bar below half as the Stygian Beacon is going to be taken by the Ravens here.
Yeah, a lot of these neutral wins are just going towards the Ravens. It's just if there's a 3v3 scuffle and a little bit of CC out, it seems like the Ravens are coming away with the win.
Does seem so. Pyromancer, though, pulled by the Ravens now after that Stygian Beacon. And with Dardes at half health going back to base there alongside Jingwei. Pressure relieved from the Dragons. Tell a lie, not Jingwei. It was actually just the Hera. But Vote will at least try and take down a tier 1. Not got too many minions for it, but should still be good to do so. But Pyro with the Ravens as the blue buff invaded once more.
2 objectives down, including the Gold Fury, so they've had the last... Oh no, the Dragons got the Gold Fury, so at least there's some trade potential there from the Dragons. This game's even. Yeah. 4 kills, completely even game. I think the next spikes we have to look for are the support spikes. Those starters are next. Hurry actually opted into buying his Erosion, so he's going to be a little bit of gold short going for his level 15 starter item. He's going to have to actually wait it out a little bit. Mike, on the other hand, finishes his Compassion. I don't think that's a spike that they want to fight on right now because I just don't think they're in that lead, that spot where they want to play super aggressive.
I do like the erosion in this game for Hurrywin though, especially because we've got Raven who's got a ton of shielding, and then you've also got Hera as well, which will have a lot of shielding on toe. So having those kind of stripped away a little bit, not be as helpful as you would once want, it could be a good impact. Mike getting very aggressive here, doesn't realize necessarily there was 3 that close, or just thought if he could find that dash and secure, they could get some follow-up, but instead the pressure relieved on that left-hand side.
And we actually saw Scream put a little bit of damage into Mike. It was very low damage. Yeah. Scream is not playing to hit Mike. He's not playing to hit Nika. His damage is trying to go into Dardes or Vote, and if it's not, it's very inefficient damage.
And he's just picked up a Stone of Binding there as well, Scream in the jungle, this Ratatoskis. So he's very much a resustain, poke, shred protection sort of composition build he's gone for, allowing his carries to do the real damage for this team.
Yeah, he's like a facilitator at this point. Yep. I think this will be really strong because I think this gives them the opportunity to have the Ares play super defensive. They have just that double dive, and they're going to be playing to kill the enemy's frontliners and just have Scream and Haddix just kind of zone.
So really playing this comp front to back for the best of their ability here. Aggression from Lasbra on towards Venenu, who had stepped up. He had to use his beads to get his Thunder Crash away, but damage was done to the beads. However, damage was done to the Dragons Tier 1 tower. Dragons show up in force, however, may start to look towards the Gold Fury. You can see Nika over here already. But with the Tier 1 being down, it makes it more of an awkward fight for Hera in mid and Dardes to continue farming up that area safely.
I think the next things we should also look for, along with this Gold Fury, is we have 2 level 19s. We have Venenu at 19, and we have Vote at 19. Venenu's starter item is definitely more important than Vote's. ADC starter items don't really matter all that much unless they're going for that Bluestone build. Just getting an extra little bit of crit, I mean, it's relevant, but it's not too much comparatively to Raijin's getting that gem, the movement speed power gem, which increases his damage and his survivability by a whole lot.
So you actually think the mage item there is worthwhile? Do you not think on Jing, like getting the crit online is useful? I mean, that gold is going to use them the whole time because the more gold you've got, right, the more crit you're going to have.
Yeah, I think you're never really going to be full gold at this 5 items, so you're almost always sitting at like 1,000. You're not getting the full benefit. Jingwei already has some crit chance in her too. We have a Gold Fury pulled by the Ravens. Mike's the only one here.
We do.
Vote too.
Vote has shown up just to put some damage in. Nika wrapping around the side, but Screen's keeping an eye on what's going on there. Nika going to blink in early. Look for Barracuda, who up downs in place as Nika gets the ultimate out of Barracuda, and Barracuda still running for the hills. Gold Fury has been reset as Lasbert now dives in on Barracuda and finds the kill. Peel was being worked on by Hurrywin there with a no escape to try and keep him alive, but it won't be enough. Low health bars on the Jade Dragons, but they're clumped as a group protecting each other. Haddix gets into the mix though and finds the kill onto Lasbert, an important one at that. Dardes, meanwhile, was really looking for the kill and Scream and finds it with the help of Hera. Now Haddix still trying to deal with what he can on the front side. Can't really slow them down. Hurrywind too low to really contest. They're trying to bait him in if they can here. The Dragons stepping around the corner with Dardes waiting, but instead the Dragons turn their attention to the Gold Fury. Venenu, however, is on the way back to this fight. Maybe they can contest. Not so sure. It's all on Haddix so far.
Not too much burn also by the Dragons. Haddix sitting around. Looks like it might just be a steal opportunity. Little early. Dragon secure.
I had a feeling the Bluestone might just tick and steal that for a second there with the Jingu bag. But yeah, Gold Fury goes the way of Dragons. Good play from them overall. They were kind of losing out on a lot of these engagements here, Bobby, and then all of a sudden they've turned it around.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to go to Nika. He played that engage onto Bara perfectly. He took no damage. He got Bara to half, forced out Relics also, and then Lazarus came by and just kind of cleaned him up.
Well, good response from Ravens, though. Immediately, the Gold Fury goes down. They swarm towards the Pyromancer and take that for themselves just to make it an even trade. And then they pull the Fire Giant. Well, as soon as they see Nika on the scene here, they may change their mind. It's Haddix, I believe, that aggroed it. Tell a lie. Sorry when there's good aggro from the FG so far. Just keep an eye on these health bars. Relic situation a bit awkward for both teams at the moment. Into the sky goes Scream on this Ratatoska. Dive into the back looking for a carry. He's looking for Dardes in the jungle here, but he has to reset as all the boys are around. Meanwhile, Nika tries to get towards Venenu, at least gets Venenu's ultimate out in trade. Vote, however, does find a kill on Hurrywind, and now Nika has been swarmed on the back. Gets peeled away with a good Dharmic Pillars coming through from PBM to support, but Lasbro was left on his own, and Barra found the kill with some crit. Venenu low on health, and Vote dashing in looking for it. Barra in the way, and Vote will down the health bar a little bit. So 1-for-1 support for Jungler. Fire Giant relieved, Stygian Beacon is available, and that's where the Dragons turn their attention.
A 1-for-1 trade might not be the most ideal situation for the Dragons, but they get this middle tower. They're going to be getting Beacon right after too. Some good pressure around the map that they're generating now. I think it's the Ravens just didn't have the damage on that Fire Giant with Barra's build. Only one attack speed item. He's still not doing enough to that objective. It was a risky call. Vote was on left side, so it's just a let's go, let's see what happens. I think the split kind of happens where Nika comes from behind and they actually can't kill him because this Robin is just still pretty hard to deal with.
Yeah.
And I mean, at that point, it's the 1-for-1.
Yeah,
but
big picture, I mean, what, support died for a jungler? I'm going to favor the team that lost their support overall rather than a jungler, so the jungler can keep on farming. Although the jungler that died is already level 20 and has just upgraded his start item, so a bit more swing coming out from Lasbro in these fights.
Yeah, Laz is going to be very, very impactful in these fights. I think Laz might be the most important player on this Dragons team, because if he's not able to kill Venenu or Bara, I don't think that they're able to kill anyone on the backline, and then you're just kind of, like, look at the backlines comparatively. It's Raijin, Artemis, Ares versus Hera, Ganesh, and Jingwei. There's a lot of potential on the Dragon side, but it's just so easy to play Raijin and Artemis together.
Well, look at this trap on the right-hand side that the Dragons were trying to set up. Mike was rotating around the back of the Tier 1 tower just before the Titans marched down this right-hand side here to do battle. Tier 1 tower was already taken away by the Dragons, so they've got a bit of an advantage here now that they're going to get to this Titan first. But meanwhile, Vote's going to watch himself a little bit. There's a bit of a trap, I guess, with Mike just standing on the corner, making sure Hurrywind can't get too aggressive with an ultimate or any chains towards Vote. Now the dance in the jungle begins. Keep an eye on the Ravens. Venenu, Scream, and Haddix on the left-hand side. I try to make sure that Nika and Lasbro don't get their way of things, and into the sky goes Scream. Jumps 3 times, and down he comes looking for Vote. No escape out from Hurrywind. No beads used by PBM. Instead, he gets himself pulled in, uses his Dharmic Pillars, and it's Barracuda the focus target again. Nika with the up-down towards Barracuda the whole time this fight's going on, and still Barracuda is alive thanks to great peel, but then Lasbro comes in and finds a great ultimate to secure the kill. Next on the list should be Venenu if they can find it, but Haddix in the front line is whittled down and has to jump away. Still, though, Nika marching on, putting damage into Scream, who's low on mana and survivability. He does use the last of it to dash away, all the while the Dragons have the Titan marching down this lane too. This should be a Tier 2 tower.
They can't kill Nika. They cannot kill him. They don't have the consistent auto attack damage, and Venenu's not far enough in his build. It comes back to that. This breastplate item gives him survivability, but what is he going to do when Barra's the one getting dove? He doesn't have the damage to peel for Barra. Hurry walks up, gets one shot. A little too early walking up maybe. Haddix was not there yet. Fire Giant is now a 5v3 with Barra and Hurry both dead.
Yeah, on top of that, just keeping an eye on the player damage, you can see Raijin a little bit further down than you'd like him to be at this stage, but it is maybe that breastplate. Scream to the sky, trying to contest the Fire Giant though. Looks towards Dardes and dunks on down, but the shield from Dardes prevents a ton of it. The Fire Giant goes down as Jade Dragons get hold of it. Vote will pick up Scream, and Vote will get a double kill by adding Haddix to it as well. Now 5 members strong, the Jade Dragons against 2. This could be a Phoenix on the right-hand side here.
Exactly, that timing is tough. These 50-second respawn timers are becoming very impactful. This right Phoenix is just sitting open now, and the wave was already pushing up because the Dragons had dealt with it slightly prior. They now have the wave coming up here, 5v3 here. I wouldn't be surprised if the Ravens just gave this one.
Well, it doesn't look like they're going to. Horwin's going to step up again and try and frontline, but already the Phoenix below half health. No runic bombs to speak of to really assist them, but they wasn't really needed at that moment. Now with the right-hand Phoenix down, it's not the best Phoenix they want to go for, but it was the most opportune in that moment, Bobby. Is it time to base, get gold, and then head to the left-hand side?
I think they're fine going to the objectives first, and then backing, and then going left. But I think right Phoenix is a fine Phoenix to get when you know you're going to be able to siege again. Because now you have this pressure for right before going for the important Phoenix and left. And it sets up this hard-to-fight against setup where minions just solo push by themselves. And the Ravens, I mean, Scream can kind of manage it because he's got the semi-global, but there's no like Athena like we've seen before. There's no true full global Apollos or something like that. So it's going to be a little hard for the Ravens to deal with.
Well, the state of the game, I just want to take a little look at the graphs, Doug, and just see the difference in this. Look at the spike that we saw 21 minutes ago. 7 minutes ago, we were like, this is an even game. And all of a sudden, a couple of fights later, Jade Dragons have just ran away from it. What is it that went so well for them here?
I mean, looking at the player damage alone, there is so much damage on this Jade Dragons comp. I mean, Wukong is leading damage, not too surprising for his team. But then there's 4 on the enemy team. The Jade Dragons have 4 players doing more than Haddix is. A lot of it comes down to just their damage.
Just damage overall being a little bit higher.
Damage overall.
Meanwhile, Mike really, like bringing up the rear of that to an extent. 5K.
Support's so bad.
Support so bad. I mean, Horwin just behind him as well, or just ahead of him, I should say. 2K more as now a tier 2 on the left-hand side is starting to be sieged. Lasbro will meet Haddix in the jungle. Haddix's Oxform being down could have been a sign of aggression there, but instead, they're just buying time for the Ravens to actually get Scream back to base here as a tier 1 was pushed on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, Jade Dragons will take the final tier 2 in mid lane with Lasbro and Nika as now the siege begins on the Phoenix line.
And this is going to be a tough siege. They don't have any true opportunity to get in and poke this down. I think they have to look for this all in and not necessarily win it, but be able to poke the Ravens enough that they're forced back to base. You're going to need to use Ganesh ult. I think Nika's going to have to use ult too. If you can, though, you want to hold Lasbra's ult because that's the one you need to kill.
Who's the target we're after, though, when we're diving this? Is it the Barracuda again? We've seen it a lot so far.
It's got to be Barracuda.
Yeah?
I mean, you don't want to put too much into Ven when he has this protection, but if Ven does step out of position, he is a high-value target.
Blinking from Nika onto Barracuda. Barracuda still holds onto his relics wisely there. Horwin took a ton of damage, though. Look at it. He's going to run for his life. Scream does duck the backline to try and prevent it, and Scream forced out too. But Vote's health bar is non-existent. Haddix gets hold of the kill and gets a huge shutdown. Nika, meanwhile, tries to find the carries on the back. He's trying to make it at least a 1-for-1. Lasbro, though, will take out Haddix and trade as Nika now falls. 3 members of the Jade Dragon still alive, but Vote falling down there and Barracuda surviving is a huge swing of play.
Haddix and Venenu just 2v5 that fight almost with how well and how good they positioned. Haddix went in. Haddix didn't even get his ult off, and he still put up almost 3k damage in that fight, and he got a kill. It was a really great fight by Haddix. Unfortunately, he did die, but then Ven also got a big Raijin ult through the entire enemy team. A lot of damage, and it seems like the Dragons maybe played it a little too aggressive. Mike didn't drop ult all right away. It was just Nika that blinked in, and he took a lot of poke without really getting anything done.
He did. I wonder if Mike was kind of holding his ult defensively for the aggression that was definitely going to come through with the Dominic Pillars. But as you said, Venenu's ultimate really did hit the backline pretty effectively. Vote did use both sets of beads and Aegis there to survive. More importantly, just the peel Barracuda got from the Ravens there to keep him alive was so instrumental in having that fight go the way it did in favor of the Ravens.
And we're almost to that point where Venenu's about to be just hit it. He just finished his rod. At this point, it does not matter that he has that breastplate. He is almost at that point where he is doing the exact same amount of damage while also having the survivability. This 500 pot should be coming online soon. And this is the spot that you want your Raijin to get to because he is going to be doing a lot of damage.
Well, it's also the same point as the EFG is about to spawn as well. Enhanced Fire Giant now online. Phoenix on the right-hand side has respawned. There is one more Fire Minion wave heading down there that Scream is going to clear out. So once again, in terms of the map positioning, there's a slight advantage for the Dragons so far. Not just in terms of gold, but also map position of towers still being available and keeping them standing for the time being. And look at that inventory, Bobby. What has Lasbro got there?
Lasbra's now got his 3k pot. He's been killing both backliners, well, mostly just Barra because Venenu has not died yet, but he's been killing Barra without this 3k pot. He's now a fully 6-slotted rat, or sorry, 6-slotted Pele.
Just calling him a rat for no reason. That's
well,
a bit rude.
Scream's the rat this game.
That's true.
6-slotted with the 3k pot. He just popped it. Lasbra is ready to fight, and the Dragons have to be ready to fight around him.
Well, let's see what Lasbra can do in this. Scream going to split push mid. He's been spotted by multiple people. Has to dash to the left-hand side, more than likely here to escape. Don't know if he knows Lasbra's actually round this corner, and if Lasbra does want to take the 1v1, who wins this?
I mean, Scream's not dying. I don't think Scream's winning it, but he's not dying. Look at his build.
Well, he doesn't know about it until it's too late. We'll dash to the safety of the jungle away from Lasbra again. And Haddox now shows his face in mid. All the while, the Fire Giant has respawned and the ward coverage is relatively even, ever so slightly favouring the Ravens on their own side of the map for now. Always an awkward point of the game, Bobby. What is comms like in game when this is the situation? Is it more like we're looking for a pick, or what's the next team fight going to be? What normally goes on here?
I mean, a lot of it is just setup. It's mostly not a lot of details. They're pulling Fire Giant just right away because they have this advantage of just all this ward vision up, but it's mostly just talking about what they want to do.
Well, we'll see what both teams want to do here as Vote still continues to whittle down the health bar of the Fire Giant. Scream in mid lane has ultimate available, looking to flank around the back. Dodd is out of the pit, and you can see Jade Dragon's actually going to full retreat. Safely so. Fire Giant will slowly regen, not as quick as it used to, as Haddox was also flanking around the right-hand side.
Another thing, Bear's only 5 items deep yet, or still. Bear is nowhere near as strong as Vote. We have a Deathbringer 6-slot Jing Wei, and we have a 3k on this Pele. You really want to get this pushing into a fight soon, because, I mean, we have a 6-slotted Raijin. If this Artemis does get to full build, and she might be backing for it right now, it'll be a little problematic.
Well, he's going to sell the recipe, and we'll see exactly what he picks up, which is the execution now fully stacked. And I guess that's one of the reasons the Ravens were playing a little bit more passive there. Get that Phoenix up, allow Barracuda to catch up a little bit. You see the base coming through, though, from Vote, and he's picked up the Elixir of Power as well now. So 3k pots at 30 minutes is going to be the call. And now it's going to come down to what we kind of did in Game 3 as well, which is who plays the fight better.
I mean, one stun here, one stun there, bad relic here, and it changes the entire fight.
687 on a crit from Vote on towards the Fire Giant. Haddox dealing with Nico on the left-hand side. Scream in mid lane, looking for an opportunity if he finds it. Fire Giant below half health. Darda steps up, looks for poke on Horriwind. Does find a good bit of damage out, but not a whole ton. Lasbra alongside Nika here as Haddox goes in the pit with Barracuda stepping up. Fire Giant goes away with Jade Dragons, but can Darda survive? And more importantly, can Vote survive? The dunking from Scream towards the backline. The health bars of the Dragons getting low. No escape, pulls in 3, and Darda disappears. Mike disappears, and soon so will Barracuda. Nika, the whole while, did get a 1v1 against Venenu, but the good news is for the Ravens, they're the ones on the front here. They managed to force back the carries, and this is the situation we're in. 2 members dead of the Dragons, but they did get the FG.
And I think that alone just kind of says that this was maybe not the best trade possible, but they got the EFG and they got the EFG and the Jingwei, and they didn't lose enough that they're the ones getting pressured. It's just going to be waiting these 40 seconds for the respawn timers, and then the Jade Dragons are going to run it up left, and they're going to look for this next siege. And I really hope Vote plays a little bit farther back on this next siege. I think you want your solo and jungle to win with EFG, just because of the Raijin.
Sure.
The Raijin just spreads too much damage. I think you want Nika and you want Laz splitting, especially having EFG on them. They'll do a lot of damage to them. Make them go mid or right and let them win you this game. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves and left.
Well, the good news for the Dragons here is Fire Giant on 3 members still, and on top of that, Vote still has both relics up. Where you look across the way to everybody else, lot of relics utilising this engagement. Oni Fury has been pulled by Ravens though, and it doesn't look like the Jade Dragons are really here in force just yet. It's taken Barracuda a bit of time to bring down that Oni Fury though, and it's going to allow Nika to step up at least. Barracuda, no relics, remember. He's getting looked at by Lasbra and evaporated in seconds by the jungler from the Jade Dragons. Haddox trying to reposition to get aggressive towards Lasbra, but Nika's there to support, and now it could be Haddox under pressure. But with Venenu and Horriwind in the wings, waiting patiently, the Dragons back away with a good result there.
No relics on the Artemis. Pele's got 6 items, got the 3k pot, and just nearly one-shot Barra. Not much he could do. I think it's a little weird to make Barra tank that. He got to about half health just from tanking it, and then Laz could just walk around the side and just kill him for free.
It is unfortunate. Now it's 30 seconds plus here with the Ravens being at 4v5, but the good news is they got the Oni Fury, and that's allowing Scream a bit of a split push opportunity here. I believe he just used a Runic Bomb too to bring down the down relatively quick. He could look to threaten a Phoenix in. It looks like he might. Phoenix on the left-hand side evaporates in seconds. Remember, this is an EFG, and Vote the carry still has hold of it, so no surprises there. Middle Phoenix down in seconds, and the worst thing is for the Highland Ravens fans out there, that right-hand side is a weakened Phoenix, so it will go down even quicker. The middle Phoenix still stands though, as you can see that Scream had to base more than anything else here. And now Dragons fall back quite happy with what they managed to steal away.
I mean, they still have this EFG for a little bit longer. Curious if they're going to look for anything with this EFG or if it's just setting up for the next one. The Ravens are pushing out, and it looks like they're trying to start a fight here. But Hurry's getting one shot.
Disappeared already. He's going to walk into Nika, but in the sky is Scream. He's looking at Dardes or Lasbra, or just trying to buy time. Instead, he dunks on down, has to fall back. Vote forced back away as Hurrywin will have to return to base. Nika chasing on. They're looking for anybody. Venenu forced to Thunder Crush. Barracuda next in the way of Nika. Nika will find the route. On the left-hand side, Scream's just going to hang around at the Stygian Beacon as the rest of the Dragons go and take a Pyromancer.
I mean, it's just time wasting on the EFG. Would have been a lot worse if Hurry died, obviously. But Hurry doesn't die. They only go for the Pyro. They get this beacon also. Is there a way to tell how many beacons they've had so far? I think they've had like...
How many do you want to say?
I think they've had 3.
That's
so
correct.
That's number 4,
Whatever
I think.
you say is correct,
All right,
remember?
4.
You can't be wrong.
Yeah, no, that's...
You said that earlier.
So now we have a Jingwei with a 3k pot.
Yep.
She had EFG. She still has it, I guess. And then she's also getting extra power. She's hitting those Phoenixes for 500 damage. That is insane.
We see a Spectral Armor picked up by Hurrywin here, so I wonder if that's going to help out a little bit more in survivability. But still, Vote will be swinging. The carries, the longer the game goes on, really do feel like true hunters at that stage of the game. Full slotted, full items. It feels like you are paper as a frontline tank.
Yeah, you're like a deer getting hunted through the jungle, and these carries are just killing everyone.
It definitely feels, though, like this stage of the game as a frontline tank where you're like, no one can kill me, and all of a sudden you're like, what happened to me? Where did my health disappear to in seconds? But it really just comes down to the itemization, the extra items online for these carries. Fire Giant due to spawn in a few moments' time. And honestly, if you're a Raven here, if you're playing for the Ravens, Bobby, you have to contest this.
Yeah, there's no way you're giving up 2 Phoenixes and then also giving up this EFG also. Scream's getting ahead of the curve a little bit, pushing this out. If he's able to get this next wave and then rotate before EFG is up, which he should, they're not going to be in too bad of a spot. However, I don't know how this Ravens team is going to be able to kill just about anyone. They can only kill frontliners because their only damage is the Raijin and the Artemis. Scream and Haddix are not doing enough damage to kill.
Yeah, they went techie. They tried to play front to back, but it's not working out for them so far. Bit of a sell going on in base right now from Scream. He's adjusting his build this time round. We'll see what he chooses. Having a good little think about as the Fire Giant now does respawn. Will be a Heart Speaker. So you just mentioned they need a bit more damage, but by going for more damage, I think the issue is the time is awkward, and it's going to give the Dragons a free FG here. No one from the Ravens will be around in time.
It looks like they just called to give it. But that is a kind of a baffling EFG to give. They had left pushed up. Maybe they're just so unconfident in their their chance to defend that EFG that they'd rather have this opportunity under Titan. Because like you said, this is a weak right Phoenix. Yeah. This is not something that you're going to want to defend.
We took, what, 4 shots from Vote on a middle and left Phoenix, so
that was full health.
2 on the right one. Bit of a tricky ask then for the Ravens fans out there. The longest set of this Phase 2 kickoff so far, though, all games pretty much around 30 to 40 minutes long. So a lot of quicker ones so far this weekend. But let's see as we move on. Who is going to the semi-finals? It's looking good for the Jade Dragons fans out there so far. 2-1. This victory will put them into tomorrow. Middle Phoenix is respawning. Left-hand Phoenix is respawning. And Scream is hanging on that left-hand side. Lasbra kept in check by Haddix in the middle lane. And full patience from the Dragons here. They're not overextending. They're waiting for the right opportunity.
Yeah, I think they just really want to get these left in.
From Nika. Tell a lie. I was lying to you. Venenu all in and forced back. It creates a zone for Vote to get in there and get some Phoenix damage off. The Phoenix does fall on right. Middle one respawns. As Lasbra dunks it on Nika. They're trying to take down the front line. Play it front to back. But Nika ults away to safety. From the no escape. With the right hand Phoenix being down and the middle one respawning. The fire minions are doing the work for them. The left hand Phoenix falls. The middle Phoenix will stay standing. And Jade Dragons walk back towards the jungle.
And that is the timing they were waiting for. They wanted left to push up just a little bit more, so when that right Phoenix was getting fought on, that left would go down for free, setting up for middle. Nika's teleporting back in. They're ready for this middle Phoenix too.
And look at Lasbra on the right-hand side this time, trying to flank around and keep people honest. The middle Phoenix falls down with all 3 Phoenixes down. It's just for the Dragons to end the game technically now, but they don't have minions at the moment. They'll want these fire minions to start pouring down these lanes. So we could see a bit of a dance around this section. There is a chance Ravens can come back into this if we're lucky.
I think the upside for the Ravens here also that shows they have a chance is The Dragons do not have great Titan damage. Hera's not a Titan killer. They have Jingwei, who's just a hunter, so a little bit of damage there, but that's something they are going to struggle with.
Keep an eye on Scream. He's going to try and flank in if he can, but Nika sensed the danger there, got called out, and will make sure Scream limps back. Alex on the right-hand side, similar story there. The minions still taking their sweet time, position themselves towards the Titan, and Raven's doing a good job of sitting with the Titan now and just defending on all fronts. They're going to force the Dragons to dive in here and hope for the best.
Yeah, now Scream's actually going up. Maybe the time is calling.
Well, maybe, but he's going to go right to the right-hand side and look for Lasbra, who just walks away from the danger field for now. Meanwhile, Haddox tries to get aggressive to the back line, but the peel's there from PBM to separate him from Vote. No escape hits onto Nika, and Nika will jump on in with his own ultimate as Haddox ults himself. Still, the Titan relatively healthy. No minions in the base so far. Just a couple of ults expended in this skirmish as Scream dashes out towards the right-hand side. Highland Ravens hold for now, but this minion wave in mid could be a problem.
This is it. This is what they're going for. Set up perfectly. Mike drops his ult onto it. Venenu's getting very low. Lasbra actually solos him out. Really good fight looking for the Dragons. Big Aegis by Vote. Vote actually gets out. 2 kills down for the Ravens. Looking to kill. Haddox gets back to base. Hurry also still about half. Can look for her reset quit.
No, they're just waiting for Vote here.
Vote is just healing up.
He's just trying to resustain and go again. The minions on the left-hand side are pouring through. The minions on the right-hand side are pouring through. It's 2-1 on the scoreline. This game will take Dragons to the semi-finals here. And Nika going to jump in on Barracuda and try and force him back. Beads and Aegis consume. The Titan has no health. And Jade Dragons will march on to tomorrow's game. After a very, very tough set against the Highland Ravens, coming into today, Bobby, I felt this was a 50-50, could go either way. It still does to me. I think that both those teams on paper mesh against each other really well.
Yeah, I mean, they match up against each other very well, and they both had good games this entire series. They both had good points in the entire series. One misplay here, one misplay there, relics here, relics there. Maybe a Fire Giant going someplace else, and we'd be talking about the Ravens maybe winning the set. But not to take away from the Dragons, they did win 3 of 4. They looked really good doing it. It's just some meshing that needs to get a little bit better. And, I mean, every single game they improved, so a lot of good things to look for as a Dragons fan.
Honestly, out of 4 teams that lost on the quarterfinals games, that was the team that took it longer games and also went a little bit deeper in the series, took it to a 3-1. So, anyone's game. What do you want to see out of Dragons tomorrow, then? What do you want to see change there?
I want Laz on the same type of picks. He looks so much better when he's playing gods like Pele and Rat. Don't transition him off of those gods.
Okay, well, it's enough for me and Bobby. We're going to go and get a drink. It's time to head over to J-Mac and Myth to break that down in a little bit more detail than us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Jade Dragons here with a big win in game number 4. Another long, drawn-out battle, but this one really felt like it came like Vote really stepping up here onto the Jingwei. Played a very safe early game. Gets to late game, gets this crit build online, and at various moments, I mean, I know they're just jungle camps, so I'm seeing 1,400 crits popping up. And even through Spectral Armors that were picked up maybe even a little late in the game there for the Highland Ravens, Vote is doing so much damage. It felt like Nika was just absolutely unkillable on this Raven. Every time he's diving in onto Barracuda, to Veneno, he's still walking out 3/4 health after.
Yeah, I loved what Nika was doing. Of course, that Raven is always going to be unkillable when you take him to the soul lane, and Nika pilots it very well, creating a lot of space. Even in that last fight around the Titan room, ulting in onto the Ares ult and saying, look, this pool could connect. It's really probably not going to kill me. I don't really need the CC immunity, but I can create a little bit of space here, buy some time for the rest of my team. Great ideology from him. I also really, really did like what we saw from Vote. As you said, once he was allowed to rotate out of that lane, get involved in the team fight a little bit more so, things really, really cleaned up from there. And even joined his teammates in the dive pretty frequently, which is not something you really expect to see from those hunters.
Yeah, no, we typically always see these Jingwei sitting a little bit further back, just kind of waiting for the fight to come to them and kind of playing a little bit more react in that sense. But seeing Vote dive in helps the Jade Dragons find themselves a win here in our fourth game of our quarterfinals. A 3-1 win for the Jade Dragons means it'll be the Dragons versus the Ferrymen for our semi-final matchup tomorrow, as well as the Oni Warriors and the Atlantis Leviathan. So make sure that you're tuning in same time, same place tomorrow as we kick off our semis with 2 more best-of-5s between our 4 remaining teams. And then Sunday will be our grand finals and our divisional draft show for our top 2 teams who end up making their way through there. A big win for the Jade Dragons, a big win for the Jade Dragons fans as well. I'm sure that this is one that they've been waiting for quite some time.
Yeah, definitely a bounce-back performance after, especially what they were able to accomplish in the regular phase. Of course, their tournament performances have always been slightly above what we can come to expect from them from the regular season. This staying in line with that, the Jade Dragons clearly came with a strategy today. I am surprised that I get to say that a Jade Dragons team, even just having the title of Jade Dragons, is a late game team now. I mean, every single one of their games goes the absolute distance. Things look real back and forth for a long while. And then we cross that 40-minute threshold, and something changes in these guys. They just really lock in. Team fights clean up. Pressure sticks in there. I mean, this might just be like shades of PK almost. Not 70 minutes or anything like that, but compared to the pace of the game every other team has set so far this week, I'd say that's about an apt comparison.
Yeah, it was a very kind of aggressive early, kind of let it peter out a little bit more towards the mid, and then once we hit this late game, that's where the really the Jets kind of turned on for these teams out here. But speaking of the Jade Dragons, we got one of them standing by. It's Lasbro with Hinduman for our post-game interview.
We do have Lasbro joining us, and I want to ask you, Lasbro, first of all, A, congratulations, but B, if we're saying you guys are a late game team now, do you feel that way with how you guys played today?
I mean, some of the drafts were kind of late game oriented, like Marty and Nuva and stuff, so we finally going late game in those scenarios, but I do think some of the early games got a little bit misplayed from us, and they had a pretty good early game strategy on their team.
Were you surprised by how that whole series went down? Were you expecting Highland Ravens to play as well as they did, or is that exactly what you expected going into the series?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we played Ravens in the past, it's always like kind of close games till we get to late game. That's the way they play too most of the time. So, yeah, I'm not surprised. I think it was a pretty good set. I'm happy we got the victory.
So game 3, obviously, you guys run back the composition again. So, yeah, game 3, you run back the composition. Doesn't work out as expected. What went wrong in that game specifically that saw you take that loss there? Was it something they changed, or was it just you guys not being on the same page?
I think the game went pretty bad, just the early game deaths we had. Like, I think Kama ended up getting like 2-0 from the get-go. And we just want to get late game again with that team comp, and they had like a slight lead. Late game fights didn't go the way we wanted, so I think they just win.
And finally for you, personal performance overall, are you happy with how you performed today? Is this what we're going to expect to see from Lasbro for the rest of the events going forward?
I feel it was okay. There's a little bit of misplays in some of the games, but overall I'm kind of happy, especially with the guards and like the appeal they had from Heroin. Like, it can be hard to get into the backline. So yeah, I'm pretty happy, and overall it's good team performance as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck the rest of the weekend. We'll see these guys tomorrow for semifinals. Let's get back over to the desk.
Well, that was just okay from Lasbro. I can't imagine what good, great, or like really good feels like.
I mean, even just think, Lasbro didn't hear it, but inbound when posed the question, what do you want to see from the Jade Dragons, was more of what Lasbro just did. Just keep doing that. So obviously a very humble man. He always has been a true competitor and always looking to self-improve. That's a great, great feature to have in a teammate.
Yeah, I mean, Lasbro really stepping up here for his team today. Really all of the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens. This has been our most competitive set so far in the quarterfinals, not just because this one has gone 4 games, but also that we've gone beyond that 40-minute mark multiple times across it. And also feels like these games weren't that were just entirely done within 15 minutes of the game. Felt like these weren't the one-and-done kind of early team fights, that we really had these true back-and-forths across the day.
Yeah, games were going back and forth, even in between sets. One team gets the early game, the other team gets the next one, right? So we got to see very distinct play styles from the Jade Dragons in particular, the ability to play from behind, even though that was one of their shakier games, the ability to play the late game, early game aggression as well. It's that adaptability that makes it so difficult to prep for teams like this.
Well, it has been an exciting quarterfinals. We walked into the door this week with 8 teams. Now only 4 remain as we move into the semifinals. So make sure that you tune in tomorrow at 11 a.m. Same time, same place here on SMITE. On behalf of myself, Mifflin, everyone behind the scenes, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the semis.
That's why you're sleeping on me. Why? Energy, energy, energy. Don't say a word or a peep. No. Me, I'm just me, I'm me. I keep it true, I don't sneak. Energy, energy, energy. I hit being on the road. Hard as a home when I'm home. Watching my babies get old. That gets me into my zone. That gets me into my groove. You know I'm nice, I'm not rude. Got no time for attitudes. Energy, energy, energy. Yeah. 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 Come on. Yeah, come on. Yeah, come on. Yeah, come on.
I live my life like I'm